Chapter 1. A tenfold cashback on consumption. First gift to parents 100,000. Lin Tian, you are a good person, but we are not suitable, declared Han Qingxian, the belle of Qingbei University, with an expression of icy indifference as she dismissed Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian, brimming with joy, was presenting her a silver bracelet he had purchased with his saved living expenses. Upon hearing Han Qingxian's frigid words and witnessing the undeniable disdain in her gaze, Lin Tian was rendered utterly bewildered, standing frozen in place. Han Qingxian, the most admired girl in class, had captured Lin Tian's heart since his freshman year, leading him to pursue her fervently. Finally, a month prior, Han Qingxian had consented to be Lin Tian's girlfriend. Overjoyed, Lin Tian had even acquiesced to her request for a smartphone worth over 7,000 yuan on the very day she agreed to be with him money he had earned from working during summer and winter breaks. However, Lin Tian never anticipated that merely a month later, Han Qingxian would seek to end their relationship. His heart plummeted, nearly extinguished in an instant. Yet, he felt a twinge of resentment. Han Qingxian, why? You agreed to be my girlfriend. Why so hastily end things? Why? She retorted, because you are broke. Her face was a mask of disgust. Because I am broke? Lin Tian was taken aback. Han Qingxian crossed her arms, snickering. Lin Tian, look at yourself. Your entire outfit is worth no more than 200 yuan, not even enough for Wang Shuo to take me out for a meal. Every time we go out, I feel embarrassed. Wang Shuo. Lin Tian's expression fell even further. Wang Shuo was a wealthy classmate from another department, a prominent figure in their business management program. Lin Tian never imagined that Han Qingxian had been in contact with Wang Shuo during their relationship. He stuttered, You went out to eat with Wang Shuo, did you? Do other things together? Han Qingxian nodded, coldly declaring, Indeed. To be frank, I am already Wang Shuo's woman. So give up on this notion we belong to different worlds. I am a woman you can never possess. With that, she tossed her long, straight hair back and departed with the grace of a proud swan. Left behind, Lin Tian clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. You slept with Wang Shuo? It felt as though a thunderclap had struck him. He had spent a month with Han Qingxian without even having kissed her. And Wang Shuo, is it merely because I am penniless? Lin Tian felt a crushing weight on his chest, as if a boulder were suffocating him. He was consumed with hatred. Han Qingxian could have graciously ended their relationship, yet she chose to entangle herself with Wang Shuo while still dating Lin Tian, when he still had some savings. Now that Lin Tian was left with nothing, he had been unceremoniously cast aside by Han Qingxian. Reflecting on the entire sequence of events, he was furious but found that his affection for her had dissipated. Lin Tian realized she was a woman who valued only money. However, having been betrayed, Lin Tian's mind seemed to resonate with a dull roar. Wretched woman, I shall ensure you pay for your actions. In Lin Tian's mind, a singular thought lingered. He wished for Han Qingxian to deeply regret her behavior today. Ding! Detecting the host's intense resentment, the most powerful cashback system has been bound. Amidst Lin Tian's overwhelming fury, a remarkably familiar voice echoed in his mind. As he grappled with confusion, the system continued to introduce itself. This system boasts formidable capabilities. The host will receive tenfold cashback on every expenditure. Moreover, the funds returned to the host are accumulated through various profitable ventures, such as stock investments, founding tech companies, trading gold, and nurturing girl groups. The host may consume without worry. All companies established and stocks purchased by the system will be registered under the host's name, and employees will be recruited online, entirely akin to a conventional business. Unless the host reveals their identity, the system guarantees that the host's identity will remain confidential. As a special reward for the initial binding, the system grants the host 1 million yuan in cash, which will be sent to the host's bound bank account. Please check it at your convenience. A continuous stream of announcements resounded in his mind. Lin Tian's ill feelings, stemming from Han Qingxian's betrayal, swiftly transformed. As he suppressed his excitement and glanced at his phone to see the 1 million yuan transfer notification, his previous discontent was utterly swept away by this unexpected fortune. The most powerful cashback system? No way, Dad. Is this for real? Lin Tian could scarcely believe the unfolding events. The system responded, There is no need for such formality. simply refer to me as system. Additionally, everything is indeed genuine. The host may commence consumption immediately. With each expenditure, the system will return tenfold. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's amiable reply, Lin Tian drew a sharp breath. Am I about to strike it rich? I can take my revenge on Han Qingxian and make her regret it. I can provide a better life for my parents. I can do as I please. In a small grove, Lin Tian excitedly clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Look, another one has gone mad. Sigh. That's Han Qingxian we're talking about, who wouldn't go a little crazy after breaking up with such a beautiful woman. Some passing students cast sympathetic glances at Lin Tian. Little did they know, Lin Tian had already bound the system, transforming into a wealthy individual capable of rivaling the world's most affluent magnates. After reveling in his excitement for a while, Lin Tian engaged in further dialogue with the system, ultimately confirming that this was indeed real, not a mere figment of his imagination. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian declared, Han Qingxian, you wretched woman, just wait and see how you will regret this. Wang Shou might have a bit of money, but how could he possibly compare to the might bestowed upon Lin Tian by the system? Sooner or later, Lin Tian would ensure that Han Qingxian would be weeping, begging him to reconcile. However, by then, Lin Tian would merely offer her a disdainful sneer. First, I must give my parents a heads up, so they need not toil in the fields any longer. Swiftly, Lin Tian cast aside thoughts of the wretched woman, realizing that compared to his family, she was utterly inconsequential. Beep. Beep. Hello, is this Xiao Tian? The call was swiftly connected, revealing the delighted voice of Lin Tian's mother, Miao Xiujuan. Lin Tian felt a pang in his heart, suddenly realizing that during the month he had been involved with Han Qingxian, he had devoted all his attention to her, neglecting to contact his mother for an entire month, save for requests for financial assistance. Xiao Tian, is money tight? How much do you need this time? I will transfer it to you. Miao Xiujuan seemed eager to converse with Lin Tian, even if it was solely to send money to her son, who relied on farming for a meager income. With a slight quiver in his nose, Lin Tian forced a smile. Mom, I'm not calling to ask for money. Oh, not asking for money? Did you break up? Miao Xiujuan gasped. Lin Tian replied, Mom, the reason I called this time is to share some good news with you and Dad. With a cheerful tone, Lin Tian declared, I've founded a company that will earn a significant amount of money in the future. You and Dad won't have to farm anymore, sell the land, and look forward to enjoying life. As he spoke, Lin Tian pulled out his phone and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother. It wasn't that Lin Tian was unwilling to send more, he feared that his parents might be overwhelmed by such a sudden windfall. What are you saying? We can't sell the land, it's your father's lifeblood. Listen, save the money for yourself, your father, and I don't need that little amount from you. Miao Xiujuan thought Lin Tian was merely dabbling in small ventures, perhaps earning a few thousand yuan. How did my bank account suddenly increase by 100,000 yuan? She exclaimed. Increased by 100,000 yuan? Someone must have made a mistake, we need to return it. The voice of Lin Tian's father, Lin Aigua, echoed in the background. Holding back tears, Lin Tian smiled. Mom, that's the money I sent you. I earned a few 100,000 from my new company. This 100,000 is my way of honoring you. Both enjoy it as you wish. I'm telling you, my company has a bright future and will go public soon. Well, I won't keep you. I have to go socialize. You and Dad should rest early. Beep. Beep. Chapter 2. Boss, add 3 portions of beef. Beep. Beep. In their rural home, Miao Xiujuan and Lin Aigua stared at the phone that Lin Tian had just hung up, speechless. They were filled with a mix of astonishment and apprehension. After a moment, Miao Xiujuan finally spoke, her voice laced with concern. Aigua, do you think this money was truly earned by Tian from his business? It feels somewhat surreal. 100,000 yuan is no small sum. The couple barely earned that much combined from farming and laboring in a year. Thus, the sudden windfall from Lin Tian left Miao Xiujuan feeling uneasy. Lin Aigua, on the other hand, remained relatively composed. Furrowing his brow, he seemed to be self-soothing. I've heard that many university students earn money by creating videos or live streaming. Some even run shops on online shopping platforms. Perhaps Tian made this money through such avenues. Lin Aigua was somewhat more in tune with modern trends, often browsing Douyin like the younger generation. However, the avenues for earning money that he was aware of were quite limited. Haha, If that were truly the case, then our Tianer has indeed made remarkable progress. Miao Xiaojuan exclaimed joyfully, but soon added to herself, yet this money should not be squandered. It ought to be saved for Tianer's future when he takes a wife. What if something unforeseen happens with Tianer's company? This money could serve as a contingency. Pa. Why am I uttering such ominous words? After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian's mood had settled. He recognized that his parents might not believe him at present, but that was of little consequence. This time, Lin Tian merely intended to give his elderly parents a hint of what was to come. Once he returns home driving an extravagant car and builds a grand villa for them in their hometown, they would likely be convinced. They would have no choice but to believe. After acquiring sudden wealth, he would first provide his parents with a generous sum, and Lin Tian began to contemplate his own desires. Gurgle. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach, and he realized just how hungry he had become. Whether it was due to his breakup with Han Qingxian or the acquisition of the system, Lin Tian's mind had been overwhelmed by intense emotions. Now that he had calmed down, he felt the pangs of hunger. Time for a good meal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian hailed a shared bicycle and set off toward the street beyond the campus. Beef mixed noodles. Lin Tian arrived at the snack street outside the school, ultimately stopping at his favorite noodle shop, where he was a regular patron. It was just past 6 in the evening, the prime time for students at Qingbei University to venture out in search of food. The noodle shop was bustling with patrons. Lin Tian stepped inside and boldly called out, "Boss, they'll have a large serving of beef mixed noodles." His declaration did not raise any eyebrows among the other diners. The beef mixed noodles were indeed the most expensive item on the menu, but it was not unheard of for someone to order it. Add 3 portions of beef. However, his next statement drew the attention of most of the students present in the shop. The few workers nearby exchanged glances that subtly conveyed their astonishment. 1 serving of beef cost 12 yuan. 3 servings amounted to 36 yuan. Coupled with the original 18 yuan for the beef mixed noodles and the 6 yuan for a bottle of Red Bull, Lin Tian's total expenditure for this meal was a staggering 58 yuan. Spending 58 yuan on a bowl of noodles. Who would dare to indulge in such extravagance unless they hailed from a wealthy family? In an instant, the students and workers in the shop regarded Lin Tian as a privileged heir. To claim they were not envious would be disingenuous. Who wouldn't desire to add a portion of meat to their noodles? Slurp, slurp. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was immersed in his meal, savoring the rich flavors of the noodles topped with 3 portions of braised beef, truly a luxurious delight. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Tian stepped out of the beef noodle shop, contentedly burping. Ding. Host has spent 58 yuan, triggering tenfold cashback. 580 yuan has been credited to the host balance. As Lin Tian exited the noodle shop, the system's voice echoed in his mind. How delightful! Lin Tian could hardly contain his exhilaration. Receiving tenfold cashback on his expenditure, was there anything more gratifying? Where to next? Suppressing his rising excitement, Lin Tian pondered how he could swiftly spend his newfound wealth. The system rewarded Lin Tian with 1 million. After gifting his parents 100,000, he was left with 900,000. Suddenly, he questioned, why didn't the system give me a cashback for the 100,000 I sent to my parents? He realized he had overlooked something. However, it quickly dawned on him. Could it be that my parents do not intend to spend this sum? Instead, they plan to save it for me for future use? Thus, the system deduced that this amount was not actually spent. To confirm his hypothesis, Lin Tian took out his phone and opened WeChat to transfer 5,000 yuan to his sister, Lin Siki. Almost instantly, the screen displayed a notification confirming that the transfer had been received. Lin Tian understood that this money was irretrievable. Yet, he found it peculiar that the system's tenfold cashback had not been activated. His sister then messaged him, "Are you crazy?" Lin Tian replied. Casually brushing off his sister's concern, he furrowed his brow and asked the system, "Why did my recent spending trigger the tenfold cashback?" The system responded, "To prevent the host from exploiting unlimited money through family. Can we not have a bit of trust? Am I that kind of person?" Lin Tian realized the system was merely wary of him potentially cashing in through his family. This also relieved him, as he initially feared the tenfold cashback system was inoperative. Subsequently, he casually advised his sister, Lin Siki, to make good use of the 5,000 yuan. In a university in central Longhua, Lin Siki, who was sweet-looking yet entirely unkempt, suddenly let out a joyful exclamation from her dormitory bed. "What's wrong, Siki?" Her friend Wang Shuang poked her head out from the upper bunk. Across from them, a girl applying makeup muttered, "What are you yelling about? You startled me." "Huh, why don't you get startled to death?" Lin Siki silently cursed, then smiled at her friend Wang Shuang, saying, "Shuang, my brother just transferred me 5,000 yuan. He said he started a company, and I'm taking you out for dinner this weekend." Lin Siki was elated, not merely because of the 5,000, but because her brother had actually established a company. While their parents were skeptical of Lin Tian's claims, his sister, Lin Siki, wholeheartedly believed him. "Really?" Wang Shuang appeared genuinely astonished, her face reflecting a mix of disbelief. A college student starting a company and transferring 5,000 to his sister was quite an astonishing combination. The girl applying makeup also showed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but quickly turned away, saying, "It's just 5,000, is that a lot? I can earn that much in a few days of streaming." All right, we get it. Zhang Yuanmei, you're impressive." Lin Siki and Wang Shuang chose to ignore her. They had no objections to streaming, as many college students were doing it. Moreover, Lin Siki was preparing to stream as well. However, they genuinely disliked the classmate who was never in the dormitory on weekends and returned reeking of smoke. Everyone knew what she was up to during her outings. Chapter 3. A Heart Sealed. Love fades away after Lin Tian transferred 5,000 yuan to his sister. He found himself with 895,000 remaining. He chose to disregard the few hundred yuan left for himself. Initially, he had aspirations of purchasing a car and a house, but as the hour grew late, both the real estate office and the car dealership had closed for the day. In a moment of desperation, Lin Tian sought to trigger a cashback offer and entered a specialty clothing store. "You claimed my outfit was inexpensive, did you? Then allow me to adorn myself in garments that will dazzle your eyes." Lin Tian felt a surge of indignation towards Han Qingxian as he stepped into a Prada men's boutique. Prada, renowned as one of the world's premier high-end menswear brands, boasted prices exceeding 20,000 yuan for each item. Even the most affordable discounted short-sleeve shirts online were priced between 6,000 to 7,000. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Upon entering the store, he was greeted by a charming saleswoman clad in a pink cheongsam and high heels, her face radiant with a smile. True to the high-end brand's reputation, the quality of service was impeccable. The warmth of her smile made Lin Tian feel as if he were her long-lost father. Although it was the evening rush hour, the Prada boutique was devoid of customers. However, this was to be expected, with an average price tag in the tens of thousands. Prada was not a brand for the average household. Lin Tian casually surveyed the surroundings, realizing he knew little about the brand. An idea struck him as he turned to the lovely saleswoman beside him, saying with a grin, "Could you help me assemble 2 sets of fitting autumn attire, keeping the total under 900,000? "Oh, certainly, sir." The saleswoman, though accustomed to high-profile clientele, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's request. Fortunately, her quick wit allowed her to recover swiftly, and she responded with an even brighter smile, inquiring, "May I ask what your profession is, sir? Do you have any specific requirements for these outfits?" "I'm a student. As for the requirements, I prefer a youthful, sporty style, with comfort being paramount." "Understood, sir. Please hold on for a moment." The saleswoman, suppressing her excitement, hastily ventured into the store's interior. She was eager to seize this opportunity. If successful, her commission would surpass her monthly salary. Lin Tian assumed she had gone to select clothing, but to his surprise, she returned with a cup of tea. "Please enjoy this tea, sir. I will be right back with your selections." Lin Tian accepted the warm beverage, and the saleswoman briskly resumed her task of choosing attire for him. The boutique was spacious, and several other salespeople had likely learned of Lin Tian's intent to purchase 90,000 yuan worth of clothing, secretly envying the saleswoman attending to him. 2 young and attractive saleswomen whispered to each other, He looks quite young. Could he possibly be a student from our university? Yet, I don't recall seeing him before." Both were students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, working part-time at the Prada store. Naturally, to secure such positions, they were not only youthful and beautiful, but also possessed looks akin to that of campus belle, like Han Qingxian. Stealing a glance at the photograph, One might wonder if it truly belongs to our university. Two female classmates who have long been employed part-time at Prada have grown accustomed to the affluent clientele, thus harboring a modicum of ambition. However, compared to the older gentlemen, they naturally find themselves more drawn to someone like Lin Tian, who is both youthful and wealthy. "Sir, what do you think of these two outfits?" The female attendant serving Lin Tian promptly returned, presenting two ensembles. One was predominantly black, the other white, both complete from head to toe, prompting Lin Tian to nod in approval. The total for the two outfits amounted to 820,000. "Let us proceed with the payment," Lin Tian affirmed, swiping his card. "Ding, payment successful." Upon hearing the confirmation from the POS machine, the attendant's heart leaped with joy. Such a substantial transaction was completed with such ease. "Please hold on, I will package your purchase," the attendant exclaimed, signaling to a few staff members in the distance. The two students from Qingbei University, who had been closely observing the situation, hurried over. "Lan, we'll assist you." Their voices were gentle, accompanied by warm smiles directed at Lin Tian, as they efficiently began to wrap the garments. "Ask me if I'm from Qingbei University. It will be best to exchange WeChat. We're not lacking in looks either." The two girls maintained their smiles while secretly murmuring to themselves. Their choice to work part-time at the Prada menswear store was not without ulterior motives. Perhaps sensing their intentions, the attendant named Lan casually engaged Lin Tian in conversation. "Sir, you mentioned you're a university student. I presume you attend the finest institution in our city, Qingbei University?" "Indeed," Lin Tian replied with a smile and a nod. He was quite exhilarated, as the tenfold cashback from his recent purchase of 820,000 had just credited to his account. His bank balance now stood at an impressive 8,200,000. What a coincidence! Wen Xian and Xiao are also students from Qingbei University. The attendant named Lan seemed surprised, referencing the two Qingbei University students beside her. The two girls, equally astonished, exchanged glances with Lin Tian, their eyes filled with intrigue. Lin Tian, too, was taken aback. "Is that so? What a coincidence. Since it's such a serendipitous encounter, could we exchange WeChat, Lin Tian? It would facilitate future communication." The girl named Zhang Wenxian suggested eagerly. With her oval face and fair skin, she was undeniably as attractive as the class beauty Han Qingxian, perhaps even more so. Certainly, at that moment, Lin Tian realized the underlying intentions of the girl. She was interested in him. Zhang Wenxian and her companion, named Xiao, were gazing at him with almost palpable enthusiasm. "Wait, they are after my wealth, not me." A sudden realization struck Lin Tian. He understood that it was not his allure, but his financial status that captivated them. Indeed, those without wealth can never fathom the fervent interest women display towards the affluent. However, for me, it is inconsequential that they are fond of my wealth. What truly frightens me is the possibility that they might genuinely appreciate me. After experiencing the incident with Han Qingxian, Lin Tian has developed a certain trepidation towards the notion of love. He has begun to guard his heart and lock away his affections. The fact that these girls are attracted to his riches is of little concern, as he can always enjoy a tenfold return on his expenditures. There are no emotional ties between him and them, so even if something were to transpire, he could part ways without any psychological burden. Yet, should genuine feelings arise, that is a perilous matter indeed. Lin Tian has come to a profound realization of the adage uttered by a certain plump sheep. Emotions are the most terrifying entities in the world. Amidst the joyful gazes of two young ladies, Lin Tian added both of them on WeChat. The waitress named Lan felt a twinge of envy. However, perhaps due to her slightly advanced age, she hesitated to take the initiative to exchange contact information with Lin Tian. Little did Sister Lan realize that Lin Tian was, in fact, indifferent to her being somewhat older. A bit more maturity could indeed be charming. Chapter 4. Dominating the female streamers, the clothing bags at the Prada specialty store are custom-made, thus packing the garments requires a certain amount of time. While preparing the clothes, Lin Tian engaged in conversation with the young ladies, gaining a modest acquaintance with them. Zhang Wenxian and Xiao both hailed from the Dance Academy of Qingbei University. Although they were not in the same class, their shared employment at the specialty store forged a close friendship over time. Being from the Dance Academy explains the remarkable length of their legs. Lin Tian, without any hint of lewdness, openly admired the fair-skinned legs of the two, gracefully draped in kipayos. These legs were not only long and white, but also possessed a pleasing fullness, a testament to years of rigorous dance training. Rather than being offended, the two felt a sense of delight, as it suggested that Lin Tian might indeed develop a closer relationship with them in the future. This also hinted that a portion of Lin Tian's considerable wealth might be spent on them. Given that Lin Tian could easily spend 800,000 to 900,000 on just 2 outfits, even a minuscule fraction of his wealth would be enough to excite them. This was precisely why they chose to work part-time at the Prada men's store, to attract affluent gentlemen. Before long, the 2 outfits were neatly packed. Mr. Lin Tian strolled leisurely out of the store, bidding farewell to the staff, who greeted him with radiant smiles. Goodbye, he waved. Zhang Wenqian boldly sent a flirtatious glance his way. Don't forget to contact me. Lin Tian. Having purchased 2 outfits, Lin Tian's bank account swelled by over 8 million. This exhilarated him immensely. Where to next? Back to the dormitory? After a moment as contemplation, he promptly dismissed the idea. Who needs dorms when one has wealth? Lin Tian turned and summoned a ride via Didi, heading straight for the nearby, most luxurious 4-star hotel. With money comes indulgence. The reason for not opting for a 5-star hotel was that the nearest 5-star accommodations to Qingbei University were rather distant. Lin Tian preferred not to venture far, and fortuitously, there was a 4-star hotel conveniently located near the school. Moreover, the hotel was merely a few minutes' drive from the campus, perfectly catering to Lin Tian's needs. The Welcome Grand Hotel, a renowned 4-star chain in Longhua, is rated 5-star in certain cities. Upon arriving with his 2 outfits, Lin Tian approached the front desk, where the young attendant promptly greeted him with a professional smile. Hello, how may I assist you today? Do you have a presidential suite available? Lin Tian inquired. During his ride, he had briefly reviewed the various room rates at the hotel. The presidential suite was undoubtedly the most expensive, but the Welcome Grand Hotel near Qingbei University only had 4 such suites, hence his inquiry. Yes, sir, the attendant replied without checking, likely due to the rarity of guests occupying the presidential suite, making availability readily apparent to them. I would like to book a presidential suite for a month, Lin Tian said, handing his credit card to the young lady at the front desk. Certainly, sir. I will process your check-in right away. The receptionist was taken aback internally, yet she maintained a polite demeanor as she processed Lin Tian's payment. The presidential suite was priced at 998 per day, and Lin Tian had booked it for an entire month, totaling an expenditure of 300,000. Sir, please follow me, she said, guiding Lin Tian personally to the elevator that ascended to the penultimate floor. The presidential suites at the Welcome Hotel spanned over 300 square meters each. One suite nearly occupied half of the floor. Sir, my name is Xiaoya, and I shall be your dedicated attendant, she said with a warm smile. If you require any additional services, please feel free to instruct me. With a decisive motion, Lin Tian closed the door behind him. Oh, what comfort! He casually tossed 2 sets of Prada clothing, valued at over 800,000, onto the sofa and collapsed onto the soft, expansive bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. The 30,000 spent earlier had already triggered a tenfold cashback, now reflected in his bank account, which boasted over 11 million RMB. Such a substantial sum would bring joy to anyone. Thus, he reveled in the comfort of his surroundings. Lin Tian cheerfully unlocked his phone and instinctively opened Douyin, the largest short video platform in his country. As a university student, aside from attending classes, a significant portion of his daily life was consumed by browsing Douyin. Naturally, he had his favorite streamers, yet at this hour his favorite, Xu Bao, had yet to begin his broadcast. Feeling a tinge of boredom, he aimlessly scrolled through Douyin. Suddenly, an idea struck him, causing him to shudder with excitement. System, my expenditures on Douyin must also trigger the tenfold cashback, right? Absolutely, responded the system with a hint of pride, eliciting an involuntary smile from Lin Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his cash ability. From his bank account of 11 million RMB, he recharged over 6 million on Douyin, keeping 5 million for himself. Now, scrolling through Douyin would be infinitely more enjoyable, Lin Tian reclined on the plush bed, grinning as he casually swiped through his phone. It was undeniable that his account had developed a penchant for featuring videos of beautiful women. For every 10 videos, at least one would showcase a stunning lady. As he continued to browse, he stumbled upon a live stream hosted by a woman clad in a purple outfit. This streamer, known as Not Eating Cilantro, although not exceptionally striking, possessed a commendable figure, which was accentuated by the purple attire that revealed her delicate shoulders. This particular stream exhibited minimal distortion compared to others he had seen, and Lin Tian found himself captivated, unsure whether it was due to the streamer's subtle beauty adjustments or superior equipment. Curiously, he sent a message in the chat. What's the deal with the super rocket? The super rocket, colloquially known as the Ultra Fire, is the most extravagant gift on Douyin, priced at 3,000 RMB. The live stream harbors only a modest audience of just over 100, resulting in a rather sparse barrage of comments. Lin Tian's message was spotted by a streamer named No Cilantro. Initially, she intended to disregard it, as Lin Tian was merely a fledgling account, not exceeding level 10, indicating he had not spent much on Douyin. However, in a curious twist of fate, No Cilantro instinctively responded with a playful tone. If it's an Ultra Fire, darling, you can request anything you desire. An account belonging to a level 20-something user, known as King of Building Materials, began to mock Lin Tian. He was an administrator of the stream, likely having lavished several thousand RMB on the female streamer. Lin Tian casually typed, "Are you trying to swindle?" Just then, before the King of Building Materials could reply, he clicked the super rocket button twice. In an instant, a resplendent golden rocket adorned the screen, accompanied by an auditory flourish dominating the live stream's display. Wow. Thank you, Brother Tian, for the super fire. Thank you, my dearest Brother Tian. No Cilantro beamed with joy, having only ever received a standard rocket worth 1,000 RMB since her streaming debut. Now, witnessing a super rocket, her face broke into a radiant smile, and she exuberantly began to dance. Before the excitement on her face could wane, a second super rocket followed suit. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Brother Tian, the best of the best. Brother Tian is powerful and invincible. No Cilantro erupted in cheers, her expression almost teetering on the brink of tears, a display of her adeptness at feigning vulnerability. What dance would you like to see, Brother Tian? She eagerly inquired, having completely forgotten about her previous administrator. Due to Lin Tian's Douyin account being named Brother Tian, she affectionately referred to him as such. The once tranquil stream was now alive with chatter, spurred by the two super rockets, with most viewers indulging in playful banter. The administrator who had previously boasted about eating was now silent. Lin Tian, undeterred, sent another comment. Will you dance for wealth? Let's see the wealth dance. This was Lin Tian's inaugural experience gifting a super rocket in a live stream. Previously, he had only provided light sticks in his favorite streamer sessions, remaining a novice account all this time. It must be said, the exhilaration of gifting and thus commanding the attention of a female streamer is delightful. Wealth? Of course, Brother Tian. No Cilantro maintained her radiant smile and immediately began to perform the wealth dance in the live stream. It must be said that this female may not possess conventional beauty, yet her figure is undeniably impressive. Furthermore, she is exceptionally skilled. Chapter 5. Chao Xiaoxiao's visit in the live stream. The curvaceous female host boldly lifted her short dress, revealing her slightly plump abdomen near the navel. Only then did Lin Tian notice she was wearing an extremely short pair of jeans underneath. Fortune, fortune, may my dear Brother Tian strike it rich. No Cilantro swayed energetically in the live stream, her hips and waist twisting with captivating rhythm. Not bad at all. Lin Tian chuckled, lightly tapping his screen and sending out 2 more super rockets. Ding! Host has spent 9,000 yuan. Tenfold cashback triggered. 90,000 yuan has been deposited into the host balance. Wow, thank you, Brother Tian. I'm so touched. You're the best in the world. No Cilantro grew, even more excited, her waist swaying with increased fervor as she cooed in delight. Damn it. Lin Tian realized that while the host was dancing, he was the one left suffering. He was aroused. The dance was nice, but I'm out, unable to endure any longer. Lin Tian posted a comment before sending 2 more super rockets and promptly exiting No Cilantro's live stream. After leaving, he noticed No Cilantro had already sent him a private message, complete with a sultry photo of herself and her WeChat ID. Lin Tian had no interest in fleeting encounters, so he ignored it without hesitation. Exiting No Cilantro's stream, he browsed a few other dance hosts' live rooms that caught his eye, casually tossing out dozens of super rockets. The system rewarded him with nearly $1 million in cashback. However, these were all small streams, and his extravagant gifts barely made a splash. Worse, they left him feeling restless and unsatisfied. Lin Tian, are you there? Coincidentally, Chow Xiao Xiao, whom he had added on WeChat earlier at the Prada boutique, sent him a message. Attached was a selfie sticker, her face pressed close to the camera, eyes wide, with a hint of cleavage visible. The words "are you there?" were playfully superimposed. Women can be this forward? Lin Tian mused in surprise. Yeah, I'm here, he replied with a lonely night sticker before casually asking, haven't you gotten off work yet? It was only 8:30 p.m., barely half an hour since he had left the Prada store. He assumed Chow Xiao Xiao was still on duty. At the boutique, Chow Xiao Xiao had tentatively sent the flirtatious message, never expecting Lin Tian to respond so readily and with such approachable ease. Seizing the moment while her colleague Zhang Wenqian wasn't around, she hurried to the restroom and gleefully typed, yeah, still working. She followed up with a sticker of herself, pouting cutely. Caption, work is exhausting. Naturally, it was another alluring selfie. Interesting. Lin Tian smirked. Why would Chow Xiao Xiao send him such a sticker when they'd only known each other for half an hour? Lin Tian was a man of directness, not one to beat around the bush. He sent a straightforward message. Is it alright if you don't go to work? Chow Xiao Xiao, who was lazily hiding in the restroom of a clothing store, felt her heart race upon receiving the message. A guilty glance around confirmed her awareness of the underlying implication of his words, as well as the subsequent phrase that might follow. Yet, Chow Xiao Xiao hesitated, uncertain if this was the right moment to utter that phrase. She yearned to entice Lin Tian, to bask in the luxury of his generosity. However, having known him for scarcely an hour, she pondered whether such a declaration might cause him to perceive her as a promiscuous woman. Despite her concerns, the opportunity loomed before her, and she could hardly let it slip away. With a determined resolve, she replied, if I don't work, will you support me? Send. Thud. 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 After dispatching the message, she could almost hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Her gaze was fixated on the screen of her phone. Ding. Lin Tian responded, I'll support you. Is 500,000 a month sufficient? Upon reading those succinct words, Chow Xiao Xiao nearly lost her breath. How forthright Lin Tian was, she thought, and yet she found herself enamored. Sitting on the toilet, her fingers danced across the keyboard with unprecedented agility as she typed. That works for me. Just as she anxiously awaited Lin Tian's next message, she saw him quickly send another. Send me your bank card number. Gasp. Her breath quickened, her heart pounding with fervor as she trembled while relaying her bank details. Yet, a nagging anxiety lingered in her mind. Could Lin Tian be toying with her? Was this some sort of truth or dare game? She stared intently at her phone, anxiously awaiting his response while secretly anticipating the bank's notification. Ding. Your bank balance has changed. Please check. The alert from the bank nearly made Chow Xiao Xiao leap in astonishment. Upon opening the message, she was met with the astonishing news. Your bank account has been credited with 1 renminbi, 0.00000. 1 million. Lin Tian had directly bestowed upon her a fortune. In that instant, her heart nearly stopped, engulfed in overwhelming surprise. Was he planning to support her for 2 months? Or was it something else entirely? Gao xiao xia. Filled with trepidation, opened WeChat and discovered another message from Lin Tian, detailing the room number at the Welcome Grand Hotel where he was currently staying. Additionally, he instructed, arrive within half an hour. Half an hour? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she understood the implication behind Lin Tian's words. However, with money comes responsibility. As an ordinary student, she knew better than to act recklessly. Given Lin Tian's wealth, his background must be equally significant. Therefore, Chow Xiao Xiao had no intention of accepting money without fulfilling her obligations. At 10 o'clock, I will finish work, and it is only 8:30 now. Chow Xiao Xiao thought to herself, biting the bullet. Never mind, I shall take a leave today. Just then, she heard Zhang Wenxian's voice from outside. Xiao Xiao, why have you been gone for so long? Hurry back. If discovered, Manager Zhang will be furious. Ah, all right, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll be right out. Chow Xiao Xiao shivered, feeling as if she were caught in a wrongdoing by her close friend. Unwell? Do you need to take a leave? Sister Lan Lan furrowed her brow and inquired. She was in fact Manager Zhang Lan Lan. As Chow Xiao Xiao emerged, her elevated emotions made her appear quite flushed. With a pained expression, she said, Sister Lan Lan, I think I should take a leave today. I have a headache and seem to have a slight fever. Although she wasn't truly ill, she was merely flustered with excitement. Well then, take the leave and rest for the night. Zhang Lan Lan had no objections to this. Since taking leave now meant losing that afternoon's wages, it was as if Chow Xiao Xiao had worked several hours for nothing, and the supervisor would not reprimand her. Xiao Xiao, take care of yourself, Zhang Wenxian said with concern before she left, which made Chow Xiao Xiao feel a twinge of guilt. In her kindness, she even contemplated, what if Lin Tian could support Wenxian too? Then we sisters could thrive together. Meanwhile, Lin Tian sent Chow Xiao Xiao $1 million, feeling quite exhilarated. He was a genuine novice, with his understanding of women limited to certain films from a foreign country, knowing nothing beyond that. After a month of dating Han Qingxian, they had not even kissed, having merely held hands. Yet, Chow Xiao Xiao, with looks and figure no less impressive than Han Qingxuan's, had fallen into his grasp so quickly. Lin Tian was certainly aware of the reason behind it. Money. Chapter 6. Chow Xiao Xiao having spent $1 million on Chow Xiao Xiao. Lin Tian had already received the system's tenfold cashback. Thus, he concluded that she wouldn't abscond with the money. What should he do next? Charge ahead without hesitation? Or engage in some light conversation, first to set the mood? What if things ended too quickly? Scrolling through Douyin, Lin Tian's thoughts drifted entirely toward Chow Xiao Xiao's imminent arrival. He had never done anything like this before, so his heart fluttered with nervousness. Ding dong. Before long, the doorbell chimed, and the voice of the attendant named Xiao Yu filtered through. Mr. Lin, your guest Miss Chow is here. Shall I let her in? Send her straight up. Lin Tian replied. Understood, sir. Xiao Yu swiftly departed, and soon found Chow Xiao Xiao waiting below. As Chow Xiao Xiao followed Xiao Yu upstairs, she remarked curiously, Your hotel is quite professional, assigning dedicated staff to each room? Of course not, Xiao Yu chuckled. Mr. Lin is a premium VIP guest of our hotel, so I automatically became his personal attendant. If I'm off duty, another staff member is on standby 24/7, ready to serve him at any moment. Wow, impressive, Chow Xiao Xiao murmured, feeling no embarrassment. Some people longed to be kept, but had no takers. Over her year of part-time work at the boutique, she hadn't cultivated much else, but her skin had certainly thickened, a significant gain in itself. As they ascended, Chow Xiao Xiao subtly extracted details of Lin Tian's expenditures from Xiao Yu. A presidential suite at 11,000 per night, booked for an entire month. This only solidified her belief that Lin Tian was the wealthy man she had been searching for. Mr. Lin, Miss Chow has arrived. Wishing you both a pleasant evening. Xiao Yu escorted Chow Xiao Xiao to the door, but did not enter, instead offering polite words before stepping aside. Professional. Though Lin Tian was uncultured, even he could appreciate the attendant's refined service. But he didn't dwell on it, for Chow Xiao Xiao, with her graceful figure, had already stepped inside. Still dressed in her office attire, a fitted blazer, a pencil skirt, and sheer stockings, her professional wear only accentuated her alluring silhouette. Lin Tian, Chow Xiao Xiao, stood by the bed, her nerves palpable. Don't be nervous. Come, lie down. Though a novice himself, Lin Tian's confidence was bolstered by the wealth in his account and the system's backing. His invitation carried an effortless ease, devoid of awkwardness. At his words, Chow Xiao Xiao flushed. Though no longer a virgin, this was her first time engaging in such an arrangement outside. After a year of angling at the Prada boutique, Lin Tian was the first affluent man who had caught her eye. So wealthy. Nevertheless, she set down her bag, obediently approached, slipped off her heels, and nestled against Lin Tian's shoulder. Initially, Lin Tian had believed his self-restraint would prevent any impulsive advances. However, as he inhaled the fragrance emanating from Chow Xiao Xiao and felt the warmth radiating from her, he realized he had somewhat overestimated his own self-control. "Are you a pure maiden?" Lin Tian inquired, posing a final question before taking action. To his surprise, Chow Xiao Xiao misinterpreted his intentions, her expression suddenly becoming awkward. Yet she did not lie, biting her lip as she confessed, "Not anymore. During my freshman year, I was naive and was taken by a man 20 years my senior." Chow Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Lin Tian would be upset. Instead, a look of delight crossed Lin Tian's face. "If that's the case, then that's splendid." Unable to contain himself any longer, he moved forward, eliciting a gasp from Chow Xiao Xiao as the blanket was tossed aside, leaving garments strewn across the floor. A few minutes later, Lin Tian, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "What have you done? This is all your fault." His frustration seemed unreasonable. Chow Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed as she recognized that Lin Tian had entered a contemplative state, his pride evidently bruised. With tenderness, she caressed his chest and spoke softly, "It's all right. Lin, this must be your first time, right? I've heard that boys often react this way during their first experience." Chow Xiao Xiao was also taken aback, for Lin Tian's demeanor truly suggested it was his initial encounter. The fact that such a wealthy and handsome man was still inexperienced made her feel incredibly fortunate. "Is that so?" Lin Tian pondered, realizing he had perhaps overreacted, shifting the blame onto Chow Xiao Xiao when the fault lay with him. Yet he found it impossible to restrain himself. "Let's try again." The vigor of youth was evident, and he believed he could recover quickly. Once more, he attempted to engage. Half an hour later, Lin Tian blissfully lit a cigarette, fully entering his reflective phase. Chow Xiao Xiao sat beside him, gently massaging his slightly sore back. "You are truly impressive." Her praise was sincere. Lin Tian surpassed that older man by leaps and bounds, leaving her genuinely satisfied. "You're quite remarkable as well," he replied nonchalantly, turning his attention back to his phone. Chow Xiao Xiao understood that Lin Tian was in a contemplative mood and attentively continued to massage him. Their casual conversation resembled that of a young couple. As they chatted, Chow Xiao Xiao grew bolder and asked, "It seems you're not fond of pure maidens, Lin Tian?" "Well, not at the moment," Lin Tian admitted without reservation. "I was hurt by a scoundrel before, and now I wish to avoid emotional entanglements. Pure maidens evoke a sense of guilt in me. They tend to invest feelings too easily, unlike you." "How rude." Chow Xiao Xiao finally grasped the reason behind his sentiments, but was not offended, lightly tapping his shoulder with her small hand. Lin Tian suddenly turned serious, looking intently at her. "I will not shortchange you financially, but should I decide to part ways, do not pursue me. Let us part amicably." "Understood." Gao Xiao Xia Zipli, feeling a hint of disappointment, but mustering a smile nonetheless. At that moment, Lin Tian smiled back, pulling her into his embrace. "Good girl. You don't have a car yet, do you? Tomorrow, I shall take you to purchase a vehicle." No, I already possess an electric car." Chow Xiao Xiao hastily waved her hand. Having just earned $1 million, she was reluctant to spend it so swiftly. A prudent girl is well-versed in frugality. Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I shall cover the expenses. Your $1 million need not be touched." "Is that truly the case, my husband?" Chow Xiao Xiao exclaimed with delight, her heart aflutter, and affectionately pressed her face against his chest. "Indeed, it is true. Go ahead and choose a car," Lin Tian replied, noticing that his beloved Su Baobao had commenced a live stream, prompting him to enter the broadcast. Upon hearing this, Chow Xiao Xiao's heart stirred. As she massaged Lin Tian, she pondered what kind of car she desired. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's attention was wholly absorbed in Su Baobao's live stream. Previously, he had merely been a freeloader, occasionally sending a light stick, yet his fan club had reached level 10. At that moment, his account, named Tian, entered the live stream alongside a legion of 10,000 level 10 light sticks, garnering no attention whatsoever. "Fashionable latecomer. Apologize. Quick, apologize. You, egghead, hurry and apologize." As a prominent anchor on Douyin, Su Baobao had barely begun his stream when the audience swelled to 50,000, with countless comments flooding the screen. I apologize, brothers. I had an upset stomach and was delayed in the restroom for a few minutes, Su Baobao explained, somewhat sheepishly, addressing his tardiness. However, his habitual lateness had conditioned the audience to take such remarks lightly, as most of the barrage of comments were merely playful banter. After a brief exchange, Su Baobao grinned and declared, as I mentioned earlier, today we're going big. We shall compete against several other streamers with over 100,000 followers. Today's competition involves either top-tier anchors or those with considerable skill. Those with tickets, please cast your votes. For those without, do show your support with likes. Know your limits. Su Baobao flashed his signature rustic smile. Lin Tian found this endearingly quaint, feeling a sense of familiarity, especially since he never pressured viewers into gifting. As a gaming streamer, Su Baobao might not host a PK, player kill, event even once a month, thus alleviating any concerns regarding gifts. In fact, the value of gifts in a live stream was often less than what he bestowed upon his viewers daily. A grand PK event? Lin Tian had initially tuned in to Su Baobao's stream for routine enjoyment, but unexpectedly found himself drawn into the action. Typically, he would send a paltry light stick or a trivial ticket. Yet today, Lin Tian resolved to support Su Baobao wholeheartedly. After all, spending would yield a tenfold return. It was all in good fun. Chapter 7. The Majestic Brother Tian. My dear, do you enjoy watching Su Baby's live streams? Lin Tian inquired with a hint of curiosity as he observed Su Baby's chat. Beside him, Xiao Xiao Xiao, feeling somewhat neglected, leaned in closer. Her large eyes fixated on the live stream displayed on Lin Tian's phone. Dear, Lin Tian cast a vigilant glance at her. It was acceptable to be called that when it was just the two of them, but he hoped she wouldn't slip into calling him that casually, truly believing herself to be his wife. Xiao Xiao Xiao, intimidated by Lin Tian's gaze, quickly reassured him. I only call you dear here. I want to do so in public. Very considerate, Lin Tian replied, patting her head. I've been watching Su Baby streams for quite some time now. It's a matter of nostalgia. Oh, I see. Xiao 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 nodded, somewhat understanding. For men, if it's nostalgia, it carries significant weight. Xiao 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 nestled against Lin Tian, and together they watched the live stream. Soon, several prominent streamers arrived, including Si Jean, Disney Princess, and another well-known streamer, Brother Bo, who also boasted over 100,000 followers. Ah, you're competing against Si Jean and Disney Princess? Xudi, you're impressive. Facing them makes me anxious. I guessed it was Brother Bo. He and Su Di have been in touch quite frequently these days. All brothers, prepare yourselves. Let them witness the cohesion of our Su family army. As the trio appeared one by one, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tidal wave. While some viewers expressed confidence, many others doubted Su Baby, considering Si Jean and Disney Princess to be among the most formidable streamers in the entire Douyin sphere. It was commonplace for them to engage in battles worth hundreds of thousands, and during significant events, the stakes could reach millions. Don't worry, Su Di, I support you. Lin Tian chuckled, sending a comment into the stream. However, as a mere level 10 fan with a small fan badge, his words were drowned in the flood of comments. Barely noticed by anyone. Yet, one person recognized that if Lin Tian truly exerted himself, the likelihood of Su Baby securing victory would significantly increase. Gao Xiao Xia, observing Lin Tian's comment, curiously asked, Dear, are you going to help Su Baby win this PK? Indeed, Lin Tian nodded. Heavens, how much would it cost to win this PK? Gao Xiao Xia Bunda. She too was watching the live stream and understood that such a grand competition among top streamers would undoubtedly require substantial funds. However, she found herself curious, as Lin Tian's account seemed not to have spent any money before. Could it be his secondary account? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she suddenly recalled that she had never heard of anyone named Lin Tian at school. With such wealth, he would have certainly been well known by now. Furthermore, to have amassed such fortune by his sophomore year and even bestowed a gift upon herself, was he concealing his identity previously? Or was he perhaps a child of super-rich family, lost to the world and recently reclaimed, thus acquiring his newfound wealth? A myriad of thoughts flickered through Xiao Xiao's mind. At this moment, the long-awaited showdown between Su Baobao and the three challengers commenced. The competition unfolded in 3 rounds. The first round evaluated who could garner the most votes, essentially measuring the financial contributions within their respective live streams. The second round focused on the top 100 gift rankings in the live streams, which boiled down to a contest of the purchasing power of elite fans. The third round assessed the cohesion of the audience. Each participant's votes were capped at $66, emphasizing the strength of the fanbase's unity. The rules favored the prominent streamers in the first round, namely Si Jean and the Disney Princess, while the third round benefited Su Baobao and Brother Bo, both of whom boasted substantial followings. The outcome of the second round was left to fate. Lin Tian intended to make his move, naturally opting to act in the first round. All right, brothers, it's time to begin. Those with votes, please lend your support. Su Baobao Uge. For those without votes, please show your appreciation with a like. We're giving away 5 phones valued at $10,000 in the upper left corner. Feel free to participate. As Su Baobao's voice resonated, Si Jean and the Disney Princess's live streams surged past 1 million votes almost instantaneously, translating to gifts worth a whopping $100,000. It seemed their major supporters had decisively propelled them into the lead. In contrast, while Su Baobao and Brother Bo's gaming streams also received super rockets and gifts, their momentum could not match the rapid escalation witnessed in the other 2 streams. Thank you, Empress, for the super rocket. Su Baobao expressed his gratitude. Appreciation to the little fairy for the carnival. The fairy has joined us. Everyone, please show some love. What? They've already surpassed 100,000? This is alarming. Su Baobao, initially thanking his supporters, suddenly caught sight of the gift tally from Si Jean and the Disney Princess, leaving him momentarily stunned, his face betraying a pained expression. The first round, which pitted the financial might of the streamer supporters against each other, was proving to be quite unfavorable for the 2 gaming hosts. This is dire. Su D is in trouble. The opposition is too fierce. It feels insurmountable. Even if we can't prevail, we must still fight. Su D's first formal PK on Douyin cannot end in defeat. Calling for Queen Xian, calling for Queen Xian. Our son is in peril. Come quickly. The presence of a major streamer meant an overwhelming number of viewers and an avalanche of comments. Far too many for Lin Tian to keep up with. Queen Xian, Su Baobao's wife, was typically the one he called upon in moments of struggle, as he seldom relied on his fans for assistance. Rest assured, Queen Q from Super Rocket 1 to Super Rocket 10 in an instant. The count continued to rise rapidly, clearly indicating that a generous benefactor was fervently tapping the Super Rocket gift. In reality, Lin Tian had taken action, feverishly pressing the Super Rocket gift with the ring finger of his right hand. In an exceedingly brief span of time, he dispatched Super Rocket 100, leaving Xiao 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 beside him feeling a pang of heartache. After all, that amounted to 300,000 RMB. Is this the speed at which a benefactor bestows gifts? If only it were all for me, she mused while nestled in Lin Tian's embrace. Yet she dared not voice her thoughts, let alone dictate his actions. Wow, what is happening? Is that you, Brother Tian? A new benefactor, perhaps? Brother Tian is magnificent, a veritable powerhouse. Hey, Xudi, aren't you going to thank the benefactor? The live stream audience erupted in excitement, as they were all fervent fans of Su Baobao. Witnessing Lin Tian's generosity in gifting 100 super rockets thrilled them immensely. Many rushed to click on Lin Tian's profile to follow him. Goodness, Baobao, someone just gifted you 100 super rockets. The live stream had a few seconds of delay, and Su Baobao had yet to see the multitude of super rockets. However, his assistant, Binzi, alerted him to the situation. What? 100 super rockets? Su Baobao's eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang from his chair, his expression one of astonishment. At that moment, he also spotted the icons of the 100 super rockets appearing. Oh my goodness! Is that truly 100? Thank you, Brother Tian. I am immensely grateful for your generosity. Brothers, please give Brother Tian a follow. Su Baobao nearly shouted the last line, his voice straining with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Tian observed Su Baobao's gratitude while listening to the system notification in his ear. Ding! The host has spent 300,000 RMB. Tenfold cashback triggered. 3 million RMB has been credited to the host's balance. Chapter 8. Xudi smiled. Brothers, do not slacken your efforts. They are renowned streamers and could catch up at any moment. Let's not allow our elder brother to face this alone. Those of you with spare tickets, please contribute. At this moment in the Disney Princess's live stream, she was rallying her audience and supporters, urging them to remain vigilant. Yet, from her expression, it was evident that she felt a glimmer of hope for victory. After all, they had surpassed their opponents by over 100,000, a considerable lead. Relying solely on scattered votes would prove challenging, particularly as their own audience was also growing. In the first round of the competition, we must hold our ground, and then strive to secure the second round. For in the third round, we are likely to lose due to their overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, while she was motivating her supporters, the Disney princess exclaimed in shock as their lead of over 100,000 PK points was suddenly reversed. Now, they were trailing by the same margin. Their elder brother has joined in. Everyone, cast your votes, cast your votes. Rodigi, Frog brother, Wind brother, cast your votes. They have overtaken us. The Disney princess fervently rallied her audience. Meanwhile, in the live streams of Si Jin and Bogu, the same fervor was palpable. Lin Tian sent 100 super rockets, propelling Su Baby's stream to the forefront among the 4 participants. Thank you, Tian Gu. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. I never imagined that my gaming stream would garner such a formidable supporter. Ha ha ha. In Su Baby's streaming room, he continued to express gratitude to Lin Tian, as this was his first time receiving such an extravagant gift. His appreciation was sincere. However, the Disney princess and Si Jin were top-tier PK streamers on Douyin. With their rallying calls, the elder brothers in their streams swiftly regained their momentum. All right, our audience has stepped up, and our elder brother has done his best. Now, let me take over. At this juncture, Su Baby was preparing to notify his wife to cast her votes for him. However, a barrage of comments surged forth, highlighted by several assistants in the stream. Don't panic, leave it to me. I told you I would help you secure this. It was Lin Tian's comment, which Su Baby noticed immediately. Tiangu, are you still going to contribute? I have quite a few prepared as well, haha. Su Baby chuckled, feeling a bit bashful. What nonsense. Since Tiangu has offered, do you doubt his capabilities, Su Di? Tiangu is remarkable. With so many super rockets, numerous female streamers have triumphed. The recording is on. Please, Tiangu, show us your prowess. Oh well. Upon hearing that Lin Tian was about to contribute, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Having streamed for over a decade, Su Baby's audience loyalty was unparalleled across the internet, and this was no exaggeration. Meanwhile, under the compassionate gaze of Chow Xiao Xiao, Lin Tian began to rapidly send super rockets. Super Rocket X, 10 Super Rocket X, 50 Super Rocket X, 100 in no time. Lin Tian dispatched another 100 super rockets. Su Baby had been attentively following the live stream, and when the moment arrived, he was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing his composure. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Tian. You are truly generous." He vowed to treat Brother Tian well upon his next visit to Dongying. Su Baby was not typically one to articulate his appreciation towards his elder brother, yet at that moment, his face radiated joy as he managed to utter a few heartfelt words. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's fingers remained relentless, fervently tapping the screen to send a flurry of super rockets. In less than a minute, Lin Tian had sent over 300 super rockets, causing them to cascade across the screen. Su Baby's assistant, Binzi, leaned in to remind him, unable to resist making an appearance in the live stream. "Brother Tian, it's me, Binzi." He cheerfully waved at the camera. This provoked Su Baby's annoyance. "Binzi, you rascal. Do you truly lack restraint? Seeing my elder brother in the live stream, you find every opportunity to get on camera?" He playfully scolded. "Are you attempting to entice my elder brother in the live stream?" With that, he picked up his well-worn slippers and playfully smacked Binzi several times. The audience erupted in laughter, their comments flooding the screen, while Lin Tian chuckled at the banter, well aware that it was all in jest. "Thank you, Brother Tian," Su Baby said after playfully scolding Binzi, then bowed towards the camera, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Brother Tian. Your generosity is truly appreciated." It was rare for Su Baby to bow to anyone, especially to an elder brother. Lin Tian's playful response arrived via message. No worries. Spending for my son is no burden. Just remember to check on your own egg. Many viewers were familiar with the inside joke regarding Su Baby having only one egg, though the truth of the matter remained known only to him. Lin Tian's comment quickly garnered attention, becoming a highlighted message in the live stream. The audience erupted in laughter, realizing that their elder brother was not an unfamiliar face, but rather a frequent viewer of Su Baby streams. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, various promises emerged, including invitations for Lin Tian to travel to Shandong province, with assurances of arranging female hosts from their guild to accompany him. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host! You have spent 1 million yuan, triggering a tenfold cashback. 10 million yuan has been credited to your balance. As Su Baby basked in praise, he also heard the satisfying notification of the cashback. Feeling elated, he reached out to Cao Xiao, who was beside him, indulging in the moment even further. The laughter and cheer in Su Baby's live stream contrasted sharply with the chaos erupting in 3 other streams, where another host exclaimed, "Wow, how many super rockets is that?" Brother Bo assisted Monkey, saying, "Brother, no need to count. I've already tallied it up. The big brother on the other side has just spent another million." Brother Bo replied, "A million? That's incredibly fierce. However, we cannot concede defeat." He then rallied his comrades. "Brothers, those with tickets, please support me." With that, Brother Bo took out his alternate account and began fervently casting votes in a live stream. Such is the nature of gaming streamers. When faced with critical PK moments, they often have to rely on their own efforts in the absence of substantial support. This is driven not only by a sense of pride, but also by a desire to cater to the emotions of their viewers, all the while striving for increased viewership. The live stream of 4Gene and the Disney princess had gradually caught up and even surpassed Xubao. However, as Lin Tian unleashed over 300 super rockets, their PK bar was nearly engulfed, with the gap between the two sides exceeding 1 million. 4Gene exclaimed, "Oh my, is this the big brother from Bao Ji's livestream? This is astounding." To all the big brothers and sisters in stream, if you have tickets, please lend 4Gene a hand. Facing off against 2 major streamers with over 100,000 followers, it's not easy to maintain an impressive spectacle. Let us not let 4Gene suffer a devastating defeat. The Disney princess's live stream was similarly affected, as Xubao's PK bar swiftly overwhelmed hers. She too began imploring the big brothers in her stream for assistance. Regrettably, gifts worth over 1 million were not easily acquired. Which big brother is this? His spending is ruthless. We can barely manage to cast votes. Ultimately, as the PK concluded, Xubao emerged as the clear victor among the 4. The Disney princess immediately began to voice her complaints, using another phone to check Xubao's leaderboard. A big brother capable of spending millions in one go is indeed formidable. If only they could be swayed. Xubao's face was nearly blooming with joy as he remarked, "That was my brother Tian giving me a hand. Otherwise, the outcome of this PK might have been uncertain. I am grateful for his generosity." He clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Tian delighted in Xubao's bashful demeanor, finding it amusing. Thus, he sent over 300 super rockets once more, valued at 1 million. "Oh my, the PK is over. Brother Tian, you needn't send more? This is truly excessive," Xubao exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment as he sprang from his seat. "Another 1 million sent?" The other 3 streamers could not deny their envy, and it would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. Ding! The host has spent 1 million. Tenfold cashback triggered. 10 million has been deposited into the host balance. Chapter 9. Han Xingxuan's best friend. Could it be that Lin Tian is a concealed, wealthy individual? After enjoying a live broadcast, the exuberant Lin Tian engaged in yet another encounter with Cao Xiao. This continued until Cao Xiao, utterly fatigued, succumbed to a deep slumber, while Lin Tian remained vibrant and alert. His excitement was palpable today. A glance at his bank account revealed a staggering balance exceeding 28 million in cash, the majority of which was accrued from his spending on Douyin, courtesy of the system's cashback rewards. Indeed, online consumption yields swift returns. A mere flick of the finger suffices. After exhausting his supply of super rockets, Lin Tian grew somewhat weary, particularly since his beloved broadcaster, Su Baobao, had logged off, prompting him to close Douyin. Tomorrow, he would return to school, relishing the opportunity to vex Han Qingxian and that scoundrel Wang Shuo who had wronged him. Then, he would indulge in purchasing a car and a house. Does Wang Shuo have a legitimate girlfriend aside from Han Qingxian? Should I consider bestowing upon him a similar fate? With his eyes closed, Lin Tian drifted into a deep sleep, lost in thought. The following day, Lin Tian awoke with renewed vigor. Noticing Chow Xiao Xiao wriggling beneath the covers, he chuckled. If you're not obedient, punishment awaits. Thus, he initiated yet another playful encounter. Let us tidy up. I'll take you car shopping this afternoon, he casually remarked while enjoying the meticulously prepared breakfast at the hotel. Really going to buy one? Chow Xiao Xiao pondered how to remind Lin Tian, but was taken aback by his recollection, causing her to feign nonchalance. Don't want it? Then forget it. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. I want it. I really do, Chow Xiao Xiao exclaimed, rushing closer to him. However, she soon realized Lin Tian was grinning at her. How annoying. She blushed, finally understanding that Lin Tian was playfully teasing her. Yet, her heart swelled with joy. Such banter, if repeated, would only enhance her delight. Brother Tian, what are your plans for the morning? Returning to school for class? She inquired, having heard many in the live streams referring to Lin Tian as Brother Tian the previous night, which she mimicked. The term husband was inconvenient in public, and Lin Tian feared she might become too accustomed to it, complicating matters later. Lin Tian nodded. I do have class, but my ex-girlfriend has wronged me. I must make a statement, don't you think? The mere thought of Han Qingxian filled him with indignation. He was determined to ensure she regretted her actions. Brother Tian, you mustn't take it too far. Chow Xiao Xiao gasped in surprise. What are you thinking? We live in a lawful society. Who would dare engage in illegal activities? Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. I merely wish for her to feel remorse. She previously scorned me for my lack of wealth. Now, I intend to show her that money is merely a number to me. Scorn Brother Tian for being broke? Gao Xiao Xiao Poset. Then realized this might be a peculiar indulgence of the wealthy, pretending to be ordinary to gauge a girlfriend's true feelings. Unfortunately, it seemed Lin Tian's test had yielded less than favorable results. In her mind, Chow Xiao Xiao envisioned a grand drama unfolding. Lin Tian paid no heed to Chow Xiao Xiao, finishing his meal and promptly departing from the hotel. Chow Xiao Xiao still needed to apply her makeup, but Lin Tian was not inclined to wait for her. Upon exiting the hotel, he headed directly to the renowned Lao Fengxiang gold store nearby. I like a set of gold jewelry, Lin Tian proclaimed to the sales attendant with the air of a wealthy nouveau riche. It was still morning, and the store was relatively empty, causing the attendant's eyes to light up upon hearing his request. Sir, would you prefer solid or hollow pieces? What is your budget? As for the budget, approximately 100,000 or so, Lin Tian casually replied. I need it immediately. I'm pressed for time. Understood, sir, the attendant acknowledged. Ultimately, she selected a set of gold jewelry for Lin Tian, valued at 150,000 yuan, which included a solid gold necklace, ring, and bracelet. Lin Tian paid without hesitation and departed. As Lin Tian was aware, Han Qingxian had a close friend who, like her, was quite materialistic. However, unlike Han Qingxian, this friend had a particular fondness for gold jewelry. The first step in making Han Qingxian regret her decision would naturally be to win over her friend. Moreover, as Han Qingxian as companion, Zhao Songqing was renowned within their management department for her beauty, making Lin Tian's pursuit all the more advantageous. Qingxian, have you truly broken up with Lin Tian? Zhao Songqing inquired with undeniable curiosity during their first class. Han Qingxian, having discarded Lin Tian, appeared relaxed as she responded. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I've ended things with him. He is as poor as a church mouse. How could he possibly support me? Wang Shuo, on the other hand, comes from a wealthy family that has benefited from a relocation project. Speaking of Lin Tian, Han Qingxian wore a disdainful expression. Even though he was seated just a few rows ahead, she had no desire to glance in his direction. Conversely, when discussing Wang Shuo, her demeanor brightened with joy. Zhao Songqing nodded, but cautioned Wang Shuo has a girlfriend. Be careful not to let her find out about your involvement. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. Han Qingxian assured her, adding, I'll persuade Wang Shuo to break up with his girlfriend. As a class beauty, Han Qingxian held a fair amount of confidence. Curiosity about Lin Tian piqued Zhao Songqing's interest, and her gaze drifted towards his seat. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily stunned. Han Qingsuan, noticing Zhao Songqing's focus on Lin Tian, felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked, What are you looking at? It's truly unfortunate to think that I dated him for a month. It's revolting. It's nothing at all, Zhao Songqing dismissed, though moments later. Her attention was once again drawn to Lin Tian, specifically to his attire. Prada. Zhao Songqing, being materialistic, was well-versed in luxury fashion brands, and her heart raced with excitement. That is definitely authentic Prada menswear, and it's of the highest quality. That jacket must be worth at least 70 to 80,000. She furtively glanced at Han Qingxian, relieved to find that she had not noticed Lin Tian's clothing. How could Lin Tian possess Prada clothing? It appears to be a recent acquisition. Might it be that Lin Tian hails from a wealthy family? Is he perhaps a second-generation rich individual? Yet, if Lin Tian were indeed affluent, how could he have appeared so impoverished during his time with Han Qingxian? Suddenly, Zhao Songqing, lost in thought, gasped in realization. Lin Tian is testing Han Qingxian. She felt she had uncovered the truth, while Han Qingxian remained oblivious to the trial. Lin Tian, having sustained injuries, has ceased to pretend and revealed his true self. At that moment, Zhao Songqing felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously fretting. She pondered how she might capture Lin Tian's attention. Would slapping Han Qingxian be sufficient to draw Lin Tian's gaze? Chapter 10. The pursuit of Zhao Songqing and the indignant Han Qingxian. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of the first two classes. Lin Tian, adorned in a stylish Prada ensemble and carrying a set of exquisite gold jewelry he had purchased in advance, navigated through the crowd towards the spot where Han Qingxian and Zhao Songqing were situated. It had come to light that Han Qingxian had parted ways with Lin Tian the previous day, yet he seemed intent on approaching her. Was he truly determined to cling to Han Qingxian? Nevertheless, his outfit was quite appealing. Perhaps she would snap a photo and seek to acquire a similar one for herself later. Look, Han Qingxian hostenet har pace, evidently wishing to avoid an extended interaction with Lin Tian. As the belle of the class, she enjoyed a certain notoriety within the business administration department. Moreover, the news of her breakup with Lin Tian had been deliberately circulated by her, ensuring that many were now aware of it. A multitude of onlookers, eager for drama, anticipated the unfolding events. Han Qingxian had intentionally spread the rumors of their separation to thwart Lin Tian's advances and simultaneously convey her resolve to Wang Shuo. Suddenly, Han Qingxian caught sight of Lin Tian approaching and quickened her steps, only to realize that her friend Zhao Songqing was reluctant to follow suit. Caught in a standoff, Han Qingxian urged, Songqing, what on earth are you doing? Can't you see Lin Tian is trying to pursue me? We must leave at once, or else we'll be ensnared by him. Meanwhile, the materialistic Zhao Songqing mused to herself, if he were to pursue her, that would be splendid. How blind can Han Qingxian be? However, she too was hesitant for Han Qingxian to engage with Lin Tian, as it would diminish her own prospects. After a brief contemplation, she decided to quicken her pace alongside Han Qingxian. Observing this, Lin Tian swiftly positioned himself in front of them, moving even faster. Ah, what a relentless suitor! After a month of devotion without even holding hands, it appeared he was unwilling to concede. But what could that accomplish? It was evident that Han Qingxian favored wealth, and Lin Tian's modest background rendered any long-term relationship implausible. Yet, Lin Tian's attire was indeed impressive. What treasures lay within the bag he was clutching? Not every student from Qingbei University was familiar with the Prada brand. Many hailed from average backgrounds and were indifferent to the extravagance of clothing worth tens of thousands. Nonetheless, this did not deter the gathering crowd, as many halted to observe the spectacle, their eyes subtly fixed on the scene, filling the corridor with eager onlookers. Frustrated, Han Qingsuan, mistaking Lin Tian's intentions as persistent pursuit, remarked with distaste. Lin Tian, I have made it clear that we are no longer together. Why do you continue to harass me? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Tian retrieved a jewelry box from the bag he held, branded by lawful. Under the astonished gaze of Zhao Songqing and the perplexed scrutiny of Han Qingxian, Lin Tian extended the jewelry box towards Zhao Songqing. Songqing, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? What on earth is Lin Tian doing? I had presumed he was seeking to rekindle his romance with Han Qingxian. How astute. Having parted ways with Han Qingxian, Lin Tian has now turned to her best friend for a date. Hey, are you all missing the point? The focus should be on the exquisite gold jewelry from Lao Fengxiang. A group of onlookers, mirroring Zhao Songqing's astonishment, exhibited expressions of surprise. Clearly, Lin Tian's actions had taken everyone aback. Han Qingxian, regaining her senses from her momentary daze, revealed a disdainful smile. Lin Tian, what charade are you putting on? After a month of our relationship, do you think I am unaware of your circumstances? Surely, that jewelry box contains the origami cranes you folded, doesn't it? Truly nauseating. As her indignation grew, Han Qingxian reached out and knocked the 3 jewelry boxes from Lin Tian's hands. Clatter. The crisp sound echoed as 3 solid gold necklaces, bracelets, and rings fell to the ground. Gasp! The surrounding spectators were taken aback. One bracelet rolled to the feet of a nearby student, who instinctively picked it up. Why is it so heavy? This student was astonished. The bracelet felt substantial, akin to an egg. Is it really made of pure gold? Could this entire set be worth upwards of 100,000? Is Lin Tian truly this affluent? Just look at Lin Tian's attire. It's genuine Prada. The ensemble displayed on the official website exceeds 400,000. How extravagant! Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a student who had previously admired Lin Tian's clothing and snapped a photo to search for similar styles suddenly gasped at their phone. Gasp! Over 400,000 for a single outfit? Are you kidding me? The onlookers promptly lifted their phones, snapping pictures of Lin Tian in rapid succession. As they searched, many were left in shock. Indeed, it was authentic. Over 400,000 for one outfit. Han Qingxian stood frozen, murmuring to herself. She gazed at Lin Tian, her eyes glimmering with disdain. To win me back, you resorted to renting such an expensive outfit? Surely, this jewelry is purchased on credit as well? How utterly revolting. Songqing, we are leaving. Han Qingxian shot Lin Tian a loathsome glare and attempted to pull her dear friend Zhao Songqing away. She was confident that her best friend would not agree to a date with Lin Tian over mere trinkets. However, she found herself unable to budge Zhao Songqing. Zhao Songqing, unwilling to depart, gently released Han Qingxuan's grip and offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, Qingxuan. It would be rather rude to decline such a heartfelt invitation from Lin Tian. With that, disregarding Han Qingxuan's astonished expression, Zhao Songqing flashed a playful smile at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, might I inquire if your invitation was sincere? Indeed, it was genuine. At this moment, with the assistance of several classmates, the gold jewelry that had been taken by Han Qingxian had found its way back into Lin Tian's possession. He presented it, along with the jewelry box, to Zhao Songqing. This precious gift, is it truly appropriate for me? Zhao Songqing expressed her surprise, a hint of bashfulness gracing her features, intertwined with a flicker of excitement. Lin Tian assessed her demeanor, noting that this woman was even more adept at feigning innocence than Xiao. However, he felt undeterred. Lin Tian, at present, was not lacking in financial resources. After all, it was merely a few pieces of gold jewelry. If you are willing to dine with me, I shall gift you a sports car this afternoon. In front of the gathered crowd, Lin Tian provocatively uttered statements designed to provoke Han Qingxian. Wow, a sports car? Zhao Songqing appeared somewhat troubled. Unfortunately, there is no parking space beneath our dormitory. No matter, I shall simply purchase you a house. Lin Tian casually shrugged in response. The surrounding students were utterly bewildered by Lin Tian's audacity. Though merely spectators, they felt their hearts racing, finding the scene more exhilarating than a gripping novel. Zhao Songqing was equally taken aback. Despite Lin Tian's outfit being worth over 400,000, was wealth truly meant to be spent in such a manner? Meanwhile, Han Qingxuan's expression darkened significantly. Well, Lin Tian, continue your charade. I wonder how long you, a mere pauper, can maintain this act. Enraged, Han Qingxian flicked her sleeves and pushed through the crowd, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 11 Confrontation. Zhao Songqing. You are merely my tool. Could it be true that Lin Tian's attire is as Huan Qingxian claimed, merely rented? And the gold jewelry he purchased, was it acquired through a loan? Is that not absurd? Who knows? However, it seems that Huan Qingxian is quite upset today. It's amusing to see. Unexpectedly, Zhao Songqing proves to be quite a character, managing to discard Huan Qingxian with just a few pieces of gold jewelry. A few pieces of gold jewelry? That amounts to a fortune, worth hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't you be tempted? Of course I would be. What are friends worth compared to that sum? A group of students murmured quietly. But upon witnessing Lin Tian departing with Zhao Songqing, they too dispersed. Lin Tian indeed took Zhao Songqing away. She is no less attractive than Huan Qingxian. One wonders if anything truly transpired between them that evening. Who knows? If one were to suddenly gift their girlfriend jewelry worth hundreds of thousands, one could certainly do so. Me? That's wishful thinking. I have to ponder whether to add an egg to my instant noodles. Lin Tian, I must ask, is this clothing truly not rented? Did you acquire that gold jewelry through a loan? Zhao Songqing departed the campus alongside Lin Tian. Once outside, she seemed conflicted and remarked, if this is merely to provoke Huan Qingxian, then Lin Tian, you really needn't go to such lengths. Perhaps you should sell the jewelry and quickly repay the loan. Zhao Songqing appeared genuinely concerned for Lin Tian. You seem to care, Lin Tian noted, devoid of the admiration he once held for Zhao Songqing in Huan Qingxian's presence. He replied calmly, I gifted you these items to make Huan Qingxian regret her actions, for I intend to make her rue the day she dared to betray me. Hearing this, Zhao Songqing's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had misjudged the situation. Did Lin Tian truly purchase the gold jewelry through a loan? But in this day and age, what kind of person would be desperate enough to incur debt to buy extravagant gifts for their ex-girlfriend as friend in an attempt to provoke their former lover? Thus, Zhao Songqing gambled, believing Lin Tian could not possibly be such an extraordinary fool. Yet now it seemed she had indeed miscalculated. Was the gold jewelry slipping from her grasp? As myriad thoughts raced through Zhao Songqing's mind, she suddenly heard the most melodious words she had ever encountered. Lin Tian continued, although my intent is to make Huan Qingxian regret her past actions, you should keep this jewelry. Yes, you. If I say I will buy you a car or a house, I shall fulfill that promise. Lin Tian smirked internally. To ensure Huan Qingxian felt remorse. He needed to provide Zhao Songqing with luxuries beyond Huan Qingxian's means, making that wretched woman forever regret her betrayal. Is that true, Lin Tian? Zhao Songqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She cared little whether Lin Tian's motives were to provoke Huan Qingxian or Li Qingxian, as long as he was willing to lavish her with gifts. Lin Tian was the finest man in the world. Indeed, it is true. Lin Tian smirked, casting a glance at Zhao Songqing. However, you must certainly offer something in return, and I refer to something beyond merely assisting me in teaching Han Qingxian a lesson. What is Lin Tian talking about? Zhao Songqing feigned ignorance. It was absurd. After all, she was the belle of the business management department. To think that someone could acquire her for merely a few tens of thousands was rather fanciful. Zhao Songqing had her own principles. Noticing her reaction, Lin Tian remained unbothered and casually remarked, let us go buy a car first. He understood that he had likely not offered enough. If he were to spend a fortune on a car and a house, yet Zhao Songqing still pretended to be oblivious. He wouldn't hesitate to demand the gifts he had given her back. There are indeed women in this world who are indifferent to wealth. However, it was clear that Zhao Songqing, Chao Xiao, and Han Qingxian were not among them. And if he were to encounter a genuinely virtuous woman, he would never resort to monetary coercion. Are we really buying a car? Zhao Songqing, already adorned with jewelry worth several tens of thousands, lit up at the suggestion and affectionately linked her arm with Lin Tian's. Which car do you intend to purchase, Lin Tian? She inquired, testing the waters. What car do you fancy? Lin Tian asked before adding, no, wait, what car does Han Qingxian like? Han Qingxian has a fondness for the Corn 7. Zhao Songqing instantly regretted her words, as Lin Tian's implication was unmistakable. He would buy whatever car Han Qingxian desired, simply to provoke her. Yet, the top-tier Corn 7 was priced at only 300,000, and the greedy Zhao Songqing thought the sum too paltry. Nevertheless, having spoken, she had no intention of retracting her statement. Moreover, she was eager to discern whether Lin Tian was genuinely affluent or merely feigning wealth. Then let us go for the Corn 7, Lin Tian acquiesced casually. However, before that, they needed to return to the hotel to pick up Xiao Xiao. After a night of revelry, Xiao Xiao had indulged in a leisurely sleep and was now adorned with makeup. Lin Tian, you reside here? This hotel must surely be quite expensive. Zhao Songqing observed the opulent surroundings of the welcome hotel and the respectful staff attending to Lin Tian, and she began to believe more firmly in his affluent background. At that moment, Lin Tian's dedicated attendant, Xiao Yu, interjected, Mr. Lin is staying in our presidential suite, which costs 10,000 yuan per night. He is indeed a distinguished VIP of our hotel. 10,000 a day, Zhao Songqing exclaimed, astonished. That amount was nearly equivalent to her living expenses for half a year. Coming from a modest background, she was now increasingly convinced of Lin Tian's wealth and desirous of associating with affluence. Tian Yi. At that moment, Xiao Xiao descended the stairs, her face beaming with makeup. However, upon seeing Zhao Songqing beside Lin Tian, her smile instantly froze. Lin Tian casually introduced, this is Zhao Songqing, a close friend of Han Qingxian, and this is Xiao Xiao. Oh, so she is Han Qingxuan's confidant. Xiao Xiao sighed in relief internally. Yet, she remained vigilant within her heart. Should Lin Tian become surrounded by women, she feared losing her favor as it would inevitably diminish her financial gains. Xiao Xiao from the dance academy? While Xiao Xiao was unaware of Zhao Songqing, the latter was well acquainted with Xiao Xiao. After all, as the belle of the dance academy, she eclipsed Zhao Songqing, the class beauty of the business management department, in terms of notoriety. In terms of appearance, Xiao Xiao and Zhao Songqing were quite similar. However, Xiao Xiao, being a dancer, possessed a more statuesque figure and an undeniable grace that overshadowed Zhao Songqing. Initially, Zhao Songqing had been smilingly entwined with Lin Tian's arm, but she gradually loosened her grip. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, harboring a cold smirk within, naturally stepped forward to link her arm with Lin Tian's, behaving as if she had not witnessed the previous intimate gestures shared between him and Zhao Songqing. Both Zhao Songqing and Xiao Xiao wore smiles, exchanging pleasantries that belied their true sentiments. Chapter 12. Purchasing a car, a Ferrari worth over 20 million with everyone gathered, let us depart to procure the vehicle. Accompanied by Xiao Xiao and the other lady, Lin Tian made his way to a nearby 4S dealership. Xiao, have you decided on the car you desire? He inquired with a smile, glancing at Xiao Xiao during their taxi ride. Having shared a bed the previous night, his rapport with her was naturally more amiable than with Zhao Songqing, who, after all, was merely a tool in the current scenario. I made up my mind. I wish for a red Ferrari Roma. Is that all right, Brother Tian? A wave of apprehension washed over her, as the price of such a vehicle was indeed substantial. She added shyly, if you are willing to buy it for me, you can have your way with me tonight. How dare you think that way? Zhao Songqing, seated to Lin Tian's left, felt a pang of jealousy. Her own request had been for a modest Corn 7, the price of which paled in comparison to that of the Ferrari Roma, despite their similar appearances. Very well, Lin Tian said after a brief moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. His pause was merely to ensure that Xiao Xiao did not become too presumptuous. He could offer generously, but she should not outright request it. Thank you, Brother Tian. The thought of acquiring a Ferrari Roma, valued at over 2 million, thrilled Xiao Xiao immensely. She immediately leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek, leaving Zhao Songqing feeling awkward. Her current status felt somewhat dubious, making the idea of reciprocating with a kiss akin to taking advantage. The driver in the front seat was envious, having discerned that Lin Tian was a super wealthy heir. The notion of gifting a car worth millions was the aspiration of many in his position. The trio soon alighted from the vehicle and first entered the dealership for the Corn 7. This model had garnered immense popularity among middle-class families and young people due to its attractive design and relatively affordable price. Initially, it had been a challenge to acquire one, but now they were readily available. Upon their arrival, the staff at the dealership warmly welcomed them. "Welcome, gentlemen and lady. How may we assist you today?" Zhao Songqing. "Why don't you choose a color? Opt for the one that Han Qingxian favors most," Lin Tian casually suggested. "Sure." The tool Zhao Songqing had no objections, especially since this was a chance to receive a car worth hundreds of thousands for free. She excitedly followed the staff to select a color. Once Zhao Songqing had departed, Chao Xiao tentatively remarked, "So, has Brother Tian also taken Zhao Songqing under his wing?" "Not yet. She's merely playing coy," Lin Tian replied with a chuckle. Shaking his head, Chao Xiao merely laughed in response, secretly hoping that if Zhao Songqing were to irritate Lin Tian, it would be to her advantage, as it would eliminate a rival. Soon, Zhao Songqing and the staff member returned, with Zhao selecting a top-tier purple-skinned Corn 7. "Is there a vehicle available?" Lin Tian inquired of the staff member. "Yes, sir, this young lady can drive it away today," the staff member replied. Upon noticing the two beautiful girls accompanying Lin Tian, she understood the situation. It was merely a case of a wealthy heir selecting a car with his girlfriends. Such occurrences were not uncommon for her. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Tian, accompanied by two girlfriends, shopping for a vehicle. Why not purchase one for the girl clinging to his arm? She seems to be closer to him, she mused, her thoughts wandering. "Let us proceed with the payment," Lin Tian said, handing over his bank card. Under the watchful gaze of Zhao Songqing, filled with excitement, the staff member tapped a few buttons on the card machine, followed by the sound of a successful transaction. The exhilaration that washed over Zhao Songqing was euphoric. The visions Lin Tian had painted now materialized into reality. An entirely different sensation, a contrast between being grounded and soaring above the clouds. Lin Tian must truly be a concealed, super-rich heir. I must, without fail, secure my position by his side and play my part well. I shall rise to great heights. Zhao Songqing repeatedly reassured herself, brainwashing her thoughts. Subsequently, the trio departed in the unregistered Corn 7, with Zhao Songqing at the wheel. Shortly after, they arrived at the Ferrari dealership. "Welcome, sir and madam. How may we assist you?" Upon entering the store, they were greeted with equal enthusiasm from the staff, even more so than at the Corn 7 dealership. However, unlike the latter, the Ferrari showroom was notably less crowded, with only a few young individuals browsing, and the staff outnumbering the customers. "Do you have any Ferrari Roma models available?" Lin Tian inquired. "Available?" The staff member's heart leaped with joy, as inquiries about immediate availability often indicated genuine purchasing intent. "We do not have any in stock, but if we procure one from the neighboring dealership, it can arrive by tomorrow." After speaking, the attractive staff member, nearly indistinguishable from Zhao Songqing and Chao Xiao, gazed at Lin Tian anxiously, realizing the commission she could earn if this sale materialized. "Tomorrow?" Lin Tian turned to Chao Xiao. "That works." She nodded lightly. As long as there was a vehicle, waiting a few extra days was of no concern to her. "Then please arrange for it to be brought over," Lin Tian instructed, promptly paying the deposit with the assistance of the staff member. Afterward, he began to browse within the showroom, as he still desired to purchase another vehicle. "What model is that?" Lin Tian asked, pointing at a sleek red car. Having already paid the deposit for the Ferrari Roma, he now appeared intent on acquiring another immediate vehicle, much to the delight of the female staff member. Once these two transactions are finalized, she can resign immediately. After all, working here, it would take an entire year to sell even 2 cars. The female staff member quickly explained, "Mr. Lin, this is a Ferrari 488, priced at approximately $4 million. This particular model, being a near-top configuration, can be offered to you for $3.9 million. $4 million? Is there something a bit more expensive?" Lin Tian shook his head. $4 million is merely 10 times the cashback, amounting to $40 million. It won't suffice for my upcoming house purchase. Naturally, Lin Tian sought a property in a prime location. "More expensive?" "Indeed, sir." The female staff member promptly guided Lin Tian to the most prominent vehicle in the showroom. She elaborated, Mr. Lin, this is the only Ferrari LaFerrari in the entire city of Kyoto, priced at 22.5 million, crafted entirely from carbon fiber, with exceptional acceleration. All right, I'll take this one. Lin Tian interjected, accompanied by Zhao Songqing and Xiao Xiao Xiao. If I pay now, can I drive it away immediately? Of course, absolutely. Sir, the female staff member's heart raced. Could this coveted vehicle, which had remained unsold, finally be purchased? The commission would be astonishing. It's known that for the female employees at their dealership, selling a single car is a formidable challenge. Many clients possess specific requirements. Faced with such demands, can one simply refuse? If they decline, the customer walks away. If they agree. Now, she had nearly sold a car worth 30 million without much effort. Very well, let us proceed with the payment. Lin Tian extended his bank card. Chapter 13. The conversation between Xiao 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 and Zhang Wenqian. Best friends spending a man's fortune together. Two vehicles, with a total value exceeding 24 million. Lin Tian unexpectedly handed over his bank card without a second thought or any stipulations. The attractive female staff member had already prepared herself to make a sacrifice for the commission. However, Lin Tian's decisiveness took her by surprise. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of women surrounding him. He must be a quintessential rich heir. The female employee forced herself to regain her composure and proceeded to swipe Lin Tian's card. Xiao Mei, congratulations. Remember to treat us to dinner tonight. Other staff members at the dealership gathered around, whispering in Xiao Mei's ear. They were eager to see if Lin Tian could truly afford such an extravagant purchase, as 24 million was no trifling sum. Soon, amidst the envious gazes of her colleagues, the card machine chimed, confirming a successful transaction. Sir, your card. The staff member named Xiao Mei exclaimed, returning Lin Tian's card with palpable excitement. The other employees were envious, mentally exclaiming how fortunate Xiao Mei was. A purchase exceeding 24 million would yield her a commission in the hundreds of thousands. Even the store manager entertained thoughts of usurping this transaction from Xiao Mei, thinking that if necessary, she could simply dismiss her. However, she was uncertain about Lin Tian's temperament and could only contemplate without acting on it. A person capable of casually spending over 24 million on a car was someone their dealership must strive to attract. Hence, the manager's role seemed less significant in comparison. If Lin Tian harbored any dissatisfaction, this manager feared it could spell the end of her career. Sir, would you like us to arrange a license plate for you? With the payment successful, Xiao Mei, brimming with excitement and a genuine smile, said, Our dealership collaborates with the local traffic management bureau. We can secure a license plate in just 2 hours. Oh, then I leave it to you, Lin Tian remarked, taken aback by the privileges afforded by the Ferrari dealership. It seemed the owner behind this establishment wielded considerable influence. After all, a Ferrari dealership might not sell many cars in a month. Even if they cut in line, it wouldn't cause much disruption. Very well, sir. Please hold on, Xiao Mei replied, bringing Lin Tian a cup of hot tea. Subsequently, she personally drove Lin Tian's Ferrari, worth over 24 million, alongside her friend, as they both headed to register their vehicles. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained in the store, taking a moment to relax with Zhao Songqing and Xiao Xiao Xiao. Having spent over 24 million today, manager Zhao showed extraordinary warmth towards Lin Tian, inquiring about his well-being. It must be said that those in sales possess a certain skill. They can put aside their pride, a quality that most people struggle to embody. At that moment, Zhao Songqing found herself engulfed in profound astonishment. She truly did not expect that Lin Tian not only purchased a car worth over 2 million for Xiao Xiao Xiao, but also selected a super luxurious sports car exceeding 20 million for himself. In just one afternoon, Lin Tian spent over 25 million. 25 million, just like that. It appeared to him merely a trivial sum. Zhao Songqing discreetly observed Lin Tian's expression and noticed that there was no indication of remorse as he made the payment. In fact, it seemed to her that he even wore a smile, as if he were not spending money, but rather earning it. Truly, he was the epitome of a super-rich second generation. Lin Tian's family must be on par with that of young Master Wang. Zhao Songqing mused to herself. Xiao Xiao Xiao, however, was not particularly surprised, for she had witnessed Lin Tian lavishly spending millions on gifts the previous night. In comparison, acquiring a car worth several tens of millions felt rather mundane. Brother Tian treats me so well. Tonight, I must repay him with all my efforts. Xiao 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 resolved within her heart. She was a grateful girl, and Lin Tian's kindness compelled her to reciprocate even more. Xiao Xiao, how is your illness? Why didn't you return to the dormitory last night? Were you in the hospital? At that moment, Xiao Xiao Xiao's WeChat pinged, a message from her close friend Zhang Wenqian. A wave of guilt washed over Xiao 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 as she recalled that both of them had been eyeing Lin Tian together, yet it was she who had latched onto him. Considering that she could not keep it a secret forever, especially since she had already resigned from her position at the Prada store, she decided to reply straightforwardly. Nothing much. I'm out with Brother Lin Tian looking at cars. She even sent a photo of the Ferrari dealership. Brother Tian, is it alright if I say this? Xiao 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 handed her phone to Lin Tian for him to see. He casually glanced at it and smiled. It's fine. Good. With that reassurance, Xiao 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 felt at ease and continued her conversation with Zhang Wenqian. Zhang Wenqian was initially in the dormitory applying makeup in preparation for her shift that evening. Upon receiving Xiao Xiao's message, she accidentally smeared lipstick across her face. Oh, Xiao Xiao, I was wondering why you didn't come back yesterday. Turns out you've hitched a ride on a rich man's coattails. Zhang Wenqian exclaimed, albeit with a hint of irritation. She realized that Xiao Xiao had secretly contacted Lin Tian after he had left. Moreover, her absence from the early shift was not due to illness, but rather a clandestine rendezvous with Lin Tian, though a tinge of anger simmered within her. The thought of Xiao Xiao having secured Lin Tian's favor quelled her frustration, and she feigned surprise, saying, wow, Lin Tian is so wealthy that he is buying himself a Ferrari? Xiao Xiao replied, not only did Brother Tian buy one for himself, but he also got me a Ferrari Roma, which I've already registered. I'll be driving it back to school today. Xiao Xiao was a kind-hearted person, not boasting, but simply unafraid to share her joy with her friend. She even contemplated inviting Zhang Wenqian to join her in pushing Zhao Songqing out of the picture. What? At this moment, Zhang Wenqian was utterly unsettled, promptly searching for the price of a Roma. After her inquiry, Zhang Wenqian felt an even deeper pang of jealousy. Over 2 million? What methods did Xiao employ last night? How could she persuade Lin Tian to purchase a vehicle worth more than 2 million in just one evening? The envy simmered within Zhang Wenqian. Oh, Lin Tian bought you a car? I was under the impression he intended to buy one for himself. Congratulations, dear friend. You've struck gold. Just do not forget your good sister. Zhang Wenqian was acutely aware that she must not create discord with Xiao Xiao at this juncture, as she sought to use her connection with Xiao Xiao to approach Lin Tian. Xiao Xiao responded, no, it's not that. Brother Tian bought a car worth 2,200,000 for himself and has already registered it. We'll head back to school together this afternoon. A vehicle worth over 2,200,000? Zhang Wenqian felt completely numb. Where on earth did Lin Tian emerge from? Such wealth. Yet this was not the manner in which one ought to spend it. How splendid it would be if that money were bestowed upon me. A tumult of emotions swirled within Zhang Wenqian. Wenqian, rest assured, we are close friends. I would never forget you. Whenever I return to the dormitory, we shall discuss this in detail. At that moment, Xiao Xiao sent a message via WeChat, slightly alleviating Zhang Wenqian's complex feelings, and also transferred 20,000 yuan to her. Truly, she is my dear friend. Zhang Wenqian felt a surge of gratitude, experiencing a twinge of guilt for her previous malicious speculations about Xiao Xiao. All right, Xiao, take good care of Lin Tian, and be sure not to provoke him. Do not worry, I understand. From now on, whatever Brother Tian asks me to do, I shall do. Chapter 14. Returning to school in a luxury car after soothing her dear friend, Xiao Xiao finally felt a sense of tranquility within her. She understood that, given Lin Tian's immense wealth, he would undoubtedly attract numerous women in the future. Thus, she resolved to unite with her close companion, standing together to cater to Lin Tian, allowing them to indulge in the luxuries his fortune could provide. Xiao Xiao possessed foresight. She even contemplated the possibility of undergoing cosmetic enhancements, recognizing that investments often yield returns. Many female celebrities, after all, began as merely ordinary beauties. With a few adjustments, some aesthetic procedures, and a touch of packaging, they transformed into dazzling icons. After waiting for over an hour, Xiao Mei and her friend returned in a car. Lin Tian, be careful on the road, Xiao Mei said enthusiastically as she bid farewell, adding Lin Tian on WeChat for future convenience. The trio arrived empty-handed but departed with a vehicle each. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Xiao inquired, Brother Tian, what shall we do now? Are we going to buy a house? Her question stemmed from Lin Tian's earlier revelation about his intention to purchase property that day. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao Songqing felt a surge of excitement, recalling Lin Tian's promise to buy her a car and a house. Now that they had a car, the prospect of a home stirred her anticipation. Lin Tian glanced at the time and shook his head. Never mind, the day is getting late. We can discuss the house another time. He was quite comfortable in the hotel and viewed the prospect of buying a house merely as a means to trigger a tenfold return on investment. He understood well that 250 million yuan would not secure the most prime real estate in Beijing. If he were to purchase a property, it would be one that he genuinely desired, without constraints. Thus, he needed to make some expenditures to initiate the tenfold return. I'll head back to school first. You all can do as you wish, Lin Tian declared after a moment's thought. Xiao was indifferent, but Zhao Songqing felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. However, she recognized the importance of moderation, knowing that greed could lead to ruin. Therefore, she maintained a radiant smile, concealing her inner discontent. As Xiao returned to the hotel to pack her belongings, Lin Tian and Zhao Songqing drove back together. The campus of C University was affluent, with many wealthy students, including some in high-end cars. Yet, when Lin Tian arrived in his Ferrari, valued at over 20 million yuan, he immediately attracted attention. Wow, is that a Ferrari? And it seems to be a high-end model. I found it online. That's the Ferrari LaFerrari, worth over 22 million. Is that Lin Tian? No way. He can afford a car worth over 20 million. How could Han Qingxian possibly break up with him if he's this wealthy? Wait, it really is Lin Tian. As the students entered the school, a group immediately took out their phones, discussing animatedly while snapping photos of Lin Tian's luxury car. Some students from the business administration department recognized Lin Tian and were instantly astounded, spreading the news within their small circles. Lin Tian, the sycophant of Han Qingxian, actually purchased a car worth over 20 million. This revelation swiftly circulated among the students of the business administration faculty. Lin Tian, may I take a picture with you in your car? At that moment, two long-haired beauties approached, bashfully expressing their desire for a photo. I'm afraid it's not convenient with the new car. Lin Tian smiled as he politely declined. As more people gathered, Lin Tian decided to drive slowly to the roadside. The two young women, undeterred by his refusal, lingered nearby, continuing to take pictures with a hint of disappointment. Wow, this car is stunning. Can we get a picture inside? Soon, several boys could no longer contain their excitement and approached with grins, eager to see the interior. If someone as beautiful as me can't get in, what makes you think you guys can? The nearby beauties whispered among themselves. However, to their surprise, Lin Tian cheerfully rolled down his window. Of course, hop in for a photo. Stepping out of the car, Lin Tian smiled at the eager group of male students. This was once me, he mused inwardly. A man, after all, could not refuse the youthful exuberance of his past self. The boys excitedly climbed into the car, peering around and snapping photos, though they were mindful not to touch any of the car's components. Most college students possess a sense of decency. Meanwhile, the earlier slighted beauties pouted in dissatisfaction but remained, having their friends capture their own photos with the vehicle from afar. Whether they would later share these on social media was beyond Lin Tian's knowledge. On the other side of the campus, Wang Shuo drove Han Qingxian slowly toward the school gate. Qingxian, let us go see a movie and lighten up a bit. Don't always wear that stern expression. Look at my newly purchased Audi A4. Isn't it handsome? It cost over 200,000. Upon hearing his words, Han Qingxian finally smiled. Wang Shuo, rest assured, I'm not angry with you. I was just thinking about that disgusting Lin Tian. She began to vent her frustrations. You have no idea. This morning he rented a Prada outfit on credit just to irritate me. And he even took out a loan to buy over 100,000 worth of gold for Zhao Songqing. What is worse? My good friend Zhao Songqing actually agreed to go on a date with him. They truly are a pair of despicable individuals. Recalling the events of the morning made Han Qingxian seethe with anger. Lin Tian, that pretentious scoundrel, had never borrowed money to buy her gifts in the past. Yet now he was lavishing Zhao Songqing with presents. This was the root of Han Qingxuan's fury. Lin Tian, that insufferable loser? Wang Shuo scoffed, saying, Qingxian, you are now my girlfriend, and you and Lin Tian belong to two entirely different worlds. There is no need to be angry with him. If it truly bothers you, I can find a few people to teach him a lesson, but truly, it's unnecessary to let him disrupt your peace. Upon hearing Wang Shuo's words, Han Qingxuan's face immediately brightened with a blissful smile. Noticing Wang Shuo's good mood today, she seized the opportunity to ask, Wang Shuo, when will you break up with your girlfriend? I do not wish to remain the other woman indefinitely. Wang Shuo replied earnestly, haven't I told you? As soon as you truly become my woman, I will undoubtedly end things with my girlfriend. Han Qingxian, however, had not slept with Wang Shuo. She had deliberately told Lin Tian that she was with Wang Shuo to instill despair in him, denying him any opportunity. This type of woman knows well that her body is her greatest asset. Although Wang Shuo possessed some wealth, to Han Qingxian, he was merely a financially stable backup. Should she encounter someone wealthier, she would not hesitate to discard Wang Shuo. For now, however, she had not found anyone better, so she continued her entanglement with him, especially since Wang Shuo had a legitimate girlfriend. When Wang Shuo expressed his desire for her body, Han Qingxian skillfully diverted the conversation. Wang Shuo, feeling thwarted, inwardly scoffed. This cunning woman pretends to be aloof, but I shall have her in due time. With their thoughts diverging, Wang Shuo drove to the vicinity of the school gate. Goodbye, Tian Yi. Next time, take us out to have some fun. At that moment, a group of onlooking students eagerly bid farewell to Lin Tian. Such is human nature. Once you acquire wealth, even these innocent students will show you a measure of respect. Lin Tian, with few exceptions aside from younger relatives, was rarely addressed in such a manner. As Lin Tian drove away, he rolled down the window and waved goodbye to the crowd of students. Just then, by coincidence, a striking lawful passed by, driven by Wang Shuo, who was escorting Han Qingxian in his Audi A4. Upon seeing the resplendent Ferrari, Wang Shuo's gaze was immediately captivated. Chapter 15 Encounter. The performance of the tool Zhao Songqing at this moment. A throng of students surrounded Lin Tian's luxurious vehicle, preventing Wang Shuo from catching a glimpse of Lin Tian inside. His gaze was instead fixated on the dazzling lawful. Wang Shuo could not tear his eyes away, while Han Qingxian, seated in the passenger seat, was equally astonished. Is there truly such a wealthy second-generation heir at Qingbei University? This car must be worth over 20 million. How come I've never heard of it before? Han Qingxuan's curiosity was piqued, in stark contrast to the affluent heir driving the lawful. Wang Shuo in his Audi A4 appeared utterly mundane. As Wang Shuo continued to maneuver his Audi A4 forward slowly, he kept a watchful eye on the Ferrari. Meanwhile, as the crowd of students parted, Lin Tian began to drive his car slowly toward the campus. Both Wang Shuo and Han Qingxian were intently observing the luxury vehicle when, at a certain moment, their eyes widened in unison. That was Lin Tian. Han Qingxian could scarcely believe her eyes. The driver of the car they envied was none other than Lin Tian. How could this be? Han Qingxuan's mind raced. Lin Tian is merely a poor student. How could he possibly afford such an extravagant car? Surely, he must be driving it for someone else. Perhaps he is working a side job to pay off a loan? She quickly assigned Lin Tian the role of a chauffeur in her mind. Wang Shuo scoffed. This kid has resorted to being a driver, flaunting someone else's luxury car at school? Clearly, both Wang Shuo and Han Qingxian were incredulous that Lin Tian could own such a vehicle. In their eyes, he was simply a penniless boy, with a disdainful huff. Wang Shuo steered his Audi A4 toward Lin Tian. The campus roads were quite spacious, easily accommodating two cars side by side, with vehicles generally keeping to the right. However, at this moment, Wang Shuo had no intention of yielding. You little brat, daring to drive someone else's car. Do you think you can collide with me? Even a minor scratch could bankrupt you. Wang Shuo sneered, confident that Lin Tian would not dare to confront him directly and would obediently make way. At that moment, Lin Tian also spotted Wang Shuo and Han Qingxian, his expression shifting to one of amusement. He truly did not expect to encounter this pair of insufferables so soon after arriving at school in his car. Observing Wang Shuo's Audi A4 approaching him slowly, Lin Tian quickly discerned the intentions behind their actions. Huh! With a chuckle inwardly, Lin Tian abruptly pressed on the accelerator. Virum! As the engine of the Ferrari LaFerrari roared to life, the vehicle surged forward at an astonishing speed, hurtling directly toward Wang Shuo's Audi A4. Is he out his mind? Wang Shuo was taken aback by Lin Tian's sudden acceleration, his hands trembling in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin Tian would dare to accelerate abruptly in such close proximity, prompting him to instinctively jerk the steering wheel. Unexpectedly, the two vehicles were merely 2 to 3 meters apart when Lin Tian suddenly slammed on the brakes. He then flashed a grin at the somewhat startled Wang Shuo and Han Qingxian in the opposing car. Wang Shuo, fully aware that he had been played by Lin Tian, felt his anger surge and stormed out of the vehicle. Lin Tian followed suit. Are you looking for trouble? Wang Shuo shouted, pointing his finger at Lin Tian. You're just a mere chauffeur driving someone else's luxury car. What are you pretending for? Fool! Lin Tian responded with an unapologetic middle finger. Wang Shuo, incensed, contemplated charging at Lin Tian to teach him a lesson, but was restrained by Han Qingxian. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Tian, Han Qingxian said, Wang Shuo, let it go. It's not worth your time to get riled up over someone so insignificant. You're driving an Audi A4. Why stoop to his level? Indeed, it's unnecessary to be bothered by such trash. Wang Shuo scoffed, his gaze suddenly shifting to the rear of Lin Tian's vehicle. There! A brand new Corn 7 slowly approached and came to a halt behind Lin Tian's car. To the astonishment of both Wang Shuo and Han Qingxian, stepping out of the vehicle was none other than Zhao Songqing, Han Qingxuan's close friend. Zhao Songqing? How could she afford a Corn 7? Han Qingxuan's mind raced, questioning whether Zhao Songqing, like Lin Tian, was also moonlighting as a chauffeur. Just then, Zhao Songqing walked over to Lin Tian, linking her arm with his, and cheerfully remarked to Han Qingxian, Oh, what a coincidence. Are you guys heading out for some fun? Lin Tian smiled at Zhao Songqing's natural demeanor. She was a competent accomplice who knew exactly how to play her part. However, Han Qingxian dismissed Zhao Songqing's comment and instead teased Songqing. Didn't you go on a date with Lin Tian? Why are you now working as a chauffeur? The mockery in her tone was unmistakable. The students who had initially dispersed began to gather again, drawn by the unfolding drama. Who wouldn't want to witness some excitement after class? Huh? What are you talking about? Qingxian? Zhao Songqing replied, a look of bewilderment on her face. What chauffeur? Are you drunk? I'm not quite following you. Stop pretending. Wang Shuo sneered. If you weren't a chauffeur, how could you possibly afford such a luxury car? At that moment, Zhao Songqing's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, you misunderstood. I'm actually on a date with brother Lin Tian. This Corn 7 is a gift from him for our date, and brother Lin Tian's LaFerrari. He bought it for himself for over 22 million. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Wang Shuo and Han Qingxian, Zhao Songqing continued, Are you two going out on a date? Qingxian, with Wang Shuo's wealth, he must be planning to gift you an even better car, right? Zhao Songqing, fully aware of her role, executed her performance flawlessly, leaving Lin Tian with no room for criticism. He had to admit that she played her part exceptionally well. Han Qingxian certainly had a good friend. What nonsense are you spouting? Han Qingxuan's heart raced, as if she had missed something of utmost importance. Yet, she still questioned incredulously, after a month of dating Lin Tian. How could I be unaware of his capabilities? Let alone the over 20 million yuan Ferrari LaFerrari. He couldn't possibly afford even this Corn 7. Her voice was loud, as if she were trying to convince herself. Wang Shuo furrowed his brow, pondering the veracity of Zhao Songqing's words. Lin Tian remained silent, while the supportive Zhao Songqing pressed on, Oh, Qingxian, it's merely that Lin Tian adores you deeply, genuinely wishing to marry you. engaging with you under the guise of an ordinary person. However, I didn't expect that you and Lin Tian had parted ways. Chapter 6 Ton, Han King Suon, Suden Li Unwil. Deciding not to attend the movie, listening to Zhao Songqing's indifferent words, Han Qingxian felt as though she had been pierced by a blade, a profound discomfort enveloping her. Is this car truly yours? Wang Shuo queried, skepticism etched across his face. He could scarcely fathom how Lin Tian had suddenly amassed such wealth. Could it be that he had merely been pretending all along? Was Lin Tian a hidden scion of immense fortune, or had he unexpectedly hit the jackpot? It is not mine. It is yours, Lin Tian scoffed. Come on, Songqing, there is no need to waste our breath on these inconsequential figures. Lin Tian returned Wang Shuo and Han Qingxuan's earlier remarks verbatim. Han Qingxian felt another pang in her heart. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over her. How splendid it would have been had she not cast aside Lin Tian in the past. Alright, Tian Yi. Zhao Songqing nodded obediently and then turned to Han Qingxian, saying, Qingxian, weren't you going on a date? You should hurry. There might be traffic soon. Upon hearing Zhao Songqing's words, Han Qingxian felt as if she had been wounded yet again. Meanwhile, Wang Shuo, witnessing Lin Tian casually open the car door and enter, was beginning to believe Lin Tian was indeed a concealed wealthy heir. At that moment, he said not a word, retreating to his own Audi A4, allowing the road to clear. When Lin Tian was penniless, he could be targeted without hesitation. But now, with such wealth suggesting he was a super-rich second generation, Wang Shuo felt a genuine apprehension. It was not cowardice, but a sincere fear. At most, he could only scheme in the shadows. Seizing the opportunity, while Wang Shuo was preoccupied with driving, Han Qingxian approached Lin Tian's window, biting her lip. Actually, I did not sleep with Wang Shuo. He hasn't even held my hand. I am still pure, she whispered softly. Upon learning of Lin Tian's affluent background, her mind raced with possibilities. Han Qingxian believed that with Lin Tian's previous affection for her, a little effort on her part could surely reclaim him from Zhao Songqing's grasp. She gazed at Lin Tian with a pitiful expression. Oh, what does that have to do with me? I am not your father. I have no interest in your romantic entanglements. Lin Tian replied with a chuckle, before rolling up the window and driving past Han Qingxian. Zhao Songqing, stifling a laugh, also drove away. Wang Shuo maneuvered his car, clearing the road, and observed Han Qingxian speaking to Lin Tian. Although he could not discern their conversation, an unsettling feeling brewed within him. Nonetheless, with thoughts of the impending movie and potential developments with Han Qingxian, he suppressed his irritation and called out to the seemingly dazed Han Qingxian. Qingxian, what are you dawdling for? Get in the car. The movie is about to start. Han Qingxian glanced at Wang Shuo's Audi A4, and, inexplicably, a wave of aversion washed over her. She coldly remarked, Wang Shuo, I think it's best to call it a day. I'm feeling a bit unwell, and I'll head back to the dormitory to rest. With that, she disregarded Wang Shuo's calls from behind and made her way to the dormitory. Han Qingxian intended to inquire with Zhao Songqing about what transpired between her and Lin Tian today. Was Lin Tian truly a super-rich heir? How else could he afford to wear clothes worth hundreds of thousands and purchase a luxury car worth over 20 million? The thought of Zhao Songqing driving the Corn 7 gifted by Lin Tian, basking in the envious gazes of those around her, made Han Qingxian feel uneasy. That should have been her place. Qingxian, you. Wang Shuo watched Han Qingxian walk away, seething with anger. He understood all too well that Han Qingxian regretted her decision and wished to reconcile with Lin Tian. However, Wang Shuo was not yet able to win Han Qingxian over, and he was unwilling to accept that. He had already spent tens of thousands on her during this time. You shameless woman, just wait. Once I win you over, I'll kick you to the curb. Wang Shuo thought furiously before driving away from the school. Han Qingxian had opted out of the movie. After all, Lin Tian had a legitimate girlfriend. That scoundrel Lin Tian. Surely he wouldn't steal his actual girlfriend away too? How'd I perform, brother Tian? Lin Tian had just parked his car beneath the dormitory when he received a WeChat message from the tool Zhao Songqing. Lin Tian casually replied, not bad. He then closed the car door and ascended the stairs to his dormitory amidst the curious gazes of several students. Lin Tian had initially thought he would feel a sense of satisfaction upon seeing Han Qingxian's regretful expression. However, he realized he had overestimated her significance in his heart. Since the day they broke up, she had become no more than a stranger to him. Now that Han Qingxian regretted her decision and wished to reunite, Lin Tian felt no stirrings of emotion within him. As Han Qingxian had said, they were indeed no longer in the same world. This time, it was Lin Tian who had distanced himself from her by an insurmountable margin. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Tian found his two roommates, Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun, unsurprisingly engaged in a game of CF on their beds. Their other roommate, Chun Su, was likely in the cafeteria searching for food. Lin Tian, come play with us. Let us rank up. Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun called out in unison upon seeing Lin Tian return. You want me to carry you too? Shall we do 3 against 8? Lin Tian retorted. All 4 of them played CF, but apart from Lin Tian and Chen Su, Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun were the epitome of novices. Not only did they struggle to control their shots, but they often exposed their positions when trying to breach defenses, making them a considerable liability. Hey, you can say we're noobs, but that has a bit insulting. Zhang Jun shot Lin Tian a glare. Enough talk. Get on the account. I borrowed the Phantom account. If you want to play, hurry up. Yeah, Lin Tian, get on with it. You're the sniper god. If Zhang Jun tosses you a gun, we'll surely rack up points. Zhou Mingwen chimed in playfully. Many people presume that university students are perpetually engrossed in their studies. However, the reality is quite different. More often than not, they're preoccupied with playing video games. As for finding a girlfriend and going on dates, surely no one genuinely believes that simply entering university guarantees romantic success, do they? Surely not. Lin Tian jested about them. Yet he couldn't help but log on a crossfire with enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he contemplated that now that he had acquired some wealth, it was indeed time to invest in a superior computer for himself. Moreover, he had previously envied those who possessed mythical gear and the formidable 6 dragon weapons in the game. But now he chuckled to himself. Lin Tian was determined to indulge in extravagant spending. Chapter 17. When one person attains enlightenment, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven at that moment. The event for drawing the illusion gods was still ongoing, prompting Lin Tian to promptly order several sets of illusion gods. He contemplated his next move and placed an online order for 4 Razer Blade 14 laptops, each valued at over 30,000. It was not that Lin Tian could not afford more expensive options. Rather, this particular laptop had long been his coveted dream, and now that he had the means, he was determined to acquire it. The camaraderie among the 4 roommates was quite strong, and with Lin Tian's newfound wealth, he naturally wished to share some benefits with them. After ordering the 4 laptops, he logged directly into the CF game. He made a substantial investment, pouring 1 million RMB into the game, which would suffice to assemble a perfect set of equipment. As for the 50,000, it was indeed insufficient to procure what could be deemed a flawless setup in CF, given that some gear could only be acquired through the auction house, where prices often seemed exorbitant to the average player. While there was a chance to purchase a second-hand perfect account for 50,000, Lin Tian had no desire to engage in such endeavors. Beat. The host has spent 1 million, triggering a tenfold cashback. 10 million has been credited to the host's balance. Disregarding the system's prompt about the cashback in his mind, Lin Tian commenced a fervent shopping spree within the game's marketplace. He purchased an array of hero-grade weapons, acquiring 7 of each type. He also snatched up weapon sound effect cards, skins, and rare animal weapons from the auction house. As Lin Tian immersed himself in this shopping frenzy, his silence raised suspicions in Zhang Jun and Zhou Mingwen. They pondered whether Lin Tian was still grappling with the emotional fallout for being rejected by Han Qingxian. Zhou Mingwen murmured, "But I heard that after the first class this morning, Lin Tian went out on a date with Zhao Songqing. They say he even bought gold or something, though that sounds like a tall tale. Still, Lin Tian doesn't seem like someone who hasn't moved on." The first public class at the School of Economics and Management had attracted hundreds of students, and attendance was never taken. For Lin Tian's dormitory, the absence of roll call rendered the class almost irrelevant, which was why Zhang Jun and the others had not bothered to attend. Their understanding of Lin Tian and Zhao Songqing's relationship was based on hearsay, leaving them somewhat skeptical. With these thoughts in mind, the two of them climbed down from the upper bunk and approached Lin Tian's bedside, leaning in to catch a glimpse. Lin Tian, that Han Qingxian is not worth your time. We as men need not hang ourselves on a single tree. Trust your brothers. Let us play some games and go out for drinks tonight to forget about it. I want to take you out for drinks yesterday, but you didn't come back suddenly, they exclaimed. What on earth are you doing? Zhang Jun and Zhou Mingwen had initially intended to console Lin Tian, but upon catching sight of his computer screen, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. They eagerly scrambled up to Lin Tian's upper bunk, leaning in to scrutinize his computer screen. To be precise, they were examining the balance of Lin Tian's CF account. Units began to cascade through their minds. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Million. Lin Tian, have you been using Axe? Shang Yun exclaimed, shaking the his shoulders. How do you have so many CF points on your account? CF points are the exclusive in-game currency for CF, where one can acquire 100 CF points for a mere 1 yuan. At that moment, Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun stared at Lin Tian, seemingly conveying the sentiment that he dared to cheat. Are you giving up your account? Calm down, calm down. Lin Tian pushed their heads aside. This is a fresh recharge of 100 million CF points. Don't worry, I'll get you both a set of gear shortly. As he spoke, he continued to sweep through heroic-level equipment with fervor. Huh. Zhang Jun and Zhou Mingwen responded with a derisive laugh. 100 million CF points is valued at 1 million yuan. Are you implying that while you were dating Han Qingxian, you, Lin Tian, who was so broke you had to mooch off our meals, managed to recharge 1 million in CF? Zhang Jun chuckled. If you truly recharged 1 million, I deem my hat. Are you here to con us into free meals? Lin Tian glared at him. Guys, big news, big news. There's a limited edition Ferrari worth over 20 million parked downstairs. Just then, the last person of their dormitory, Chen Su, rushed in. Many people are taking photos. I just snapped some. Do you want to see? Chen Su said excitedly. Oh, so many strange happenings today, Zhou Mingwen chuckled. First, Lin Tian claims he recharged 1 million in the game, and now you come in announcing there's a Ferrari worth over 20 million outside. Zhou Mingwen glared at Chen Su with a look that suggested he had unraveled their supposed scheme. Next, are you going to tell me that this luxury car belongs to Lin Tian? Let me tell you, we're not that gullible. What is going on? Chen Su replied, puzzled. There really is a luxury car parked downstairs, and many are taking photos. If you don't believe me, look. He produced the photos he had just taken. Wow. Zhou Mingwen and Chen Su gasped in astonishment as they recognized the scene outside their dormitory, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. It was improbable for Chen Su to go to such lengths to prank them with edited images. Besides, Chen Su wouldn't know how to edit. That was a skill reserved for the girls' dormitory. Is there really a luxury car parked out there? Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun exchanged glances before turning to Lin Tian. Lin Tian shrugged. I really did recharge 1 million. This isn't some cheat. What do you mean you recharged 1 million? Chen Su, who had just returned, looked confused. And that luxury car is? Meanwhile, Zhang Jun and Zhou Mingwen harbored a flicker of suspicion. Lin Tian nodded. It's mine too. I just picked it up this afternoon. If you want to take a ride, I'll take you for a spin tonight. Wow. At that moment, Chen Su, Zhou Mingwen, and Zhang Jun all exclaimed in surprise, their gazes towards Lin Tian turning peculiar. You were so broke while dating Han Qingxian that you could barely afford a meal. After their breakup, he suddenly transformed into a wealthy heir? Zhang Jun blinked in astonishment, pondering aloud. Is it truly possible to become affluent simply by parting ways? The dormitory's 3 roommates took an extended period to ultimately accept the reality that Lin Tian was a concealed scion of wealth. Within their hearts, an immense sense of disparity naturally arose. It was akin to discovering that someone, once deemed a fellow impoverished soul, was in fact a super-rich heir. No longer burdened by future concerns, they could now live life with carefree abandon. This sensation was a complex amalgam of emotions. Lin Tian, of course, discerned the intricate feelings swirling within them. Given their amicable rapport prior to this revelation, and considering that during his courtship of Han Qingxian, he had relied on their hospitality. Lin Tian felt compelled to remain connected to his roommates, even after his newfound prosperity. Ding, you have received a transfer of 500,000 yuan via WeChat. Please check. Ding, you have received a transfer of 500,000 yuan via WeChat. Please check. Ding, you have received a transfer of 500,000 yuan via WeChat. Please check. The trio of Zhang Jun, Zhou Mingwen, and Chun Su were taken aback. Their expressions a delightful mixture of surprise and disbelief as they gazed at their phones. Subsequently, they turned their attention towards Lin Tian in unison, without needing further elaboration. He gestured for them to accept the funds, stating, "I do not wish to see tears in your eyes." For Lin Tian, his roommates were not akin to family, allowing him to respond with nonchalance. However, with family members who knew him intimately, he preferred not to disclose excessive wealth to avoid causing them undue concern. Damn it. Enough said. From now on, Lin Tian, what shall we brothers do? If we falter, we'll be in a predicament for life. Let us not waste time. Let's play some games. I'll be your shield. Or perhaps I should freshen up. The three accepted Lin Tian's generous transfer, their fleeting complexities evaporating in an instant. Each wore a beaming smile, their spirits elevated. One ascends, and all others thrive. At last, they had become the cherished companions of fortune. The relief and joy they felt were beyond words. Lin Tian chuckled, though he adopted a slightly serious tone. Feel free to spend this money as you wish. But I must insist on one thing. Stay away from gambling and drugs. Otherwise, we may no longer be brothers. Rest assured, Zhou Mingwen, the eldest among them, thumped his chest. Lin Tian, you know us well. We all hail from rural backgrounds and will certainly not squander this money. Absolutely. Zhang Jun chimed in excitedly, cautiously inquiring. We will avoid drugs and gambling, but what about? Chapter 18. Han Qingxian and Zhao Songqing in a quarrel. Chao Xiao and Zhang Wenxian in heartfelt conversation upon hearing Zhang Jun's words. Zhou Mingwen and Chun Su exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting an understanding that transcended words. Despite being in their second year of college, none of the three had experienced the tender nuances of romantic relationships. They had not even reached the point of holding a girl's hand, let alone engaging in profound discussions about life with female classmates. Why had they not pursued love? Was it a matter of disinterest? Not quite. The predominant reason lay in the insecurities that plagued the boys. With ordinary appearances and humble rural backgrounds, their family circumstances could only be described as quite mediocre. In such situations, the mere thought of seeking a partner felt daunting, as they believed they could not provide the life their counterparts desired. Many girls struggled to comprehend this mindset, yet it represented the prevailing thoughts of most young men. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Lin Tian appeared to be an extraordinarily affluent heir, and he expressed a willingness to support them. As long as the trio maintained a harmonious relationship with Lin Tian, it seemed they would be set for life, free from worries about basic needs. As the old adage goes, when one's belly is full, desires awaken. Zhang Jun, Zhou Mingwen, and Chun Su found their imaginations ignited, contemplating the possibilities. As long as you steer clear of gambling and drugs, we remain good brothers, Lin Tian remarked, shrugging nonchalantly, encouraging the three overly excited individuals to regain their composure. He then redirected his attention to the computer screen. After a series of operations, Lin Tian's substantial investment of 1 million had dwindled to less than half. Yet he had successfully acquired the most luxurious equipment in CF. Gazing at the weapons and gear he had previously envied, he eagerly initiated a ranked match. The dreams of his youth had finally been realized. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Lin Tian's dormitory was one of jubilation. In stark contrast, the environment in Han Qingxian and Zhao Songqing's dormitory was charged with tension. Zhao Songqing had just returned when Han Qingxian stormed in, fuming with indignation. Zhao Songqing, what on earth do you mean by this? Han Qingxian shouted, disregarding the astonished expressions of her two roommates. Zhao Songqing looked taken aback, replying, Qingxian, what is wrong? What do you mean by that? I didn't mean anything at all. Her innocent demeanor left Han Qingxian feeling as if her frustrations were dissipating into thin air. Taking a deep breath, Han Qingxian forced herself to remain composed. She sat across from Zhao Songqing and said, Songqing, you are fully aware that Lin Tian is my boyfriend. Why did you accept the gold he gave you and agree to go on a date with him? Moreover, was the car Lin Tian gifted you, along with the one he drove back, truly purchased by him? Initially, Han Qingxian aimed to confront Zhao Songqing, but her curiosity about Lin Tian's wealth proved too compelling to resist. Zhao Songqing's reaction was one of astonishment. Qingxian, have you forgotten? You were the one who broke up with Lin Tian yesterday. I did not interfere with your relationship. You two are no longer together. So what is wrong with me agreeing to date him? As for the car, of course, it was bought by Lin Tian. Otherwise, would we have stolen it? Indeed, it was Lin Tian who made the purchase. At this moment, Han Qingxian has completely accepted Lin Tian's identity as a wealthy heir. For if Lin Tian and Zhao Songqing were merely acting as drivers, they would only have circled the campus, never leaving the vehicle to remain overnight. Yet now, both Lin Tian and Zhao Songqing have parked their car right beneath the dormitory. Han Qingxian feels a pang in her heart. How could she have misjudged such a remarkable boyfriend? However, she seethes with resentment towards Lin Tian. Why did you feign poverty while we were dating? Han Qingxuan's heart is filled with bitterness. Had you revealed your affluent background from the onset, would I have chosen to part ways with you? She places all the blame on Lin Tian. Yet, deep within her soul, she yearns desperately for reconciliation with him, plunging Han Qingxian into a tormenting struggle. Seeing Han Qingxuan's silence, Zhao Songqing smirks and adds fuel to the fire. By the way, we owe a debt of gratitude to you, Qingxian. Otherwise, such an exceptional man as Lin Tian would not have been mine. You vile creature, Zhao Songqing. Han Qingxian can no longer contain herself. She lunges forward and grabs Zhao Songqing's hair, pulling fiercely downward. What are you doing? Zhao Songqing, not one to back down, retaliates by seizing Han Qingxuan's hair. And soon they're locked in a fierce tussle within the dormitory. Stop it, you two. Please stop. Their other two roommates rush forward to intervene, attempting to separate the combatants. However, in her fury, Han Qingxian refuses to relent, leaving the others helpless. After a long while, the two disheveled adversaries finally return to their respective beds, each wearing a cold smile. Wretched girl, don't think that just because you've taken my place, you can remain seated there indefinitely. Han Qingxian mocks inwardly. Zhao Songqing, you have yet to witness the pathetic devotion Lin Tian displayed while pursuing me. She recognizes that she may have gone too far this time, hurting Lin Tian's feelings. Nevertheless, she believes that with a mere beckoning, Lin Tian will return to her side as he once did. Meanwhile, Zhao Songqing also smirks. Others may be oblivious, but she knows her role all too well. She is merely a pawn for Lin Tian to provoke Han Qingxian. It is clear how much Lin Tian harbors disdain for Han Qingxian. You wish to reclaim your position as Lin Tian's girlfriend? Dream on. Zhao Songqing scoffs. With a swift motion, both draw their curtains, refusing to cast a glance at each other's loathsome faces. Meanwhile, as Zhao Songqing and Han Qingxian engage in their fierce rivalry, Qiao Xiao returns to the dormitory in her Ferrari, valued at over 2 million. Having received news in advance, Zhang Wanxian awaits below the dormitory with wide, astonished eyes. She quickly approaches, lowering her voice in shock. Xiao, did Lin Tian really buy you a car worth over 1 million? Indeed, I told you already, didn't I? Xiao replies with a smile. Linking arms with her friend, Zhang Wanxian exclaimed in astonishment. I can hardly believe it. A car worth over 2 million, and he just buys it on a whim? Lin Tian must be incredibly wealthy. She sighed with genuine admiration. Alas, while brother Tian is affluent, it is clear that I shall not be the sole woman by his side. Xiao sighed as well, pondering that even if Lin Tian were to cast her aside at this moment, she would still consider it worthwhile, having gained 3 to 4 million from her association with him. Nevertheless, she yearned to linger around Lin Tian a little longer. It was not solely about the money. Being with a young, attractive man of wealth drew the attention of others, bringing her emotional fulfillment. The afternoon's car purchase had been an experience entirely distinct from mingling with ordinary individuals. Few could resist the allure of vanity, but many lacked the capacity to stand in the spotlight. With a mixture of emotions, Qiao Xiao grasped the astonished Zhang Wenxian's hand, and the two sat in the car, whispering secrets. She recounted how Lin Tian casually spent millions on Douyin and took her car shopping, hinting at plans to purchase a house in the capital city. Zhang Wenxian listened in wide-eyed shock. Finally, Qiao Xiao posed a serious question. Wenxian, do you wish to become Lin Tian's mistress? At this, Zhang Wenxian fell into a brief silence. How dull, how utterly insipid, with no classes in the afternoon. Lin Tian spent the entire day gaming in his dormitory. However, he soon realized that acquiring the coveted complete set of equipment had not significantly heightened his interest in the game. Instead, after a long afternoon, he found it rather tedious. What a foolish man I am. Having attained what I desired, I no longer cherish it. Lin Tian scolded himself inwardly before lazily rising from his bed. Damn, sitting all day has truly made my back ache. He groaned in discomfort. He felt foolish for choosing to sit on the top bunk when there was a table available on the lower bunk. This pain is unbearable. Perhaps I should get a massage, Lin Tian thought, rubbing his neck. Night had fallen, making it the perfect time to grab a meal and then head to a massage parlor. Content with his plan, he slipped on his shoes and stepped outside, driving away in his Ferrari. As for his three roommates, having received their share of cash, they eagerly rushed out, perhaps to seek out younger female students for some life discussions. Chapter 19. Ranking third among the top 10 beauties of Qingbei, Xiajiha, Lin Tian, driving his Ferrari, sought out a familiar restaurant near the school for a meal. The proprietor, surprised to see a Ferrari patronizing such a humble eatery, greeted Lin Tian with joviality, snapping photos with his phone as he served the dishes. At that moment, Lin Tian finally comprehended why so many are enamored with luxury vehicles. Driving a high-end car is akin to wielding a spotlight in a crowd. Wherever one goes, envious glances follow. While enjoying a meal at the roadside stall, Lin Tian attracted the attention of numerous women who approached him for WeChat. Many onlookers, young and old, gathered around to discuss and photograph the car. However, Lin Tian declined a request from women whose appearances paled in comparison to that of Qiao Xiao. Resolutely adhering to his personal standard, he would only entertain those of equal or superior beauty to the campus flower, Qiao Xiao, who boasted both exquisite figure and elegance. After relishing some home-style dishes, Lin Tian departed in style, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his back, prompting him to seek a massage. In truth, it was his first visit to such an establishment, and he wished to indulge in the experience. He searched for a highly rated foot massage parlor on a certain app, albeit one located far from the Northern University near the city center. Nevertheless, Lin Tian was undeterred in his quest for the finest service, eagerly driving toward his destination, also familiarizing himself with the $2 million luxury vehicle. After traversing several kilometers without the engine even warming up, Lin Tian arrived at the esteemed Sangua Foot Massage Parlor. The establishment, known for its high ratings and premium pricing, buzzed with excitement upon witnessing Lin Tian's Ferrari pull up, their eyes drawn toward the opulent vehicle. A poised woman, clad in a high-neck, slit qipao and heels, approached briskly. "Sir, allow me to assist you with parking," she offered, her smile reminiscent of a friendly neighboress. "Thank you, but that's not necessary," Lin Tian replied, already maneuvering into the parking space. The woman merely intended to establish a cordial rapport. Accompanying Lin Tian toward the massage parlor, she remarked, "Sir, my name is Lu Yu. This must be your first visit to our establishment?" "Yes, it is. You can call me Lin Tian," he replied, nodding with a smile. Although it was his inaugural visit, he felt no trepidation. With billions in his bank account, anxiety seemed an absurdity. Lu Yu shook her head with a smile, saying, "How could I address you so casually? I shall refer to you as Lin Xiao." Lin Tian, unconcerned, nodded in agreement and inquired, "What services do you offer here? I assume you have massages?" "Indeed, we do, Lin Xiao." Lu Yu quickly understood that Lin Tian was a novice to foot massage parlors, as all such establishments typically provided massage services. There is merely a distinction between the formal and the informal. Thus, Lu Yu, the manager of the Three Kingdoms Foot Spa, harbored a faint trace of astonishment in her heart. Having witnessed the grandeur of the world, she had encountered numerous affluent patrons in her establishment. With a discerning eye, She could tell that Lin Tian's attire alone was worth hundreds of thousands, and his car exceeded 20 million in value. Yet, such a man had never set foot in a foot spa before. While pondering this, Lu Yu smiled gracefully and inquired, "Young Master Lin, might I recommend our services to you?" Very well." A flicker of delight stirred within Lin Tian. He found Lu Yu's service rather impeccable, just as he was uncertain which package to select. Upon hearing his response, Lu Yu became even more convinced that this was Lin Tian's first visit to a foot spa. Yet, she betrayed no hint of this realization, maintaining an unreadable composure as she suggested, "If young Master Lin seeks relaxation through massage, I recommend this 999 yuan package. If ear cleaning and facial grooming are more to your preference, then this other 999 yuan package would suit you." Without hesitation, she presented the two most expensive packages in the establishment. These so-called packages were measured in hours, each session lasting 45 minutes, meaning Lin Tian would spend 4,000 yuan for less than an hour of indulgence. This was no ordinary extravagance. Lin Tian nodded, chuckling lightly. "If I desire both a foot massage and ear cleaning, does that mean I simply order both packages simultaneously?" "Precisely, young Master Lin." Lu Yu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Indeed, Lin Tian was a man unburdened by financial concerns. "Excellent. Then I shall take both." Lin Tian extended his card without hesitation. "Very well, young Master Lin." With a cordial yet enigmatic smile, Lu Yu added, "Since this is your first visit, allow me to take the liberty of arranging a mysterious surprise for you." "A mystérieux surprise?" Anticipation flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. Could it be something less than formal? The most exclusive packages were conducted within private VIP lounges. Lin Tian was escorted into one such chamber by another attendant. Before long, Lu Yu returned, accompanied by a young woman whose beauty left Lin Tian utterly spellbound. The girl kept her gaze lowered, her demeanor tinged with shyness. Beneath her delicate makeup, Lin Tian could discern the faint blush coloring her cheeks. Yet, this was not what astonished him most. What truly stunned him was that he recognized her. Xia Jihe, ranked third on Qingbei University's list of top 10 beauties, the object of countless men's admiration. And here she was. Lu Yu, observing the shift in Lin Tian's expression, knew at once that Xia Jihe was precisely his type. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "Young Master Lin, Miss Xia is quite the celebrated beauty at Qingbei University. However, today marks her very first session. Should her service prove lacking in any way, I do hope you will be indulgent." What do you think of this mysterious surprise? A top-tier campus belle. Lu Yu was certain no man could resist. Sure enough, Lin Tian's lips curved into an approving smile. Indeed, this surprise is not insignificant. Not insignificant at all. Lin Tian was thoroughly astounded. Never had he imagined encountering Xia Jihe in such a place. "Then I shall leave you to your leisure, young Master Lin." Lu Yu smiled and nodded, understanding the situation. She gracefully exited and closed the door behind her. After Lu Yu left, Lin Tian noticed that Xia Jihe appeared noticeably more tense. However, she seemed to be well trained. Despite her nervousness, she lifted her gaze and inquired, "Sir, should we begin with the foot wash or the massage? Or perhaps you would prefer an ear cleaning and facial grooming first?" Xia Jihe possessed a visage that could only be described as flawless. Her skin so delicate it seemed almost translucent, and her figure was tall and curvaceous, with long legs that evoked envy among her female peers. Indeed, Xia Jihe's beauty was nothing short of perfection, which explained her esteemed position among the top 3 in the beauty rankings at the prestigious Qingbei University. Even Xiao, who was renowned in her own right, appeared somewhat diminished in Xia Jihe's presence. "Let's start with the foot wash," Lin Tian said, gazing intently at Xia Jihe. He could hardly believe that the third-ranked beauty of Qingbei University would kneel before him to wash his feet. "Very well, sir," Xia Jihe replied, clearly trained for such tasks. With that, she retrieved the basin of warm water that had been prepared and, albeit a bit nervously, gently placed Lin Tian's foot into the water. Perhaps due to her nerves, Lin Tian noticed that her hands were not only soft but also quite warm. As she submerged his foot, Xia Jihe seemed to relax a bit. She lowered her head, diligently washing Lin Tian's feet, her delicate hands tenderly massaging his soles. Lin Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Indeed, from any angle, this third-ranked beauty of Qingbei University exuded an impeccable charm. Despite her professional technique, Xia Jihe remained silent, resembling a reserved enigma. While Lin Tian found the foot washing enjoyable, he also felt a hint of boredom creeping in. Thus, he engaged her in conversation, asking, "Xia Jihe, what brings you here for a part-time job?" Lin Tian's initial question startled Xia Jihe, causing her to shudder. "Why you are a student at Qingbei University?" she quickly deduced, recognizing his youthful appearance. However, she was taken aback that, among the myriad of universities in the capital, Lin Tian happened to be from Qingbei University as well. An awkward sensation washed over her. In an effort to avoid encountering acquaintances, she had deliberately chosen a shop relatively distant from her university. Yet, fate had conspired against her, leading her to a fellow alumnus during her shift. Chapter 20. The Gambling Father and the Ill Mother. "Take it easy." Lin Tian spoke softly, observing the visibly emotional Xia Jihe, who seemed on the verge of tears. "I will not disclose your employment here to anyone at school." "Really? Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Xia Jihe's emotions gradually stabilized, and she continued to lower her head to wash Lin Tian's feet. Intrigued, Lin Tian pondered, did Xia Jihe find herself in a predicament? After all, why would such a prominent beauty, a celebrated campus figure, choose to work here as a foot masseuse? It dawned on Lin Tian that if financial constraints were the issue, he might have a chance with this stunning woman, who ranked third in the prestigious Qingbei University. Indeed, Lin Tian harbored intentions towards Xia Jihe. Such a beauty, seemingly without a boyfriend, was better off with him than with anyone else. "Xia Jihe, why did you come here to work?" Lin Tian inquired. Xia Jihe fell into a moment of silence. "Not willing to share?" Lin Tian chuckled. "Surely, your foot spa must have trained you on how to engage with clients?" His tone was unmistakably threatening. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xia Jihe bit her lip as if she had not anticipated the need to lie. She softly confessed, "My father is ill and requires a substantial amount of money." That sounds somewhat familiar," Lin Tian mused, blinking. "A gambling father, a sick mother, a young brother, and a shattered life? You may think I'm deceiving you, but it matters not. Once this session concludes, we will part ways. Rest assured, I will not ask anything of you." Seemingly sensing the peculiar look in Lin Tian's eyes, Xia Jihe spoke with a deadpan expression. No. You misunderstand. I harbor no doubts about your intentions." Lin Tian then directly asked, "Are you willing to accept my financial assistance for your father's treatment? Whether it's hundreds of thousands or millions, it is merely a trivial sum to me." Lin Tian's words were unembellished, yet they carried an undeniable weight. Xia Jihe, astonished, lifted her gaze, her hand still cradling Lin Tian's feet, momentarily taken aback. "Why would you help me?" After a considerable silence, Xia Jihe murmured. She genuinely needed funds for her father's medical treatment. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to working at the foot spa. "What do you think?" Lin Tian's gaze roamed over Xia Jihe's exquisite visage and her graceful figure. Xia Jihe's cheeks flushed crimson as she felt a mix of anger and urgency. "I am not that kind of person." She bit her lip and locked her gaze on Lin Tian's eyes, enunciating each word. "I absolutely refuse to sell my body." In truth, given Xia Jihe's striking looks, if she desired, she could easily find a wealthy benefactor willing to support her and provide the funds necessary for her father's treatment. It was precisely her unwillingness to resort to that path, coupled with the urgency for quick earnings, that led her to the foot spa. Here, her exceptional beauty allowed her to earn nearly 1,000 yuan per hour. Xia Jihe believed that with effort, she could amass enough money for her father's medical expenses in a short time. "Are you misunderstanding me?" Lin Tian blinked, implying that he would cover the medical expenses for her father, but from that moment onward, she would be obliged to provide foot massages exclusively for him. Moreover, she would be required to be at his beck and call for an entire year. "Is it really like that?" Xia Jihe's face flushed deeper, feeling somewhat embarrassed to meet Lin Tian's gaze. She hesitated. "The initial surgery for my father requires 400,000. If the results are unsatisfactory, a second surgery may be necessary, potentially exceeding $1 million in total. Such a substantial sum just for a foot massage seems absurd. No rational person would agree to that, unless their money came easily. Yet, Xia Jihe was unaware that she had indeed encountered someone quite extraordinary. Lin Tian's wealth was hardly a matter of mere happenstance, but it was still rather effortless. I assure you, money is not a concern. However, do you truly believe you can earn over $1 million in this foot spa within a short time? Lin Tian observed her with a bemused smile. The striking beauty blushed further and murmured, "Regardless, I must at least attempt it. Unless absolutely necessary. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not sell myself." Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. It seems you are in agreement? If so, continue with your services, but after today, you must resign. For the next year, you will serve only me." With that, Lin Tian reclined comfortably, allowing the third-ranked beauty from Qingbei University to wash his feet. The sense of achievement was exhilarating, far more engaging than merely sleeping. As he lay back, he heard Xia Jihe hesitantly say, "I signed a contract with the shop. If I resign within 6 months, I would owe a penalty of 200,000 yuan. That is a trivial amount. I'll cover it." Lin Tian waved it off nonchalantly. After spending an entire year together, if he could not win over this campus beauty, he would hold himself in contempt. "Thank you." Although Xia Jihe felt a surge of gratitude, as the dilemma that had troubled her for so long was resolved by Lin Tian. She reminded herself not to cross any lines. She needed to remain within her boundaries while serving him. "Please provide me with your bank account number," Lin Tian requested, taking out his phone. "Oh, all right." With a sense of trepidation, Xia Jihe relayed her bank account number to Lin Tian. "Ding! 1 million yuan has been deposited into your bank account. Please check your balance." Shortly thereafter, Xia Jihe heard a notification sound from her phone and turned to see that Lin Tian had indeed transferred 1 million to her, making her quite anxious. The initial surgery fee she mentioned was only 400,000. "What are you standing there for?" Lin Tian looked at her. "Once you've finished washing my feet, you need to come over for a massage. We still have ear cleaning and facial grooming to do." "Oh, right, coming right up, Lin classmate." Xia Jihe remained oblivious to the fact that this affluent heir had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, effortlessly transferring 1 million without any formal agreement. However, she had to admit that she was deeply moved. She no longer needed to worry about her father's surgical expenses. "Lin, allow me to massage your shoulders," said Xia Jihe. Her eyes slightly reddened with emotion. After gently drying Lin Tian's feet, she climbed onto the bed and knelt beside him, extending her delicate hand to knee to shoulders. Her touch was remarkably soft, and her technique impressively skilled, a testament to her training, far superior to that of Chao Xiao. Lin Tian felt a significant relaxation in his shoulders and waist, though her strength was somewhat lacking. "Your strength is too light. Come, use your feet," Lin Tian commanded, resting on the bed. "Huh? Lin, my massage service does not include that," Xia Jihe exclaimed in surprise, quickly explaining herself. Lin Tian responded with a dissatisfied grunt. Xia Jihe felt a twinge of grievance, her eyes reddening. Yet, recalling that Lin Tian had just transferred 1 million to her, alleviating her father's guardian fees, she gritted her teeth and removed her socks, revealing her exquisitely delicate and fair feet. Then, her face flushed, she stepped on Lin Tian's bare back. He had done her such a tremendous favor. It was merely a slight transgression of boundaries, nothing to be overly concerned about. Xia Jihe reassured herself inwardly. Little did she know that once certain boundaries are crossed, they no longer remain boundaries. "How much do you weigh? Surely not over 100 pounds? Lin Tian casually inquired as he felt utterly relaxed under Xia Jihe's weight. "Just over 100, she shyly replied. "Oh, I would have guessed," Lin Tian mused. He had assumed that someone as slender as Xia Jihe would weigh less than 100 pounds, yet she indeed surpassed it. Reflecting inwardly, he acknowledged that some truths remain hidden beneath the fabric of clothing. However, it was clear that Xia Jihe was not the type to be easily conquered like Chao Xiao. Xia Jihe required a gradual approach from Lin Tian. After all, he was not lacking in female company at the moment, so he was in no rush to win her over. He relished the thrill of the pursuit. As the saying goes, That which is acquired too easily is often not treasured. Chapter 21. Rumors. Lin Tian. A shy voice echoed from the VIP lounge, belonging to Xia Jihe. Oh, my apologies. Lin Tian chuckled. Your feet are so exquisite, I couldn't help myself. Forgive me, he added with a light-hearted laugh, retracting his hand from Xia Jihe's now flushed, delicate foot. What a far cry from those so-called big stars, he mused, merely a collection of manufactured personas. Xia Jihe finally exhaled in relief. Her face had been aflame, her heart racing furiously. She felt fortunate that Lin Tian was oblivious, or it would have been utterly embarrassing. However, the sensation of his touch lingered strangely. She felt her entire body weaken under his caress, nearly collapsing into Lin Tian's arms. The service soon concluded, and Lin Tian and Xia Jihe emerged from the private room, rejuvenated. Lu Yu, the manager of the foot bath establishment, promptly approached, eager to secure her wealthy patron who drove a luxury car worth over 20 million. With a beaming smile, Lu Yu inquired, "Young Master Lin, did you find Xia Jihe's massage techniques satisfactory?" As she spoke, she discreetly observed Xia Jihe, seemingly gauging whether any improprieties had occurred between the two. "Indeed, quite satisfactory," Xia Jihe replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, while Lin Tian simply smiled. He then added, "Manager Lu, I heard that Xia Jihe signed a contract with you, imposing a fine of 200,000 for resignation within 6 months? Lu Yu's expression subtly shifted, and she quickly responded, "What does young Master Lin imply?" "I wish to take her with me." Lin Tian indicated towards Xia Jihe. As anticipated, Lu Yu recognized Xia Jihe's beauty and had intended to cultivate her into the establishment's leading star. Hence her earlier remarks meant to surprise Lin Tian. However, she never expected that a single appointment could lead to Xia Jihe being whisked away by a client. Young Master Lin is jesting. There is no such fine, merely a means to manage the ladies in the establishment. Lu Yu's thoughts shifted rapidly. If Xia Jihe chose to leave with young Master Lin, they would certainly not demand a single penny. In truth, such fines were illegal. They might work on young women without connections, but with someone like Lin Tian, a wealthy heir driving a multi-million-dollar car, pursuing such a matter would only lead to their own downfall, given that they were in the wrong. Oh, Lin Tian was taken aback by Lu Yu's response. However, since she was being accommodating, he, not in need of money, naturally would not press the issue. With a smile, he handed her his bank card, saying, "Then I thank Manager Lu. Please assist me in obtaining a card with 500,000 deposited. Consider the card as a gesture of goodwill from Manager Lu." Lin Tian was aware that establishing a card in such establishments often resulted in substantial commissions, hence his proposal. "Thank you immensely, young Master Lin." Lu Yu's face lit up with joy. Behind Lin Tian, Xia Jihe stole a glance at his retreating figure. He appeared to be genuinely affluent, effortlessly recharging 500,000 without a flicker of an eye. Xia Jihe felt a tumult of emotions. Though she projected an image of toughness, she harbored a certain trepidation towards these super-rich second-generation heirs. If they were to engage in any outrageous behavior, her family's resources might not suffice to administer a fitting retribution. Thus, Xia Jihe had always maintained a respectful distance from these so-called wealthy heirs at school. Lu Yu swiftly returned Lin Tian's bank card, personally delivering it to the entrance. "Young Master Lin, do visit us again," she said with a beaming smile, waving her hand. "Let us go. Get in the car," Lin Tian said, pulling up in his dazzling Ferrari beside Xia Jihe. "I can just take a taxi," Xia Jihe replied softly, reluctant to ride with Lin Tian. "Do you truly wish for me to disclose your employment here to your classmates?" Lin Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Why are you like this?" Xia Jihe protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she stamped her foot. She had thought Lin Tian to be a decent person. "What's wrong with me?" Lin Tian waved his hand again, urging her, "Hurry up, I have matters to attend to after I return." Reluctantly, Xia Jihe climbed into the car, and under Lin Tian's insistence, she took the passenger seat. "That's more like it." Lin Tian felt satisfied. A luxury car of such caliber deserved to have a stunning beauty like Xia Jihe in the passenger seat. Moreover, driving while inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her was far more enjoyable than driving alone. Initially, Xia Jihe was quite tense as she settled into the car. However, upon observing that Lin Tian was merely driving obediently without any untoward advances, such as wandering hands, she gradually relaxed. Her previously taut body leaned gently against the passenger seat, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Have you never been in a relationship before? Lin Tian suddenly inquired. And no, Xia Jihe stammered in surprise. Lin Tian chuckled. Am I truly that terrifying? Not at all. Xia Jihe shook her head. You lent me so much money for my father's treatment. You are a good person. Goodness, please, don't utter those words. Lin Tian nearly reacted defensively. Once, Han Qingxian had called him a good person, and that day he had been heartbroken. Xia Jihe didn't quite comprehend why Lin Tian was so agitated but nodded obediently. The Ferrari, valued at over 20 million, sped swiftly back to the school entrance. Lin Tian unlocked the car door and said, All right, you can get out now. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to escort you inside. All right, Xia Jihe replied, feeling utterly at ease as she exited the vehicle. Just as Lin Tian was about to depart, Xia Jihe suddenly smiled. Actually, I've noticed that Lin Tian is not a bad person. There's no need to act so stern. With that, she covered her mouth and laughed. Feeling exposed, Lin Tian couldn't maintain his composure and retorted with a sly grin. When I have the chance, I'll call you to serve me, and then you'll truly know whether I'm a bad person. At this moment, it was Xia Jihe's turn to blush, as she hurriedly made her way towards the school without looking back. Lin Tian, accompanied by the roar of the engine, drove towards the hotel where he was residing. Goodness, is that not Xia Jihe? How did she descend from a Ferrari? Could it be that my pure goddess, Xia Jihe, has transformed into a woman of loose morals? That vehicle appears to have been spotted at the school before. It belongs to Lin Tian from the School of Economics and Management, does it not? What? Lin Tian? What? Xia Jihe is in a romantic relationship with Lin Tian? The scene of Xia Jihe emerging from Lin Tian's car was witnessed by numerous students at the school gate. While they were filled with shock and heartache, discussions began to unfold. Xia Jihe, renowned for her purity, ranked third among the top 10 beauties of Qingbei University, was suspected of being in a relationship. This news created quite a stir at Qingbei University. The top 3 beauties of Qingbei University are considered to be equal in terms of beauty. However, the first-ranked Tang Jiai has become a big star due to her role in a television drama, while the second-ranked Chu Lianyi appears to be the daughter of a corporate executive. The two of them possess substantial prestige, which allows them to overshadow Xia Jihe, securing the top 2 positions. If we were to disregard their external accolades, the 3 can only be said to possess their own unique charms. There has never been a definitive victor among them. Thus, the news of Xia Jihe potentially being in a relationship landed like a bombshell at Qingbei University, igniting discussions across the campus forum. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Tian, returned to his hotel, indulged in a refreshing shower, and then reclined on his bed. Today, he had spent 150,000 on foot massages. The system rewarded him with 15 million in cashback, leaving Lin Tian with approximately 235 million in liquid assets. This evening, Lin Tian planned to execute a significant venture, aiming to elevate his liquid assets to a staggering 1 billion. Chapter 22, The First System Mission, the Trillion Goal in the Hotel Room. Lin Tian lay comfortably on the bed, initially intending to open Douyin and impulsively top up his liquid assets to 1 billion. However, a sudden realization struck him. What if his unrestrained spending outpaced the system's money-generating capabilities? Tonight, he had planned something grand, a single expenditure of 100 million. In return, the system would have to refund him 1 billion. A billion? What kind of company could possibly earn 1 billion in a single night? A flicker of concern crossed Lin Tian's mind. System, are you there? Lin Tian called out inwardly. The system responded promptly. The system is present. The host may speak freely. With caution, Lin Tian inquired, System, what exactly is your current method of generating wealth? If I spend too quickly, won't it glitch you? This was his greatest worry. His entire foundation rested on the system. Without it, he was merely an ordinary student with a little over 200 million in cash. Nothing remarkable. The system seemed almost offended. The host must not question this system's capabilities. Such doubts insult the very integrity of this system. All right, I won't mention it again. Lin Tian chuckled. But tell me, where does all the refunded money come from? His curiosity burned. The system had once assured him that all funds were obtained through legitimate, transparent means. The system explained, this system has scanned all sunken ships and lost artifacts across this planet, employing professional teams for recovery. Preliminary estimates place their total value well over $1 trillion, more than sufficient to sustain the host's refunds in the short term. Lin Tian gasped. Despite his recent extravagant spending and expanded worldview, the word trillion still sent shockwaves through him. $1 trillion? Wasn't that enough to make him the richest person on Earth? Enough for countless lifetimes? Relief washed over him. The system was indeed reliable. Sensing his thoughts, the system chided him with exasperation. The host must correct this mindset. Possessing the universe's most formidable cashback system, the host's ambitions should extend far beyond becoming some mundane global billionaire. Lin Tian listened attentively. The system continued, beyond recovering lost treasures. This system has also established an AI technology company and an entertainment firm in the host's name. These ventures are not merely for profit. This system is dedicated to elevating the host's prestige, diversifying his identity, and enriching his life with boundless possibilities. Its impassioned tone moved Lin Tian deeply. The system truly had his best interests at heart. To encourage the host to consume promptly and gain more cash back, the system has issued the following task: acquire $1 trillion in cashback. Reward: achieve the pinnacle of human physical potential in all aspects. As Lin Tian felt deeply moved, the system's voice echoed once more, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Lin Tian, system, you possess such capabilities? What else are you concealing from me? System, this system's abilities are beyond the host's imagination. All you need to do is relish life with my assistance. Very well. Relishing life. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. After an enlightening conversation with the system, his lingering doubts vanished without a trace. How narrow-minded I was to question the system. Lin Tian chastised himself internally before joyfully opening Douyin, invigorated by the system's task, which fueled his desire to spend extravagantly. Achieving the ultimate physical condition, Lin Tian felt a surge of anticipation for the system's rewards. As Lin Tian prepared to indulge in shopping on Douyin, he remained oblivious to the fact that someone had recorded him driving the third-ranked beauty of the school, Xia Jihe, back to campus, and the footage had been uploaded to the school forum. Previously, Lin Tian had been merely an inconspicuous figure at the university. Only those who had interacted with him were aware of his rumored status as a wealthy heir. In contrast, Xia Jihe was a prominent figure, ranked third among the university's most beautiful students. The news of her descending from Lin Tian's luxurious car and sharing laughter with him, resembling a couple, sent shockwaves throughout the university. Countless students were abuzz with the revelation. The pure and lovely Xia Jihe has a boyfriend. That evening, Zhang Wenqian, casually scrolling through the forum from her bed, suddenly gasped in surprise, urgently calling out to her roommate, Chao Xiao, who was in the process of removing her makeup. Since Lin Tian had not summoned her to the hotel that day, she was puzzled by Zhang Wenqian's outburst. Wenqian, what is the matter? With others still in the dorm, Zhang Wenqian hurriedly sprang from her bed and approached Chao Xiao, handing her the phone. Xiao, look, isn't that Lin Tian's car? Is that Lin Tian in the video? Upon watching the viral footage on the forum, Chao Xiao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Yes, that is definitely Tianji's car, she recognized immediately. Wow, just wow. Zhang Wenqian exclaimed. How did Xia Jihe end up with Lin Tian? Isn't she always priding herself on being the pure school beauty? Zhang Wenqian felt a stronger sense of urgency than Chao Xiao, who, having received a substantial sum from Lin Tian, would still have financial security even if their relationship faltered. Yet Zhang Wenqian had yet to connect with Lin Tian. At this moment, Chao Xiao's heart was a tumult of emotions, her mind swirling in confusion. She hesitated, pondering that perhaps Tiangu had chanced upon Xia Zai and thus offered her a ride back to school. Xia Zai's previous demeanor did not align with that of materialistic individuals like themselves. Both Chao Xiao and Zhang Wenqian possessed a clear self-awareness. In stark contrast to them, Xia Zai, ranked third among the campus beauties at Qingbei University, was never short of suitors from affluent families. However, it was rare to hear of her engaging with anyone. What do you mean on the way? Did you not see that Lin Tian left shortly after? Zhang Wenxian's expression turned serious. Xiao, at this juncture, you cannot afford a moment of hesitation. Doubt will lead to defeat. Why not seek out Lin Tian and inquire about the situation? This way you can rest easy, can't you? Zhang Wenxian encouraged. However, it's not my place to interfere if Tian chooses to pursue other women. I had promised him we would part amicably. Xiao replied, her emotions tangled. Oh dear girl, who said you should meddle in Lin Tian's affairs with other women? Zhang Wenxian exclaimed, frustrated by her friend's naivete. We are simply preparing for any eventuality, gathering information to respond appropriately. At the very least, we must ensure that you are not cast aside simply because Lin Tian has found another. She insisted, you must hold on to this golden opportunity tightly. And for as long as possible, then I shall send Tiangu a message to see if he desires my presence. Xiao bit her lip, contemplating. Despite their intimate encounters the previous night, she doubted Lin Tian would have further needs today. Yet, she evidently underestimated the vigor of a young sophomore who had just begun to savor the pleasures of life. Tiangu wants me to come over. Excellent. Apply a beautiful makeup and enchant him. Zhang Wenxian assisted her with the makeup. During this process, she casually suggested, Xiao. Perhaps I should mention my own matters to Lin Tian. At worst, we could attend to him together. Together? Xiao was taken aback by Zhang Wenxian's openness. What is wrong with that? Feeling embarrassed? Zhang Wenxian retorted, let me tell you, compared to the lack of money, nothing else holds any weight. I've grown weary of poverty. Chapter 23. The sense of crisis of Xiao in another girl's dormitory at North City University. Zhao Songqing and Han Qingxian had just had a quarrel, each ignoring the other. They lay on their respective beds, engrossed in their phones, lost in their own thoughts while casually browsing various apps. Han Qingxian had intended to open the campus forum to search for information related to Lin Tian. She found it peculiar that Lin Tian had suddenly become wealthy and was driving luxury cars. Surely, some people at school would notice and gossip about it. To her astonishment, upon searching, she discovered that the homepage of the forum related to Lin Tian featured a video of Xia Jihe getting out of Lin Tian's car. Xia Jihe? It had barely been a day since her identity as a wealthy second-generation heir was revealed, and this wretched girl was already flirting with Lin Tian. After watching the entire video in a fit of rage, Han Qingxian mentally cursed Xia Jihe. How can she still consider herself a pure school beauty? It's truly disgusting. Han Qingxian was seething. Why were so many people suddenly vying for Lin Tian? Where were all of them when he was broke? Now that he has money, they are all flocking to him? She angrily berated the crowd of girls. Yet, she failed to realize that when Lin Tian was poor, she, his legitimate girlfriend, had looked down on him and even uttered cruel words to break up with him. Of course, with Han Qingxuan's character, she remained oblivious to this fact. A group of harlots. Once I reclaim Lin Tian, I will send each of you flying, and you will all have to repay the money you spent on him. Han Qingxian thought fiercely. Oh, why is she dressed so provocatively today? Is she intentionally trying to seduce me? The moment Xiao pushed open the hotel room door, Lin Tian could not help but admit that his eyes lit up. She wore exquisite makeup, her lips adorned with bright red lipstick, and her long hair styled in soft waves. The white shirt she donned revealed her collarbones, while a brown pleated skirt accentuated her figure, complemented by knee-high Martin boots. The vibrant and slightly sultry image of a youthful woman leapt to life, making Lin Tian feel a certain allure. Xiao noticed the gleam in Lin Tian's eyes and felt a surge of joy in her heart, knowing that her carefully chosen outfit was to his liking. This ensemble had been meticulously selected by both her and Zhang Wenxian in their dormitory, designed with a hint of strategy. The exposed, delicate collarbones and elongated legs were meant to ignite a man's curiosity. Xiao set down her small bag, approached Lin Tian with a radiant smile, and after removing her Martin boots, she directly nestled against his shoulder. With a coy tone, she said, "To meet my dear Lin Tian, of course, I must present myself beautifully." Lin Tian found it somewhat unbearable to hear her speak in that high-pitched voice. It sounded peculiar. After settling on the bed, Chow Xiao Xiao began to caress Lin Tian's calf with her smooth leg, pressing closely against him, her breath sweet and inviting. "Are you all right?" Lin Tian had initially felt quite indifferent, but her playful provocation ignited a spark within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he set his phone aside and turned his body, lunging towards the enchanting Chow Xiao Xiao, who seemed particularly alluring today. Lin Tian lit a cigarette, his expression stoic, and inquired, "What exactly is going on today?" "What do you mean by that?" Chow Xiao Xiao nestled beneath the covers, feigned ignorance, her beautiful face flushed. Lin Tian slightly deepened his nasal tone, prompting Chow Xiao Xiao to quickly respond. "Today, Brother Tian, did you perhaps escort Xiaojia home?" "I'm not prying. It's just that this news has circulated around the school." Concerned that Lin Tian might misunderstand, she offered a hasty explanation. "So that's the reason?" Lin Tian mused, finally comprehending why Chow Xiao Xiao was so proactive today. It seemed she felt a sense of urgency. Was she worried that Xia Zhihe would compete for his affections? Yet, it was clear that Chow Xiao Xiao was overthinking the situation. Lin Tian, in fact, welcomed the attention from more women, eager to spend on them. He desperately needed avenues for expenditure. Suddenly, he yanked the covers aside and delivered a sharp slap to Chow Xiao Xiao's waist. He then spoke coolly, "Mind your own business. Just know that even if I have other women, you will not be neglected." "Brother Tian, I understand my mistake," Chow Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her voice a melodious gasp. The impact of Lin Tian's slap leaving a red mark. "Understanding is good. Just don't let it happen again," Lin Tian said, acutely aware of the power of money. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he engaged in casual conversation with Chow Xiao Xiao, all the while keeping his sights on his goal for the night, to amass a staggering 1 billion in cash. With plans to indulge in spending tonight, he anticipated that once the system refunded him to reach 1 billion, he would purchase a property the following day, propelling him towards the 100 billion mark. Should he perhaps acquire several properties? Why not aim for 1,000 billion to fulfill the system's task? Lin Tian suddenly realized that spending money was not as simple as it seemed. Was he truly contemplating investing over 100 billion in real estate? While it wasn't impossible, it still felt somewhat lacking. Lost in thought, Lin Tian casually scrolled through Douyin, feeling that his stamina had notably improved since the previous night. After a playful exchange with Chow Xiao Xiao, he was surprised to find that over half an hour had elapsed, leaving her utterly exhausted. "Wait, Lin Siki, why is that girl live streaming?" Upon stumbling upon a familiar figure in a student's live stream, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. His sister, Lin Siki, was indeed broadcasting live. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "She is secretly live streaming without informing me? Didn't I just transfer 5,000 to her yesterday? Is she streaming for fun or to earn money?" 5,000 was not a substantial sum, but it would suffice for a student for a while, especially considering that only a day had passed since he had sent it. Nonetheless, her foray into live streaming could prove to be a positive endeavor. Lin Tian's mind raced as a light suddenly flickered in his eyes. The reason he refrained from giving his sister and parents too much money was that he found it challenging to explain the source of his funds. However, now that she was live streaming, he could simply send gifts, couldn't he? With a slap on his thigh, Lin Tian thought to himself that his sister had chosen the perfect time to start her broadcast. It felt as if she had unwittingly walked right into his line of fire. His excitement startled the nearby Chow Xiao Xiao, who looked over to find Lin Tian lingering in a live stream hosted by a seemingly charming young lady. Is Brother Tian brimming with energy? Gao Xiao Xiao Muset, wondering how he could be so quickly enamored by another pretty face after just spending time with her. What she did not realize was that this lovely girl was indeed Lin Tian's sister in the most literal sense. At that moment, the live stream had only a handful of viewers, merely 8 in total, one of whom was his friend Xuan Xuan. Nevertheless, Lin Siki was cheerfully engaging with her audience. "Oh, let me see how many viewers you have, Lin Siki," remarked Zhang Yuanmei, who often hosted her own streams from the adjacent bed. Just 8? I have over 40 in my stream. Just moments ago, my Wang Zong even sent me a plane." Zhang Yuanmei chuckled lightly, and in a manner hidden from the audience. Scoffed, prompting eye rolls from both Lin Siki and the bed above her. Zhang Yueme, you do your stream, and I'll do mine. Let's not disturb each other. Lin Siki urged impatiently. What's wrong? Afraid I might disrupt your broadcast? Zhang Yueme scoffed. With just 8 viewers, is anyone even sending you gifts? Should I ask my Wang Zong to send you a heart-shaped bunny? At that moment, Lin Siki's beauty was captured on Zhang Yueme's stream, instantly captivating the viewers. Compared to Zhang Yueme, Lin Siki was undoubtedly far more stunning, radiating an innocent charm. Wang Zong, the prominent viewer in Zhang Yueme's room, soon made his way into Lin Siki's stream. Wang Zong, sister, what gift can I send to add you on WeChat? Wang Zong, what gift would allow us to hang out? The 2 consecutive messages elicited a look of disgust from Lin Siki, while Lin Tian nearly exploded with anger. Tian Ge, the top supporter can add me on WeChat. After sending that message, Lin Tian raised his hand and dispatched a plane. It wasn't that Lin Tian was unwilling to send a more lavish gift. Rather, he intended to engage Wang Zong in a strategic game today. Chapter 24. Has my sister started live streaming? In the live streaming room of my sister, Lin Siki, very few viewers were sending gifts. With a single airplane gift, Lin Tian ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Mr. Wang, were you pretending with just 1 airplane? Indeed, upon witnessing Lin Tian's comment and his swift rise to the top, a certain Mr. Wang began to mock him in the live stream. He casually dispatched 2 airplanes, thus claiming the #1 spot for himself. Due to the delay in the live stream, Lin Siki only now noticed a few airplanes floating across the screen. Simultaneously, she observed the exchange between Lin Tian and Mr. Wang. Lin Siki hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you both for the airplanes, but we do not add WeChat in this live stream. I apologize, but I will refund your gift money shortly. 2 airplanes worth 600 yuan. Adding you on WeChat would not be a loss for you. At that moment, Zhang Yueme, who was sitting opposite Lin Siki, approached. Upon seeing Mr. Wang sending gifts in Lin Siki's stream, she couldn't help but feel envious and began to taunt her. I've said we're not adding anyone, so I'll just refund their gift money. Lin Siki chose to ignore Zhang Yueme. Tian Ge, no need to refund. It's just an airplane, not worth much. After sending this message, Lin Tian directly gifted a rocket worth 1,000 yuan. Instantly, Mr. Wang lost his newly acquired position at the top. Seeing that Lin Tian had sent another rocket and insisted on not needing a refund, Mr. Wang found himself in a precarious situation, particularly as he was a person concerned with appearances. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sending gifts in the live stream. Thus, Mr. Wang promptly sent a rocket of his own. No need for a refund, but I do want to add you on WeChat. What is the price to add you on WeChat? Upon noticing that the 2 big spenders in the live stream seemed to be in a standoff, Lin Siki felt anxious. I've said we're not adding WeChat, so please refrain from sending gifts. If you do, I want to refund the gift money. Tian Ge, it's all small change. No need for a refund. Lin Tian continued. Tian Ge, if Mr. Wang wants to add WeChat, then he should aim for the top spot first. With that, Lin Tian directly sent a super rocket valued at 3,000 yuan. Wow. Lin Siki's friend, Wang Shuang, who was watching the live stream, exclaimed. Siki quickly thanked the big brother. He has sent over 4,000 yuan worth of gifts. At this moment, Lin Siki felt a surge of panic, repeatedly stating, thank you to Tian Ge for the gifts. However, we do not add WeChat, regardless of how much is sent. Tian Ge, it's not about adding WeChat. I just enjoy being #1. Mr. Wang, who initially thought that spending over 1,000 yuan would secure the top spot, was taken aback by Lin Tian's super rocket gift. Yet, having already made a statement, he felt a pang of regret, but still followed suit by sending a super rocket. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. I also enjoy being #1. Upon uttering these words, Mr. Wang did not feel elated. Rather, he was anxiously gazing at the live stream screen, genuinely concerned that Lin Tian might continue gifting. However, as is often the case, fear begets reality. In a live stream, 2 more super rockets floated up into the air. The one presenting the gifts is none other than Brother Tian. Goodness, this little rascal has truly taken me on. Mr. Wang cursed in frustration. He is the proprietor of an internet CAF, possessing a moderate sum of money, yet spending a few hundred each day suffices. Exceeding that amount would be beyond his means. Nevertheless, at this moment, Mr. Wong felt compelled to act. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by the viewers of the two live streams. Zhang Yuemei's live stream had drawn quite a crowd, all eager to witness the spectacle. As Lin Tian and he exchanged extravagant gifts, the number of viewers in the live stream swiftly climbed to over 200. Observers revel in the excitement of watching a showdown between titans. My goodness! Lin Tian was equally astonished, having received over $10,000 in gifts within mere minutes. Zhang Yuemei's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer volume of gifts. Her live stream had never witnessed such generosity before. In a month of streaming, she typically earned just over $10,000, averaging around 300 a day. She would be elated even at the sight of a single airplane gift. Thank you, dear brothers. I truly appreciate your generosity, but this is already more than enough. Lin Tian hurriedly expressed her gratitude to the live stream audience, which ignited further excitement. Mr. Wong, don't you enjoy being number one? Why aren't you joining in? Exactly, Mr. Wong. Are you backing down? If you're hesitant, just say the word, and we'll leave. What's the point without the thrill? Mr. Wong, initially indecisive about splurging over $6,000 on gifts, was infuriated by the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. Mr. Wong sends 2 super rockets. In no time, Mr. Wong dispatched 2 super rockets, reclaiming the number 1 position. However, this action depleted all the diamonds in his account. After sending the 2 super rockets, he felt a wave of triumph wash over him. Just as he was about to mock Brother Tian in the live stream, another volley of super rockets suddenly appeared. This time, 3. How outrageous! They are deliberately trying to overshadow me. Mr. Wong seethed, feeling his blood pressure rise, and let out an expletive. Zhang Yuemei had been observing closely. Upon seeing Lin Tian launch 3 super rockets, she felt a mix of envy and trepidation. She was acutely aware of Mr. Wong's financial limitations. Knowing he couldn't afford to spend all his earnings in Lin Tian's live stream, or he would indeed suffer a significant loss. Thus, Zhang Yuemei leaned towards Lin Tian and remarked, Mr. Wong and Brother Tian truly have an unexpected camaraderie. Both are splendid gentlemen. There is no need to compete for Lin Tian's number 1 spot. She laughed lightly, adding, if you wish to compete, come on my live stream. A mysterious surprise awaits the one who claims the top position. Host, is that your roommate beside you? I can smell the audacity from across the screen. Is the competition in Douyin Live streaming this intense? Are they actually trying to seize the title from each other in different streams? Is Mr. Wong going to continue or not? If he leaves, it's for real. Is this Brother Tian the same one from yesterday's Shubao livestream? Ah, your words ring true. Brother Tian indeed spent over 3 million in Su Baobao's live stream yesterday. It seems that President Wong has encountered a formidable opponent. The audience in the live stream is steadily increasing, having surpassed the 500 mark. Indeed, people are naturally drawn to spectacle. Lin Tian felt a twinge of regret as, amidst the conversation, a follower of Su Baobao recognized his identity. Over 3 million spent yesterday. President Wong had initially contemplated digging deep into his internet CAF's revenue for the month to challenge Lin Tian head-on. However, upon seeing the numerous comments from Su Baobao's followers, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What on earth was he thinking? His internet CAF didn't even earn 3 million in total, let alone spending that much in a single night. Brother Tian is impressive, I must concede. I'm out. President Wong, clever in his own right, recognized the futility of the contest and sent a few messages before promptly exiting Lin Tian's live stream. He felt utterly embarrassed. Despite spending considerable time on Douyin, this was his first encounter with a true heavyweight. Previously, he had clashed with others, but after gifting a few thousand, they would scurry away. He never anticipated that this time he would face such a debacle. How tedious. In the hotel room, watching President Wong depart the live stream, Lin Tian could only pout lightly. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was incessantly expressing gratitude to both Lin Tian and President Wong for their generosity. In just a few minutes, she had amassed 2,000 to 3,000 in gifts. Zhang Yuemei, observing from the side, felt a pang of envy as she witnessed Lin Siki rake in what equated to her monthly earnings in mere moments. With a forced smile, she remarked, "Lin Siki, you should promptly withdraw your earnings. What if Brother Tian is just a child and requests a refund later? Such a sum is no trivial matter for you." Zhang Yuanmei appeared to be concerned for Lin Siki, yet her words dripped with veiled sarcasm. Lin Siki, unwilling to engage with Zhang Yuanmei, addressed her audience. "To the minors in the live stream, please refrain from gifting me. If Brother Tian wishes to request a refund, I have no objections." That brazen woman beside the host, could she please leave? Our Brother Tian could never be a minor. Don't let others influence you. Over 20,000 is nothing for Brother Tian. Indeed, Brother Tian spent over 3 million in Su Baobao's live stream yesterday. It's the truth. Upon hearing Lin Siki's words, the live stream was flooded with comments. Naturally, most were from Su Baobao's followers who had witnessed the live stream the previous day. Su Baobao, boasting 8 million followers, had no shortage of fans in attendance. Zhang Yuanmei, noticing the barrage of comments in Lin Siki's live stream, felt her face darken with irritation. Spending over 3 million in one night. Do they truly believe it's as easy as tossing around joy beans? She muttered under her breath, yet her words were clearly audible in the live stream. It was evident that Zhang Yuanmei did not believe Lin Tian had genuinely spent such an astronomical sum in one evening. While extravagant spenders did exist, they were a rarity. In the realm of Douyin, where countless streamers reside, Zhang Yuanmei found it hard to believe that fate would allow her to encounter one. Yet, her words prompted a flurry of disparaging comments in Lin Siki's live broadcast. It was evident that the audience was vehemently criticizing Zhang Yuanmei. Splendid. 100 million in recharge completed. At that moment, Lin Tian, reclining on his bed, stretched languidly. Brother Tian sends out super rockets X10. Brother Tian sends out super rockets X100. Brother Tian sends out super rockets X500. Before long, both Lin Siki and her dorm mates were left in sheer disbelief as a cascade of super rockets soared in her live stream, one after another. In no time, the count reached a staggering 1,000, and the flow showed no signs of abating. Chapter 25. The 8th million and the fiery hand in Lin Siki's live broadcast room. A group of netizens were initially berating Li Yuanmei for her remarks. Suddenly, a barrage of rockets ascended, completely dominating the screen. It wasn't merely one rocket, but a multitude. One after another, the rockets soared, and soon, the number sent by Brother Tian reached a staggering 1,000, and it showed no signs of halting. Lin Siki, who had been about to express her gratitude for the rockets sent by Lin Tian, was taken aback as she noticed the number following the initial rocket rapidly escalating. What commenced as a solitary rocket swiftly surged to dozens, then to hundreds. Hundreds of super rockets, each valued at 3,000 yuan. What does that even signify? Even if one were to collect money from the ground, such expenditure would be unfathomable. Thank you, Brother Tian. That's enough, truly. Please stop. Lin Siki hastily expressed her gratitude in the live chat, yet a flicker of panic crept into her heart. The sheer volume of super rockets being dispatched, no, it was far more than just hundreds. The gifts continued pouring in. Who could believe there were no ulterior motives at play? At this moment, Lin Siki found herself somewhat flustered. Yet Lin Tian was undeterred. He was relentlessly tapping the screen to send super rockets. To Lin Siki's astonished gaze, the number swiftly exceeded 1,000. Lin Tian's fingers ached, and he thought, only 1,000? Xiao Xiao, come help me. Lin Tian handed his phone to the nearby Xiao Xiao Xiao. All right, Brother Tian. Though a twinge of envy stirred within her, Xiao 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 dutifully assisted Lin Tian in sending gifts to the other girls. Wait, Brother Tian, are you serious? I've calculated it. 1,000 super rockets are worth 33 million. Wow, this must be the epitome of a Douyin super tycoon, spending millions in mere minutes and still going. Brother Tian, are you truly willing to forsake your beloved Baoge? This girl is indeed beautiful. But surely she can't be that captivating? You know nothing. Perhaps this is a remnant of Brother Tian's lost youth. As the barrage of comments flooded in, a multitude of onlookers was left astounded by Lin Tian's extravagant display of generosity. Each one was exhilarated savoring the novelty of such a spectacle. Additionally, the sheer volume of gifts triggered Douyin's streaming algorithm, leading to an influx of thousands into Lin Siqi's live broadcast room within a short span. Upon witnessing the thousands of super rockets animatedly floating across the screen, many chose to stay and observe. Brother Tian, please, no more. You've already sent over 1,000 super rockets. This is truly excessive. Lin Siqi felt a twinge of embarrassment and a hint of apprehension. She genuinely believed that Lin Tian had some romantic interest in her, which was why he was showering her with such extravagant gifts. At that moment, Lin Tian's friend, Wang Shuang, was left speechless in astonishment as she watched Lin Siqi's live stream, her expression one of sheer disbelief. What? Over 1,000 super rockets? Meanwhile, Wang Yueme, who had already exited Lin Siqi's live stream, scoffed to the news. Do you truly think that a glow stick can be mistaken for a super rocket? Over 1,000? How audacious! Zhang Yueme could hardly fathom the situation. Her graduation had been torn apart, and no one would possibly bestow such a sum upon her. However, the astonished exclamations of Lin Siqi and the wide-eyed shock of Wang Shuang were undeniably genuine. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yueme decided to use her alternate account to enter Lin Siqi's live streaming room. Upon entering, she was immediately met with a dazzling display of super rockets. 240 of them, and the number was still climbing. Zhang Yueme was utterly astounded, standing frozen by her bedside, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of money involved. Was it 3 to 4 million? And it was still soaring. A wave of jealousy surged within Zhang Yueme, nearly overwhelming her thoughts. At that moment, however, Lin Siqi was oblivious to Zhang Yueme's presence. Her attention was entirely fixated on an account named Tiange. This account had showered her with millions in a short span, and it appeared there were no intentions of halting. Tianyi. Lin Siqi's mind suddenly flickered to her brother, Lin Tian. Tiange, really? You don't need to send more. That is quite enough. Lin Siqi called out in the live stream, yet just as before, she could not halt the generosity of the account in question. Contemplating briefly, Lin Siqi retrieved her spare phone and sent a message to Lin Tian. Brother, could this Tiange in my live stream be you? Despite her trepidation, she had inadvertently neglected to mask her live streaming activities, asking her question directly. Meanwhile, Chao Xiao was fervently tapping the super rocket gift on Lin Tian's phone. Suddenly, a WeChat notification popped up. Initially startled, Chao Xiao soon experienced a rush of elation. So Lin Siqi was Tiange's sister? Indeed, Lin Tian and Lin Siqi were not merely siblings, but blood relatives. Chao Xiao glanced between Lin Siqi and Lin Tian, noticing their subtle resemblance. Tiange, your sister has sent you a message. Chao Xiao quickly handed the phone to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, busy with his fingers, took the phone and was equally surprised. He thought to himself how astute his sister was. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Tian decided there was no need for concealment. His sister was far easier to persuade than their parents. Thus, he replied, Haha, you've caught me. Is it really you? Lin Siqi exclaimed in the live stream. Then quickly messaged, Brother, where did you acquire such wealth? Even with money, you shouldn't spend it this way. We have to give half to Douyin. Anxious, Lin Siqi hurriedly typed to Lin Tian. Don't fret. Haven't I mentioned? I've established several companies and am currently earning quite a bit. Lin Tian reassured her. But for now, please don't inform Mom and Dad to avoid causing them concern. Soon, I will connect you with some prominent streamers to help increase your followers. Established several companies and earned considerable wealth? Lin Siqi felt her mind swirling. She had no idea how much her brother had truly amassed. It must be an extraordinary sum. Knowing Lin Tian's character, Lin Siqi pondered even the simple act of adding an egg to his instant noodles. The lavish spending on Douyin suggested that the money Lin Tian possessed must have multiplied into hundreds or thousands of times. My brother has earned billions? Lin Siqi was nearly overwhelmed by her own thoughts. Wouldn't it be better if you just gave me some of that money directly? Why spend on Douyin for me? Lin Siqi felt a deep sense of loss, knowing that so much money would be deducted. Fortunately, at that moment, Chao Xiao finally grew weary, allowing Lin Tian to momentarily cease his gifting. Meanwhile, Lin Siki had already received over 2,500 super rockets, with a total worth exceeding 8 million. Chapter 26. 3 influential streamers assist brother, we can't squander our wealth like this. Upon witnessing Lin Tian cease his generous gifting, Lin Siki heaved a sigh of relief and quickly messaged him privately. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to transfer the money directly to me? Now, you just gifted millions to Douyin. Transfer directly? The system doesn't offer me a tenfold return. Lin Tian grumbled inwardly, casually brushing off his sister's concerns. I mentioned that I've earned quite a fortune. Not to mention millions, even billions wouldn't faze me. He continued, moreover, my spending on Douyin gifts is aimed at rapidly elevating the status of this account, facilitating my communication with several business magnates. You understand, right? His tone took a slight serious turn, leaving Lin Siki momentarily stunned. She recognized that in certain circumstances, one must flaunt luxury cars and exquisite watches to make an impression. Yet, was it customary among tycoons to showcase their Douyin spending status? Lin Siki suddenly felt a disconnect with her brother. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that as long as he provided her with money, he would remain her beloved brother. With her expression returning to a neutral state, she felt a thrill that no longer stemmed from the extravagant gifts of others. For this was her brother. How could this affluent figure, Tiangu, possibly be mad? Across from Lin Siki, Zhang Yuanmei felt an overwhelming sensation akin to countless ants crawling within her. Lin Siki had only just begun her streaming career, and her appearance was far from the most distinguished among Douyin streamers. Why on earth was this Tiangu showering her with such lavish gifts? Was his fortune truly as effortless as a gust of wind? Desperation gnawed at Zhang Yuanmei as she contemplated how to attract Lin Siki's affluent benefactor to her own stream. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had entered Su Baobao's streaming room. Since his sister wished to engage with Douyin, Lin Tian was determined to assist by boosting her follower count. Is that Tiangu? Welcome. In a delightful twist, upon Lin Tian's entry, Su Baobao promptly recognized him and extended a warm welcome. Without uttering a word, Lin Tian unleashed a flurry of 100 super rockets. Baobao, could you do me a favor and connect with a female streamer to help her gain some followers? Su Baobao, upon seeing Lin Tian's message, burst into laughter. Of course, if Tiangu has spoken, it shall be done. Which streamer are we connecting with? Having gifted Su Baobao 100 super rockets and assisted him in securing victory in a previous PK with millions, Lin Tian's request was not one to be dismissed lightly. Hold on, I'd like you to invite a few more streamers with over 100,000 followers for a monumental PK. Aren't you close with Bogo and Zago? I'll send some gifts in their streams, and you can give them a heads up. With that, Lin Tian once again dispatched 100 super rockets, leaving Su Baobao grinning from ear to ear. All right, today I shall heed the arrangements of my brother Tian. He chuckled heartily, promptly retrieving his phone to reach out to the individuals mentioned by Lin Tian. These individuals were renowned streamers on Douyin, each boasting over 100,000 followers, with a stable viewer count exceeding 200,000. Lin Tian directly accessed the live streams of these two personalities. Without further ado, he dispatched 100 super rockets to silence them. This evening, Lin Tian's objective was to spend 100 million, and thus, he was unperturbed by such a trivial expense. Oh, thank you, brother Tian. I am truly grateful for the 100 super rockets, exclaimed Shikha, who was engrossed in a gaming broadcast. Upon witnessing the ascent of 100 super rockets, he was taken aback and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Oh, brother Tian, I was envious when you showered gifts in Baogu's stream yesterday, and today, you have finally graced us with your presence. In another stream, Bogu, who had recently completed a PK with Su Baobao and had felt Lin Tian's financial prowess, was thrilled to see him in his own broadcast tonight. However, at that moment, both Zegu and Bogu received messages from Su Baobao, realizing that Lin Tian sought their assistance. Despite being prominent streamers, they felt no inclination to decline. Typically, when a wealthy patron sought their help or connected with a favored smaller streamer, they would send a mere 10 or 8 super rockets. Yet, With Lin Tian's generous gift of 100 super rockets, they found no grounds to refuse. In no time, Lin Siki was drawn into a PK with the 3 prominent streamers. She was well aware of their status and felt a surge of anxiety. Sister, do not be nervous. You are Brother Tian's sister, and that makes you our sister too. If anyone dares to bully you on Douyin, just call on your uncle. Brothers, Brother Tian has showered us with such gifts. We cannot let his generosity go unreciprocated, can we? Our stream now boasts over 20,000 viewers. Everyone, let us direct our attention to the top right corner and give Lin Siki a follow. Brother Tian is our esteemed leader, and I need not say more. Brothers, let's not disgrace Su Baobao. To Lin Siki's astonishment, the 3 renowned streamers treated her with remarkable warmth. Right upon connecting, they urged their fans to follow her, their enthusiasm leaving her quite startled. The viewers in the 3 streams were not merely following. They were promised a 10-minute PK with a Huawei smartphone dispatched every minute, contingent on one simple request: to follow Lin Siki. Lin Tian's comments in the live stream added fuel to the fire. Squeeze in. Squeeze in. Wow, so many little piglets are crowding my backside. There are a lot of monkeys too. Be careful not to scratch me. Is this Brother Tian's sister? Is she really his sister? Whether she is or not remains uncertain, but she certainly enjoys Brother Tian's favor. In an instant, Lin Siki's live streaming room was inundated with an overwhelming influx of viewers, propelling the audience count to exceed 10. When Su Baobao first entered Douyin, he also collaborated with several streamers, and back then his own followers alone could elevate these streamers to an astonishing 100,000. Now Lin Tian has brought along not one, but 3 prominent streamers, each boasting over 100,000 followers. Moreover, these streamers were meticulously selected by Lin Tian, known for their strong community engagement, with their viewers genuinely eager to support and follow others. Lin Siki's Douyin followers surged at a staggering rate of over 1,000 per second, skyrocketing from just a few hundred to more than 50,000 in mere seconds. And the growth shows no signs of abating. Chapter 27. A lavish investment of 20 million. Gaining 500,000 followers. Worth it. Thank you. Thank you all for your attention. Observing the soaring follower count, Lin Siki was filled with excitement, repeatedly expressing her gratitude in the live stream. Hold on, this is just the beginning. If we don't reach 100,000 followers by the end of the PK, it's on us 3, Brother Bo said with great exuberance. At that moment, Lin Tian dashed into the live stream of Su Baobao, Brother Bo, and Zhe, fervently sending them 100 super rocket gifts each. Oh, thanks to my Brother Tian. Let us rally together, everyone, and help Lin Siki reach 100,000 followers. Thank you, Brother Tian. Thank you. You're too generous. Everyone in the stream, let us push for it. Brothers, Brother Tian has just sent over 300,000. Let us get her to 100,000 followers. With 100 super rockets dispatched, the smiles on Su Baobao, Zhe, and Brother Bo's faces widened. They interacted with Lin Siki while encouraging the viewers in the live chat to help her gain followers. Meanwhile, under Lin Tian's direction, Lin Siki activated the gift lottery in her live stream. Every minute, 10 Huawei foldable phones would be drawn. 10 phones each minute. It wasn't that Lin Tian wished to limit the number. Rather, the logistics of shipping posed a significant challenge. Thus, he instructed Lin Siki to draw 10 phones per minute. Otherwise, given Lin Tian's lavish nature, drawing 100 per minute would have been effortless. This lottery had but one requirement: clicking the follow button. Consequently, many curious viewers, enticed by the prospect of winning a Huawei foldable phone valued at over 10,000, casually followed her account, as it incurred no cost. Why not participate, in case they won? Su Baobao inquired, how shall we play? Total ranking or popularity ranking? Brother Bo replied, let us go for the total ranking. The popularity ranking might be a bit challenging for our sister. Zhe added, yes. Let us aim for the total ranking. Although our sister has Brother Tian, our viewers are formidable as well. Let us give her a run for her money. After a brief discussion, they swiftly agreed to compete for the total ranking, merely gauging which live stream could garner more gifts. Lin Tian was aware that this arrangement was a gesture of goodwill from the others. Otherwise, Lin Siki would have no chance against them in the popularity ranking. Naturally, Lin Tian also preferred to aim for the total ranking. Beside him, Cao Xiao observed Lin Tian bustling about, diligently orchestrating these affairs for Lin Siki. And she couldn't help but feel envious. In just a few minutes, several million had been gifted. Previously, Lin Tian had already contributed 8 million, bringing the total close to 10 million. It appeared that Lin Tian was far from finished. Lin Tian's sister seemed a bit reserved, not at all resembling a typical wealthy heiress, Cao Xiao mused. However, a major streamer with over 100,000 followers was indeed a rarity. Perhaps her excitement had merely overwhelmed her. Cao Xiao sought to justify her thoughts, yet her envy remained unabated. In that moment, she wished fervently to be Lin Tian's sister. Even a surrogate sister would suffice. After some casual banter in the live stream, the PK commenced swiftly. Su Baobao and the others certainly lived up to their status as major streamers, boasting a large audience and numerous supporters. In an instant, the PK bars of the three participants surged beyond 1 million, equating to over 100,000 in gifts received. Lin Tian, however, remained unperturbed. He first ventured into Su Baobao's live stream, initiating the sending of super rockets. "Oh, thank you, Brother Tian, for the rockets. What brings you to my stream?" Su Baobao inquired with a congenial smile, somewhat puzzled by Lin Tian's actions. Yet, Lin Tian chose not to explain. His intention was to ensure that they wouldn't be overly embarrassed later on, not only in Su Baobao's stream. But Lin Tian also dispatched 100 super rockets each in Bogu and Zhe Ji's live streams, thus contributing another million in gifts. Nevertheless, having invested a staggering 100 million in virtual currency, Lin Tian's total gifts for the day did not exceed 15 million. He felt a sense of urgency. If he couldn't distribute the gifts, how would he manage to purchase a house the following day? After sending 100 super rockets in each of the three streams, Lin Tian returned to Lin Siki's live broadcast. At that moment, although Lin Tian was not sending gifts, the number of viewers in Lin Siki's stream had surpassed 100,000. Moreover, some high-ranking viewers found Lin Siki's quirky charm amusing and generously contributed gifts, resulting in her receiving several thousand in donations. Who exactly is this Brother Tian? Is he truly Lin Siki's biological brother? However, there had been no prior indication of Lin Siki's brother being wealthy. At this moment, Zhang Yuanmei, seated opposite Lin Siki, was utterly perplexed. She had logged into Lin Siki's stream using her alternate account, and the conspicuous 100,000 online viewers made her green with envy. After gifting 1 million in Su Baobao's stream, Lin Tian returned to Lin Siki's, preparing for the final spree of the evening. "Come on, Xiao. Help me out for a moment," Lin Tian said, handing his phone to Cao Xiao. "Aim for the super rockets, and keep going until you're exhausted." "Okay, Brother Tian," Cao Xiao replied, feeling a twinge of envy, but obediently accepted the phone. Her hands moved swiftly, and soon, super rockets began to flood Lin Siki's live stream. One by one, 10, 20, and before long, the count surpassed 100. "Whoa, Brother Tian has begun. Su Di is in trouble. It's starting. The big shot is about to showcase his prowess. I wonder how much he plans to spend this time. I estimate at least a few million. Brother Tian has already splurged millions in the other three streams. Goodness, how on earth does one earn so much money? I make 3,000 a month. I could never accumulate such wealth in a lifetime." As Lin Tian continued to send super rockets, the excitement among the viewers in the live stream escalated. The speed of the barrage was hardly slower than that of the other three streams with over 100,000 viewers. Among them were numerous comments participating in various giveaways. Meanwhile, Su Baobao and his companions remained blissfully engaged in conversation, entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation unfolding around them. As time elapsed in just a few minutes, Cao Xiao had already dispatched over 1,000 super rockets. At this moment, her PK bar was no longer visible, making her the sole leader among 4 live broadcasts. However, Su Bao and his companions were indifferent, casually calling out for some scattered votes. After all, this PK was primarily intended to garner fans for Lin Siki. Yet, Cao Xiao continued to tap away. Once the super rockets in Lin Siki's live stream reached 3,500, Cao Xiao finally, with some distress, handed her phone to Lin Tian, saying, "Brother Tian, I can't go on any longer. I truly can't press anymore." After several minutes of high-intensity, unrelenting tapping, her hands began to tremble. By this time, the PK duration had already surpassed the halfway mark. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. "All right, let me take over from here." At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had only given out nearly 10 million in gifts. From this point forward, he could only offer another 10 million at most. Had he known the PK time would be set for 15 minutes, he would have planned differently. With time pressing, Lin Tian swiftly tapped the screen, unleashing super rockets once more. The combo count for super rockets in the lower left corner quickly exceeded 5,000. My goodness, 5,000 super rockets? That must be over 10 million. Brother Tian's generosity knows no bounds. With over 10 million, what woman could not find? Sending it to a student? If this money were mine, I'd deposit it in the bank. The interest would last me a lifetime. 666. Once this PK concludes, Brother's Douyin level will surely reach its zenith. Numerous viewers in the live stream, seasoned in the Douyin realm, had witnessed grand spectacles before. They had seen PKs where millions were exchanged. However, witnessing a single individual send out tens of millions in one PK was a first for them. Each viewer remained glued to the stream, eager to see just how many super rockets Lin Tian could send out. Initially composed, Lin Siki's heart began to race upon observing Lin Tian's staggering contributions, now exceeding 10 million. She genuinely questioned what kind of business her brother was running to be so profitable. It couldn't be that he had won some grand lottery, could it? Lin Siki pondered silently. She contemplated stopping Lin Tian, thinking it would be far more convenient to transfer money directly to herself. Yet, recalling Lin Tian's previous admonitions, she suppressed her thoughts. Reluctantly, she watched Lin Tian shower gifts, already calculating which bank account to withdraw to later. After all, this was money her brother was contributing to her little treasure chest. With only a few thousand in her small stash before, she was now on her way to becoming affluent. As Lin Siki chatted with Su Bao and his companions, she envisioned the lavish life of a wealthy woman. Meanwhile, her friend Wang Shuang was equally exhilarated, knowing that her dear friend's newfound wealth would surely not make her forget about her loyal companion. Only Zhang Yuanmei, lying in bed alone, turned off her live stream out of jealousy, silently watching Lin Siki's broadcast accumulate an ever-increasing number of super rockets. 4,000. Zhang Yuanmei felt numb. In the live stream, Su Bao, Zegu, and Bogu had been laughing and joking, but now they could no longer muster a smile. It was utterly absurd. It was merely an ordinary PK, not a competition, yet Lin Tian had directly sent millions. Millions, indeed, they could afford, for they earned far more than that in a year. However, who wouldn't feel the sting when millions were spent in a single PK? Whose money comes like the wind? With the final second of the PK ending, Lin Tian finally stopped tapping his screen after several exhausting minutes. How tiring it was! The number of super rockets in Lin Siki's live stream ultimately settled at 4,550, a staggering 4,550 super rockets, valued at over 13 million. To many, this was simply outrageous. Incredible, incredible. I have no words. I can only say it's amazing. Tiangu, are you still recruiting younger brothers? I can keep your bed warm. Tiangu, look at her, 170-36D, obedient and not clingy. Tiangu, majestic and powerful. From now on, I am your most loyal little brother. Can I win a phone just once? Over 10 million is a lot, but this is Douyin. You still need to practice. In the live stream, as the PK concluded and Lin Tian ceased his actions, a new wave of bullet comments surged. Many viewers expressed that they had truly gained insight. Lin Siki also breathed a sigh of relief. More than anything, she felt pained. So much money, and she could only take away less than half. Su Bao smiled wryly. Tiangu, I concede from now on when battling Lin Siki in PK. I am but a dog. No more, no more. I won't participate in PKs anymore. It's too hurtful. Bogu and Zegu also shook their heads with bitter smiles, truly unable to laugh. Observing this, Lin Tian handed his phone to Xiao and said, Go to their live stream and send 100 super rockets. At that moment, after resting for a few minutes, Chow Xiao Xiao had recovered and nodded. All right, Tian Ge. With that, Chow Xiao Xiao entered the trio's live stream, continuously sending out super rockets. Thank you for the 100 super rockets from Tian Ge. If we have another PK, make sure to come to us, haha. Thanks for Tian Ge's medical expenses. No need to say more. From now on, Lin Siki is my little sister. If anything happens, just contact me. Tian Ge, how about letting Siki join my guild? I won't take any commission. Just want to boost the guild's revenue. The three all spoke up, with the cunning Bo Gu seizing the opportunity to recruit Lin Siki. Su Bao Bao was momentarily stunned, lamenting why he hadn't spoken up sooner. His guild had just been established and needed revenue to level up. Lin Tian remarked, "Forget it. She's just playing around, not joining the guild for now." Playing around? You spent millions creating hype? The three prominent streamers, each with over 100,000 followers, stared wide-eyed. With Lin Tian and Siki leaving, they bid farewell. Soon, after chatting for a few moments, they all departed. The majority of the viewers in the live stream gradually departed. However, a considerable number remained, captivated by the ongoing display of super rockets that had yet to soar into the sky. It was likely that even by tomorrow, the spectacle would still be unfolding. Lin Siki, taken aback by the flurry of notifications, felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Thus, she waved goodbye in the live stream, saying, "Farewell, everyone. Until next time." With that, Lin Siki promptly ended the broadcast. Quickly, Siki, check how many followers you've gained. Her friend Wang Shuang, unable to contain her excitement, urged her. Lin Siki had not had the chance to check earlier, but upon accessing the back end, she was astounded. 50,000 new followers. She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. 50,000 followers? Tian Ge has garnered over 10 million, and you only have this much? To Lin Siki's surprise, Wang Shuang pouted. It seems Douyin's algorithm hasn't exerted its full power yet. 50,000 is quite significant. Lin Siki shook her head in disagreement, then proceeded to contact Lin Tian. Lin Tian lay on his bed, messaging his sister, "Spend the withdrawn money at your leisure, but you mustn't disclose this matter directly to mom and dad. You can hint at it, saying that your brother earned money and gifted you a few 100,000. All right." Lin Siki, suppressing her excitement, quickly sent back an okay gesture. "Brother, what about the 100 phones?" She inquired shortly after. "You needn't worry about that. Just focus on withdrawing the money and hand over the Douyin account to me. I'll handle the rest." As Lin Tian spoke, he opened Su Bao Bao's WeChat. "Baoga, could you have your guild assist with the 100 phones my sister sent out? I'll cover the expenses." With 300,000 plus streamers, Lin Tian held Su Bao Bao in high regard, having watched live streams for 7 to 8 years, making him a seasoned viewer of the live streaming community. "Leave it to me," Su Bao Bao promptly replied. At last, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Despite it being less than half an hour since the flurry began, he felt genuinely exhausted. The constant gifting, coupled with the self-imposed restrictions on spending, was quite taxing. Ding! Host has spent 28,600,000 yuan. Tenfold cashback triggered. 286 million has been credited to the host balance. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, finally bringing a spark of joy to Lin Tian. Chapter 28. Lin Tian's integrity. The system's cashback balance had been credited, which momentarily thrilled Lin Tian. He had recharged 100 million on Douyin, and his account previously held merely around 70 million. Now, with a cashback of 268 million, Lin Tian's account balance triumphantly surpassed 430 million. Well, 400 million it is. Tomorrow, he would purchase a house. Lin Tian contemplated that by acquiring a property, the cashback amount would inevitably swell. Although he remained distant from the system task's cashback goal of 100 billion, purchasing a few more houses would certainly bring him closer. The thought of the system's reward, a perfect physique, filled Lin Tian with exuberance. With wealth at his disposal, he increasingly recognized the significance of good health. Surely, he would not lack beautiful women around him in the future. How could one manage without a robust body? A physique that transcends human limits? Lin Tian felt a flicker of anticipation. How could he not be capable of enduring several hours of activity? Perhaps even engaging in a dozen encounters in a single day would be manageable. Brother Tian, are you tired? Why are you lost in thought? At that moment, Chow Xiao Xiao approached him, whispering in his ear. No, just pondering some matters. Lin Tian casually shook his head. In the prime of his youth, how could he resist Chow Xiao Xiao's allure? He was tempted to invite her to be more intimate right then and there. Several minutes later, Lin Tian lit a cigarette. This body truly felt inadequate. He shook his head in resignation and suddenly thought of Xia Jia, prompting him to say, All right, you needn't keep me company any longer. You have class tomorrow. It's fine, Brother Tian. Chow Xiao Xiao, unaware of Lin Tian's intentions, shook her head with a smile. Go home, Lin Tian instructed, looking at her. Okay. Upon seeing Lin Tian's stern expression, Chow Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of grievance. Men truly become heartless during their contemplative phases. She internally lamented, but complied, preparing to leave. However, she felt a flicker of satisfaction, knowing Lin Tian's connection with Xia Jia was not significant, and was increasingly aware of Lin Tian's astounding financial prowess. After all, how many ordinary wealthy individuals could casually recharge 100 million in Douyin coins? The long string of numbers left her astonished. This realization solidified her resolve to diligently cater to Lin Tian and find ways to profit from the situation. After Chow Xiao Xiao departed, Lin Tian took out his phone and messaged his personal masseuse, Xia Jia. Come to the Welcome Hotel, room number 599. Having just finished exercising, Lin Tian felt a bit of soreness in his waist and back. Was it unreasonable to request a massage from his therapist? Meanwhile, Xia Jia had just returned to her dormitory and was preparing for bed when she suddenly received Lin Tian's message. What? So late to the hotel? A pang of anxiety shot through her. She was hesitant to go, fearing Lin Tian might act inappropriately. However, having accepted Lin Tian's money and already transferred it to her brother at home, she worried that not going would be a breach of contract. Without mentioning the penalty, where could Xia Jia possibly get that 1 million to give to Lin Tian? After some contemplation, Xia Jia gritted her teeth and dressed to venture outside. Jia, where are you off to at this late hour? The dorm will be closing soon. One of her dorm mates inquired with curiosity as she departed. A friend is coming over to hang out. Xia Jia told a white lie to cover her tracks before leaving the dormitory. Friend? Murmured her dorm mates. I haven't heard of Xia Jia having friends from other schools visiting her. Do you think she might be going to see Lin Tian? Someone exclaimed in surprise within the dormitory. The news of Xia Jia alighting from Lin Tian's luxury car had spread throughout the school, and her roommates were already aware. It's quite possible. With Lin Tian's current wealth and his car worth over 20 million, can Xia Jia truly resist such temptation? I suspect she might be throwing herself at him. TSK, who claims she was pure. When she encounters a genuine, wealthy individual, her facade crumbles, doesn't it? Other girls within the dorm whispered, their gossip escalating into absurdity. As the third-ranked beauty in the school, Xia Jia was indeed a remarkable figure, and it was hard to believe her roommates had no ulterior motives. In certain girls' dorms, the camaraderie was anything but a joke. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was lounging on his bed, scrolling through short videos and occasionally sending gifs when a knock echoed through the room. Subsequently, the voice of his dedicated attendant, Xiao Yu, resonated. Mr. Lin, your friend Miss Xia has arrived and is at the door. Let her in, he replied. Understood, sir. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a somewhat apprehensive Xia Jia stepping inside. Xiao Yu closed the door behind her, her face reflecting a hint of astonishment. Though Xia Jia wore no makeup, her natural beauty outshone that of Chow Xiao Xiao, who is often deemed attractive. Some beauties possess an innate charm that captivates at a glance. How fortunate it is to be wealthy. Just as one stunning woman departs, another even more beautiful arrives. Xiao Yu mused as she descended the stairs. Lin Tian? Xia Jia stammered, her gaze lowered, standing in place, unsure of what to do. The lavishness of the room overwhelmed her. She had never encountered such opulence, even on television. Come here and help me massage my back, Lin Tian beckoned, his eyes sparkling with admiration. At 20 years old, Xia Jia, devoid of makeup, radiated youthful vigor. Her skin plump with collagen, exuding an air of innocence that was truly delightful to behold. "Oh, sure," she replied, feeling relieved that Lin Tian merely requested a back rub. She obediently approached, removed her shoes, and knelt on the bed to massage his back. Her technique, evidently honed through training, surpassed even that of Chow Xiao Xiao, eliciting soft sighs of pleasure from Lin Tian. "What is that scent?" Xiaojia inquired, her nose twitching at the faint fragrance of orchid lingering in the air. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Although she had never truly experienced it, being a university student, she had certainly heard about it from others. Xiaojia immediately realized that a fierce battle must have taken place here moments ago. Hence, Lin Tian had asked her to come and relieve his back. "We are not from the same world," she reminded herself internally. The massage endured for over half an hour, and when Xiaojia's hands began to ache unbearably, Lin Tian finally called for a halt. "All right, you may leave now." As Lin Tian waved his hand while uttering those words, Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait, it must be around 11 o'clock now, right? The dormitory doors must be closed by now." Lin Tian suddenly spoke up. "You can rest here. There's a bed in the adjacent room." "Oh, classmate Lin Tian, there's no need for that. I can find a nearby inn." Xiaojia hastily waved her hands, thinking that if he were to unleash his primal instincts, she would be unable to stop him. "Huh? If I offer you a place to sleep, just accept it. Why so many questions? Am I the type to force others?" Lin Tian expressed his discontent, feeling as though he were being portrayed as a lecherous individual. "I am not." Chapter 29. When wealth arrives, everyone clings to you. Ultimately, Xiaojia reluctantly retreated to the adjacent room to sleep. Fortunately, the door could be locked, which allowed her anxious heart to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having enjoyed a relaxing massage, felt completely at ease. He opened Douyin, and due to having bestowed several million gifts in 3 live streams with over 100,000 viewers, his notifications exploded with activity. Countless messages flooded in from either fans, aspiring streamers, or those simply seeking flirtation. Among the messages, many came from small streamers or stunning women showcasing their talents on Douyin. "Brother, please support me. I'm 18 and easygoing. Tiange, you look so handsome when you spend money. Could you give me a little? Tiange, may I add you on WeChat? I can send you photos and videos. Brother, I'm featured on my profile. If possible, I could visit nationwide. Tianyi, it's me. I don't eat coriander. Remember me? Please follow me back." The sheer volume of private messages was overwhelming, hundreds in total. After a cursory glance, Lin Tian promptly disabled the messaging feature. It was all too bothersome. Among the myriad of messages, he only remembered the one who disliked coriander, as she was the first female streamer he had gifted on Douyin, and her figure was indeed remarkable. Consequently, he followed her back and sent a brief message. "I'll check your content when I have time. Please refrain from sending me messages unnecessarily." "Okay, Tiange, you're so kind," came the immediate reply from the coriander reverse girl, and thereafter, silence descended. It seemed she had taken his words to heart. No more unnecessary messages. Upon clearing the messages, Lin Tian was astonished to discover that his follower count had surpassed 100,000. "Haha, I could also be a streamer," he chuckled, shaking his head. However, that was merely a jest. He had no intention of becoming a streamer. Content and blissful, Lin Tian drifted off to sleep, while Lin Siki in her dormitory found herself unable to rest. Suddenly, her unremarkable life was transformed by the revelation of having a super wealthy brother. Moreover, he had gifted her 2 to 3 million in a single evening. With over 10 million available for withdrawal, who could withstand such news? Not only Lin Siki, but even her 3 roommates were wide awake, especially Zhang Yuanmei, who, upon learning of Lin Siki's brother's immense wealth, felt a surge of ambition. Compared to Lin Siki's brother, the few affluent supporters in her own live stream appeared insignificant. She mused that even a mere fraction of his wealth would suffice for her sustenance. Zhang Yuanmei was quite audacious. Otherwise, she wouldn't thrive in the live-streaming world. Although she had once looked down upon Lin Siki, her attitude had performed a complete turnaround. "Siki, I never imagined your brother was so wealthy. I heard he started a business?" With a beaming smile, Zhang Yuemei sought to cultivate a closer connection with Lin Siki. Starting a business at such a young age and earning so much money, your brother is truly impressive. He is bound to become a renowned entrepreneur. Yes, my brother is indeed remarkable. Lin Siki had no intention of engaging with Zhang Yuemei, yet she offered perfunctory responses as the other girl persisted in conversation. Her mind, however, was preoccupied with plans for the fortune nestled in her private savings. First, she would discreetly share a portion with her parents, though her brother had cautioned against being too generous, lest it stir unnecessary concern. Then, she envisioned splurging on the finest cosmetics and replacing her long-outdated phone. Given Wang Shuang's closeness to her, she even considered upgrading her friend's phone as well. Chuckling merrily, Lin Siki chatted with Wang Shuang, the two eventually curling up together on the same bed. Zhang Yuemei, undeterred by Lin Siki's indifference, shamelessly pressed on, "Siki, does your brother have a girlfriend? Since we're all classmates and so close, maybe I could be his girlfriend?" "You?" Lin Siki cast her a sidelong glance, smirking. "He already has one, a pure campus belle, no less." She deliberately emphasized the word pure, causing Zhang Yuemei's smile to falter before she huffed and retreated to her bed. "So, they know what I do every weekend." Zhang Yuemei hadn't expected her discreet activities to be uncovered. Still, she couldn't afford to alienate Lin Siki completely. If she couldn't be the girlfriend, perhaps there was still a chance as a mistress. She refused to give up. After all, opportunities to snag someone so wealthy were vanishingly rare. After a restful night, Lin Tian awoke the next morning to find Xia Jihe already gone. Not that he particularly cared, so long as she continued providing her skilled massages. After breakfast delivered by the hotel, he dutifully drove to class. Despite his wealth, he remained a student and couldn't afford to flaunt his disregard for rules too openly. Unbeknownst to him, Han Qingxian had arrived early at his dormitory, breakfast in hand, waiting eagerly. Minutes stretched into fruitless anticipation until she learned from a classmate that Lin Tian hadn't returned the previous night. The realization struck her like lightning. He must have spent the night with another woman. A sense of urgency gnawed at her. With rumors of Lin Tian's affluent background spreading, she knew more shameless girls would throw themselves at him. Those wretched hussies. "Lin Tian is mine. No one will take him from me." Seething, Han Qingxian relocated to the classroom entrance, breakfast still in hand, clinging to the faint hope that he might reconsider. Still hoping for Tianji to change his mind? How pathetic, whispered Zhou Mingwen, Chen Su, and Zhang Jun, who had spotted her but deliberately kept their distance. Lin Tian had transferred them 500,000 yuan and promised future ventures. He was practically their second father now. They knew better than to interfere or plead on Han Qingxuan's behalf. Damn, is that Lin Tian's sports car? So sleek. Sleek? More like pretentious. Just showing off. Laughable. If you have money, would you not buy a car? And if you own a car, would it not be left to gather dust? The envy of those without wealth is truly remarkable. I find myself envious of him. How amusing. As the events of last night with Xia Zai continue to unfold, Lin Tian's return to school in his car inevitably draws attention, sparking a flurry of discussions. Naturally, among the crowd, there are those whose hearts are filled with bitterness. Lin Tian is aware of this. Let them feel sour, for he has no intention of spending his own money on them. "Ah, Lin Tian, you have finally arrived." To his surprise, as he approached the classroom door, Han Qingxian unexpectedly appeared from seemingly nowhere, holding a breakfast that had long since gone cold. With great effort, she attempted to present her most charming smile, blinking her eyes as she said, "Lin Tian, I specially bought this breakfast for you, so hurry and eat it." Chapter 30. A chicken comes with rice, bringing breakfast? Faced with the eager Han Qingxian, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. His previously buoyant mood was abruptly shattered. He had not anticipated that, despite his earlier treatment of her, this individual would have the audacity to approach him again. The words of the ancients ring true. Once one possesses rice, chickens will flock. Lin Tian pondered, acutely aware that these chickens were not drawn to him for his sake, but rather for the rice he held. He spoke tersely, "Han Qingxian, I have already stated that there is no possibility for us anymore, so I shall not partake in your breakfast. From now on, you may pursue your own path while I follow mine." We shall go our separate ways. Is that understood? Kindly refrain from lingering around me. I have class to attend. Thank you. With that, Lin Tian headed towards the classroom. One audacious move. Han Qingxian, the belle of the department, had been so callously dismissed by Lin Tian. Incredible. Faced with such a beautiful girl, how could he utter such heartless words? Surely, he cannot be a Sigma male. It's amusing. Everyone knows how wealthy Lin Tian has become. Does he truly lack for a companion like Han Qingxian? Ironically, it was Han Qingxian who had previously concealed her tenacity. Who would have thought she possessed such a thick skin? Having transformed from an ex-boyfriend to a wealthy heir, could she not afford to be bold? Perhaps she now regretted breaking up with Lin Tian. The students attending the early class, overhearing Lin Tian's proclamation, were in awe, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Han Qingxuan's once flushed face drained of color. She could hardly believe Lin Tian could be so ruthless. Despite her overtures, why did he respond in such a manner? Anger roiled within her, but she dared not express it, for she could not bear to part with Lin Tian's wealth. All right, Lin Tian, I understand you're in a foul mood today. I won't disturb you, she called after him. But you must understand, my relationship with Wang Shuo is not what you think. We have done nothing untoward. Please do not misunderstand me. I genuinely like you. Truly. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her emotions were sincere. She truly believed she had developed feelings for Lin Tian. Deep, abiding feelings. I do not care what transpires between you and Wang Shuo. Just do not disturb me again. Lin Tian replied coldly before making his way to where Chun Su and their friends had already secured seats for him. They had chosen a prime location in the large classroom, positioned towards the back and to the side, an enviable spot amidst the hundreds of students. Han Qingxian fell silent, clutching her now-cold breakfast as she quietly moved to a seat in the front row. Today had been an utter embarrassment for her. Yet, she convinced herself that she must have hurt Lin Tian too deeply. If she continued to persevere, he would surely come to appreciate her efforts. Zhao Songqing, having observed the exchange silently, could not help but smirk inwardly at the unfolding drama. She was right in her assumptions. Lin Tian would never consider returning to Han Qingxian. However, with Lin Tian establishing boundaries with Han Qingxian, I find myself rendered useless as a mere tool. Zhao Songqing suddenly realized her precarious position. Lin Tian's affection was never genuine. His lavish gifts of cars and gold jewelry were solely intended to vex Han Qingxian. Yet now, it appears that Lin Tian no longer requires her as a mere instrument. What should she do? A sense of urgency washed over Zhao Songqing as she recalled that Lin Tian had purchased a car worth over 4 million for Cao Xiao, while she herself had only received a mere 50,000. Zhao Songqing was not content with this. She yearned for more. Brother Tian, please have a seat. Upon Lin Tian's arrival at Chen Su and the others, they greeted him with beaming smiles. Lin Tian chuckled. Didn't he return to the dormitory yesterday? Where did you go to indulge yourself? Hee, I successfully won over my crush. Chen Su was the first to speak, his face aglow with pride. So soon? Not only Lin Tian, but also Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun were taken aback. The two had gone on dates the previous night as well, but had not revealed their feelings to their crushes. They hadn't anticipated that Chen Su, with his thick brows and large eyes, would make such swift progress. All three harbored secret affections, but their previous insecurities had held them back from confessing. However, with newfound wealth and a promising future, they now possessed the courage to act. Thus, they eagerly arranged dates with their crushes. Chen Su chuckled, in fact, my crush has feelings for me too. She knows I like her, and is just waiting for my confession. He scratched his head, glancing at Lin Tian, and whispered, Brother Tian, I truly owe you my gratitude. Without you, I might have missed this chance due to my insecurities. It's no trouble at all. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. The reality is that countless young men and women have missed out on wonderful relationships due to their self-doubt. Not everyone possesses the courage to confess their feelings. In fact, many individuals spend their 4 years in college harboring unspoken affections. Once graduation occurs, they part ways, often losing even the opportunity to meet again. Each year, they may only send a holiday greeting to their crush, a gesture that stirs excitement for a fleeting moment. Even if mutual feelings exist, time and distance render such connections nearly impossible. Though young, Lin Tian understood this truth. It was precisely why he had transferred 50,000 to each of his 3 good friends. To him, it was a trivial sum, one that could yield tenfold returns. Yet for his friends, it could significantly alter their lives. Could Chun Su and the others not be grateful to him? They might as well consider Lin Tian a second father. During this lesson, Lin Tian, of course, was not paying attention. He was engrossed in the stories shared by his 3 friends about their romantic escapades the previous night. It made him reflective, realizing how much he had strayed from such innocent pursuits. Even Chun Su, who had successfully confessed his feelings, had merely held hands, while he himself had managed to win over Xiao Xiao within just a few hours of acquaintance. Beast, truly a beast. Lin Tian inwardly scolded himself. But then his thoughts drifted to the even more enchanting Xia Jihe. How delightful it would be to win her over. No, he needed to put in more effort. Lin Tian's mind was preoccupied with Xia Jihe's delicate and charming visage. The morning swiftly passed. His 3 roommates had all gone off to find their respective girlfriends, and Lin Tian had matters of his own to attend to. Thus, they parted ways, and Lin Tian drove away from the campus in his luxurious vehicle worth over 20 million. Such is the life of a sophomore. Typically, there are only a few classes each week. It is perhaps the most carefree year of the 4 years of university. As he drove out of the school, he was inevitably besieged, taking over half an hour to break free from the throng. He thought to himself, I really ought to acquire a few more cars. Perhaps for my return to campus, I should opt for a more modest vehicle worth around $1 million, just to avoid being the center of attention every time I come and go. Chapter 31. Purchasing a home for billion received. Lin Tian drove away from the school and first stopped at a hotel for lunch. He then contemplated inviting Xiao Xiao to accompany him in his quest for a new residence. Lin Tian's mindset had shifted. He now felt somewhat embarrassed to venture out without a beautiful companion, as having one would elevate his spirits. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had already won over Xiao Xiao, and his current pursuit was the captivating Xia Jihe. Having already secured one, there seemed little point in lingering too long. Thus, Lin Tian promptly took out his phone to contact Xia Jihe, having attended her morning classes. Xia Jihe was enjoying her lunch when she suddenly received Lin Tian's message. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she glanced around before opening her phone. Come to the hotel. It read. Although she was reluctant, the thought of the money she had received made her sigh in resignation. I'll be there shortly. What are we doing? Xia Jihe asked nervously as she settled into Lin Tian's car. She had expected his invitation to be for a massage, but to her surprise, he was driving towards the city center. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, we're going to buy a house. Huh? Buying a house? Why did you bring me along? Xia Jihe muttered softly. With such an enchanting beauty seated beside him, Lin Tian's mood initially soared. However, he raised his voice slightly. What? Can I bring you along? No, that's not it, Xia Jihe said, lowering her head in a somewhat aggrieved manner. What's wrong? Are you feeling wronged? Lin Tian glanced at her, finding her pouty expression amusing. He was tempted to tease her further. No, I'm not feeling wronged, Xia Jihe replied, her words betraying her true feelings as she adopted a pitiful look. Oof. Lin Tian continued to drive happily, playfully teasing Xia Jihe until they arrived at a renowned Villa District sales office in Kyoto. Wanyang Academy, one of the top 10 most expensive properties in Kyoto, it boasted a beautiful environment and comprehensive facilities. Most importantly, it was exceedingly pricey, though Lin Tian preferred villas. Most of the units at Wanyang Academy were spacious flats. However, the high prices made it his primary target. He had done a cursory inspection the day before, and there were not many properties currently for sale. He had his eye on several flats exceeding 400 square meters. The average price per square meter at Wanyang Academy surpassed 260,000, meaning each 400 square meter flat cost over 100 million. The funds at Lin Tian's disposal would allow him to purchase only 4 of them. Yet, this was merely his first target of the day. Mr. Lin, you must be Mr. Lin, indeed a young and accomplished man, exclaimed the sales manager, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she approached with a radiant smile. And this must be your wife. She's stunning. I almost mistook her for Louis Fei. Upon his arrival, the property manager, a sophisticated woman in her 30s with a well-maintained figure and a mature charm, noted the luxury of his vehicle. This car, I believe it costs several million, doesn't it? The female manager of the sales department gasped inwardly, recognizing that this individual was genuinely capable of purchasing a property rather than merely browsing. Upon hearing the sales manager's remark, Xia Jia's complexion flushed slightly. While Lin Tian chuckled, I recall that Wanlu Academy still has a few residences exceeding 400 square meters, correct? Indeed, Mr. Lin's memory is truly impressive. The sales manager beamed, warmly ushering Lin Tian and Xia Jia into their sales office. She produced several brochures and elaborated, currently, there are 4 units above 400 square meters remaining at Wanlu Academy. The others have already been sold, and we are merely acting on behalf of the owners to facilitate the sale. However, rest assured, Mr. Lin, the owners of these spacious apartments acquired them solely for investment purposes and have never actually resided in them. The property manager expressed this to alleviate any concerns Lin Tian might harbor, as some individuals harbor a disdain for secondhand properties. Unfortunately, the units at Wanlu Academy had long been sold out, leaving only the second-hand options, which posed a challenge given their elevated prices. Lin Tian nodded, stating, "Let's calculate the price." The lithe female manager was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lin, would you not like to view the properties first?" She was astonished. These 4 units were valued at 4 to 500 million, and his implication of proceeding without a viewing suggested an immediate transaction. In an instant, she wondered if she was being played. "There's no need for a viewing. Simply assist me in calculating the price." Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, Mr. Lin. We will ensure you receive the most favorable price." The manager, suppressing her excitement, hastily jotted down notes and even took out her phone to communicate with the owners. It was evident that she was genuinely negotiating to secure the lowest possible price for the properties. Watching this unfold, Lin Tian felt a twinge of sympathy. The manager need not exert herself for a high price, as the proceeds would ultimately be her own earnings. Over 400 million? No viewing. And proceeding with the purchase outright? Next to Lin Tian, Xia Jia, who had initially felt somewhat constrained, was equally astonished, her large eyes widening in disbelief, her lips parting instinctively. "Mr. Lin, the total price for the 4 units is 394 million. The sales manager, visibly anxious, felt her heart racing as she continued. "This is the best price I can negotiate on your behalf at present. If you find it unsatisfactory, I suggest waiting. I can endeavor to negotiate further for you, and perhaps we can reduce the price a bit more." "There's no need. I dislike waiting," Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. This year, property prices had indeed decreased, and what once valued at 4 to 500 million could now be acquired for less than 400 million. With that, Lin Tian directly pulled out his phone to call the bank. Such substantial property transactions necessitate bank transfers, and the financial institution would conduct a thorough investigation into the source of funds. However, Lin Tian's financial background was entirely legitimate, leaving him unperturbed by scrutiny. "Prepare the contract." After a straightforward negotiation with the bank, Lin Tian inquired, "The property contract should be with you, right? Has the transaction truly been completed?" The female manager took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, sir. The homeowners entrusted us with their purchases, and naturally, the property contracts are held here to facilitate immediate handovers. Should we encounter clients like you?" The 3 of them awaited a response from the bank. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man hurriedly descended from the 2nd floor of the sales department. The general manager? The female manager, responsible for receiving Lin Tian, greeted him with a smile. The general manager nodded at her before extending his hand to Lin Tian. "You must be Mr. Lin. The bank's transfer audit has been approved. You are indeed a remarkable young man." "Really approved?" The female manager beside Lin Tian felt her heart racing, her complexion flushed with excitement. With a transaction amount nearing 400 million, her commission could amount to several million. Completing this deal would allow her to return home and enjoy retirement. "Since it's approved, let's sign the contract promptly. I have other matters to attend to," Lin Tian stated calmly. However, to him, the sum of 400 million seemed rather insignificant. At that moment, Ding. The host has spent $396 million and a tenfold cashback of $396 billion has been credited. Please check host. Chapter 32. Continuing to buy properties. With a remarkable cashback, $400 million, an astronomical figure in the eyes of the average person. However, in this era of the internet, some leading streamers and e-commerce giants, buoyed by years of accumulation, are likely to possess such sums. Yet for billion. Now, that is a different story. A large company with tens of thousands of employees may only be valued at around $4 billion. A company with hundreds of thousands of employees would consider having $4 billion in liquid assets quite commendable. After all, not everyone is like Xiaomi, hailed as the cash king of Beijing. Yet, Lin Tian's net worth stands at a staggering $4 billion. Insufficient, still far from enough. Lin Tian remains unsatisfied. His ambition is $100 billion. Achieving this milestone and fulfilling the system's task would grant him physical capabilities that surpass human limits. To Lin Tian, this is far more enticing than $100 billion in cash. For once money reaches a certain threshold, it merely becomes a figure, a sum that can never be fully spent. However, exceptional physical prowess is different. It signifies a greater ability to relish life. Mr. Lin, the contract have been duly signed. These 4 properties are now yours, said the real estate department's general manager with utmost respect, handing over 4 contracts. The female manager beside him watched anxiously, concerned that her superior might claim the commission for this deal. I recall you have a background in law. Please take a look, Lin Tian said, turning to hand the contracts to Xia Jihe. Ah, certainly, Xia Jihe replied, cautiously examining the contracts. These documents, valued at $400 million, warranted her utmost diligence. After an extensive 15 minutes, she finally finished reviewing the thin contracts. Lin, everything is in order, she said, her face lighting up with relief and joy. Good? Lin Tian nodded with a smile, then suddenly remarked, this deal counts as her performance, doesn't it? The real estate general manager was momentarily taken aback. The female manager, who had been anxious, now felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. She had never expected Lin Tian to specifically mention her. Indeed, yes, this is Xiao Li's performance. The general manager quickly affirmed. Lin Tian nodded, then departed with Xia Jihe. Xiao Li, please see Mr. Lin off. The general manager gestured towards the female manager. Of course, manager, Xiao Li replied, hastily following Lin Tian and opening the car door for him. Thank you, Mr. Lin. May I add you on WeChat? Xiao Li expressed her gratitude. Adding me on WeChat as a form of gratitude? Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. No need. I will reach out through your website if necessary. What a jest. With Xia Jihe beside him, Lin Tian was determined to maintain the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. He would never engage in the folly of losing something substantial while grasping at trivialities. Compared to Xia Jihe, this female manager merely possessed a hint of charm, while the rest fell significantly short. Understood, Mr. Lin, Xiao Li responded, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Xiao Li maintained a beaming smile as she watched Lin Tian's car depart. It was a pity. He was so young, so handsome and wealthy. If something were to transpire, I certainly wouldn't be at a loss. The young manager, Xiao Li, shook her head in a mix of regret and excitement. Yet almost immediately, an overwhelming thrill surged within her. She had truly earned several million from this deal. In fact, it was over several million. The commission for these long unsold properties was extraordinarily high. Moreover, she had managed to sell 4 units in one go. 400 million. Goodness, I have truly encountered a benefactor. Xiao Li mused joyfully to herself. You are quite a decent person, suddenly said Xia Jihe, who had remained silent in the car. Only just realizing that, Lin Tian chuckled. If I hadn't spoken up, this deal would likely have been mishandled by her manager. Indeed, that's why you are a good person. Unaccountably, Xia Jihe felt her cheeks flush as she softly added. So could you perhaps let me off the hook? Just give me a bit of time, and I promise to repay you. However, we truly do not wish to become your mistresses. Lin Tian paused to reflect. Was his intention so transparent that Xia Jihe could discern it? He shook his head. I do not desire your money. I seek your heart. Xia Jihe's face paled. Yet, she soon heard Lin Tian say, however, I will not force you. I want you to come willingly. Willingly? Xiaojia exhaled a sigh of relief internally. She believed she could never willingly submit. She and these affluent second-generation heirs belonged to entirely different worlds, and she had no desire to bridge that divide. Her aspirations were simple: to graduate, secure a respectable job, and eventually marry a clean-cut young man. Deep down, Xiaojia was a traditional woman. As Lin Tian drove, both remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. System. What are the names of the two companies you helped me establish? Do we have a department in Kyoto? Lin Tian inquired through the letter with the system. The system replied, the AI technology company is named Aochuang, while the entertainment company is called Shinkong Entertainment. The headquarters of Aochuang is in America, but there is also a significant branch in Kyoto. The entertainment company is headquartered in Kyoto. Great. I shall visit them whenever I have the chance, Lin Tian responded. After engaging in casual conversation with the system, Lin Tian arrived at his next destination, another sales office in a villa district. Xiaojia was bewildered. Hadn't they just purchased a property? Were they buying again? Confused, she obediently followed Lin Tian. What felt surreal to Xiaojia was that Lin Tian had brought her here again to buy property. This time, however, they didn't even look at the houses. They simply paid for any available units. Xiaojia was utterly flabbergasted. In the span of one afternoon, she accompanied Lin Tian to 4 or 5 different villa districts, purchasing over 20 properties. The total expenditure exceeded 2 billion. What an absurd situation this is. Yet, observing Lin Tian, he remains unfazed, his smile growing ever more pronounced. To an outsider, one might mistakenly believe he has not spent over 2 billion, but rather amassed a fortune exceeding that amount. Time to call it a day. After a long day of toil, Master Lin has decided to return home. Today, he procured 22 properties, each averaging over 100 million, with the system offering a staggering rebate of 224 billion. Subtracting the expenditure of over 20 billion, my cash on hand surpasses 200 billion. With 200 billion quietly resting in my account, it would be unrealistic to claim I am not exhilarated. Within the realm of Beijing's cash kings, there exists barely over 1,000 billion. Lin Tian is on the verge of catching up and surpassing them. Alas, I have truly worked hard. Lin Tian mused with a shake of his head, delighting in his thoughts. Come, let me treat you to a meal. After a day of following Lin Tian and poring over contracts, Xiaojia's eyes appeared somewhat dim. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Tian cheerfully suggested, how about we dine at the school? Otherwise, the dormitory may close soon. Xiaojia replied softly, no need, let us just go back to the school. All right, then we'll dine at Heike Pavilion. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Xiaojia thought to herself, I clearly stated I wanted to return to school. How did he misinterpret that? A flicker of annoyance crossed her mind, but soon she found herself being led forcefully by Lin Tian to the renowned upscale restaurant, Heike Pavilion, in Kyoto. Chapter 33, Tremors. A great shock. Do we just consume over 20,000 for a single meal? As they exited the restaurant, Xiaojia felt quite satiated. Yet the thought of the hefty bill left her in a state of emotional turmoil. Initially, she had intended to split the cost, but the exorbitant expense extinguished that notion. Not cheap, Lin Tian remarked as he drove Xiaojia home. The dishes you enjoyed were airlifted from various corners of the globe. For instance, that steak may have come from a cow in New Zealand just hours ago, and now it's gracing our table. What a cruel metaphor, Xiaojia muttered under her breath. Lin Tian had taken Xiaojia out to dine, not only to indulge her palate, but also to broaden his own horizons. Having recently ascended from humble beginnings, he sought to gradually acclimatize himself to the finer aspects of life, cultivating the essence of an upper-class individual. Upon their return to the university, Lin Tian, at Xiaojia's earnest insistence, escorted her to the entrance of her dormitory. Any thought of resistance? Out of the question. After she hurried inside, her cheeks flushed, Lin Tian leisurely made his way back to his own quarters. Today he had resolved against staying at a hotel, opting instead to grant himself a day of respite. Staying alone in a hotel often left him restless, perpetually tempted to reach out to Chow Xiao Xiao. Brother Tian, you're back. His 3 roommates greeted him as he entered the dormitory. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping across his face. I hear you were seen driving out with the campus beauty. So what's the verdict? Did you win her over? The three roommates wore expressions brimming with curiosity. No, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. She is the third-ranked beauty at our university. It's not that simple. Still not won over? The trio displayed skepticism. Lin Tian responded, there are some girls in this world who cannot be swayed by mere money. But that's what makes it intriguing. If they came running at the mere snap of a finger, it would lack challenge. He smiled cheerfully. Impressive. Chun Su and the others gave Lin Tian a thumbs up, grinning mischievously. As expected of our brother Tian, always up for a challenge. Their conversation soon drifted to other topics. Have you guys tried the Aochuang? Zhang Jun's question caught Lin Tian's attention as he was engrossed in a fierce battle in CF. Aochuang? What is that? Both Zhou Mingwen and Chun Su looked curiously at Zhang Jun, seeing their bewildered expressions. Zhang Jun was taken aback, muttering, you guys haven't heard of the Aochuang AI that has gone viral on Douyin these past few days? Aochuang Gai? Lin Tian, upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, became increasingly certain that the Aochuang mentioned was indeed a product developed by the company established with the aid of his system. Shang Yun exclaimed, you all should download it and give it a try. This Aochuang AI is incredibly fascinating. No matter what questions you have, it can provide the most accurate answers. Plus, it can assist you in writing papers, designing, and even virtual painting. I have never encountered such an AI. It truly eclipses all others currently available in the market. Zhang Jun's exuberant words successfully compelled Zhou Mingwen and Chun Su to download this Aochuang AI. Lin Tian, as the proprietor of Aochuang AI, naturally followed suit. The moment he tried it, he was astounded. Within mere minutes, the dormitory was filled with exclamations of disbelief. Lin Tian was equally taken aback. This Aochuang AI is indeed a versatile marvel. Whether it pertains to academic papers, design, painting, or even conversation, it excels in all domains. Its formidable computational prowess produces answers in the blink of an eye. Such a miraculous algorithm, Lin Tian surmised, is at least a decade ahead of contemporary AI technology. Having experimented with various AI systems, he had yet to encounter one that could rival Aochuang AI. It resembled the artificial intelligence that emerged in the second installment of Captain America. Remarkable indeed. Which company has concocted this? I fear that once Aochuang is released, it may spell doom for all AI firms in the market. This is no mere marginal advancement. Even a layperson can perceive Aochuang's superiority. In the dormitory, Chun Su and Zhou Mingwen engaged in animated discussions, continuously lavishing praise upon the AI. Shang Yun Xiaokult Stitzing. This Aochuang AI has only been online for less than 3 days. It exploded in popularity today on Douyin and is already trending in the top 3 across major platforms. The company that developed this software is bound to reap immense profits. Profits? Lin Tian replied with a smile, realizing that unbeknownst to him, the system had delivered a tremendous boon. Without a doubt, this must be the handiwork of the system. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how any company could develop such a powerful AI in such a short span of time. Truly astonishing. While Aochuang Technology has unveiled Aochuang AI, what is Shinkong Entertainment concocting? Lin Tian suppressed his curiosity, refraining from inquiring further with the system. He yearned for the thrill of discovering surprises serendipitously. As Lin Tian and his dorm mates engaged in conversation, fatigue from a day of exertion soon enveloped him, leading him to a deep slumber. He slept soundly yet, with the meteoric rise of Aochuang AI across various platforms, some individuals found themselves unable to rest, not to mention the companies fervently striving to develop AI. They were utterly captivated by Aochuang AI. They were tirelessly attempting to contact the masterminds behind Aochuang AI, seeking to secure usage rights, preferably even to acquire the copyright outright. Even several technological magnates within the Dragon Kingdom's military were beginning to feel restless. The immense computational capacity of Aochuang AI is nothing short of a crushing force in the realm of modern computing. This computational power is manageable within the tech sector. But what if it were to be applied in a military context? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of several esteemed technical experts within the Dragon Kingdom S military. Numerous small teams, comprised of elite scientists, immediately sought out a high-ranking official within the military upon learning of Aochuang AI, a genuine hidden powerhouse, within the tranquil confines of a traditional courtyard in Kyoto. An elderly gentleman clad in a Tang suit bore a solemn expression. "Oh, is this software truly as remarkable as you claim?" he inquired. "Indeed, esteemed leader," responded a team member. "Our group has made numerous attempts to conquer this software. Yet even a team composed of the finest computer experts from our nation finds it utterly insurmountable. The algorithms and programming are crafted with unparalleled finesse. Should it be utilized in the military domain, it would undoubtedly signify an unfathomable leap forward." A middle-aged scientist seated opposite the elder spoke earnestly. "Moreover, we have discovered that the headquarters of this software development company is located in America. However, they also maintain a branch here in Kyoto, and it appears that the president is of Chinese descent. Perhaps we could extend an invitation to them, seeking to procure this software for our military's use. Even if they refuse to sell it to us, we must strive to prevent it from falling into the hands of other nations." "Very well. I shall take charge of this matter," the elder in the Tang suit declared, noting the grave expressions of those present. Chapter 34. Meeting with Elder Wang. After several researchers departed, the elderly gentleman instructed a young man beside him. "Xiaozhou, please investigate this Aochuang AI technology company and swiftly gather detailed information about its personnel." "Yes, Elder Wang." The young man stood tall and straight, nodding before departing with purposeful strides, his movements devoid of hesitation. "Aochuang AI, if it is indeed as remarkable as Xiao Li and the others have claimed, this company may profoundly influence the realm of AI and even the broader landscape of modern technology." The elderly man, known as Elder Wang, mused, his expression grave. Before long, the young man, Xiaozhou, returned promptly with a thin sheet of A4 paper in hand. "Elder Wang, the investigation is complete. The mastermind behind Aochuang Technology Company, Limited, is one of our compatriots from Longhua, and notably a sophomore at Qingbei University." Xiaozhou's face bore a hint of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Lin Tian's youth. "Oh, a sophomore?" Elder Wang exclaimed, taking the document from Xiaozhou and perusing it briefly, before exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge from the young." At just over 20 years of age, he had established such a tech company, and the impact of his inaugural project was tremendous. "This technology company has boundless potential. Elder Wang, I believe this young talent holds even greater promise," Xiaozhou interjected. "Oh, please elaborate." Elder Wang's curiosity was piqued. Xiaozhou promptly continued. "According to our findings, the core algorithm of Aochuang AI was not authored by the company's programmers. I suspect that it was entirely crafted by Lin Tian himself. It is evident that this Lin Tian stands at the forefront of AI computing, perhaps even surpassing global standards." Xiaozhou spoke with conviction, his words infused with deep admiration. "Indeed, your assessment is astute," Elder Wang replied with a jovial smile. "Fortunately, he is one of our own, a student at Qingbei University. Let us send someone to bring him here for a meeting tomorrow morning." After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to meet Lin Tian in person for a more in-depth discussion. "Understood, Elder Wang." Xiaozhou nodded respectfully, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He was eager to meet this young prodigy. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Aochuang AI had already drawn the military's attention, which had led them to trace the inquiry back to him. The system had assured Lin Tian that as long as he did not wish it, no one could uncover the wages under his name. However, for Aochuang AI and Shinkong Entertainment, Lin Tian had not sought the system's discretion, as he had never anticipated that the first project developed by Aochuang Technology would create such a stir. Early the next morning, Lin Tian and a few roommates rose early for their morning classes. As he finished his morning routine and made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast, he was suddenly surrounded by two imposing figures. Lin Tian instinctively grew wary. Now he is a wealthy man, inevitably encountering situations where his fortune might be at risk. Lin Tian even contemplated hiring a team of bodyguards. "You must be Mr. Lin from Aochuang Technology Company, Limited," one of the burly men said, forcing a friendly smile as he spoke quietly. We are from the Central Military Region, and our boss wishes to meet with you. Military personnel? Lin Tian felt a jolt of realization. His Aochuang AI had truly stirred up a considerable commotion, attracting the attention of the military. Surely, they did not expect him to join them for breakfast? However, judging by their respectful demeanor, it seemed unlikely that this was a bad omen. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Tian's mind. Ultimately, he decided to obediently follow the two muscular men into the vehicle. "Brother Tian, where are you up to?" "You have class soon." Chen Su and his companions, descending the stairs, noticed Lin Tian and the two burly men entering a sleek black business car, their expressions reflecting surprise. "Just stepping out for breakfast." Lin Tian waved dismissively. "All right, leave it to us." Chen Su chuckled lightly. No one felt inclined to probe further. Perhaps these two men were sent by Lin Tian's family to escort him home? The trio imagined a grand family drama unfolding, even speculating that Lin Tian might be returning to inherit a fortune. The black business car sped along, and to Lin Tian's surprise, it did not head towards the suburban military district, but rather toward the cluster of courtyard houses within the second ring road. Sensing Lin Tian's curiosity, one of the burly men smiled and explained, "Old Wang is semi-retired now and is currently overseeing affairs here." "Oh, I see." Lin Tian nodded, then inquisitively inquired, "What position does Old Wang hold? How significant is he in the Central Military Region?" The two burly men exchanged glances, and the one beside Lin Tian gave him a thumbs up. A figure of that caliber. Lin Tian fell silent, realizing the magnitude of the person he was about to meet, and a hint of anxiety crept in. This was someone whose mere stomp could shake the foundations of Longhua, and they were receiving him due to an AI? Eventually, the car came to a halt in a narrow alleyway. As Lin Tian exited, he noticed a shoemaker polishing shoes and several vendors in the alley glancing in his direction. Once the two burly men disembarked, the onlookers shifted their gaze elsewhere, seemingly relieved. Lin Tian, of course, was oblivious to this detail. Under the guidance of the two sturdy men, he strode directly into the courtyard. Shortly after, in the backyard beneath a jujube tree, he encountered an elderly man leisurely reading a newspaper. Lin Tian blinked in recognition. He had often seen this man on television during his childhood. "Young man, why are you standing there? Come, take a seat." The old man, smiling warmly, gestured toward the stone bench opposite him. "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. When I was your age, I was still troubled by my studies, while you have developed such advanced AI technology." Lin Tian sat across from the elderly man, whose straightforward and forthright demeanor instilled a sense of fondness within him. He had always been averse to those who spoke in convoluted terms, leaving one to decipher their meaning. It was commendable, albeit modestly so. What could Lin Tian do? He could only take credit for the achievements of the system. The old man's words momentarily caught him off guard, but soon he erupted in a hearty laughter. However, as the laughter subsided, the elder's expression abruptly turned grave. "Do you not realize the potential peril your AI technology could pose to our Dragon Nation if it were to be employed in military applications by the Eagle Nation? After all, the headquarters of your Ochuan Technology Company is located in the Eagle Nation. Such a scenario must never come to pass." The elder's tone was somewhat stern, yet Lin Tian remained unfazed. Under the elder's scrutiny, Lin Tian articulated with clarity, "I was born a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and in death, I shall remain true to my homeland. The products of our company, if deemed necessary, will solely serve the Dragon Nation. Ochuang AI is available for the military's use, should there be a need." Lin Tian grinned widely, exclaiming, "Free of charge." Chapter 35. Major Lin Tian. In response to Lin Tian's words, Old Wang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he patted Lin Tian's shoulder with palpable emotion. In this young man, Old Wang seemed to glimpse a reflection of his younger self. Decades ago, that youth had passionately declared to live as a citizen of Longhua and to die as a ghost of Longhua. Yet now that boy had grown old and weary. However, Old Wang smiled. A new generation of youth had risen. "I am genuinely pleased that you think this way. Are you truly willing to entrust the military with this?" Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. "If it can aid the nation, I would even hand over the Aochuang Technology Company to the military." Ha ha ha. This young man has conviction. Old Wang's laughter echoed with age, and even the young Zhou behind him wore a peculiar expression. This young fellow seemed to possess an extraordinary aptitude. Zhou mused that if Lin Tian were to enter politics, he would undoubtedly excel. Lin Tian had his own ambitions. In Longhua, what holds the greatest power is not wealth, it is authority. No matter how rich one becomes, one cannot rival authority. Thus, Lin Tian sought to leverage his resources to become that authority, or at least to associate himself with it. Upon first laying eyes on the elder, Lin Tian resolved to do whatever it took to ensure the old man was pleased. This elder wielded immense influence in Longhua. After a hearty laugh, Old Wang nodded. Since you are willing to allow us to utilize this AI, we in the military cannot simply take advantage of a university student. How about this? I will grant you a quota for exceptional talent in the military. Thank you, Old Wang, Lin Tian replied, though he was uncertain of the quota's purpose. Fortunately, Zhou coughed lightly and explained, this quota is exceedingly rare among the various military districts. By possessing such a quota, you would essentially be regarded as part of our central military district, holding the rank of major. Of course, it is a nominal position. Unless you truly join us, you will not have troops at your command. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He was to become a major, although it was a nominal title, who among the general populace could discern whether it was substantive or not. Even if someone were to investigate, who would dare act against him? Lin Tian felt a surge of empowerment. He rose solemnly and bowed. Thank you, Old Wang. This quota is invaluable to me. You certainly have foresight. Old Wang casually nodded, gesturing for Lin Tian to sit once more. The software you have developed will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Granting you this quota serves as a form of protection. Old Wang presumed that Lin Tian feared potential troubles arising from the Aochuang AI. Little did he know, Lin Tian's wealth was overwhelming. Yet his lack of authority left him uneasy. Now, with both wealth and authority in his grasp, who would dare challenge him? However, Lin Tian thought to himself, I must cling tightly to this formidable ally, Old Wang. Young man, do share your future achievements with us. The rank of major seems rather modest. With further accomplishments, a promotion could certainly be arranged. Back at Tsinghua University, Lin Tian pondered the words spoken by Elder Wang before his departure. What did this imply? It was nothing short of a blatant temptation. Could Lin Tian resist? Absolutely not. His ambition burned too fiercely. System, Aochuang Technology Corporation. What's our next venture? Lin Tian inquired mentally. The system responded, pursue whatever yields profit. Next, we shall delve into new energy. New energy? Lin Tian's eyes gleamed. Excellent. Proceed immediately. Was it the nation currently vigorously promoting new energy development? If Aochuang could pioneer globally leading technology in this field and contribute it to the state, might the major before his title evolve into general? Wealth held no allure for Lin Tian, who possessed the system. Power, that was his true craving. Though somewhat miffed about having to dine on cafeteria leftovers rather than being treated to a proper meal, this minor grievance couldn't dampen his soaring spirits. Whistling cheerfully, he ambled toward the dining hall. Where has Lin Tian gone? He's absent from class again. Unbeknownst to him, his absence distracted two particularly attentive young women, Zhao Sanqing and Han Qingxian. Han Qingxian's desk drawer concealed breakfast purchased for Lin Tian, while Zhao Sanqing sought to discern whether he truly no longer required her as his tool, a prospect that filled her with melancholy. When Lin Tian returned to campus near noon, students were already streaming out for lunch. Spotting him alone in a corner, Zhao Sanqing's eyes brightened. Purchasing a meal, she approached. Detecting a familiar fragrance, Lin Tian glanced up. Why are you here? He asked casually. Lunch break, Zhao Sanqing replied cheerfully. Nodding, Lin Tian resumed devouring his braised pork rice. After hesitant silence, Zhao Sanqing murmured, Brother Tian, regarding Han Qingxian, she's been persistently pursuing you recently. Do you still intend to? Han Qingxian? Lin Tian shook his head dismissively. She's become irrelevant, no different from a stranger now. Previously, her envious glances had amused him, but with 20 billion in his account and military rank secured, Tormenting some insignificant girl couldn't possibly interest him anymore. Oh, Zhao Songqing responded softly, her expression unreadable. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhao Songqing found herself engulfed in a torrent of conflicting emotions, uncertain whether to feel delighted or disheartened. The joy stemmed from the realization that Han Qingxian and Lin Tian could never be together, freeing her from the burden of fearing Han Qingshuan's retribution. Conversely, the disappointment arose from the thought that without confronting Han Qingxian, how could she, as a mere pawn, extract any financial benefits from Lin Tian? Perceiving Zhao Songqing's inner turmoil, Lin Tian cheerfully inquired, "Are you interested in purchasing a house?" Previously, in an attempt to provoke Han Qingxian, he had boasted of acquiring a car and a home for Zhao Songqing. While the car had indeed been procured, the house remained unpurchased. However, Lin Tian had also stipulated that such gifts would come at a price for Zhao Songqing. Lost in contemplation, Zhao Songqing felt compelled to respond to Lin Tian's question without hesitation, eagerly nodding her head while fixating her gaze on him. Lin Tian's eyes roamed over her delicate figure, and with a smile, he declared, "Meet me at the Welcome Hotel tonight, and tomorrow I shall assist you in acquiring a house." In terms of appearance, Zhao Songqing was arguably slightly less striking than Xiao Xiao. Yet, she possessed a singular advantage that even Xia Zai could not rival. Her stature was impressive. Huh? Zhao Songqing was momentarily taken aback. Comprehending Lin Tian's implication, her cheeks instantly flushed with color. "Let me think," she murmured softly, biting her lip. Lin Tian nodded in response, understanding that her contemplation signified agreement. Chapter 36. Buying a watch ignoring the shy Zhao Songqing beside him, Lin Tian indulged in his meal. Although he had acquired wealth, it was impossible for Zhao Songqing to expect to gain without giving in return. To receive, one must first invest. As the two dined together, Zhao Songqing's bashfulness led others to believe they were indeed romantically involved. Han Qingxian, having waited for Lin Tian in the classroom without success, felt dejected as she casually purchased some food to return to her dormitory. Unexpectedly, from the corner of her eye, she spotted Lin Tian and Zhao Songqing in a secluded area. How shameless! Zhao Songqing had truly entangled herself with Lin Tian. Witnessing Zhao Songqing's coy demeanor ignited a surge of unexplainable anger within Han Qingxian. When Lin Tian had been infatuated with her, Zhao Songqing had still been her close friend. Now that Lin Tian had turned his affections elsewhere, Zhao Songqing had audaciously approached him. No matter what, she could not relinquish Lin Tian. His wealth was too enticing. With determination, Han Qingxian marched over. "Ah, Qingxian, finally found you. Why haven't you replied to my messages these past few days?" As Han Qingxian walked, a figure suddenly darted out beside her. It was the delighted Wang Sha. He had not been idle these past few days, desperately trying to reach out to Han Qingxian. However, her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of winning Lin Tian back, leaving no room for Wang Sha. This had made him anxious, and finally, he had managed to corner her in the cafeteria. Upon seeing Wang Sha, Han Qingxian instinctively furrowed her brow. "What are you doing here?" She did not regard Wang Sha kindly. In her eyes, if it weren't for his meddling, she would not have broken up with Lin Tian. It was Wang Sha, that scoundrel, who had caused her to lose a wealthy heir. Wang Sha, noticing Han Qingshuan's icy demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, in pursuit of her affection, he suppressed his anger and smiled. "Qingxian, I came looking for you, didn't I? Let us have a meal together, shall we? We could catch a movie afterward. The latest series of X's is fantastic. Why don't you take your legitimate girlfriend to see it?" Han Qingxian retorted with a cold laugh. How disgusting to have a girlfriend, yet still pursue other girls. With a disdainful snort, she turned and walked toward Lin Tian, leaving Wang Sha standing there in shock. "Wait, you knew I had a girlfriend before, didn't you? You still agreed to go out with me." Wang Sha turned to watch as Han Qingxian approached Lin Tian, his frustration boiling over. Scoundrels! Scoundrels! One day, I shall teach you both a lesson." With fury coursing through him, Wang Sha stormed away, lunch in hand, without looking back. Meanwhile, Han Qingxian, having calmed her emotions, gently took a seat beside Lin Tian. He was eating when he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, which rendered his meal unappetizing. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of Han Qingxuan's irritating face. Although Lin Tian had grown indifferent to her, her approach still filled him with distaste. The despicable deeds committed by that wretched woman resurfaced in her mind once more. Lin Tian, why are you eating so little? Here, I just bought this chicken drumstick for you. Unlike the cold indifference she showed toward Wang Sha, Han Qingxian was now the epitome of tenderness, eagerly picking up the large drumstick from her own bowl and offering it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. Han Qingxian, what exactly are you trying to do? Han Qingxian immediately feigned hurt. What do you mean? I just don't want you to go hungry. If I were hungry, I'd debuy my own food. Why would I need yours? Impatient, Lin Tian tossed his chopsticks aside. Han Qingxian, let me make this clear. There's no chance between us anymore. You'd better stay out of my sight. Just looking at you disgusts me. With that, Lin Tian abandoned his meal entirely and strode out of the cafeteria, leaving Han Qingxian standing there, her face ashen. Zhao Songqing chuckled mockingly. Well, did you really think Lin Tian would be the same as before? That he'd come crawling back at your beck and call? Keep dreaming. After a few more scornful laughs, Zhao Songqing also left, leaving Han Qingxian trembling with rage. Lin Tian, I've already admitted my mistakes, humbled myself over and over, and yet you still treat me like this? Tears of fury welled in Han Qingxian's eyes. For the first time, she realized that Lin Tian was truly serious. He had no intention of reconciling. The thought pierced her heart like a blade. It wasn't that she loved Lin Tian so deeply, but rather that she had lost a wealthy boyfriend. Lin Tian, Han Qingxian gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning with venomous resentment. Even a simple meal had been ruined by Han Qingxian's interference. Lin Tian returned to his dormitory in a foul mood. Brother Tian, what's with the face? Seeing his expression, his three roommates exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Jun spoke up bluntly. Who's the idiot that messed with you? Point him out, and the three of us will teach him a lesson. It's nothing. Just lost my appetite. Lin Tian waved dismissively. Cover for me in the afternoon lecture, will you? Sure, no problem. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't want to elaborate, they didn't press further, nodding with understanding. After resting briefly in the dorm, Lin Tian headed downstairs, got in his car, and drove off campus. So far, he had only recouped 20 billion yuan, still some distance from his goal of 100 billion. Thus, he needed to continue his efforts. According to the system's requirements, he only needed to spend another 8 billion or so. Spending 8 billion would yield an 80 billion return. Combined with the previous 20 billion, he would achieve the system's target of 100 billion in returns. Today, Lin Tian's goal was to purchase several luxury watches. And since he had already acquired multiple properties, it was time to add a few more cars to his collection. This way, no matter which residence he stayed at in the future, he would always have a vehicle at his disposal. With his objectives set, Lin Tian drove straight to the most bustling district in the heart of the capital. There, he sought out the flagship boutique of Patek Philippe. When it comes to luxury timepieces, Lin Tian may not possess extensive knowledge, yet Patek Philippe undoubtedly stands out as a significant name. Even the entry-level models of Patek Philippe command prices exceeding 100,000, while some popular styles soar into the millions. The most elite pieces can fetch upwards of 10 million. Notably, at a recent auction, a premier Patek Philippe watch was sold for an astounding $24 million. Naturally, Lin Tian does not aspire to acquire a watch of such caliber. However, he hopes to leave with several pieces valued in the tens of millions. Good day, sir. Welcome. Upon entering, Lin Tian was greeted by a young woman clad in professional attire. Unlike typical stores, the Patek Philippe boutique resembled a serene tea room rather than a conventional watch shop, featuring several tea tables within. Lin Tian wasted no time and inquired, "Do you have the Ref 6300 model of Patek Philippe?" The Ref 6300 is renowned as the most expensive retail model of Patek Philippe available. Lin Tian's intention to purchase is, of course, the most luxurious option. After all, greater expenditure often leads to more substantial returns. The saleswoman responded with a smile, "Sir, we do have a sample of this model, but it is not available for sale. If you wish, You may make an appointment. Ah, so they are employing a strategy of scarcity marketing here? Chapter 37. The mischief of Han Qingxian. Lin Tian chuckled and inquired, "Shall I make the payment now, in full? Is it not for sale?" The female attendant, initially under the impression that Lin Tian was merely there to broaden his horizons, was taken aback. After all, who would come to purchase a watch and immediately inquire about one priced at 40 to 50 million. However, Lin Tian's remark left her in a quandary. "Sir, do you fancy the 6300 model?" Just then, a mature woman clad in white stockings and a professional outfit with an open collar approached. "Manager," the female staff member whispered, "it's quite all right. You may attend to your duties. I will host this esteemed gentleman." The manager, Wang Yin, replied with a smile. The attendant sighed in relief and retreated to her other colleagues. Purchasing the 6300 model, priced at over 40 million. Can you truly afford it? She mused silently, reflecting on her year-long tenure where she had yet to witness the sale of such a watch. The most expensive watch sold in the store had merely fetched 8 million. "I am indeed interested in the 6300, but I heard that you only have a sample on display. It is not for sale." Lin Tian smiled as he spoke. "Indeed, it is not for sale, sir. Xiaolan is new and is unfamiliar with our store's regulations," Wang Yin explained, her demeanor amiable as she gestured for Lin Tian to sit at a nearby tea table, pouring him a cup of hot tea. "I am Wang Yin. May I inquire your name, sir?" "Lin Tian," he replied. Upon learning his name, Wang Yin beamed. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I will fetch the watch. After you have seen it, you may decide whether to purchase it." "Very well," Lin Tian nodded. He then added, "Please bring forth the most expensive watches in the store as well. I am pressed for time." Lin Tian's request echoed that of a newly affluent individual. But time was of the essence for him. He still had to purchase a car. "Oh, certainly, Mr. Lin." Wang Yin thought little of the transaction, yet maintained her professional smile. She departed and soon returned with 5 watch boxes. "Sir, this is the 6300, a sample for exhibition, priced at 43 million. If you're in a hurry, I can authorize the sale of this watch to you," Wang Yin explained. The other watches from the Ref series were each priced around 12 million. Lin Tian nodded, having heard that only 2 pieces of the Ref series were produced each year, often with a waiting list extending for years. To his surprise, the Kyoto headquarters suddenly had 4 available. A marketing strategy of scarcity, he mused, quickly assessing the luxury watches. They exuded elegance and allure, befitting their staggering price tags. "Very well, package them all," he instructed, donning one of the watches priced at over 10 million on his wrist. Mr. Lin." Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, fearing he might be attempting to abscond with the watch. However, he calmly stated, "Please provide your account details. I shall transfer the payment." Transactions amounting to tens of millions, predominantly conducted through bank transfers, are typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary machines. Good sir. As the flagship store of Patek Philippe, they undoubtedly possess independent accounts," Wang Yin promptly informed Lin Tian. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Lin Tian did not appear to be an irrational person. Could it be that today, fortune was smiling upon her? Wang Yin felt her heart racing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian engaged in a brief exchange with the bank before ending the call. "Please hold on. It will require some time." As he spoke, Lin Tian leisurely sipped his tea. "Thank you, sir." Wang Yin, seated across from him, fought to maintain her composure, forcing a smile as she poured tea for Lin Tian. Before long, Wang Yin's phone chimed. "Wang Yin, you truly excelled. Did you manage to sell that talismanic item in the store?" This year your sales have surpassed mine. Congratulations." Bewildered, she hung up, realizing that the funds had been transferred. The information from the headquarters arrived faster than her own understanding. The so-called talisman was merely an overpriced item that had failed to attract buyers. Now, it had been sold by her. It was no wonder that her superiors at headquarters were so exhilarated to call her. "Mr. Lin, please take care." Even as Wang Yin escorted Lin Tian out, she remained in a daze, grappling with the surreal nature of the moment. In less than an hour, had she truly generated over 90 million in sales? "Manager, did he really purchase watches worth over 90 million? A staff member who had previously attended to Lin Tian inquired, astonished. "Indeed, he bought the 5 most expensive watches in the store," Wang Yin replied joyfully. The realization struck the staff member with a pang of regret. How monumental a mistake had she made in overlooking such a significant opportunity. Ding! The host has spent $91 million. The system has credited $900 million to the account. Please check, host. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, with several exquisite timepieces in tow, drove towards his next destination. He mused on the arduousness of his endeavors. To reap the benefits of the system's cashback was indeed a laborious task. At times, spending money could be quite a struggle, as Lin Tian busied himself with his expenditures. At school, Han Qingxian noticed once again that Lin Tian had not attended class. Hasn't he shown up? I suppose he is off indulging somewhere, she thought, feeling a sense of discomfort, as if she were missing something significant. After class, Zhang Wenlong, the counselor of the Economics and Management Department, summoned her to discuss matters. But Han Qingxian was distracted. Qingxian, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Zhang Wenlong inquired, his gaze betraying a hint of affection. A former student from 2 years prior, he had remained on campus and become a counselor. He had long harbored feelings for Han Qingxian, snapped back to reality upon hearing her name. Han Qingxian looked at Zhang Wenlong, and a plan flickered through her mind. With a sorrowful expression, she slowly replied, Counselor, you are aware that I was once in a relationship with Lin Tian. Yes, but did you not break up? Zhang Wenlong was well aware of the situation regarding Han Qingxian. However, he heard her shake her head and, with a sorrowful tone, say, We have broken up, but it is because Lin Tian has become involved with my best friend, Zhao Songqing. I could not bear it, and ended the relationship. Yet witnessing him now, skipping classes and frolicking outside, fills my heart with profound sadness. Why must I endure such torment while he revels in freedom? As Han Qingxian spoke, she nearly convinced herself, her eyes welling with tears and frustration. Is it truly so? Zhang Wenlong was infuriated. As Han Qingxian's devoted admirer, how could he tolerate such a situation? Qingxian, do not worry. I shall teach him a lesson. Zhang Wenlong exclaimed, driven by indignation. Han Qingxian feigned surprise, warning, you must not act recklessly, otherwise you may jeopardize your hard-earned position as a counselor. Fear not. I possess ample means to deal with him. Zhang Wenlong retorted with a cold smirk. Chapter 38. Capturing Zhao Songqing. Zhang Wenlong seeks trouble emerging from Zhang Wenlong's office. Han Qingxian felt her spirits lift considerably. Zhang Wenlong, with a mere monthly income of 4,000 yuan, dares to propose that I become his girlfriend? A chilling laughter echoed within her. This time, she was merely leveraging Zhang Wenlong to rekindle Lin Tian's affections. Once Zhang Wenlong had made things difficult for Lin Tian, she would seize the opportunity to offer warmth and concern, thereby increasing her chances of winning Lin Tian back. As for Zhang Wenlong, Han Qingxian had never truly regarded him. Coming from a family of demolition compensation, even someone like Wang Shuo, who had a bit of money, had not captured her interest. How could she possibly find Zhang Wenlong appealing? Was it merely because his father held the position of department head? Even so, she found him lacking. Han Qingxian aspired to associate with the wealthy, seeking to transform her fate through marriage. Han Qingxian had her ambitions firmly in mind. At the very least, she sought someone akin to Wang Shuo, a small-scale demolition beneficiary. The working class had never been within her consideration. Unbeknownst to Han Qingxian's intentions, Lin Tian was preoccupied. Exiting the Patek Philippe boutique, he made a beeline for several nearby large 4S dealerships. Audi, Mercedes, BMW, and the latest high-end electric vehicles. He explored them all. With ample space to accommodate his acquisitions, he indulged himself. Wealth allowed for such whims. After a bustling day, Lin Tian returned to the hotel, thoroughly exhausted. However, upon reviewing the system's notification log, he felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. After an afternoon of buying watches and cars, he had only spent 200 million. Lying on the soft, expansive bed, Lin Tian genuinely lamented the difficulty of spending money. A few watches cost 90 million, and over 20 cars amounted to just over 100 million. Altogether, that barely reached 200 million. With a target of 8 billion, he still needed to gather 78 billion. He needed to purchase more properties. Gritting his teeth, he muttered fiercely. Compared to buying properties, The expenses on watches and cars seemed trivial. Knock, knock. As Lin Tian rested, the door was suddenly rapped upon, and a shy voice from outside called, "Brother Tian, I'm here." Ah, quite the conscientious one. Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Come right in." As his words faded, Xiao Yu, his dedicated service staff, used a hotel key card to unlock the door. Xiao Yu, observing yet another stunning beauty entering, felt a pang of envy. Truly, wealth brings countless advantages. Lacking it presents myriad hardships. Once Zhao Songqing was ushered into the room, Xiao Yu quietly closed the door behind her and then descended the stairs. Zhao Songqing entered the room, momentarily taken aback by the sheer size and opulence of the suite. A 10,000 yuan a day room. Its decor was undoubtedly exquisite, rivaling that of multi-million yuan mansions. Seeing Zhao Songqing standing shyly a short distance away, Lin Tian smiled and beckoned her closer. "Come here." Zhao Songqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Yet she continued to inch toward the bed. She was clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, white sneakers, and a baseball cap. At this moment, her white t-shirt was stretched taut, faintly revealing the purple camisole beneath. Combined with her slender, exposed legs, the sight was undeniably captivating. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel. Even among the campus beauties, she was a rare vision. Now, with this styling, she was utterly dazzling. Zhao Songqing suddenly gasped as Lin Tian roughly pulled her toward him. Rip! In the next instant, her white t-shirt was torn apart by his force. Lin Tian inhaled sharply. He asked D, blushing and flustered. Zhao Songqing murmured, "D, 666. Lin Tian smirked. Then, amidst her soft protests, he buried himself in her embrace. Meanwhile, at the university, Zhang Wenlong, the troublemaking counselor, strode through the dormitory hallway with a clipboard in hand. After perfunctorily inspecting a few rooms, he eagerly made his way to Lin Tian's dorm. Why is the counselor suddenly checking for overnight absences? Who knows? It's annoying, no prior notice either. Good thing none of us were out, or we'd be in trouble. Muttered complaints drifted from the rooms he had inspected, all puzzled by the unexpected intrusion. Dorm check. At Lin Tian's room, Zhang Jun and the other two were immersed in gaming when the door was violently flung open with a loud bang. What the hell? All three glared at the intruder, only to stiffen upon recognizing Zhang Wenlong. Zhang Jun forced a grin. "Counselor, what brings you here so late? Care to join us for a round? All you do is play games. Is this what university is for?" Zhang Wenlong snapped, his expression icy. "Where's Lin Tian?" "Not in his room, skipping curfew?" The hostility in his tone made Zhang Jun and the others tense. This bastardess here to pick a fight. Their expressions darkened. If courtesy was discarded, so would theirs be. Zhang Jun sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Tian's downstairs doing laundry. Maybe check the laundry room? If not there, try the cafeteria or the track field. Who knows, he might be charming some girl. Zhang Wenlong's face twisted at the mention of girls, undoubtedly recalling Han Qingxian. "Call it back. I want proof he's on campus." He barked. "And look at this mess. Do you want demerits?" His voice rose to a shout, sharp with reprimand. We certainly lack the capability to manipulate Tiange. Why not give him a call instead?" Zhou Mingwen responded with a sarcastic tone. "You are the counselor, wielding quite a bit of authority. Tiange will undoubtedly heed your words." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Wenlong's anger flared up instantly as he directed a furious shout at Zhou Mingwen. Little did he expect that the three seemingly docile students would exhibit such defiance. Zhang Wenlong had anticipated that he could easily reprimand them. "What do you mean?" Zhou Mingwen retorted with a cold laugh. "Is it that the counselor cannot comprehend human speech? Has your university education been in vain? How on earth did you become a counselor? I presume it must be due to your father's connections." It must be." The three in the dormitory burst into laughter, which only served to redden Zhang Wenlong's face in anger. Zhang Jun and the others quickly realized that Zhang Wenlong had come here solely to stir up trouble, most likely targeting Lin Tian. It was no secret that Zhang Wenlong harbored feelings for Han Qingxian. It was evident to anyone with eyes. Therefore, the trio had no intention of sparing Zhang Wenlong any dignity. If it came to that, they were prepared to abandon their studies altogether. Chapter 39. Zhang Wenlong's humiliation after Lin Tian acquired considerable wealth, he unhesitatingly gifted each of them 500,000. If the three were to retreat at this juncture, they would only hold disdain for themselves. It was akin to a real-life game of CS. Furthermore, does graduating from university hold significance? Indeed, it does. Yet, in comparison to nurturing a good relationship with Lin Tian, graduating from university pales in importance. The trio had already resolved to align themselves with Lin Tian henceforth, aware that given Lin Tian's character, he would undoubtedly not abandon them post-graduation. Ah, you think you can disregard the counselor's words, huh? Facing the formidable Zhang Jun and the others, Zhang Wenlong's face flushed with anger as he bellowed, "Prepare for a deduction of credits and disciplinary actions from the school." With that, Zhang Wenlong stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Disciplinary actions? How absurd. Who does he think he is? Just a counselor thanks to his father? What an arrogant fool. As soon as Zhang Wenlong exited, Chun Su and his companions erupted in a chorus of insults that echoed into the corridor, further inciting Zhang Wenlong's fury, who yearned to turn back and confront them. However, he dared not do so. Each of the three towered over him at over 1.80 meters, while he barely reached 1.70 meters. He stood no chance against them, especially knowing they were clearly united. What had transpired between Chun Su and the counselor? It was unclear, the details were muddled, but it seemed to be related to a dormitory inspection. The dormitory of Zhang Jun was likely in for some trouble, as Zhang Wenlong was notoriously petty. Let us not forget, Lin Tian resided in their dorm as well. With his immense wealth, surely he possesses some influence. One could only await the unfolding drama. Outside, dormitory doors swung open as curious onlookers observed Zhang Wenlong's retreating figure, engaging in lively discussions. Look at his cowardly demeanor. It's quite satisfying. Why doesn't he just explode from frustration? In the dormitory, Zhang Jun laughed heartily. We should inform Lin Tian of this. We would want him to be unaware and suffer as a result. Zhou Mingwen contemplated for a moment before retrieving her phone to message Lin Tian. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Lin Tian, having entered a state of indifference, was engrossed in gifting a female streamer when he suddenly received a message from Zhou Mingwen. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Is this scoundrel Zhang Wenlong deliberately trying to provoke me? Although Peking University had a history of enforcing curfews, it had become a mere formality in recent years, having gone unchecked for quite some time. Zhang Wenlong's sudden outburst warranted Lin Tian's concern. Moreover, Lin Tian was aware that Zhang Wenlong was a sycophant of Han Qingxian. In the midst of a gaggle of admirers, it was Lin Tian who had distinguished himself and won her affection. I am not afraid of Zhang Wenlong. He is unlikely to cause any significant trouble. However, his father is the department head, and if he seeks his father's assistance, he could very well procure a disciplinary action against me. Lin Tian was at school and naturally didn't want to worry his parents. This disciplinary action absolutely must not happen. Moreover, if he didn't thoroughly subdue Zhang Wenlong in one go, who knew how much trouble this brat would stir up in the future? As Lin Tian pondered, an idea quickly formed in his mind. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Is that sycophant Zhang Wenlong causing trouble for you? Zhao Songqing whispered beside him. It's nothing, just a bootlicker. I have 100 ways to shut him up for good. Lin Tian replied casually, his right hand drifting sideways. Zhao Songqing blushed. Brother Tian, it's easy to avoid the king of hell, but hard to dodge the little demons. You should still be careful. Zhang Wenlong's father is the department head. Relying on his father's connections, that guy has already ruined several girls at our school. Her tone dripped with disgust as she spoke of Zhang Wenlong. The guy was ugly, barely reaching 1.7 meters in height, and stingy with money. Yet thanks to his father's influence, he had indeed managed to manipulate several female students in their department. Don't worry. Lin Tian nodded. Then, noticing Zhao Songqing's flushed face, he asked again, Okay, daring to defy me? Zhang Wenlong returned to his private apartment, stewing in fury. He immediately contacted several faculty members from the Academic Affairs Office. He was determined to pin charges on Lin Tian and his 3 roommates, at the very least. He wanted them to receive a disciplinary warning, so they'd understand the consequences of crossing him. However, after making the rounds, Zhang Wenlong's expression darkened further. The faculty members from the Academic Affairs Office had all tactfully rejected his request for disciplinary action. Giving someone a formal warning over minor issues like dorm hygiene or staying out overnight is a bit excessive. But my father is the department head. How dare you refuse me like this? Thanks to his father's position, Zhang Wenlong had always enjoyed preferential treatment from the faculty. Even after becoming a counselor, he had enjoyed smooth sailing. His requests were usually approved without question. But this time he had hit a wall. If staying out overnight isn't enough to nail him, fine, I'll just give him a reason. Zhang Wenlong knew he couldn't afford to offend the faculty members in the Academic Affairs Office. They all had their own connections. But Lin Tian? He would not let him off so easily. The next day, Lin Tian drove Zhao Songqing Sumi 7 back to campus. The girl beside him looking even more radiant than before. Nourished by his attention, Zhao Songqing seemed to glow, her demeanor now carrying an alluring charm. And she had been a virgin. This realization made Lin Tian feel he had miscalculated. Of course, he wasn't about to take responsibility. Zhao Songqing wouldn't expect that either. But he had sworn off emotional entanglements. How could he allow himself to develop real feelings for Zhao Songqing? Once I have some free time in the next couple of days, I'll take you to buy an apartment. Pick one you like, under 5 million. To dispel the faintest whisper of attachment, Lin Tian made this offer. Okay, Brother Tian. Thank you. Zhao Songqing, sitting in the passenger seat with one long leg draped provocatively over Lin Tian's lap, had been teasing him. She hadn't expected him to suddenly make such a promise, and her face lit up with delight. Upon witnessing the cheerful demeanor of Zhao Songqing, Lin Tian felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the other party was also motivated by monetary gain. This alleviated any psychological burdens he had. With his thoughts clarified, Lin Tian relaxed and leisurely drove back to the school. Today, he intended to surprise that young rascal, Zhang Wenlong. Chapter 40. Utilizing Aochuang technology to gather evidence against Zhang Wenlong upon returning to school, Zhao Songqing felt unwell and decided to drive back to the dormitory. Opting to forego her classes for the day, she planned to arrange for someone to take her place in class. Meanwhile, Lin Tian made his way to the teaching building alone, contemplating whether he should present gifts to the school authorities after dealing with Zhang Wenlong. This, he believed, would ensure that his academic pursuits would proceed smoothly. However, he felt compelled to teach Zhang Wenlong a lesson to demonstrate his capabilities to the institution. If he were merely perceived as a wealthy individual, he feared that certain people at the school might take advantage of him without acknowledging his goodwill. As he pondered this, a sudden idea struck him. Zhang Wenlong's father was the head of the department. If he could leverage that connection, the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He then queried the system in his mind. Aochuang technology is under my control, and I can utilize its resources freely, correct? The system replied, Indeed, but the core technologies of Aochuang are managed by me. If you require assistance, simply inform me. Feeling a surge of convenience, Lin Tian instructed, then utilize Aochuang's technology to gather all records of Zhang Jiangwo's corruption and other illegal activities. Send them directly to my phone. Understood. The system promptly agreed. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, realizing that collecting evidence of someone's corruption with Aochuang's technology would be a trivial task. Otherwise, the military would not have been so eager to invite him and even bestow upon him the rank of major. The potential of Aochuang AI was merely the tip of the iceberg. Brother Tian, over here. As Lin Tian arrived, class was about to commence. But Chen Su and his companions had already claimed their seats. The four roommates naturally began discussing the events of the previous night. Chen Su cautiously asked Brother Tian, What do you think? Should we teach that Zhang Wenlong a lesson? Yes, Brother Tian, it wouldn't be a big deal if we skipped class, Zhang Jun added quietly. There's no need for that. I have my own methods. Lin Tian firmly rejected their suggestion to sacrifice their education. Just wait. You four stand down. I'll handle it, he murmured. The trio of Chen Su, Zhang Jun, and Zhou Mingwen gasped in surprise. Zhang Jun remarked, Brother Tian, when did you become a major? Won't you be untouchable in school? If Zhang Wenlong knew, how could he dare to make things difficult for you? Lin Tian smirked, Exactly, we must keep it a secret. This time, I intend to give him a proper lesson. Lin Tian was not inclined to engage in illegal activities. Any reckoning with Zhang Wenlong would certainly remain within the bounds of the law. Furthermore, even if he couldn't deal with Zhang Wenlong this time, the evidence stored in his phone would undoubtedly secure a reckoning for his father. The old man had certainly indulged in corruption. Lin Tian must have been aware of yesterday's events, right? As expected, he dutifully attended class. Han Qingxian had been observing closely. Upon seeing Lin Tian arrive early for class, she assumed that Zhang Wenlong's intimidation had taken effect, filling her with delight. However, that was not enough. Lin Tian needed to be thoroughly taught a lesson by Zhang Wenlong for her to seize the opportunity. Han Qingxian pondered this and casually picked up her phone to send a message to Zhang Wenlong. Director Zhang, Lin Tian has come to class. Please refrain from causing him trouble after class. With that, she dispatched the message. Knowing Zhang Wenlong's temperament, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist. Han Qingxian had him firmly under her thumb. As anticipated, upon receiving Han Qingxuan's message, Zhang Wenlong was instantly exhilarated. After experiencing humiliation in the dormitory yesterday, and then facing further setbacks after contacting several faculty members, he could no longer endure it. Now that he learned Lin Tian had returned to school, he promptly stood outside the classroom, awaiting his arrival. Before long, as the class bell rang, dozens of students began to exit the classroom. Director Zhang, what brings you here? A group of students greeted him, puzzled by his presence at the door. Most were bemused, wondering why Zhang Wenlong seemed to be waiting for someone in particular. Only a few boys, who were subtly aware of the events from the previous night, speculated that Zhang Wenlong might be seeking trouble. Nowadays, who would dare provoke a counselor without cause? Hence, it was not an exaggeration to label Chun Su and Zhang Jun as troublemakers. It was somewhat amusing. By merely resisting the tide, one could be branded a troublemaker in others' eyes. Lin Tian halt. Indeed, as Lin Tian and his companions exited the classroom, Zhang Wenlong suddenly bellowed. This outburst startled Han Qingxian, who was still inside the classroom. Why did Zhang Wenlong appear so furious? Was his acting skills this formidable? Han Qingxian was momentarily bewildered. Little did she know that Zhang Wenlong had endured several humiliating experiences the previous night and was still seething with anger. Counselor Zhang, did you call for me? Lin Tian asked with a smile, turning to look at Zhang Wenlong cheerfully. This fellow was truly walking straight into the line of fire. Zhang Wenlong's expression was grave as he retorted, "Where were you last night? Why weren't you in the dormitory? Why should it concern you where I went?" Lin Tian shot back. "You're nothing but trash, clinging to your position as a counselor thanks to your father being the director. Do you really think you amount to something? Just take a look at how the students from the business administration department treat you. You're worthless. Get lost. I have no time for you, and you're just annoying." Lin Tian spoke without restraint, causing Zhang Wenlong's face to alternate between shades of green and white. Particularly, he noticed the onlooking students, their gazes seemingly indifferent to his authority. Zhang Wenlong was infuriated. He had never anticipated that a mere student like Lin Tian would dare to insult him so brazenly. You. Zhang Wenlong's lips trembled with rage as he clenched his fists tightly. "What do you mean, you? If you have the guts, come and strike me." Lin Tian sneered. "At least that would earn you a modicum of my respect. You are seeking death." Zhang Wenlong could no longer contain himself and swung a punch directly at Lin Tian. In an instant, startled gasps erupted from the corridor. Indeed, Lin Tian had anticipated this. As Zhang Wenlong's punch came hurtling towards him, he retaliated with a swift kick. The diminutive Zhang Wenlong was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain. "Call the police." At this moment, everyone was taken aback, and Zhang Wenlong let out a horrifying wail from the floor. He had truly brought shame upon himself. Chapter 41. Zhang Jingguo terrified. Slaps Zhang Wenlong repeatedly. How did things escalate to this point? Han Qingxian, who had been waiting indoors to witness the spectacle, was momentarily stunned. She never expected Lin Tian to possess such audacity. Not only had he provoked Zhang Wenlong to the point of fury with just a few words, but he had also kicked him several meters away. Judging by Zhang Wenlong's state, drenched in cold sweat, writhing in pain, it was clear he was in agony, unable to stand for quite some time. Don't call the police." Zhang Wenlong wailed pitifully from the ground. Some nearby students had already reached for their phones, ready to dial for help. But then a furious roar startled them all. Director Zhang? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wenlong's father, Zhang Jingguo. Striding forward with authority, Zhang Jingguo declared sternly, "This is an internal school matter. There's no need to involve the police. Doing so would ruin Lin Tian's future." Lin Tian nearly laughed at Zhang Jingguo's sanctimonious act. If not for the damning evidence stored on his phone, proof of Zhang Jingguo's past misdeeds, he might have actually believed the man's words. "Dad, you can't let him get away with this. Call the police. Have him arrested." Zhang Wenlong clutched his stomach, still groaning in pain, seeing his son in such distress. Zhang Jingguo's heart ached. Yet, the thought of Lin Tian's sudden rise to wealth as a rich second-generation heir gnawed at him. If he didn't seize this opportunity to extort something, he'd be failing his own position, suppressing his urge to punish Lin Tian immediately. Zhang Jingguo helped his son up and glared at Lin Tian. "Come with me." With that, he led the way, supporting Zhang Wenlong as they headed toward his office. "Tian Yi, don't go." Chun Su, Zhang Jun, and Zhou Mingwen frowned in unison. "That old fox is definitely up to no good," Chun Su warned. "Don't fall into his trap." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Still, Lin Tian considered the possibility of Zhang Jingguo resorting to desperate measures. It wouldn't be worth it if the man decided to go all out. "Here's the plan," Lin Tian said. "I'll go first. The three of you, stay hidden near the door. If I shout, rush in immediately." "Got it. Damn it, I'm grabbing a brick." As the three dispersed, Lin Tian followed Zhang Jingguo toward the office. "Perfect," Han Qingxian thought, watching the scene unfold with satisfaction. "A good punishment will teach him a lesson. Payback for making me so angry I couldn't eat. And it'll give me the perfect opening to make my move." With Zhang Jingguo now involved, Han Qingxian couldn't contain her glee. Though the process had deviated slightly, the outcome was still favorable. "Let us talk. How do you plan to resolve this?" Once the office door closed, Zhang Jingguo immediately turned up the pressure. "Even if Wenlong was at fault, you kicked him in front of everyone. Do you realize you've broken the law?" "Broken the law?" Lin Tian smirked. "Good that you know." Upon hearing Zhang Jingguo's words, Zhang Wenlong assumed that Lin Tian was about to concede, nodding in satisfaction. "Humph." Zhang Wenlong sneered. "Are you scared now? It's too late. You wretched cur, prepare to face imprisonment." He yearned to slap Lin Tian for the pain inflicted by that recent kick. Just as Zhang Wenlong was gritting his teeth in contemplation, Lin Tian unexpectedly rose and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The crisp sound provoked Chun Su and the others outside, who were eager to rush in. Fortunately, Lin Tian had previously instructed them to enter only at his call, and he had not yet summoned them. "Why you?" Not only was Zhang Wenlong stunned, but Zhang Jingguo was equally bewildered. He began to suspect, pondering whether this young man hailed from an influential family, engaging in such audacity. However, that seemed implausible. He had investigated and discovered that Lin Tian came from an ordinary household. Zhang Jingguo speculated that perhaps Lin Tian had suddenly acquired wealth through a lottery win or struck it rich via the internet, as countless individuals had done in this digital age. Yet, Lin Tian's actions left him utterly flabbergasted. Was it truly possible that Lin Tian believed a modest fortune could grant him carte blanche? Zhang Jingguo mused that such a possibility existed, as wealth could warp one's mindset following an overnight windfall. After delivering the slap, Lin Tian gazed at the dazed Zhang Wenlong and added another verbal jab. "Do you even realize what you're doing?" Zhang Jingguo scrutinized Lin Tian with a stern expression, having resolved that unless Lin Tian produced a substantial sum of money, he would not let this matter rest easily. "I certainly do," Lin Tian replied, shaking his head dismissively. "Enough of this. I have no desire to squander time on you. Here's the deal, Zhang Jingguo. If you give your son a few slaps to wake him up, we can consider this matter resolved." "Me? Slap my son and call it even?" Both Zhang Jingguo and Zhang Wenlong were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Lin Tian calmly opened his phone and accessed a specific folder. "Take a look," he said. Zhang Jingguo furrowed his brow as he took the phone, and upon viewing its contents, he became utterly frozen in place. "Dad, what are you dawdling for? Call the police." Zhang Wenlong could no longer contain himself, his frustration boiling over, a mark from Lin Tian's slap still visible on his face. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingguo delivered a slap to him, one even more forceful than Lin Tian's. "You fool! Why provoke Lin Tian? He's an exemplary student. What possessed you to antagonize him?" Zhang Jingguo was filled with panic and anger, directing all his frustration at Zhang Wenlong. One slap followed another, leaving Zhang Wenlong in a daze, too stunned to react. The sound of slaps echoed loudly within the room, prompting Chen Su and his companions outside to enter out of concern, only to find themselves equally astonished by the scene before them. What they just witnessed. Zhang Jingguo relentlessly struck Zhang Wenlong, leaving his son's face swollen and bruised. "Enough, enough. You may continue your assault. I shall take my leave," he remarked. Upon the arrival of 3 individuals, Lin Tian lost all interest in observing further. He retrieved his phone and departed the office of Zhang Jingguo along with the trio. "Take care, walk slowly," he bid farewell. Zhang Jingguo finally ceased his work and refrained from uttering any request for Lin Tian to delete the contents of his phone. He was acutely aware that he was in a precarious position. It was evident that the opposing party possessed more than a single piece of evidence. What sent shivers down Zhang Jingguo's spine was the realization that the actions he had undertaken were exceedingly clandestine. How could Lin Tian possibly be aware of them? This was the matter that truly unsettled him. "Father, have you lost your mind?" After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wenlong finally regained his composure. The searing pain in his face compelled him to shout furiously at Zhang Jingguo. Smack! However, he was met with another powerful slap from his father. "You wasteful brat! If it weren't for you, would I have attracted Lin Tian's attention?" Zhang Jingguo understood that he had no prior acquaintance with Lin Tian. It was inconceivable that the latter would cause him trouble without reason. The only plausible explanation was Zhang Wenlong himself. Chapter 42. Controlling Zhang Jingguo Madness. "You old lunatic." In the office, Zhang Wenlong's face was swollen from Zhang Jingguo's slap, and he screamed in a fit of rage. "Am I mad?" Zhang Jingguo was on the verge of exploding. "If it weren't for you, that little brat, would Lin Tian dare to trouble me? How the hell did I not deal with you back then? Instead of focusing on your studies, you constantly bring me trouble." As he spoke, in a fit of anger, Zhang Jingguo struck Zhang Wenlong's face once more, his eyes ablaze. When it came to his future, Zhang Jingguo felt no compassion for his son. He wished he could slap Zhang Wenlong to death. Zhang Wenlong, bewildered, thought to himself, "Lin Tian? But, Dad, he only has a bit of money. You are the head of our department. What can he do to you? What can he do to me? He can't possibly ride on my back and defecate." Zhang Jingguo, fuming, sat on the chair, feeling as if his head was spinning. After a lengthy pause, he finally calmed down and said that Lin Tian, somehow, holds all the dirt on me from these past years, including the fact that you became a counselor. "What? Dad, are you serious?" Zhang Wenlong was taken aback. No wonder his father was so furious. If Lin Tian exposed these matters, it would be a light punishment for Zhang Jingguo to lose his position. He might even end up behind bars. If it weren't true, would I be this angry? Zhang Jingguo shot a fierce glare at Zhang Wenlong, his voice laced with fury. "Listen carefully. You are not to meddle in this matter. Leave it to me. And if you dare to provoke Lin Tian, be prepared to face the consequences. But I will not accompany you in your downfall. Rest assured, Dad, I will not trouble Lin Tian again," Zhang Wenlong replied, panic-stricken. If his father fell from grace, he would lose everything he had. Yet, what about Han Qingxian? As Han Qingxuan's devoted admirer, Zhang Wenlong was reluctant to part with the beautiful class flower. "Dom Han Qingxuan." Zhang Jingguo, exasperated, nearly slapped Zhang Wenlong again. "I am barely holding on. You still think about women? Get the hell out." In a fit of anger, Zhang Jingguo kicked Zhang Wenlong to the ground. Zhang Wenlong winced in pain, but dared not retaliate, leaving the office in disgrace. Once Zhang Wenlong departed, Zhang Jingguo locked the door, finally allowing himself to think calmly about how to resolve the situation. No matter what, he could not allow any of his secrets to be exposed. Other Zhang Jingguo pondered deeply. What could it possibly be? Why would someone go to such lengths to gather so much incriminating evidence against me? He racked his brains, but found no answer. As for his son Zhang Wenlong, In Zhang Jiangwo's eyes, he was merely a pawn, perhaps a means to draw Lin Tian's attention, but certainly not worth such extensive efforts to target him. It simply didn't add up. Meanwhile, Han Qingxian had already sent a message to Zhang Wenlong and was waiting for a reply in her dormitory. Before long, she finally received his response. However, the content left her utterly bewildered. Zhang Wenlong, Qingxian, I failed you. I'm powerless against Lin Tian. From now on, he is my grandfather. Even if he were to humiliate me beyond measure, I have to praise his actions. Han Qingsuan. Staring at the message, Han Qingxian was dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Weren't you the one beaten by Lin Tian? How did things reverse to this extent? It's as if you were the one who lost. Setting her phone aside, she couldn't fathom what had transpired between them. Could it be that Lin Tian bribed Zhang Jingguo with money, forcing him to restrain Zhang Wenlong from retaliating? The thought flickered in her mind. Money truly is a powerful thing, enough to make someone bow and call another grandfather. Convinced she had pieced it together, Han Qingxian sneered coldly. Just then, Zhao Songqing, having finished her makeup, left the dorm with an oddly stiff gait. Ugh, shameless wretch. One glance was enough for Han Qingxian to deduce that Zhao Songqing had already surrendered herself, and judging by her unsteady walk, the encounter must have been particularly intense, leaving her still recovering even after a full day. As for whom she had surrendered to, the answer was obvious. Who would be, he thought, that Lin Tian, that country bumpkin, would suddenly become such a coveted prize? The injustice burned within Han Qingxian. The thought of Zhao Songqing and others occupying what she believed was rightfully her place gnawed at her relentlessly. Is there truly no other way but to offer my most precious possession to win Lin Tian back? Han Qingxian valued her purity highly, hence why she had never allowed even Wang Shaw, the demolition heir she dated, to lay a finger on her. Now, alone in the dorm, she weighed the unthinkable. Should I trade my body for Lin Tian's favor? Yet it never crossed her mind. Would Lin Tian even want her? Returning to his dorm, Lin Tian climbed into bed cheerfully and indulged in a round of gaming. With Zhang Wenlong subdued and Zhang Jingguo under his thumb, skipping classes would likely go unchecked from now on. Pleased with himself, he picked up his phone and sent Zhang Jingguo a friend request on WeChat. As expected, Zhang Jingguo accepted almost instantly. Zhang Jingguo, student Lin Tian, I've already given that wretched son of mine a thorough lesson. From now on, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll make it happen. Upon receiving the friend request, Zhang Jingguo promptly inundated me with a flurry of messages, clearly having contemplated this matter countless times. Lin Tian chuckled coldly, assuring him, "Do not worry, old man. I shall not threaten you with these documents. However, if I become too occupied in the future, rest assured that my credits will undoubtedly be intact." Zhang Jingguo quickly responded with a smirk. Seeing this, Lin Tian sent a brief heh before setting his phone down. Feeling accomplished, just as he had surmised, Zhang Jingguo, this coward, would not dare engage in any drastic measures. Upon receiving Lin Tian's message that he would not be using the documents as leverage, Zhang Jingguo completely relaxed, slumping back in his chair and exhaling a long sigh of relief. Yet, he pondered whether it was truly necessary to gather such evidence merely for the convenience of skipping class. The absurdity of the world seemed overwhelming to him. Lin Tian chose to ignore Zhang Jingguo's subsequent messages, which were nothing more than trivial requests for assistance with school-related matters, and he felt no inclination to respond. Zhao Songqing was already waiting downstairs at the dormitory, as they had agreed to purchase a house together today. After acquiring the property, it would be much more convenient for their rendezvous, eliminating the need for hotel stays. Lin Tian reasoned that since they were buying a house anyway, he might as well invite Xiao along. Unlike Xia Zai, Zhao Songqing was a creature that required no consideration for her feelings as long as money flowed freely. As long as she was pampered with expenditure, her spirits soared. What difference did it make if Xiao accompanied them? Happiness was guaranteed as long as there was wealth. "Hey, brother Tian," Xiao exclaimed cheerfully as she got into the car. "Oh, Songqing is here too?" She instinctively glanced at Zhao Songqing, scrutinizing her. "Good afternoon, Xiao." Zhao Songqing greeted with a smile. As Lin Tian drove, he casually remarked, "Today, I'm buying a house for Zhao Songqing. So I might as well get you one too, saving us the trouble of future trips." Buying a house. Xiao Xiao was taken aback with excitement, immediately showering him with expressions of gratitude. Subsequently, she cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Songqing. In the past few days, Lin Tian had not sought her out, leading Xiao Xiao to suspect that he might have another woman. Now, it seemed evident that Zhao Songqing was indeed that woman. After all, having spent several days in Lin Tian's company, Xiao Xiao had come to grasp his temperament. He possessed wealth, yet if one proved to be of no use to him, he would not squander his money indiscriminately. Only through investment would there be returns. Chapter 43. Lin's mother boasts about her son in the opulent suite of the Welcome Hotel. Lin Tian, after a prolonged period of exertion, lit a cigarette. This afternoon, he had assisted 2 women in purchasing a residence, utterly shattering the last vestiges of their emotional defenses. "Brother Tian, you are truly wonderful. Incredible." Xiao Xiao and Zhao Songqing embraced Lin Tian from either side, showering him with flattery. However, at that moment, Lin Tian had entered a state of detachment, preferring to scroll through his phone rather than engage in idle banter. "By the way, I'm heading back home tomorrow. You two need not come over these days," Lin Tian suddenly announced. Having deftly maneuvered Zhang Jingguo, taking leave was an exceedingly simple matter. Thus, he resolved to return home, as prolonged absences would be difficult to justify. "Ah, Brother Tian, you're going home?" Zhao Songqing was momentarily taken aback, quickly adding, "May I accompany you?" Upon hearing Zhao Songqing's proposition, Xiao Xiao inwardly cursed but also felt a pang of disappointment. Unlike Zhao Songqing, who was experiencing her first intimacy with Lin Tian, Xiao Xiao recognized that Zhao Songqing had a glimmer of a chance to cross the threshold of Lin Tian's home. However slim that opportunity may be, who would aspire to be a wealthy matron? Just focus on your studies at school, Lin Tian retorted, giving her a light slap just below her waistline. Such an insatiable woman. Hoping to return home with him? Why not aim for the stars? "Oh," Zhao Songqing murmured, recognizing the finality in Lin Tian's refusal. Even with her ulterior motives, she dared not press further. When wealthy men are affectionate, one might indulge in minor whims. Yet, now that he had entered a state of detachment, to persist would be tantamount to self-sabotage. While scrolling through his phone, Lin Tian contemplated the matters awaiting him at home the following day. The foremost task was to lay all cards on the table. However, he felt no trepidation. The mere fact of his status as a major was sufficient to quell any doubts from his parents. Moreover, the 2 companies he publicly managed had found their footing. Ouchuang AI had achieved remarkable success, becoming an indispensable software for the youth, accumulating wealth at a pace that rivaled bank heists. Lin Tian was thus confident in justifying the origins of his finances. The next day, Lin Tian drove back to his hometown, a secluded village near Kyoto. Just how remote was it? Their home was technically categorized under Hebei province. "By the way, why must I accompany you to your hometown? And why am I dressed like this and wearing light makeup?" Summer Jiha timidly raised her hand from the passenger seat. To save face, Lin Tian chuckled. "Bringing such a pure and beautiful girl like you home will certainly bring pride to my parents." Summer Jiha's face flushed slightly, her gaze dropping to fidget with her fingers. Lin Tian's candidness caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Today, Xia Jiha donned a pair of elegant white straight-leg trousers, complemented by a pristine white t-shirt and a blue shirt, exuding an aura of both innocence and sophisticated beauty. What brings Lin Tian back today? Ultimately, it is to bring honor to his parents. Naturally, he must accompany a radiant and graceful girlfriend. After much consideration, he found that Xia Jiha was the most suitable choice among those around him. Xiao Xiao and Zhao Songqing carried too heavy a social air about them, making them unsuitable for meeting his family. His home is conveniently located not far from the school, merely around 400 kilometers away. In less than 3 hours, Lin Tian drove his over 20 million yuan Ferrari into the small town where his family resides. Not many can manage such a long drive in a sports car. In Linjia village, Lin Tian's father, Lin Aigua, and mother, Miao Xiujuan, were busily preparing a meal at home for their son's imminent return. Lin Tian had notified them in advance of his visit, prompting the couple to set aside their agricultural chores and eagerly await his arrival. They procured an array of meats and vegetables from the village supermarket, ensuring that everything was ready for when Lin Tian returned. Why such a lavish spread? Because Lin Tian had mentioned he was bringing home a beautiful daughter-in-law, one of exquisite charm. The anticipation in the hearts of the elderly couple was palpable. In addition to Lin Aigua and Miao Xiujuan, several other family members were gathered, engaging in light-hearted conversation. As the only individual from Linjia village to gain admission to the prestigious Tsinghua University in recent years, Lin Tian enjoyed an excellent reputation within the village. After all, he was a student of a renowned university. The villagers harbored a certain envy, as in their eyes, university graduates were accomplished individuals destined for promising careers. Little did they realize that even graduates from Tsinghua University often find themselves in mundane jobs, merely of a slightly better caliber. Such a splendid feast. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. It was a middle-aged woman, heavily made up, entering with a bag of sunflower seeds. "Ah, Ailing, do take a seat. You are quite the rare guest." Upon seeing this woman, Miao Xiujuan greeted her with a warm smile and offered her a chair. Song Ailing, however, glanced at the lavish array of dishes laid out on the table and curiously inquired, "Why is your family dining so extravagantly today? Do you have guests coming?" "My son, Lin Tian, is returning, and he's bringing his girlfriend," Miao Xiujuan proclaimed with pride. Indeed, Lin Tian was a source of great pride for her, and the fact that he was bringing home a beautiful girlfriend only heightened her sense of accomplishment. "Oh, it is Lin Tian. I heard he got into university," Song Ailing remarked, casually discarding sunflower seed shells onto the floor as she nibbled. "It's a pity my Ming Ming did not make it to university. She dropped out of high school to work. But let me tell you, even if one does get into university, it doesn't guarantee a good job. My Ming Ming is now a live stream host and earns quite a fortune each month. I see that your Lin Tian has a decent appearance. Perhaps I should suggest to Ming Ming to take him under her wing?" As the sole student from the prestigious Tsinghua University in the village, it would be a fallacy to claim that others do not harbor envy. However, with her daughter earning several tens of thousands each month, Song Ailing feels a newfound sense of pride and is eager to flaunt this achievement. After all, it is indeed a rarity for university graduates to command such impressive salaries shortly after graduation. In the past, Song Ailing had often boasted before Miao Xiujuan, who would dutifully offer compliments, recognizing the significance of such earnings. Yet now, Miao Xiujuan smiled and seemingly nonchalantly remarked, "Really? Your Ming Ming is quite accomplished, isn't she? Unlike my Lin Tian, who squandered his university days and dabbled in entrepreneurship. Fortunately, he has achieved some success. My Siki mentioned he made several million, which, while not extravagant, is certainly respectable." What? Song Ailing, who had been patiently awaiting Miao Xiujuan's flattery, suddenly found herself stunned by these words. "Ha ha ha." In the distance, Lin Aigua, who had been discreetly observing the situation, could not suppress his laughter. Rural women often take pride in boasting, particularly about their sons. And Miao Xiujuan and Song Ailing are cut from the same cloth. Song Ailing hesitantly responded, "Is that true? Several million? Surely, your Lin Tian isn't pulling your leg, is he?" Chapter 44. The dream of not eating cilantro. Miao Xiujuan initially engaged in casual conversation with Song Ailing, but upon hearing Song Ailing's remarks, her mood soured. How could she claim that her son's fortune was earned through deceit? Miao Xiujuan's heart was now filled with trepidation as she pondered the nature of her son's business, which purportedly amassed several million in such a short span. Had he perhaps strayed onto a dubious path? Song Ailing's words struck Miao Xiujuan like a dagger, darkening her expression. "Ah, so your Ming Ming must be the only successful child in the world? Are all other children inferior to yours?" Miao Xiujuan, inherently kind-hearted, refrained from resorting to disparaging remarks about Ming Ming's means of earning money. Everyone in the village knew that Ming Ming made money by performing suggestive dances online, a profession that would invite scorn in rural circles. Fortunately, the older generation in Linjia village had largely passed on, and the middle-aged populace, impacted by the internet, exhibited a greater tolerance towards such matters than in other villages. In those places, one could be harshly criticized by the elders for engaging in online suggestive dancing. Noticing Miao Xiaozhuan's rising agitation, Song Ailing awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, Xiaozhuan, what are you saying? Lin Tian's ability to run a company is commendable. I merely intended to offer a gentle warning against straying onto a misguided path." This was precisely why Song Ailing was not held in high regard within the village. Her words seemed to pierce directly into Miao Xiaozhuan's heart, darkening her countenance further. Recognizing the tension, Song Ailing decided it was best to leave, mentioning that her husband had prepared dinner. "Xiaozhuan, do not mind Song Ailing. After all these years, who doesn't know her? She merely seeks to boast. Her tongue may be sharp, yet her heart isn't entirely wicked. By the by, is it true that your Lin Tian has indeed launched a company and earned several million?" exclaimed one of the village women. "Goodness, several million. That is someone might not earn in 100 years. Once Song Ailing departed, the remaining village women began to converse with Miao Xiaozhuan, initially offering her comfort. They soon leaned in, eager to learn more about Lin Tian's success. Several million. Such a figure was not only enviable in rural areas but also in third- and fourth-tier cities, where it represented a fortune many could only dream of. In this challenging economic climate, many struggled to find employment and resorted to farming, often earning only a few thousand a year. In years of poor harvests, they found themselves not only without profit, but also having to invest more resources. The village women, upon hearing of Lin Tian's success, began to entertain thoughts of opportunity. "Could your Lin Tian assist my Xingzi in some way? They've known each other since childhood. Indeed, Xiaozhuan, our families have shared ties for generations. You mustn't forget our clan's legacy. That lad has just returned from the military, brimming with vigor and strength for any task. Additionally, there is my little Chong, whom you have watched grow up, and he harbors no ill intentions." Miao Xiaozhuan felt overwhelmed by the clamor of a group of women and regretted her earlier boastfulness. Had she known better, she would have kept her lips sealed. However, when Song Ailing flaunted her daughter, Miao Xiaozhuan couldn't help but draw a comparison with Lin Tian. "All right then, my Lin Tian runs a technology company, while your sons might not be as fortunate," she remarked, feeling somewhat conflicted. "But when Lin Tian returns, I shall inquire on your behalf. If he has the opportunity to employ anyone, it will surely be the children of us good sisters." "Huh. I knew Xiaozhuan was a capable person. At that time, Aigua's father was opposed to this match," one woman chimed in. "Opposed? After all these years, who has cared for Aigua's father? Xiaozhuan has looked after this family so well. Such a daughter-in-law is rare to find. Aigua must be secretly delighted." Upon hearing Miao Xiaozhuan's words, the faces of several women instantly brightened with smiles. In the distance, Lin Aigua merely took it as amusement. Whether his son's company needed employees was ultimately Lin Tian's decision. However, he was taken aback as the conversation unexpectedly turned to him. Fortunately, Miao Xiaozhuan was not one to stir trouble. She chatted cheerfully with the others, casting a sly glance at Lin Aigua that sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Song Ailing relayed Miao Xiaozhuan's words to her daughter, Lin Ming. Lin Ming, who was in the midst of applying makeup, burst into laughter. "Mom, why do you believe everything others say? Tens of millions? Aunt Miao really dares to dream." After hearing her insightful daughter's words, Song Ailing began to think that perhaps Miao Xiaozhuan had exaggerated. "I thought so. There is no way to earn tens of millions so easily. I believe she's just envious that you earn several thousand a month, which is why she made up this story about Lin Tian starting a company." "Mom, honestly, earning several thousand a month is not much. On the internet, I've seen people rake in tens of millions in a single night. We cannot settle for the status quo. We must look ahead." Lin Ming replied with a grin. "Once I earn money, I will build you both a 4-story villa in the countryside and buy you a car worth several $100,000. At that time, who in our village wouldn't look up to you? We wouldn't need to care about their opinions. In this day and age, as long as it's legal, how one earns money is irrelevant." Lin Ming had not completed high school and had faced her fair share of hardships over the years, which had opened her eyes to the harsh realities of society. She realized that this unforgiving world only values wealth. With money, everything is wonderful. Without it, Life is fraught with difficulty. Once she built a house for her family and purchased a home, she would relish the envy and jealousy of those in the village. Indeed, my daughter is remarkable, Song Ailing exclaimed, laughing upon hearing Lin Meng's words. If I were a few years younger, I would join you in live streaming. I've seen many mother-daughter pairs doing it together. As she spoke, Song Ailing added, "What do you think of the makeup I did this morning?" Lin Meng turned her head and remarked, "Mom, if you're fine, why are you learning makeup at night? Your makeup is far too heavy and lacks any naturalness. No one appreciates that." She continued, "I must go now. My afternoon live stream is about to commence." Lin Meng, feeling elated, logged into her account, made the necessary adjustments, and prepared to begin her broadcast. She cheerfully announced, "Recently, a prominent figure on Douyin, the one who amassed tens of millions in a single night, has followed me back. If I manage him well, our house and car will be secured." "Wow, then do your best," Song Ailing gasped, recognizing her daughter's opportunity. "What if, just what if, Lin Tian is indeed a millionaire? Perhaps you should meet him? It has been 7 or 8 years since you last saw each other. I doubt either would recognize the other. It might be beneficial to reconnect." Upon hearing this, Lin Meng sighed, "Mom, I've already told you. I can't engage in romance while live streaming. If those big shots find out, they'll stop gifting me." Lin Meng was fully aware of Song Ailing's intentions. She was attempting to play matchmaker with Lin Tian. However, Lin Meng was currently devoted to her career and had no inclination toward romance. All right. You focus on your live stream. I won't disturb you any longer," Song Ailing replied, smiling as she exited Lin Meng's room. Before leaving, she glanced at Lin Meng's curvaceous figure, particularly her ample posterior, feeling a swell of pride. Thankfully, her daughter had inherited her physique. Otherwise, Lin Meng would struggle to navigate the live streaming industry. Once Song Ailing departed, Lin Meng finally commenced her broadcast. "Hello, welcome to the new viewers. If you'd like to see a specific dance, please type it in the chat." She greeted enthusiastically. "A sports car can unlock a dance. Those with the means, kindly support the exhibition. Thank you all for your generosity." With a live stream underway, Lin Meng skillfully employed her charming rhetoric to engage her audience. Her streaming account was titled, "No Cilantro for Me." Chapter 45. Lin Tian returns home. Among fellow villagers, is this your village? Summer Jiha, seated in the car, gazed with astonishment at the distant landscape. Nestled amidst vast expanses of farmland, lay a village comprising several hundred households. Smoke rose gracefully from the chimneys, and the architecture predominantly consisted of quaint single-story homes and charming two-story villas. This was somewhat at odds with Summer Jiha's preconceived notion of rows of luxurious standalone villas. "I started from scratch. My family's circumstances are quite similar to yours," Lin Tian said casually, shrugging his shoulders as he navigated the car along a cement road that wound through the fields towards the village. "Hey, isn't that Lin Tian? What brings you back?" A group of men from Linjia village, taking a break from their labor in the fields, congregated to chat. They were taken aback to see a luxury sports car, one they had only glimpsed online, slowly approaching. Their astonishment deepened upon recognizing the occupants, eyes widening in disbelief. "Uncle, come, have a smoke," Lin Tian said, rolling down the window and cheerfully offering cigarettes he had brought along. "These are Zhonghua, 100 yuan a pack. The more expensive brands are unfamiliar to them. Zhonghua is most popular in the countryside." As Lin Tian distributed the cigarettes, he smiled and remarked, "I've been doing a bit of business outside. This car is mine, and this lovely lady is my girlfriend. Brought her back to meet my parents. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" "Indeed, she's stunning. Far more beautiful than any star." One of the men exclaimed, "I knew you were different, destined for greatness. When you were little, while others urinated in the latrine, you claimed you could aim high enough to hit your own mouth." Uncle, I really must be going. I'll drop by for lunch if I have time," Lin Tian interjected, unable to withstand the enthusiastic teasing from the older man. With a sudden push on the accelerator, he sped away. Beside him, Summer Jiha, who had been blushing from Lin Tian's earlier declaration, suddenly burst into laughter, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Why are you laughing? If you keep it up, I might just kiss you." Lin Tian shot her a mock glare. She quickly covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, fearful that he might indeed act on his jest. Yet, her eyes still sparkled with amusement. Lin Tian felt he had a firm grasp on Summer Jiha. Whenever he teased her about impropriety, this beautiful campus belle would instinctively retreat like a quail seeking shelter. Along the way, he encountered several familiar elders, exchanging warm greetings and receiving compliments about his apparent success. Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, Lin Tian finally drove up to his family home. What brings a sports car to the village? Song Ailing emerged from her daughter's room, contemplating a visit to Miao Xiuzhuan's house for a chat. Suddenly, she spotted a luxurious car gliding towards her. Is that Lin Tian? As the vehicle approached, Song Ailing recognized Lin Tian seated inside. Has he truly succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors? That car must be worth several million. Overwhelmed with surprise, she hurriedly approached. Good afternoon, Auntie. Lin Tian greeted her with a smile. Although there was a considerable distance between their homes, Lin Tian's mother, Miao Xiuzhuan, shared a cordial relationship with Song Ailing, prompting a warm exchange. Lin Tian, you're back. Your parents have prepared a feast for you at home. You should hurry back. Oh, is this your girlfriend? She's truly beautiful, Song Ailing exclaimed, her face radiant with delight as she caught sight of Xia Zai in the passenger seat. Lin Ming was indeed one of the most stunning women in the village, renowned even in the surrounding areas. However, compared to Xia Zai, she seemed like a mere star beside the moon, entirely outclassed. Yes, she's my girlfriend, Lin Tian replied casually. Auntie, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, please join us for a meal. With that, he drove away. As Song Ailing looked back at Lin Tian's opulent vehicle, her thoughts shifted, inspired by Miao Xiuzhuan's previous remarks. She rushed home, calling out, Ming Ming, Ming Ming. Come out for a moment. Lin Tian is back. Instead of entering her daughter's streaming room directly, she opted to message Lin Ming on WeChat. Lin Ming was currently live streaming, engaged in a lively interaction with her audience, where a generous viewer had just gifted her a luxury car, prompting a dance in the chat. After a while, she finally noticed her mother's message. Mom, didn't I say? I can't date right now, Lin Ming replied with a hint of exasperation as she stepped outside. What dating? Lin Tian might not even have an interest in you. Song Ailing shot her daughter a disapproving glance. Let me tell you, Lin Tian is driving a. After receiving countless praises from the villagers along the way, Lin Tian finally arrived home. Goodness, my son is back. Miao Xiuzhuan, engrossed in conversation with several women, rushed outside as she heard the roar of the engine, shoving Lin Jiangwo aside in her excitement. Mom, come out quickly. Your beautiful daughter-in-law is waiting for you. Lin Tian called out as he exited the car and opened the trunk, retrieving gifts he had purchased for his parents. Inside were ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps, and other nourishing supplements, alongside a set of high-end jewelry for his mother, modestly priced at merely a few million. He also brought back several luxury watches worth tens of millions to present to his father. Lin Tian, please. Xiaozai murmured timidly as Miao Xiuzhuan and Lin Aigua rushed towards them. Show some respect. After all, I am your creditor. Consider me your temporary girlfriend for a day, and I'll waive 10,000 from your debt. After today, you will still owe me 990,000, Lin Tian whispered. Xiaozai, however, was too flustered to absorb his words, as Miao Xiuzhuan had already enthusiastically taken her hand. Miao Xiuzhuan gazed at the ethereal beauty of Xia Jiha, her heart brimming with joy. Truly, the ancestral grave of the Lin family must be exuding auspicious smoke, for her son had brought home such a stunning maiden. Miao Xiuzhuan's spirits soared as she contemplated the moment, retrieving a red envelope that she had meticulously prepared and presenting it to Xia Jiha. My dear, this is a token of my affection. Please accept it. This envelope was generously filled with 10,001 yuan, symbolizing a rare gem among countless others. Xia Jiha's complexion flushed a rosy hue, resembling an apple, as she hurriedly declined. Auntie, this envelope is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Extravagant? Nonsense. I will be counting on you to look after my son Lin Tian in the future, Miao Xiuzhuan insisted warmly, pressing the envelope into Xia Jia's hands. The latter, unable to resist, could only acquiesce and let Miao Xiuzhuan place the envelope in her embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Igwa circled around Lin Tian's car, his heart swelling with uncontainable admiration. He was now certain that his son had indeed succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors, for the car exuded an air of distinction and seemed quite costly. Chapter 46. Confession. After exchanging a few words at the threshold, Xia Jihe was warmly ushered into the home by the enthusiastic Miao Xiujuan. Lin Tian and Lin Igwa retrieved the gifts from the car and brought them inside. Really now? You return home and still buy gifts? Miao Xiujuan, their mother, soon emerged, feigning annoyance, yet her smile betrayed her delight. Mother, I bought you a set of jewelry. If you don't want it, you can give it to my sister. Lin Tian teased. Jewelry? Is it gold? Miao Xiujuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course it's gold, but not pure gold. Lin Tian replied with a grin as he presented the set of gold jewelry to her. Not pure gold. Miao Xiujuan expressed a hint of disappointment. Yet she happily accepted the exquisite pieces. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel bemused. The jewelry had cost him several million and was far superior to mere pure gold. Oh my, Lin Tian has truly made something of himself, driving such a fine car and bringing home such a beautiful girlfriend. Remarkable, exclaimed the group of neighboring women who had come to chat, all familiar faces. They understood the unspoken need for privacy and soon took their leave. Miao Xiujuan and Lin Igwa had already prepared an abundance of ingredients, and before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. Xia Jihe seemed to recall something. Her eyes clouded with a hint of sadness. She was not accustomed to such treatment at home. The family enjoyed a delightful meal, but Miao Xiujuan's warm enthusiasm was almost overwhelming for Xia Jihe. At the dining table, Miao Xiujuan bombarded her with questions, nearly causing Xia Jihe to slip up. Fortunately, Lin Tian intervened just in time to halt his mother's curiosity. Lin Tian, what kind of company have you founded? How have you become so successful so quickly? As the meal drew to a close, Lin Igwa and Lin Tian shared a couple of drinks. Fueled by the warmth of alcohol, Lin Igwa ventured to ask the question that both he and Miao Xiujuan were most curious about. Ahem. Lin Tian cleared his throat, knowing this topic would eventually surface. Dad, Mom, do you know about Aochuang AI? It's a product of my company. Aochuang AI. Lin Igwa and Miao Xiujuan looked utterly bewildered, while Xia Jihe gasped softly beside them. The couple turned their gaze toward her. Xia Jihe's expression tightened as she explained. Aochuang AI is the most popular AI software right now, with limitless potential. Some have valued it at tens of billions. She herself had the Aochuang AI software on her phone, but she never imagined that the trending Aochuang AI was developed by Lin Tian's company. Tens of billions? That's incredible. The elderly couple, who earned less than 100,000 a year, found such a sum astronomical. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Yes, the valuation of Aochuang AI is in the tens of billions. My company possesses several exceptional projects that are undoubtedly on par with Aochuang AI. It is anticipated that these projects will be launched this year, and when integrated, they are expected to significantly enhance our company's valuation, potentially multiplying it by several tens. Such an increase. Both the elderly couple and Xia Jihe found themselves in a state of bewilderment, with the current valuation already in the tens of billions. A further multiplication could exceed 100 billion. A company valued at over 100 billion would indeed be considered a conglomerate. Observing his parents' astonishment, Lin Tian did not hold back and revealed another groundbreaking piece of news. In addition to Aochuang Technology, he has established a company named Shinkong Entertainment. By the end of this year, at least 3 films are slated for release, and it is estimated that each film's box office will not fall below 2 billion, with the total expected to approach 10 billion. Lin Tian's assertions were based on the future plans detailed by his system. This was still a conservative estimate, as the system had indicated that if the films he developed failed to gross over 5 billion, it would be tantamount to slapping the system's face, leaving it with no face to show in the industry thereafter. However, placing his trust in the system, Lin Tian chose to believe in its capabilities. After all, the films produced by the system are intended for a global audience, not just the domestic market. Furthermore, according to the system, the special effects he personally oversees far surpass those produced by current special effects companies. They are truly revolutionary cinematic masterpieces. All right, enough said. If you continue, your parents will surely float away with excitement. Miao Xiaojuan felt somewhat dazed by Lin Tian's revelations. Suddenly, she and Lin Aigua had transformed into the affluent generation. Beside them, Xia Jihe cast a curious glance at Lin Tian. How had such an outstanding individual not been known in school before? Xia Jihe pondered. Could it be that he had been biding his time, secretly building his career? Lin Tian's establishment of 2 companies with projected valuations exceeding 100 billion certainly qualifies as remarkable. Mom and Dad, let's not discuss anything else. I returned this time to ensure you no longer have to take on odd jobs. Lin Tian stated earnestly. As the son of a company owner, I must maintain a certain image. It would be quite embarrassing for the parents of a major company owner to still work for a living, and it might even affect the company's valuation. With a mix of persuasion and playful intimidation, he insisted they cease working. You don't need to elaborate further. Lin Aigua laughed heartily. Do you think we are fools? Now that you are so wealthy, would we still go out of work? Then we shall no longer work. We won't be taking up jobs anymore. Miao Xiaojuan chimed in cheerfully. From now on, I'll simply indulge in food and drink, play cards, and occasionally tend to a vegetable patch. Surely, cultivating a few vegetables won't tarnish your image, right? Indeed, it won't affect my image at all. Feel free to plant as you wish, Lin Tian replied with a smile. As he spoke, Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings and added, the house has been standing for decades. It's time for an upgrade. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to demolish it and build a 4-story villa, so you can enjoy a life of comfort at home. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious, returning just to construct a building? Lin Aigua expressed some concern. A towering tree attracts the wind. We must not stand out too prominently. Indeed, while the present circumstances may seem secure, envious individuals can resort to any means necessary. Miao Xiaojuan cautioned. Rest assured, if I dare to build, I shall not fear trouble from others. Lin Tian chuckled. Isn't my cousin back from military service? Idling at home? What do you imply? Lin Aigua pondered thoughtfully. Lin Tian responded with a smile. Let us invite him to serve as our bodyguard. I trust him more than anyone else. Your cousin is quite straightforward and lacks cunning. Otherwise, he would have ventured into the bustling city. Lin Aigua acknowledged with a nod. Nonetheless, he is still family, even if a distant relative. It seems odd to have him working for us. Father, I can offer him a salary of 1 million a year. Do you think his family would agree to let him come? Lin Tian declared grandly. In that case, they would surely leap in gratitude towards us. Bah! One should not squander wealth in such a manner. Miao Xiaojuan shot Lin Tian a disapproving glance, yet she refrained from further comment, indicating her tacit approval. Chapter 47. The Hacker Invasion. Ultron AI. Activate. News travels swiftly within the village. Amidst a cacophony of chatter, every resident of Linjia village became aware that Lin Tian had achieved entrepreneurial success and returned home in glory. Not only did he arrive in a vehicle that exuded opulence, but he also brought along a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. This undoubtedly became the topic of conversation for the villagers during their leisure time. Consequently, Lin Aigua and Miao Xiaojuan stepped out with an air of pride, surrounded by countless admirers. However, amidst the envy and flattery, there lingered a sense of jealousy. In Linjia village, several families bore the surname Wang. These families, outsiders who had fled from elsewhere in the 1990s, were obscured by mystery, their past misdeeds unknown. Yet they possessed considerable wealth. Since the 1990s, they had not been seen laboring, yet their coffers never seemed to dwindle. The first villa in Linjia village and the first Volkswagen Magoten, valued at over 200,000, belonged to these Wang families. Furthermore, the village secretary was a senior member of one such family, bestowing upon them immense respect within the community. Now, however, Lin Tian's household had transformed into the envy of many. The Wang families, though silent, surely harbored discomfort within. Yet, Lin Tian paid them no mind. Their feelings were of no concern to him. As long as his plans for building a home and providing for his parents' retirement proceeded unimpeded, he had no reason for worry. Should they dare to interfere, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. The following day, Lin Tian rose early and strolled through the village. In a leisurely manner, he made his way to the home of a distant cousin. Lin Tian, please take a seat, exclaimed Lin Nan, a tall and seemingly honest man, who always greeted Lin Tian's visits with warmth. The familial bond and the news of Lin Tian's recent success as a business owner had undoubtedly piqued Lin Nan's interest, despite his otherwise simple demeanor. With a grin, Lin Tian remarked, "I heard you just returned from military service, cousin. Have you considered venturing out to pursue your ambitions?" Shaking his head, Lin Nan wore a pained expression. "You know how I am with words. I've always struggled to express myself. I worked in the city for a few months, but after offending the security chief, I was dismissed. That fateful night, I encountered a drunken girl, and the scoundrel of a security chief attempted to take her to his quarters for unspeakable acts. Could I possibly stand by? I confronted him and ended up in a brawl, leaving his face bruised. Yet he, feeling guilty, didn't he dare report me. He simply let me go. Such spirit," Lin Tian remarked, having no doubt in Lin Nan's account. His cousin had always been this way, simple yet fiercely opposed to injustice. This was precisely the kind of character Lin Tian sought. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Tian broached the subject directly. "Cousin, I have come to invite you to join me in my endeavors. What do you think?" "Of course, I will be delighted." Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his parents, who had been eavesdropping from within the house, felt a surge of joy at the prospect. Lin Tian returned home triumphantly, and who in the village wouldn't wish for his assistance? Unexpectedly, Lin Tian visited their home first. Distant relatives can indeed be of use at times. Lin Nan's parents believed that the kinship connection had played a part, whispering softly within the house. Lin Tian nodded, expressing, "I may not be home often in the future. My family has become prosperous now, and I fear that some may harbor envy toward my parents. Therefore, I would like you to take on the role of their head of security." "What do you mean, Lin Tian?" Lin Nan blinked in confusion. Lin Tian chuckled, "Cousin, having spent so many years in the military, you must have quite a few retired friends, right? I need you to find a few individuals whose temperament aligns with yours, honest and upright, to serve as your security team. Rest assured, I will provide a generous salary, certainly not less than what they would earn in the city, and the work here is quite easy. They merely need to ensure my parents' safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan immediately slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "That's simple. I have several good friends from the military who are tired of enduring the whims of the affluent in the city. I understand the personalities of Uncle Lin and Aunt Meow. I am willing to take on this responsibility. All right, return the card to me. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you immediately, and you can start this task today." "Great," Lin Nan nodded emphatically. After leaving Lin Nan's house, Lin Tian promptly arranged a meeting online with the head of a large construction team. This particular construction team specialized in security-oriented architecture, combining aesthetics with safety. They had reportedly built residences for several wealthy tycoons' parents, which was why Lin Tian had chosen them. Meanwhile, within a vast research laboratory in the Kyoto military district, dozens of highly sophisticated instruments were neatly arranged, and a multitude of researchers clad in white lab coats were diligently focused on their top-tier computers. Their fingers danced across the keyboards, creating a rapid symphony of sounds. These individuals were the elite of the military district, tasked with cybersecurity, defending against both domestic and international hacking attempts. "Xiao Zhou, how is it going? Is it not over yet?" Wang Lao, dressed in a traditional Tang suit, entered with a serious demeanor, directing his gaze at the early arriving Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou quickly replied, "Wang Lao, the hackers attacking us possess formidable strength. Our red team is working hard to fend them off, and both sides are currently entangled." "Humph." Wang Lao let out a heavy snort. "We must teach them a proper lesson. It would be best to flush out the rats hiding in the sewers. Is the military's secrets of Longhua so easily stolen? If they dar, this group is not abroad. They are indeed within our borders." At this moment, a cadre of elite red hackers in the research lab began to grow increasingly anxious, their fingers flying over the keyboard with fervor. "This is bad. We can't hold on," someone exclaimed. Despite their frantic typing, the screens of their computers appeared to be frozen, unresponsive to their commands. The scene caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all present. Should military secrets be compromised, the repercussions would be dire. Ding! Intrusion detected. Should we activate the defense protocol? Amid the chaos among the red hackers, the young leader suddenly noticed a pop-up from the software named Ouchwang AI on his computer. Ouchwang AI is powerful, but does it possess such hidden features? At that moment, the young computer was felt both helpless and desperate, adopting a mindset of trying anything in the face of adversity, and he clicked to confirm. Ding! Self-defense protocol has been activated. Chapter 48. Not only defensive, but also capable of locking in. With the notification, self-defense protocol has been activated. Popping up on the computer screen, the machine began to execute a series of programs autonomously. Countless lines of code emerged as if orchestrated by the brain of a supercomputer. The dazzling array of programs, exquisite algorithms, and unparalleled defensive techniques left the military computer genius in awe. Niuzhuang, why are you dazed? Hurry up and organize a defense. Suddenly noticing the young leader of the research lab, Niuzhuang, frozen in place, Wang Lao approached and gave him a light kick. Wang Lao, we are defending. We are indeed defending, Niuzhuang exclaimed. Team leader Niuzhuang is impressive. In such a short time, he has constructed 3 formidable firewalls, completely keeping them at bay. Before Niuzhuang could respond, the other programmers in the lab began to cheer, gathering around him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Niuzhuang scratched his head and pointed at the computer. Those firewalls weren't built by me. They were established by the self-defense protocol of the Ultron AI. Upon hearing this, nearly all the programmers in the lab gathered in astonishment. Surrounding Wang Lao, Niuzhuang, and Xiao Zhou, their gazes fixated on Niuzhuang's computer. Gasp! All the programmers collectively inhaled sharply in disbelief. Directly on Niuzhuang's screen, the Ultron AI was operating at lightning speed, generating fresh lines of code that formed robust firewalls. The speed was so rapid that even Niuzhuang's top-of-the-line Dragon Country computer hummed with strain, its CPU nearly overheating as the cooling system worked frantically. Wang Lao expressed his surprise. Ultron AI possesses such capabilities? Xiaolin never mentioned this to us. Wang Lao, I previously stated that the abilities of Ultron AI far exceed our imagination. We are still in the exploratory phase, Niuzhuang replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If it weren't for this hacker attack, we might have taken a while to discover such self-defense capabilities. Who developed this software? The creator must be a genius, and their team is likely among the finest on Earth. Could it be Google? Apple? But I have encountered them before, and they did not seem this formidable. As he spoke, Niuzhuang began to excitedly muse to himself. Ding! Firewall construction complete. Would you like to initiate the anti-tracking program? While Niuzhuang was lost in his excited thoughts, Ultron AI suddenly displayed another message on his screen, capturing everyone's attention. An anti-tracking program? Could it pinpoint their location? Xiao Zhou urged, quick, confirm it. If we can unearth these miscreants, it would be a significant achievement. Confirm. Wang Lao's aging eyes glimmered with intrigue. All right. Niuzhuang swiftly moved the mouse and clicked on the confirmation. Ding! Anti-tracking program has been activated. In a small town nestled in a mountainous region of southwest China, within a modest dwelling near a signal tower, a multitude of elite hackers from various nations have converged here, their fingers dancing furiously across the keyboards. Damn it, we were on the brink of success, yet they have erected so many formidable firewalls in such a short time. Each firewall is proving significantly more challenging to breach than the last, and this does not seem to reflect the capabilities they possess. Frustration permeated the air among the top-tier hackers. We cracked it. We breached one of their firewalls. Let us push harder, just 2 more to go, and we can breach them in a matter of minutes. One individual exclaimed with excitement. Upon the successful completion of this task, each would walk away with hundreds of thousands of dollars, enough to indulge in leisure for a considerable time. Meanwhile, within a military research facility, numerous faces displayed flickers of unusual hues. Unbeknownst to the hackers as they dismantled the firewalls, Ultron AI was employing their methods of attack to pinpoint their locations. It was as if the firewall was a deliberate vulnerability revealed by Ultron AI, enabling it to capture their hiding places. What sorcery is this? How can this software possess such strategic finesse? Xiao Zhou felt a chill creeping up his spine, goosebumps overtaking his arms. What defines AI? This is true thinking AI. The leading programmer, Niu Zhuang, couldn't help but growl, "Old Wang, tell me who developed this. I must pay my respects as a disciple." Old Wang smiled knowingly. It seems that Xiao Lin's capabilities exceed my expectations. He turned to Xiao Zhou and whispered, "Go, elevate Xiao Lin's rank to lieutenant colonel, and dispatch 2 special forces to ensure his safety." "Ah, Old Wang, isn't that a bit unconventional?" Xiao Zhou expressed his surprise. "Rules? In the face of extraordinary circumstances, rules may be bent." Old Wang chuckled as he shook his head. "Certainly, I shall attend to it immediately." Before departing, Xiao Zhou inadvertently glanced at Niu Zhuang's computer, only to see a notification pop up. Hacker location has been locked. In a remote town in Yunnan, a group of hackers, exhilarated by their assault on the military's firewall, remained oblivious to the swift arrival of a squad of Dragon Nation soldiers, armed and ready to apprehend them. Lin Tian, unaware of the unfolding events within the military, was engrossed in a discussion regarding the construction of a new home in his hometown with 2 contractors from the city. "I have 2 requirements. It must be livable and secure, with security taking precedence. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we previously constructed a countryside villa for Ma Yun, and its security level is undoubtedly the highest in the Dragon Nation." The contractor, dressed in a suit and grinning, replied, "However, the cost may be a bit steep. As we will be utilizing." Lin Tian casually waved his hand. "Provide me with the blueprints by today, and I expect to see the completed residence within a month." Constructing a livable and secure villa within 30 days would likely provoke ire from contractors abroad. However, this is the Dragon Country, the pinnacle of infrastructure development globally. The contractor pondered for a few moments before responding, 20 million yuan. We will handle all materials and labor. The house will be delivered in 30 days. And if you're dissatisfied, a full refund is guaranteed." Lin Tian shook his head. "Do not speak to me of full refunds. I've already assessed your capabilities. If you commit to this project earnestly, I shall have other ventures for you in the future." As he spoke, Lin Tian raised his 3rd finger, 30 million. "I do not care what methods you employ. Beyond your profit, allocate every penny to the construction of this house." "Understood." The contractor gritted his teeth and nodded. "Leave it to me to devise a plan." Chapter 49. Who do you think will enter? It is rumored that Lin Aigua is planning to construct a new house in his homeland. He has purchased the old residences of several neighboring families surrounding his ancestral home, presumably to erect a grand villa, a splendid mansion, no less. Yet, what is so extraordinary about building a villa? Have you not seen the sports car driven by Lin Aigua's son? My son searched online and discovered it costs over 20 million. Goodness, that is quite beyond my means. Should I encounter him, even selling my house would not suffice to purchase such a vehicle. Indeed, it would be wise to maintain a distance. However, we are all from the same village, and should fate bring us together, Lin Tian is unlikely to trouble you. Come, let us take a stroll to his home. Lin Aigua and Lin Tian have been seen in the village, acquiring the old homes of nearby neighbors, making it impossible to keep their plans for new construction a secret. Word has spread among many. The Lin family's ancestral home has remained uninhabited since the passing of Lin Tian's grandparents over a decade ago, and the yard has become overgrown with weeds. The surrounding area is dotted with old residences, many of which are nearly a century old, constructed of blue bricks and earthen walls, with several having crumbled into ruins. In recent years, as the elder generation has passed away, these houses have been left vacant. In rural areas, many families possess multiple plots of land, and thus not every household builds anew on their ancestral land. Consequently, Lin Tian has effortlessly acquired several old residences in the vicinity, amassing a total area exceeding 800 square meters. After sending the contractor off, Lin Tian had not yet entered his home when he observed Lin Aigua and Miao Xiujuan returning with expressions of displeasure. What happened, mother? Weren't you supposed to obtain a certificate from the village secretary? Noticing their unsettling demeanor, Lin Tian furrowed his brow in concern. Lin Aigua remained silent, while Miao Xiujuan, visibly irate, exclaimed, "That scoundrel Wang Dafeng is deliberately making things difficult for us. Claiming our land use rights are unreasonable and insisting we go to the city for a certificate. How ridiculous. If we need a certificate from him, how can we possibly get one from the town office without his approval? Miao Xiujuan, fuming, continued her tirade. I believe they are simply envious. Envious of our family's improved circumstances, as their household is no longer the wealthiest in the village. Wang Dafeng, the village secretary, is intricately connected with several Wang families in the village who are known to be affluent. Wang Dafeng's household is regarded as the wealthiest in Linjia village, which raises eyebrows. How peculiar for a village secretary to be the foremost among the well-to-do. Lin Tian chuckled and nodded. All right, mother, it is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to become upset with these ruffians. Allow me to handle it. As he spoke, he prepared to drive to the village secretary's residence. Though Wang Dafeng claims to be a resident of Linjia village, he resides in an intersection of several villages, having built a 4-story villa. Thus, there is still some distance between his home and Lin Tian's. Seeing this, Miao Xiujuan hurriedly stopped Lin Tian. Do not act recklessly. They are officials, and we must not resort to violence. Rest assured, mother, Lin Tian reassured her, they are public servants and so am I. My position is even higher than his. Lin Tian chuckled softly, assuring his mother that he had become a major in the military. Unbeknownst to him, he had actually attained the rank of lieutenant colonel. Moreover, in the mind of Wang Lao, his significance was continually elevated, prompting the dispatch of 2 elite bodyguards who were currently en route. Is that true? Don't you dare deceive your mother. Upon learning that Lin Tian had become a major, Miao Xiujuan and Lin Aiguo were even more astonished than if they had discovered he was a billionaire. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Tian interjected playfully. All right, you two should head back. It's not convenient for Xia Jiha to be home alone. What do you mean, Xia Jiha? She is your wife. Miao Xiujuan, relieved, playfully glared at Lin Tian. He had never misled them before, and thus they genuinely believed him. Recently, Lin Tian's achievements had indeed been astonishing, and the position of major, while notable, was just one facet of his surprising success. Both parents had been so excited lately that they struggled to sleep at night, fearing they would awaken to find it all a mere dream. Before long, Lin Tian drove to Wang Dafeng's residence. Upon entering, he found Wang Dafeng engaged in a tea gathering with several relatives. A substantial stack of money, crisp 100 yuan notes, laying on the table. Lin Tian recalled that during high school, when he sought their signatures for a poverty alleviation scholarship, a similar pile of cash had adorned their table, leaving him momentarily awestruck. At that time, he had been unaware whether the money was public or private. Now, he understood it was misappropriated public funds. Ah, it's the young man from the Lin family. I hear you've been thriving out there. Don't forget about your uncles. Wang Dafeng beamed upon Lin Tian's arrival, gesturing for him to sit down and enjoy some tea. There are some recent projects in the village that I'd like to discuss with you. Let us set the project aside for now. I heard my father came to seek your signatures earlier, but was turned away. Lin Tian approached the table, his smile somewhat strained. Having recently come into wealth and acquired numerous possessions, he exuded an air of calm confidence. Wang Dafeng and the others exchanged glances. Thinking that this young man indeed seemed to be faring well, his demeanor markedly different from that of others in their village. However, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Regardless of his newfound riches, he would still need to tread carefully in Linjia village. Wang Dafeng smirked inwardly, but maintained a cheerful facade. It's not that I refuse to sign. The town has been cracking down on self-built houses recently. You know, constructing a few hundred square meters of self-built housing would be akin to courting disaster. Lin Tian shook his head. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. Just sign for me. I will handle the signatures in town. Oh, so you've made some money, and now you speak to your elders like this? Wang Dafeng chuckled. You should heed your uncle's advice. I'm looking out for your best interests. Don't regret it later when you find yourself in trouble. Lin Tian realized he had indeed underestimated the audacity of these individuals. He spoke with an impassive expression. If I build a house, I will be apprehended. What about all these years you have encroached upon the village's land and misappropriated its assets? Do you think you ought to be apprehended? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the countenances of several individuals present instantly turned frosty, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Wang Dafu, with a stern visage, retorted, Lin Tian, some words cannot be uttered recklessly. Defamation carries legal consequences. Very well. Let us see who shall be incarcerated, Lin Tian replied. At this juncture, he could no longer be bothered with these parasites. It seemed they would only learn after experiencing some hardship. Chapter 50. Gathering Evidence and Enlisting the Bodyguard Team Zhongzi. Utilize the Ultron AI to assist me in collecting evidence of Wang Dafeng and his kin's transgressions, particularly focusing on the misappropriation of public assets from Lin family village and any potential involvement in homicide. Upon exiting Wang Tianfeng's residence, Lin Tian had not yet entered his vehicle when he began to communicate with the system within his mind. Understood. The system promptly responded, simultaneously employing the capabilities of Ultron AI to amass evidence of Wang Dafeng's crimes over the years. Wang Dafeng and several families bearing the Wang surname in the village had migrated from distant lands over 2 decades ago, rumored to have committed offenses, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Tian found himself intrigued. The mere act of misappropriating collective assets within Lin family village would likely suffice to imprison them for over a decade. Should there be any outstanding cases from prior to their arrival in Lin family village, their sentences could potentially extend even further. Such a naive young pup dares to threaten me? After Lin Tian departed, Wang Dafeng scoffed derisively when I was carving my path. You weren't even born yet. Third uncle. We should tread carefully. This Lin Tian possesses considerable wealth. Who knows what connections he might have? Cautioned another Wang clansman nearby. Wang Dafeng chuckled lightly. Do you believe a 19-year-old can forge ties with influential figures? I suspect he merely struck a lottery, suddenly becoming affluent. There are many wealthy individuals in this world, but few wield power. If I don't extract a layer of profit from the Lin family, it would mean these years have been for naught. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he contemplated. Turning to several younger members of the Wang family, he instructed, gather a few individuals and pay a visit to the Lin family tonight. Do not hold back. Teach them a lesson. Understood, third uncle. The younger Wang descendants promptly nodded in agreement. In my territory, whether dragon or tiger, must lie low. As he watched the younger clan members depart, Wang Dafeng sneered, then casually sipped his tea. Lin Tian, meanwhile, felt a twinge of pain in his jaw. The Wang family is rather ruthless, isn't it? They left 3 individuals severely injured, one of whom later succumbed to complications, and they escaped unscathed. At that moment, Lin Tian was perusing the evidence gathered by the system regarding the Wang family's misdeeds. To his astonishment, it revealed that the Wang family had fled to Lin family village over a decade ago due to their involvement in a violent brawl, resulting in severe injuries to 3 individuals, one of whom ultimately died due to complications, a truly heinous nature of their actions. Moreover, they were not originally named Wang. Their true surname was Lin. What a disgrace to the Lin name. If I do not see you imprisoned, I, Lin Tian, shall shorten my own hair by 10 centimeters. Lin Tian scoffed coldly before continuing his drive home. Over the years, he had faintly heard of various tactics employed by the Wang family, but having never witnessed them firsthand, he dismissed them as mere rumors. Now, armed with undeniable evidence, Lin Tian could ascertain that they had indeed engaged in illicit activities, appropriating village assets through unlawful means. Upon arriving home, Lin Tian contemplated whether to deliver the incriminating evidence directly to the police, thereby ensuring the arrest of these individuals. Yet, a fear lingered in his heart. What if there were insiders within the police force? Would he not be walking into a trap? Although his rank as a major would likely afford him some protection, Lin Tian preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. He desired a straightforward approach to ensure their incarceration, ideally with a single decisive blow. Suddenly, a voice called out from the window, Lin Nan. As Lin Tian stepped out of his vehicle, he noticed Lin Nan accompanied by 6 tall, muscular young men with crew cuts. Upon seeing them, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Lin Nan chuckled. Lin Tian, I handpicked these veterans from the neighboring villages. I can guarantee their integrity. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, sensing that their appearances reflected their character. These 6 men exuded a wholesome demeanor, unlike those with ulterior motives. Turning to the 6, Lin Tian remarked, Nan has informed you, right? You will serve as bodyguards for my family. As for your salaries, Nan, what did you discuss with them? Lin Tian glanced at Lin Nan. Lin Nan replied, I couldn't decide on the salary, but I advanced them 10,000 yuan each as a signing bonus. Very well. Lin Tian mused briefly before continuing, this year, your salary is tentatively set at 10,000 per month, with full social security contributions covered by me. Should you perform admirably, your salary will double next year. However, if your performance is unsatisfactory, I will settle your wages and let you go. If necessary, I can always recruit additional personnel from a security firm in the city. 10,000 a month? For several young men who had been toiling in the fields after their service, their breaths quickened at the prospect. Not to mention, Lin Tian would cover their full social security benefits. The offer was nothing short of extraordinary, especially with the promise of a salary increase for excellent performance. The men were instantly invigorated by the news. Lin Nan interjected with a smile, You've seen the dowry for my cousin. A single car costs over 20 million. He could easily hire from a security firm in the city. However, he understands that life is tough for veterans, which is why he asked me to bring you here. Don't let him down. Brother Tian, Brother Nan, rest assured, we will work diligently. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Tian, another added. When we were security guards in the city, that wretched captain paid us only 4,000 a month and treated us like animals. We will certainly cherish this opportunity. If something were to happen to your parents, I would willingly sacrifice my own life for you. I cannot afford to lose face. A group of 6 individuals chimed in, each expressing their sentiments. However, even the honest ones could not articulate anything particularly commendable. They could only voice their true feelings. And that was primarily due to the allure of the salary that compelled them. Otherwise, given the timid nature of a few, they would never utter such sentimental words. Well, we are all from nearby towns, and I understand your characters. Lin Tian nodded and smiled. How about this? If you all work until the end of the year and perform well, I will provide each of you with a car valued at no more than 200,000. Hiss. This revelation even stirred excitement in Lin Nan. A monthly salary of 10,000, along with comprehensive insurance benefits, and a car worth 200,000 at year-end. Where else could one find such a job? Chapter 51. The arrival of elite bodyguards, Big Tiger and Little Tiger. For Lin Tian, the promised benefits were hardly worth mentioning. Yet they ignited palpable excitement among the muscular men, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. In the countryside, such an exceptional job was as elusive as finding it with a lantern. Should this position become stable, they would undoubtedly transform into the most eligible bachelors within a 10-mile radius. Finding one wife would be a trivial pursuit. Securing 2 would be equally feasible, one in the light and one in the shadows. Of course, these individuals were of good character and would never harbor such thoughts. After invigorating them with his words, Lin Tian sent them home for dinner, instructing them to return at 5 in the evening for their assignment. He retained only Lin Nan. With a smile, Lin Tian remarked, Cousin, their monthly salary is 10,000. As the security team leader, your salary is 20,000. If their wages increase to 20,000 this year, yours will amount to 40,000. By year's end, you can select a car within the 50,000 range. And in 2 years, I will assist you in acquiring a complete set of housing in the city. Thank you so much, Lin Nan exclaimed, elated. Previously, upon returning home from military service, he had endured the scorn of villagers while idling away. That experience had been quite unpleasant. Now, thanks to Lin Tian, he could envision a future where he would be the most sought-after individual in the village, effortlessly resolving the matrimonial concerns that had plagued his parents. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, I have offended Wang Dafeng today. I suspect he may seek retribution tonight, so remain vigilant. Wang Dafeng? Lin Nan nodded vigorously. I have long disdained the vile deeds he has committed in the village over the years. Rest assured, if he dares to come, my brothers and I will deal with him appropriately. A lesson is all he requires. We'll leave his head intact. Lin Tian laughed, patting Lin Nan on the shoulder. The arrangements were now settled. With their 7-member team, his parents' safety would be assured. After all, in Long Country, civilians were prohibited from possessing firearms. And a security team of 7 was certainly formidable. Whether ordinary robbers, typically numbering around 10, would dare confront such a team remained to be seen. Upon returning home, Lin Tian found Miao Xiujuan. Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know, but just in case. I had brother Nin find around 60 or 70 retired soldiers to serve as your bodyguards. Bodyguards? Lin Igua initially intended to refuse, but after a moment's contemplation, in order to avoid causing trouble for Lin Tian, who was working hard outside, he nodded. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. You've become increasingly assertive. Perhaps you should take on the role of a father, and I'll be your son. Really? Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Get lost. Lin Igua, upon seeing this, promptly kicked Lin Tian. It was merely a jest, and yet, did this rascal genuinely wish to assume the role of father? What are you doing? Hurry up and roll the dough. Miao Xiujuan shot a glare at Lin Igua. She wore a dazzling sapphire necklace, a gift from Lin Tian the previous day. Although she feigned disinterest, she had adorned herself with it today. At that moment, Xiajia stood up and pulled Lin Tian into the inner room. What are you doing? Men and women should maintain a proper distance. Lin Tian protested, attempting to free himself from her grasp. Xiajia shot him a glare. We've been back for 2 days. When are we returning? Prolonged leave is not advisable. Lin Tian casually replied, Didn't I say I would handle the leave request? Rest assured, if you don't believe me, I can have a department head call you personally. Although Zhang Jingguo was not the head of Xiajia's department, a mere notification for such trivial matters sufficed. It wasn't a matter of favoritism. Then I can't remain here indefinitely. Your parents might genuinely think I'm your girlfriend, and it wouldn't be good to expose the truth later. Xiajia murmured. They would be heartbroken. Can't you be considerate and spare them from feeling sad? Lin Tian chuckled. Why would I want to make them sad? Xiajia blinked her eyes, but she quickly grasped the implication, her delicate face flushing with a rosy hue. She nervously replied, You have a girlfriend. I don't want to be your girlfriend. All right, I won't tease you anymore. We'll head back in a few days. Observing Xiajia, who resembled a startled fawn, Lin Tian felt reluctant to provoke her further. It wouldn't be good if she truly cried. Suddenly, Lin Tian inquired, By the way, how is your father's health? Xiajia smiled. He has already secured an appointment with a specialist. The surgery is scheduled for early next month. I've transferred the funds to my brother. I still need to thank you. Hey, just a thank you? Lin Tian pointed his face. How about something more tangible? Xiajia's face reddened further. Ignoring Lin Tian's shamelessness, she dashed out to sit beside Miao Xiujuan. She had come to realize who held the true authority in the household, while Lin Tian was merely a lowly card. The dumplings were quickly prepared, filled with a mixture of pork, green onions, shrimp, and corn. Thanks to the efforts of Miao Xiujuan and Xiajia, Xiajia's skillful hands produced dumplings that were both visually appealing and robust, cooked in the pot without fear of disintegration. This left Miao Xiujuan astonished and delighted, her heart swelling with joy. She had heard that her daughter-in-law was not only beautiful but also adept, and it seemed she was quite industrious as well. The Lin family truly had fortune smiling upon them. Is this the home of Colonel Lin? A voice suddenly echoed from outside, accompanied by a series of knocks. Colonel Lin? Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, realizing that those who recognized his identity were limited to his acquaintances and individuals from the military district. However, I am a major. How have I been addressed as a colonel? He turned his attention towards the door, where 2 slender young men stood, likely around the same age as Lin Nan, approximately 25 or 26 years old. Lin Tian approached with a bowl of dumplings. Are you from the military district? Indeed. The 2 lean young men introduced themselves. I am Li Dahu, and this is my younger brother, Li Xiaohu. We have been sent by Wang Lao to ensure your safety. Oh, please come in. Lin Tian replied cheerfully, inviting them into his home. Mom, prepare 2 more bowls of dumplings, he instructed, while simultaneously sending a message to Xiao Zhou to confirm the identities of the newcomers. No need to trouble your mother. Dahu and Xiaohu quickly waved their hands. Yet Lin Tian could see from their swallowing motions that they had likely skipped lunch. Thus, he still asked Miao Xiujuan to prepare 2 bowls of dumplings. If Dahu and Xiaohu were indeed bodyguards sent by Wang Lao, they would be companions for the long term, deserving of proper hospitality. Chapter 52. A vicious beating of thugs, let me clarify. I recall holding the rank of major, yet you address me as lieutenant colonel in Lin Tian's home. The famished Hu and Xiao who devoured dumplings voraciously, while Lin Tian engaged them in casual conversation. He was genuinely astonished. These two individuals, though not particularly robust, possessed an astonishing appetite. De Hu, with a hint of lingering satisfaction, wiped his mouth and remarked, I heard from Colonel Zhou that it seems confidential information from the military district was compromised by hackers. Following that, your Aochuang AI played a pivotal role, and Director Wang, in his delight, elevated your military rank by 1 level. Indeed, Xiaohu added, setting down his chopsticks in admiration. I heard that even dozens of top-notch hackers were unable to breach it. Only your software successfully thwarted their attacks. Moreover, it subtly implanted a counter-tracking program, pinpointing their location. Those hackers have already been apprehended. We have achieved a significant victory. After their explanation, Lin Tian began to comprehend the situation. So, it was indeed due to Aochuang AI that his military rank had been elevated once more. He mused inwardly. If you discover more remarkable capabilities of Aochuang AI in the future, won't my rank continue to rise? He then turned to the two. You two must be quite formidable. Otherwise, why would Director Wang specifically dispatch you to protect me? Just moments ago, Lin Tian had received a message from Xiao Zhou, confirming that these two were indeed sent by Director Wang. Well, Colonel Xiao Zhou mentioned that we possess keen insight, which is why we were assigned here. They replied with a chuckle, though it was unclear if they were being modest. Deciding not to press further, Lin Tian smiled and said, very well. Since that is the case, you shall accompany me from now on. However, when I attend school, you must reside off campus. For now, you can stay on the 3rd floor of my home, though I apologize for the inconvenience. The 3rd floor of Lin Tian's house served as a storage room. However, given the limited space, this was the only option for their temporary accommodation. No inconvenience at all, De Hu and Xiao Hu chuckled. Director Wang instructed us that upon arriving here, we are to follow your lead. He also mentioned that you are quite wealthy and, should you be inclined, you could offer us an additional salary. Though they appeared simple-minded, a glint of shrewdness sparkled in their eyes. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, but soon laughed. If you stick with me, rest assured, you will not lack for financial reward. How much do you earn in the military? I shall offer you 3 times that amount. Thank you, boss. Da Hu and Xiao Hu accepted his generosity without hesitation, their gratitude genuine. Lin Tian perceived that they did not seem like typical military personnel. Rather, they appeared to be seasoned individuals accustomed to the trials of society. He finally understood what Xiao Zhou meant by saying they possessed keen insight. They were willing to work for money. Since they had accepted Lin Tian's remuneration, it was only natural that they would strive diligently, even if some task strayed from the bounds of legality. As night descended, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a brilliant silver light upon the land, illuminating Linjia village in a shimmering glow. Damn it, why is the moon so full tonight? What if we're spotted? If we get caught, we're completely screwed. What's there to fear? Even if they see us, we'll just deny everything. What can they possibly do? Between 1 and 2 in the morning, the world was silent. Even the dogs had settled. Yet, a group of 5 or 6 men, armed with hollow steel pipes, crept stealthily toward Lin Tian's house. At this moment, Lin Nan and his 6-man security team were already in position. 2 were on night watch and immediately noticed the suspicious group approaching. Call for backup. Lin Nan whispered to his companion while he crouched behind a pile of firewood outside Lin Tian's house, keeping a sharp eye on the intruders. The other guard quickly alerted the rest of the team via phone. The remaining members were stationed in a neighboring house that Lin Tian had rented, taking shifts for night duty. Soon, reinforcements arrived. But what neither Lin Nan nor the intruders knew was that on the 3rd floor of Lin Tian's house, De Hu and Xiao who were silently observing the scene below, watching both the hidden guards and the approaching group. The 2 brothers also took shifts, one on night duty, the other on day duty, ensuring someone was always alert. Is that Lin Nan? Not bad. Seems like he served in the military? De Hu murmured with a low chuckle. Just average. 2 years in a regular unit only makes you a bit stronger. Not much use, Xiao Hu dismissed. Let's go down and show off a little. Otherwise, The boss might think we're freeloaders. Let us go. With that, they moved with feline grace, leaping from the third floor onto the kitchen roof, then descending to the ground floor, effortlessly dispersing the impact with a roll. Ladder. Bring the ladder, you idiot. Vang Zhiguang, Vang Dathang's nephew. Cursed as two men behind him carried a folding ladder and propped it against the courtyard wall of Lin Tian's house. We can't wait any longer. Though the rest of the security team hadn't arrived yet, Lin Nan and his companion, Wang Liang, couldn't allow the intruders to breach the property. Just as they prepared to intervene, two figures suddenly darted out from the shadows. Who the hell? Wang Zhiguang's group jolted in shock. The two newcomers moved with predatory swiftness, lunging forward without a word. One of Wang's men, gripping a steel pipe at the rear, swung viciously at Xiao Hu's head. But Xiao Hu's hands struck like vipers, instantly seizing the man's wrist. A sharp kick to the stomach sent the thug flying, writhing on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, De Hu charged into the fray with a menacing grin. Their movements were ruthless and precise. Soon, the sickening sound of snapping bones filled the air. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Nan and Wang Liang watched in stunned silence as Wang Zhiguang's entire group lay defeated on the ground. One by one, they emitted piercing screams upon the ground, their plight appearing utterly tragic. Who are you? At that moment, the members of the security team arrived, a group of 7 encircling the two individuals, Big Tiger and Little Tiger. They're my bodyguards. Lin Tian, awakened by the commotion, pushed open the door and glanced at the wailing group led by Wang Zhiguang, before casually speaking. Bodyguards? The 7 members of Lin Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment. These two appeared far more adept than they. Upon approaching, Lin Tian recognized one of the individuals sprawled on the ground as Wang Dafu's nephew. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Wang Zhiguang, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted furiously, "You better release me right now. If you dare to call the police, my uncle will ensure your family pays dearly for it. In due time, it won't just be you, your father, your mother, and even your beautiful girlfriend will suffer the consequences." As he continued to curse, a sudden cry escaped him as Lin Tian delivered a swift kick to his mouth. Not pausing, Lin Tian continued to stomp on him relentlessly. "Little Tiger, come help me." Fearing he might lose his balance, Lin Tian beckoned. Coming. With a cheerful demeanor, Little Tiger swiftly approached, supporting Lin Tian's arm. "This is what you get for your insolence." Lin Tian's foot met Wang Zhiguang's bloodied mouth, his screams echoing until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did Lin Tian cease his assault. "Call the police." Wiping the blood from his shoe, Lin Tian calmly called for assistance. Chapter 53. Even the Heavenly King cannot protect you, I assert. How could you strike someone? Call the police, quickly. As Lin Tian forcefully knocked Wang Zhiguang unconscious, the other 5 young thugs began to shout in panic. They feared that Lin Tian might turn his aggression towards them as well. Why should I not kick him? Who else should I target? Lin Tian's cold gaze swept over the remaining delinquents. At that moment, his mere glance rendered them submissive, terrified that he might unleash his wrath upon them, causing them to succumb to unconsciousness. What is happening? At that moment, Lin Igua and his wife rushed out from the courtyard, having heard the commotion. Such a crowd. The elderly couple was taken aback upon seeing the throng outside their yard. Lin Tian smiled and reassured them, "Mom, Dad, you should head back to bed. The situation has been resolved. The police will be here shortly, and these rascals will soon be apprehended." Wang Zhiguang? Lin Igua recognized the unconscious figure of Wang Zhiguang. Is he truly the scoundrel sent by that beast, Wang Dafeng? After living in this village for decades, they are indeed ruthless. Anger surged within Lin Igua as he noticed the steel pipes in the hands of the thugs. What if they strike someone? Who could withstand that? What happened to him? Why is his mouth so mangled, bleeding profusely? Miao Xiaojuan inquired, her voice tinged with concern upon seeing Wang Zhiguang. He attempted to scale our wall, but was caught by De Hu and the others, and he frightened himself into falling. Lin Tian nonchalantly fabricated an explanation. All right, you both should return to sleep. With so many here, they can hardly stir up any trouble. How can anyone sleep after such a significant event? Miao Xiaojuan shot Lin Tian a disapproving glance. Lin Tian inwardly scoffed, Yet, Xia Jihe is sleeping like a log. Over the past few days, he had discovered that Xia Jihe's quality of sleep was enviable. Is it true that beautiful women possess better sleep quality? Or perhaps those who sleep well have better skin, making them more likely to be beautiful? He mused himself. Before long, the sound of police sirens echoed throughout the village. 6 armed individuals breaking into a residence was no trivial matter, and the town's police wasted no time in responding, arriving promptly even at this late hour. Meanwhile, Wang Dafeng was wide awake, anxiously awaiting news from Wang Zhiguang and his crew. Upon hearing the sirens, he felt puzzled. Did Zhiguang and the others act so swiftly? Yet the police have arrived, and I still haven't received any word from them. Filled with confusion, Wang Dafeng, as the village secretary, hastily donned his clothing and made his way towards Lin Tian's residence. What transpired here? 2 police cars had arrived, accompanied by 7 or 8 officers, one of whom, resembling a team leader, furrowed his brow and inquired. The scene was indeed peculiar. 6 armed individuals knelt on the ground, while one appeared to be unconscious. Conversely, the unarmed individuals stood unharmed. Lin Tian approached, pointing at Wang Zhiguang and his cohorts, stating, "These 6 individuals armed themselves and unlawfully entered my home with the intent to assault my family, but they were discovered. I suspect they are associates of the village secretary, Wang Dafeng. One of them is indeed his nephew." Wang Dafeng, the leader, who had been attentively listening, suddenly exhibited a peculiar expression upon hearing Wang Dafeng's name. "Indeed, officer, Wang Dafeng is not a decent man. Earlier today, we sought his signature." Miao Xiaojuan rushed over to recount the events of the day. Lin Tian felt somewhat helpless, realizing that there was no need for excessive explanation. He intended for the police to take these individuals into custody, and the following day, let Xiaohu present the evidence against Wang Dafeng at the municipal police station. Regardless of Wang Dafeng's influence, he would ultimately face consequences. Had Lin Tian not mistrusted the local officers, he would have handed over the evidence to them. "How dare you?" In the distance, Wang Dafeng had just arrived and overheard Miao Xiaojuan's words, prompting him to storm over in fury. He bellowed, "These steel pipes are clearly weapons wielded by these people. My nephew and his companions are the victims, truly the real victims. Look at the state my nephew is in." Wang Dafeng charged forward, his outrage evident, astonished by the severity of Wang Zhiguang's injuries. However, Wang Dafeng's quick wit allowed him to devise a strategy, aided by his acquaintance with a leading officer. "You are shameless, distorting the truth." Wang Dafeng feigned indignation, so incensed that he attempted to slap Miao Xiaojuan. Yet, Lin Tian interjected, prompting Wang Dafeng to redirect his aggression towards him. "To hell with you." Lin Tian retaliated with a swift kick, sending Wang Dafeng sprawling to the ground, clutching his abdomen and crying out in pain. This scoundrel sought to harm him, and Lin Tian held nothing back, exerting full force in his kick. You've assaulted me. My stomach. I think my intestines are ruptured. Call an ambulance." Wang Dafeng writhed on the ground, half of his agony feigned, yet the pain was genuine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "What is happening? Are you attacking someone in front of us?" The lead officer bellowed, "Cuff them. Take them all into custody." "Cuff them?" Lin Tian frowned, realizing something was amiss. He struck first, and I cannot even defend myself? To retaliate and leave someone in such a state? The commanding officer shouted, seemingly aiming to intimidate Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian was not easily swayed. He was convinced that this officer was indeed acquainted with Wang Dafeng. They were merely performing for an audience. Several officers advanced to apprehend Lin Tian, but Dahu Xiaohu, Lin Nan, and the other 5 stood resolutely in front of him, surprising the leader. "What are you doing? Are you attempting to incite a riot against the police? Do you even comprehend your actions?" He roared in anger, though internally astonished by their audacity. Dahu and Xiaohu exchanged knowing smirks. They say a small temple can harbor great mischief. We've witnessed that firsthand since our arrival. They were fully aware of their intentions. Lin Tian stepped forward from the group, approaching the officer resembling a leader. "You must be acquainted with Wang Dafeng, correct? Or have you had prior dealings of mutual benefit? But today I tell you, you're finished. Not even the gods above can save you now. Mark my words." As he spoke, Lin Tian directly withdrew a certificate from his robes and flung it onto the man's face. "What is this?" The officer was furious, yet he still picked up the document to examine it. A lieutenant colonel from the capital? In an instant, the police officer, who had carried himself with authority, turned deathly pale. He knew that if he didn't handle this properly, he would truly be ruined, just as Lin Tian had declared. Doomed. Chapter 54. The colonel's identity cannot be concealed. Could this identification be a forgery? A sense of fear arose within him, yet the team leader could not suppress another thought. However, he dared not take the risk. He hastily returned the identification to Lin Tian, his previously lofty demeanor instantly diminished. "Comrade Colonel, this is a misunderstanding. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. I, Zhang Gaoyuan, swear to the heavens that I have no dealings with Wang Dafeng whatsoever. It is merely because he is the village secretary of Linjia village that I have encountered him on several occasions at the police station." In truth, Zhang Gaoyuan's words were not entirely false. He had indeed not gained any benefit from Wang Dafeng. They had merely dined together a few times, during which he had enjoyed a few bottles of fine wine. Hence, earlier, Zhang Gaoyuan had shown some favoritism towards Wang Dafeng. However, upon discovering Lin Tian's identity as a colonel, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act in that manner again. Anticipating Zhang Gaoyuan's change in attitude, Lin Tian was unfazed. Once a colonel transitions to a local position, their rank is at least equivalent to that of a deputy town mayor. Such stature is not something an ordinary police officer in a small town could provoke. "We will discuss your matters later. Apprehend these individuals for me. As for Wang Dafeng, I suspect he has embezzled funds through his official capacity in recent years, so detain him as well." Lin Tian gestured towards Wang Dafeng, stating, "As for the evidence, I shall personally deliver it to your director tomorrow." Zhang Gaoyuan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Lin Tian's words and quickly nodded in acquiescence. "Yes. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry and arrest these social parasites. And Wang Dafeng, apprehend him as well." Zhang Gaoyuan commanded the junior officers. At that moment, Wang Dafeng was utterly bewildered. What had he just heard? A colonel? Lin Tian, that brat, is a colonel? As an officer approached to place handcuffs on Wang Dafeng, he immediately resisted fiercely and shouted, "Impossible. This kid just entered university last year. He is merely a sophomore. How could he possibly be a colonel? Moreover, he has never served in the military and has no connection to the army whatsoever." Wang Dafeng howled in disbelief, refusing to accept that Lin Tian could be a colonel. A sophomore? How could he attain such a rank? The probability was too minuscule for Wang Dafeng to fathom encountering it himself. Wang Dafeng's words rekindled doubt in Zhang Gaoyuan's mind. He too felt that it was implausible for a sophomore, no matter how exceptional, to hold the rank of colonel. Yet, he dared not take the gamble. He forced the handcuffs onto Wang Dafeng nonetheless. However, he had already discreetly sent Lin Tian's identity information back to headquarters for verification. Confirmation would likely come swiftly. If Lin Tian were impersonating a colonel, a ruthless glint flickered in Zhang Gaoyuan's eyes. Lin Tian, meanwhile, chuckled coldly to himself. It was evident that Zhang Gaoyuan was no benevolent character. This evening, the presence of their men rendered Lin Tian unable to take decisive action. Should he act rashly, he might find himself unjustly accused of assaulting an officer, a charge that would be difficult to contest even with the rank of lieutenant colonel. He resolved to present evidence of Wang Dafeng and Zhang Gaoyuan's corruption to the authorities the following day. Lin Tian understood that he could not eradicate all the pests, but since they had provoked him, they should not expect to escape unscathed. Wang Dafeng had begun to surmise that Zhang Gaoyuan had relayed Lin Tian's identity to their headquarters for verification, leading him to abandon any pretense of resistance. He found it hard to believe that Lin Tian truly held the rank of lieutenant colonel. If Lin Tian were not indeed a lieutenant colonel, then with his connections to Zhang Gaoyuan, the events of the evening could very well turn in his favor. Wasn't it all up to them to determine right from wrong? At that moment, several ruffians, including the unconscious Wang Zhiguang, were being escorted to the police car, leaving only Wang Dafeng and Zhang Gaoyuan behind. Zhang Gaoyuan glanced at his phone, suddenly expressing disbelief. He hurriedly approached Lin Tian, bowing deeply in respect. "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, this must be a misunderstanding. We have confirmed your identity. Rest assured, we will deal severely with these scoundrels." As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Wang Dafeng, blaming him for attracting the ire of a lieutenant colonel. Zhang Gaoyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Should Lin Tian choose to retaliate, his future would become quite precarious. Is he truly a lieutenant colonel? Wang Dafeng's face reflected incredulity. "My son is indeed a lieutenant colonel." In the distance, Lin Aigua and Miao Xiujuan wore expressions of profound relief. They believed 9/10 of Lin Tian's words. The final tenth was tinged with skepticism due to the surreal nature of the events unfolding before them. However, with the police confirming his identity, their doubts dissipated. Lin Tian was indeed a lieutenant colonel. The elderly couple felt an exhilarating surge of pride and joy. "Oh, Lin Tian, I have watched you grow. You must not allow them to take me away." At that moment, the once arrogant Wang Dafeng, who had looked down upon Lin Tian's family, suddenly let out a cry and fell to Lin Tian's feet. His hands were burning, yet he rubbed his head against Lin Tian's pant leg, pleading, "Lin Tian, we bear no great enmity towards one another. You merely wish to build your project, correct? I will sign right now. I, Wang Dafeng, will be the first to support you in whatever you wish to do in the future." With tears streaming down his face, Wang Dafeng's countenance was a tapestry of despair. Struggling to rise, he fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head to the ground. "I bow to you. I truly understand my mistake. I should not have provoked you. I beseech you, spare me." The commotion attracted the attention of neighbors, who emerged from their homes, astonished to witness the notorious Wang Dafeng kneeling before Lin Tian, imploring him in desperation. What in the world is happening? Wang Dafeng is bowing to Lin Tian? They struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. Wang Dafeng has evidently encountered an insurmountable obstacle. His downfall seems imminent. It appears we have misjudged the situation. Lin Tian is not merely affluent, but possibly possesses considerable influence as well. A cluster of villagers dared not approach, deterred by the presence of law enforcement, and could only murmur quietly from a distance. "Get away!" Lin Tian, thoroughly disgusted by Wang Dafeng, forcefully kicked him aside. The wretch smeared his snot and tears all over his trousers, which were worth over 100,000. Alas, this garment is now rendered utterly worthless. "Are you not taking him away?" Lin Tian cast a glance at Zhang Gaoyuan. Zhang, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded, "Very well, I shall take him away. I was merely hoping you might forgive him." With that, he unceremoniously ushered the pitiful Wang Dafeng, still weeping and sniveling, into the police vehicle. "Colonel Lin Tian, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. I shall not trouble you further today," Zhang Gaoyuan said with utmost respect. "Yes, you. I will personally bring a gift to apologize at a later date." With that, Zhang departed in his vehicle. In the distance, a group of villagers blinked in disbelief, their minds lingering on the officer's words. Lin Tian, Colonel. Chapter 55. The poor are ignored in the bustling city. While the rich have distant kin in the mountains, what was that officer's name? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Tian. Not only the villagers, but also the members of the security team hired by Lin Tian, such as Lin Nan, were wide-eyed, clearly taken aback by this revelation. No wonder Wang Dafeng has fallen. He deserved it. That scoundrel should have been dealt with long ago. As several police cars departed, a group of villagers approached with cheerful expressions. Engaging in conversation with Lin Aigua and Miao Xiujuan, they inevitably inquired about the unfolding events. Upon learning that Wang Dafeng had instigated a group of thugs to attack the Lin family, only to be thwarted by the Lin family security team, the villagers turned their gazes to Lin Nan and the others. "So that is why Lin Nan and his companions have been frequent visitors to your home during the day. They had found employment. With this, no one would dare to provoke you anymore, for Lin Nan and his team are all retired soldiers. Well, Wang Dafeng has fallen, and the Wang family is finished. From now on, Linjia village shall be more harmonious. Everyone go back and rest." Yet in the dead of night, the crowd remained spirited, claiming they would return to sleep, but instead indulging in lively chatter under the moonlight, none willing to leave. They speculated on the length of Wang Dafeng's impending sentence. Some even claimed that Wang Dafeng had connections and might not face punishment for his crimes. Have you forgotten that Lin Tian is a lieutenant colonel in the military? If Wang Dafeng has connections, does that mean Lin Tian has none? Moreover, Lin Tian is wealthy. A voice scoffed. Wang Dafeng had a poor reputation in the village. People interacted with him lightly to avoid conflict, but now that he was finished, the villagers naturally had their say. Lin Tian paid little heed to their chatter. Since the matter was resolved, he intended to return to rest. Wang Dafeng has been arrested. The next morning, as the majority of Linjia village awoke and stepped outside with their bowls of rice, they were met with the shocking news. After all, the residents near Lin Tian's home were few, and most were unaware of the details. However, the information quickly spread from the neighbors surrounding Lin Tian's residence. Wang Dafeng, envious of Lin Tian's prosperity, had incited his nephew Wang Zhiguang and a band of thugs to threaten the Lin family, only to be taught a lesson by the Lin family bodyguards. Furthermore, upon the arrival of the police, Lin Tian, a military lieutenant colonel, had them swiftly apprehend Wang Dafeng. Moreover, several police cars returned in the morning to take away many members of the Wang family. The news spread like wildfire, and alongside it, the increasingly mysterious and affluent rumors surrounding Lin Tian's family began to circulate. Initially, many expressed disbelief and flocked to Linjia village to witness the happenings. They were greeted by the sight of a construction crew, comprising dozens of workers equipped with comprehensive tools and machinery, energetically laboring on the Lin family's ancestral home, creating a bustling scene. In the span of a mere day, the ancestral home of the Lin family was razed to the ground, and within just a few days, the foundation for an impressive villa emerged, exuding an air of sophistication. The presence of Lin Tian's luxury vehicles and the constant patrols of security team around the Lin residence left the villagers of the neighboring hamlet with no choice but to concede that the Lin family had indeed risen to prominence. Relatives of Lin Tian, having caught wind of the situation, began to arrive uninvited, including distant relatives with whom he had lost contact, their fervor unmistakable. However, that was a matter for another time. On that particular morning, Lin Tian rose early and learned of the arrival of several police vehicles in the village. These cars were dispatched to apprehend additional members of the Wang family, who had already been taken away. Lin Tian felt a twinge of surprise, as he had yet to submit the evidence he had collected to the police. Could it be that the authorities had employed a swift memory recovery tactic on Wang Dafeng? Such thoughts crossed his mind. However, it soon dawned on him that the involvement of a lieutenant colonel warranted the police's prompt action. A lieutenant colonel barely past 20 years of age could wield considerable influence. Who could ascertain the extent of his connections? Just as Lin Tian himself could unleash significant repercussions if provoked, prompting the emergence of Old Wang. Given his current stature, it was certain that Old Wang would intervene unless it involved a matter of principle. Should Old Wang step forward, not only would the local administrative body be taken aback, but the highest echelons across the 4 provinces would also find themselves in disbelief, for he was a revered elder. Xiaohu, please make a trip to the municipal police station and deliver this evidence, Lin Tian instructed as he handed over the incriminating materials stored on his phone. The contents included not only evidence against the Wang family, but also against Zhang Gaoyuan from the previous night. However, Zhang's transgressions were relatively minor, consisting of small favors received, likely resulting in little more than a slap on the wrist. As Lin Tian entrusted the materials to Xiaohu, a private vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Lin residence. Lin Tian, we have a representative from the town government here. As a young lieutenant colonel has arrived for a visit, reported Lin Nan, rushing in. Oh, Lin Tian had little fondness for such formalities. Yet, given his parents' standing in the town, it was necessary to meet and cultivate relationships with these individuals. So, it seems Lin Tian has become affiliated with Old Wang. Truly, a young prodigy, remarked the vice mayor, who had fortuitously crossed paths with Old Wang in his youth, albeit from afar, as one of the thousands of grassroots officials during Old Wang's speeches. Thus, upon learning of Lin Tian's association with Old Wang, the vice mayor's astonishment grew, his smile widening. In just a few exchanges, it became evident that no one would dare tamper with the charges against Wang Dafeng and Zhang Gaoyuan. Their fate of serving free meals behind bars was all but sealed. There was no need to send Xiao Hu to the city. Lin Tian chuckled, expressing his gratitude to the deputy town mayor. The group engaged in a delightful and harmonious conversation, each fulfilling their own needs. Lin Tian reassured, "Rest assured, my dear brother, your parents are like my own. Should they encounter any issues in the town, feel free to reach out to me. I shall ensure that no one dares to trouble them." As they were about to part ways, the deputy town mayor spoke earnestly, leaving a profound impression with his resolute demeanor. His fervor stemmed not only from Lin Tian's status, but also from Lin Tian's promise to invest in his hometown in the future with a substantial amount to commence with. Lin Tian spent 7 days at home before deciding to return to school, having completed all family matters. The villa was constructed and now in the process of renovation, which proved to be more intricate than the construction itself, requiring materials like bulletproof glass to be sourced from afar. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that, within a month, the residents would be ready for habitation. During these days, the house was inundated with distant relatives, much to Lin Tian's annoyance. "Where were you all when I was struggling? Now that I've found prosperity, you all come crawling back," he thought, choosing to ignore them. He had set aside a sum of money for his parents, who would undoubtedly know better than he whom to be closer to. Matters of assistance, or the lack thereof, could be left for them to deliberate. Lin Tian's return had resolved his parents' safety concerns, and with the construction of the grand villa, coupled with the endorsement of the town's leadership, he felt assured that he would face no significant challenges in the town and could now return to school with peace of mind. Chapter 56. Dressed up, almost unrecognizable. On May 10th, after spending 7 days at home, Lin Tian prepared to return to school with Xia Jihe and his 2 personal bodyguards, De Hu and Xiao Hu. Until the completion of his system task, Lin Tian deemed it necessary to have these 2 guardians ensure his safety. However, he speculated that once he accomplished his task and attained physical capabilities beyond human limits, he would effortlessly manage a dozen ordinary individuals, even without martial arts skills, provided they were unarmed. "Mom and Dad, you should head back. Once the villa is complete, I will come and visit you," he said. "Nan Yi, I entrust my parents' safety to you. Please take it seriously." At the entrance of his home, Lin Tian bid farewell to his parents and slowly drove away in his luxury car. Meanwhile, Song Ailing gazed at her daughter, who was hiding behind the door, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. "You silly girl, I told you to meet Lin Tian, but you refused. Now that he is leaving, you realize you're anxious?" At that moment, Lin Mingming felt an overwhelming urge to see Lin Tian, yet shyness held her back. Over the past few days, she had witnessed Lin Tian's extravagance, leading her to question whether the affluent figure known as Tian Guandoyin was indeed Lin Tian. After all, while many shared the same name, few possessed such remarkable opulence. Lin Mingming was increasingly convinced that the extravagant Tian Gu was Lin Tian, especially given his generous gifts to Lin Siki, amounting to tens of millions. Just then, Lin Tian's car approached Lin Mingming's home, ready to depart. "Tian Gu." In a moment of impulsiveness, Lin Mingming couldn't help but call out, peering from behind the door. "Huh?" Startled by the sweet voice, Lin Tian halted the vehicle and rolled down the window. Seeing her daughter call out, Song Ailing's heart swelled with joy. "Lin Tian, this is my daughter Mingming. You were classmates in elementary school." With a mother's determination, she coaxed the shy Lin Mingming from the doorway, believing that associating with Lin Tian could lead to a life of ease for their family. "Mingming?" Lin Tian peered out of his window, catching sight of a woman wrapped up snugly. Although she was covered, it was evident that she possessed an extraordinary figure. "It's me," Lin Mingming replied, her cheeks flushed as she stepped forward, encouraged by Song Ailing. "Huh?" Lin Tian found her voice familiar. When Lin Mingming removed her mask, he suddenly felt as though the world had turned upside down. "You don't eat cilantro?" Lin Tian inquired in a lowered voice. "Ah, it's really you." Upon recognizing Lin Tian, Lin Ming nodded bashfully, her ears turning crimson. "Wow, you're dressed so differently. I almost didn't recognize you," Lin Tian remarked, his gaze sweeping over her in surprise. He truly hadn't expected the once unremarkable girl from their childhood class to blossom into such a vision. And that flat chest of hers? Now undulating hills. At his words, Lin Ming shrank further, too shy to meet his eyes, murmuring in a soft, coquettish tone, "Brother Tan, never mind, never mind." Lin Tian waved a hand dismissively. "Girls change drastically as they grow. It's normal for you to develop. My fault for not recognizing you." He clicked his tongue. "If you ever get the chance, come visit me in the capital." "Okay, Brother Tian." Lin Ming lifted her head eagerly, her sweet smile radiant. His words, didn't they imply he wanted more interaction? Or perhaps he truly intended to become her livestream's top patron. With the roar of his sports car, Lin Tian vanished swiftly from Lin Ming and Song Ailing's sight. Yet Lin Ming was practically vibrating with excitement. "Mom, I did it." She spun around, throwing her arms around Song Ailing's waist in jubilation. Song Ailing frowned. "Did what? Just a few words exchanged, and you call that success? You should be invited him to stay for dinner. Better yet, ditch his girlfriend and take her place." "Ugh, how did I raise such a foolish daughter?" She poked Lin Ming's forehead in exasperation. But Lin Ming's heart swelled with quiet triumph. Her mother didn't understand now, but she would, eventually. "So, she was your elementary school classmate?" In the passenger seat, Xia Jihe, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke softly. "Yeah." Lin Tian nodded. "She's a live streamer on Douyin now. I've spent money in her streams before, but I didn't recognize her until today. Never imagined Lin Ming would turn out like this." The coincidence felt surreal, his first ever streamer donation, and it turned out to be his childhood classmate. A strange thrill coursed through him. Girls change a lot. It's normal not to recognize them, Xia Jihe muttered under her breath. "Oh, so you were an ugly duckling turned swan too?" Lin Tian teased. In the back seat, Da Hu and Xiao, who, ever discreet, had plugged in their earphones, lost in music. Xia Jihe nodded. "I was malnourished as a child, pale and scrawny all through high school. But in a way, it was a blessing. In our mountain village, being unattractive meant escaping early forced marriages." She sounded almost grateful that her glow-up had come later. Lin Tian offered no comment. Though the nation had progressed rapidly in recent decades, some remote villages clung to archaic customs, son preference, child brides, even more grotesque traditions. But this was beyond his power to change. Such shifts require national intervention, step by step. "You stayed at my place for 7 days. 10,000 per day? Let us round it up. You still owe me 900,000. Lin Tian chuckled, skillfully shifting the topic. "Thank you," Xia Jihe replied, her cheeks flushed. "Why are you blushing so easily?" Lin Tian mused inwardly, contemplating how she could be so easily embarrassed. Did she truly think he was interested in her? "Well, if you think so, you might be right. I merely wish to share a bed with you." The four of them traveled in silence, swiftly arriving in Kyoto. At the welcoming hotel, Lin Tian arranged a room for both Big Tiger and Little Tiger before he and Xia Jihe returned to campus. With Zhang Jingguo, the department head, present, their week-long leave posed no difficulties whatsoever. To be candid, university courses are far less stringent than those of high school. In high school, a single day of laxity could lead to falling behind. However, in university, one could afford to be careless for an entire semester and still manage to pass the exams with a final week of intense preparation. Chapter 57. Return to School, Revision. "Hey, is that Lin Tian's car? It's been several days since I've seen it. Has he gone out to play? Wait, is that Xia Jihe? Xia Jihe is out with Lin Tian. Oh, my pure goddess has indeed fallen into the clutches of that scoundrel. Lin Tian. How I loathe this. Why am I not a rich second-generation heir? If fate is so unjust, I shall defy it." Escorting Xia Jihe back to school naturally attracted the attention and gossip of numerous students. However, Xia Jihe was accustomed to it. Her cheeks flushed, she dashed into the dormitory. Lin Tian merely smiled at this. While he knew her innocence, others were oblivious. In the eyes of the students at Qingbei University, Xia Jihe had already been branded with the Lin Tian label. Anyone wishing to pursue a romance with her would first have to consider whether they were superior to Lin Tian. "What a scoundrel I am. Such a fine young lady. And I insist on sharing a bed with her." Lin Tian shook his head as he drove back to the Ingbin Grand Hotel, luxuriating on the grand bed. He opened his phone, and it was then that he remembered to reply to Chao Xiao Xiao, Zhao Songqing, and Zhang Wenqian. as well as a few beautiful women he had added while purchasing a watch and a car. The others had sent only brief greetings. However, Chao Xiao and Zhao Songqing messaged him almost daily, filling his WeChat with a string of white subtitles. Yet for the past 7 days, Lin Tian had not responded. These two devoted admirers persisted tirelessly, each day showering him with sweet nothings. After granting Kuan a 7-day vacation, it was now time to return to work. 7 days. Do you know how I spent them? Lin Tian promptly sent messages to both Chao Xiao and Zhao Songqing, advising one to wear white stockings and the other to don black ones. At that moment, the two girls, idly waiting in their dormitory, suddenly received messages from Lin Tian. Wow, Brother Tian has returned? I thought you might have met your demise out there. Though their thoughts diverged, they swiftly descended from the upper bunk and began to apply makeup, selecting the perfect stockings. Now that May had arrived and the weather had turned warm, they could unapologetically flaunt their long legs. No longer needing to wear thermal gear, they found that stockings could indeed serve to shield them from the sun. Observing Zhao Songqing's eager demeanor, Han Qingxian immediately noticed her excitement. Lin Tian not only purchased a car for Zhao Songqing, but also bestowed upon her a residence worth over 4 million during their last outing. Han Qingxian felt a mix of envy and regret. If she were still Lin Tian's girlfriend, she was certain that his gifts to her would far exceed those given to Zhao Songqing. Yet, she was no longer in that position. It felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling in her heart, leaving Han Qingxian restless and agitated. It was not that she couldn't part with Lin Tian. Rather, she was loath to relinquish the immense wealth he possessed. Each time she learned of Lin Tian's expenditures on those frivolous women, it felt like a dagger to her heart. Not long after, Zhao Songqing hummed a cheerful tune and stepped out with her designer LV bag worth tens of thousands, leaving Han Qingxian alone in the dormitory, seething with helpless rage, pounding her pillow in frustration. At the Welcome Grand Hotel, Lin Tian lit a cigarette, enveloped in a state of serene detachment. Brother Tian is truly remarkable. It seems over the past few days, you haven't managed to win over Xiaji yet? Zhao Songqing inquired with a sweet smile as Lin Tian scrolled through Douyin in his post-clarity state. Chao Xiao shot Zhao Songqing a glance. This cunning woman was clearly probing. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, "Why so many questions? Come massage my legs." "Oh, of course." Feeling slighted, Zhao Songqing inwardly grumbled about how drastically this man's demeanor had shifted. Yet, she obediently began kneading his legs. Chao Xiao, ever the more compliant one, instinctively moved to massage his waist. Doesn't the Beijing Poly International have a spring auction coming up in a few days? Lin Tian suddenly asked. He was still nearly 80 billion short of his target and couldn't shake the thought. Despite his seemingly triumphant return home, he hadn't even spent a single billion. Beijing Poly International auction? We don't know. Both women looked utterly clueless. Lin Tian glared at them. What exactly do you two do all day? From now on, when you're free, brainstorm ways for me to spend money. I've got too much burning a hole in my pocket. Are you out of your mind? Chao Xiao and Zhao Songqing simultaneously thought. Of course, Brother Tian. I'll keep an eye out from now on, they chirped in unison, nodding sweetly while masking their disbelief. Beijing Poly International Auction, the largest auction house in the capital and a state-owned enterprise, hosted nearly 100 auctions annually. Among these, the spring and autumn auctions stood out as grand events, each effortlessly surpassing billions in turnover. Lin Tian had long earmarked this extravagant venue. As he idly scrolled through Douyin, his attention was caught by a notification. No cilantro is now live. Lin Mengmeng? Having just greeted her that morning, Lin Tian decided to make a grand entrance in her live stream, riding his golden dragon avatar. At that moment, Lin Mengmeng, known as No Cilantro on Douyin, was conducting her usual afternoon broadcast. The stream had just begun, with only a dozen or so loyal viewers tuning in. Welcome, dear brothers, to Cilantro's live stream. Those who haven't joined the fan club, could you consider joining? If anyone has popularity votes, could you spare one to boost Cilantro's visibility? Her script was routine as she casually chatted with the audience. Then boom, the heavens roared as Brother Tian made his dazzling appearance astride a golden dragon, On Douyin, spending 20 million yuan grants a max-level account, which Lin Tian now possessed. His mount was a golden dragon, accompanied by the rare and majestic sound effect, the roar of a dragon. Wow! Welcome, Brother Tian, to the live stream. No Cilantro exclaimed in delight upon spotting him. Have you returned to campus, Brother Tian? I'm back, he replied. Lin Tian casually sent out a barrage of comments. Brother Tian? Is this a meetup with the elder brother? No, Xiang Tsai. Weren't you opposed to meetups? Am I mistaken? What? Has Xiang Tsai been taken down? Observing the conversation between Lin Tian and Lin Mengmeng, several longtime fans in the live stream expressed their astonishment, swiftly joining in with their own comments. Lin Tian remained silent, solely focused on sending super rockets. A super rocket costs 3,000 yuan each. Brother Tian has sent 20 super rockets in your live stream. Brother Tian has sent 50 super rockets in your live stream. Brother Tian has sent 100 super rockets in your live stream. In just a few brief seconds, Lin Tian fervently pressed the gift button, dispatching a staggering 100 super rockets. Wow. Thank you, Brother Tian. Thank you so much. You've worked hard. One day, Mengmeng will visit Brother Tian in Kyoto for some fun. Lin Meng, witnessing Lin Tian's generous offering of 100 super rockets, was dazzled by the array of visual effects filling the screen. In mere moments, she received over 300,000 in gifts. After deducting platform fees and taxes, she still pocketed over 100,000, which filled her with immense excitement. In the live stream, several fans who had previously commented began to shift their tone. Oh my goodness, 100 super rockets? No wonder Mengmeng has been swept off her feet. A meetup? This surely calls for a meetup. This is splendid. Chapter 58. The Supreme Succubus. In a live stream room, the fans initially felt a twinge of anger upon discovering that Lin Mengmeng had met with the esteemed leader of the streaming community, believing their idol was losing value. However, their sentiments swiftly transformed when Lin Tian launched 100 super rockets. Their idol was indeed priceless. A single meeting had garnered over 300,000 in gifts, and this was merely the leader's first contribution. Who could say what might follow? If he continued to shower gifts, they could potentially amass millions. At that moment, the dozen or so fans in the live stream envied their male counterparts. If only they were women, they too could capture the leader's heart. After all, men understand men better. Thank you, Brother Tian. Thank you for supporting Mengmeng's live stream. Lin Meng's eyes glistened with excitement as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream surged past 1,000, propelled by the launch of the 100 super rockets. Wow, it's Brother Tian. I was wondering who it was launching 100 super rockets at once. Is it really him? That makes sense. I'm just saying, Brother Tian's speed has slowed down. He only launched 100 this time. Brother Tian, have you forgotten about Su Di by the Daming Lake? Many viewers recognized Lin Tian, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Platforms like Douyin operate on such principles. If you find yourself in a particular live stream, it is seldom mere coincidence. Either you enjoy this type of content and watch frequently, or your acquaintances do, or perhaps you are linked by a common individual. Such is the nature of big data. Lin Tian chuckled upon reading the comments, many of which were from Su Bao's loyal followers. He had been preoccupied with his family for the past week, and had scarcely logged into Douyin. It was no wonder that his followers were so vocal. Enjoy your live stream. I'll return when I have the chance, he typed in a comment before exiting Lin Meng's stream. However, things were becoming restless with Chao Xiao and Zhao Songqing. Both had witnessed Lin Tian's generous gifting to the female streamer, and their hearts ached at the thought of such wealth, if only it had been bestowed upon them. While they possessed houses and cars, their liquid assets were rather limited. Only Chao Xiao had a decent sum of around several 100,000, while Zhao Songqing had nothing to her name. Were it not for the fear of displeasing Lin Tian, she would have considered selling her valuable gold jewelry, especially since gold prices had seen a recent surge. You two little vixens. Lin Tian felt his heart race, provoked by their teasing, transforming him into a ravenous wolf. The following day, Lin Tian returned to campus invigorated. After taking a few days off, it was time to attend classes again. Otherwise, his peers might start to perceive him as some royal figure exempt from the rigors of academia. Yet, what was happening today? Why were there so many people present for the early class? Lin Tian munched on a savory meat bun, his eyes scanning the packed lecture hall filled with hundreds of students, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The life of a CEO is truly unpretentious, he mused inwardly. His dorm mates sighed in disbelief at the sight of the wealthy Lin Tian indulging in such a humble breakfast. Zhou Mingwen smirked knowingly, nudging Lin Tian with an elbow. You've been away, so you and Tino, our economics department, just got a new professor. A new professor? That much charisma? Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Could it be? Exactly. Chen Su chimed in with a sly grin. A veritable Mount Everest, fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful, with legs for days. Rivals the top 10 campus belles. Ah, I see. Lin Tian chuckled in realization. So that's why the economic students suddenly transformed. They're in heat. No wonder students from other departments have flocked here too. Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. Our department as professors should be ours alone. But if she is a professor, she can't be that young, right? Lin Tian wondered aloud. Before his friends could respond, a wave of murmurs swept through the classroom. Zhou Mingwen and the others craned their necks eagerly. Curiosity piqued. Lin Tian glanced toward the front door. There, a statuesque woman strode in, clad in a sleek black pantsuit. Sheer stockings accentuating her toned legs, her poised frame exuding elegance. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her refined nose. Good morning, everyone, Zhang Yuelon greeted casually, her voice smooth as velvet, though class hadn't yet begun. That voice, it's hypnotic. I'm losing it. Someone gasped. Not just hypnotic, it's seasoned, dripping with the allure of a mature woman. Her mere presence and effortless greeting sent the lecture hall into a frenzy. Good morning, Professor. Did you sleep well last night, Professor? What do you have for breakfast? I've got some Shuanghui sausages here. The crowd wasn't just economics majors. Students from other departments had squeezed in, packing the room to the brim. Uninhibited young men howled and postured, desperate to catch her attention. Even Lin Tian, accustomed to the ethereal beauty of Xiaozhe, found himself utterly captivated. Zhang Yuelon's allure was different, a sophisticated, world-weary charm. Her exquisite face hinting at untold stories. If Xiaozhe was the pure campus goddess, Zhang Yuelon was the pinnacle of enchantment, a siren whose every subtle movement set hearts ablaze. Regardless of gender, many secretly preferred this apex temptress over the innocent schoolbelle. Even knowing the futility, they yearned to challenge her dominance. Even aware they'd be toyed with, they craved the sensation of her heel against their cheeks. Magnificent. Ultimately, Lin Tian bestowed upon himself the highest praise. His appearance, physique, and charm are truly remarkable. Is it not so? Zhou Mingwen reluctantly averted her gaze, whispering, someone has directly placed Teacher Zhang at the pinnacle of the campus beauty rankings. In comparison, the other campus beauties seem so juvenile, utterly lacking in allure. Unfortunately, due to her status as a teacher, after much heated debate, she was ultimately denied the title of campus beauty. Chen Su, standing nearby, shook his head in regret, clearly in agreement with the notion that Zhang Yuelon deserves the title of campus beauty. However, does it matter if she is not crowned? In the hearts of many, Teacher Zhang is indeed the undisputed queen. Zhang Jun, who had remained silent, let out a cold chuckle. He had already assumed the form of Teacher Zhang. A top-tier enchantress, indeed, she possesses an irresistible allure. Lin Tian, gazing at the enchanting beauty of Zhang Yuelon, with her exquisite features, devilish figure, and mature charm, felt his heart flutter. He yearned to make her acquaintance, not for any other reason, but to get to know this captivating woman. Chapter 59. The Troublemaker Lin Tian. Zhang Yuelon turned an otherwise ordinary morning lecture into a heated spectacle. The air was thick with palpable tension. Spring had arrived, and with it, the stirrings of desire. Hey, what do you think? Zhou Mingwen nudged Lin Tian's arm as he pretended to focus on the lecture. Can you pay attention? We're in class, Lin Tian muttered, his gaze fixed on Professor Zhang. Her lectures are so engaging, and her voice is mesmerizing. Are you even listening to the lecture? Zhou Mingwen gave him a knowing look before whispering, if you don't make a move, the others will. Make a move? Lin Tian finally tore his eyes away. A woman like her, elegant, refined, must already be taken. She might even be married with kids. Truthfully, Lin Tian couldn't quite place Zhang Yuel on his age. She seemed under 30, yet carried a sophistication far beyond that of a girl in her 20s. Unless she was simply extraordinary. Zhou Mingwen chuckled softly. Relax. The whole school has done their research. Professor Zhang is single. She has been alone these past few days. You're ridiculous. Just because she is alone doesn't mean she is unattached. Lin Tian snapped. What if he pursued her, only to find out she had a partner? He'd even know better than that scoundrel Wang Sha. Hold on, Zhou Mingwen pressed. Some guys already asked. She said it herself, she is single. Single but married? What marriage? She is genuinely unattached. Chen Su and Zhang Jun chimed in, growing impatient. Are you in or not? If you don't act, we'll lose all respect for you. Letting such a prize slip to someone else. Wait, something is off. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. You three are acting strange today. Under Lin Tian's relentless questioning, Zhou Mingwen and the others finally cracked, grinning sheepishly. See those tall guys in the front row? Zhou Mingwen pointed discreetly. They're from the acting department, all rich heirs and good-looking to boot. We don't stand a chance. But you? You're our best shot from the economics faculty. Lin Tian, can you really stand by and watch one of our professors get swept away by another department? Unbearable. The trio's relentless persuasion finally made Lin Tian understand. No wonder he didn't recognize those conspicuous figures in the front. They were from another department. Acting majors? Lin Tian scrutinized them. They're not even half as handsome as me. So, are you in or not? Give us an answer. Zhou Mingwen urged. You think I'm some kind of animal? Rushing at every beautiful woman I see? Lin Tian glared. Then are you in or not? Zhou Mingwen repeated. Fine, I'm in. Lin Tian nodded. After all, one must protect this handsome visage. Alas, why pretend otherwise? Zhou Mingwen and the others exchanged scornful gestures towards Lin Tian. Naturally, he had feelings for Zhang Yuelon. With so many enamored by her, to assert otherwise would invite his second brother to chastise him. Such a blatant lie. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of the morning's 2 classes, leaving many students reluctant to part ways. To their surprise, they found themselves truly engaged in learning, absorbing the lessons imparted. Teacher, might we invite you to lunch? Zhang Yuelon sweetly proposed. In response, several students from the Performing Arts Department rushed forward. Goodness, these individuals are truly attempting to woo our esteemed business management professor. Lin Tian mused, lamenting his lack of a wealthy background that would enable him to contend with them. Perhaps Teacher Zhang preferred a relationship untainted by wealth, seeking something genuine and devoid of monetary ties. Though classes had concluded, many lingered, observing as the performing arts students surrounded Zhang Yuelon, their fervent gazes piercing the hearts of the business management students. What of Lin Tian? Wasn't he wealthy as well? Handsome too. Why did he not take action? It had been several days since he attended class, but now he returned. Look, he is at the front. He is making his move. As some classmates pondered, they inevitably thought of Lin Tian. The business management department had few second-generation wealthy students capable of rivaling those from performing arts, and Lin Tian, recently in the spotlight, seemed a fitting contender. Many noticed Lin Tian's arrival as he squeezed towards the front. Teacher Zhang, may I invite you to a candlelit dinner? He finally managed to approach, displacing a student from the performing arts department to reveal a grin he believed to be utterly charming. You are Lin Tian? Several students from the performing arts appeared taken aback upon recognizing him. One male student, adorned in makeup, indignantly remarked, Aren't you dating Xia Jiha? Are you attempting to play both sides? His intention was clear, to tarnish Lin Tian's image before Zhang Yuelon. However, she remained unfazed, maintaining her serene smile. Lin Tian promptly shook his head, asserting with conviction, while one may indulge in culinary delights, one must not speak carelessly. My relationship with Xia Jiha is purely platonic. As he spoke, he turned once more to Zhang Yuelon. The proximity only heightened the allure of her mature femininity, her lips curling into an elusive smile that provided a sense of comfort. With sincerity, Lin Tian declared, Teacher Zhang, disregard their unfounded claims. I, Lin Tian, swear I am single and without a girlfriend. Otherwise, I shall surely fail this semester. In the business management department, who was unaware that Lin Tian was the embodiment of innocence. Teacher Zhang, might you grace us with your presence for dinner this evening? Lin Tian made his advance once more. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Several affluent students from the drama department were infuriated, questioning how Lin Tian could be so brazen. Apologies, young ones, but I have prior engagements this evening. We may discuss dining together another time. Zhang Yuelan replied with a melodious laugh, leaving the classroom with a graceful sway of her hips. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you. Teacher Zhang might have agreed. After Zhang Yuelan departed, the students from the drama department seethed with anger, casting hostile glances at Lin Tian. Blaming the latrine for being unable to relieve oneself, Lin Tian pouted before turning to leave. He never believed this attempt would succeed. However, as long as others were also unsuccessful, achieving his objective, albeit temporarily, would suffice. Chapter 60. The Tiger Brothers' enrollment and the bar visit. Damn it. I'm going to ruin that bastard. Just as things were about to go their way, Lin Tian had interfered, leaving the theater students seething with rage. Don't act recklessly, someone cautioned with a frown. This guy suddenly came into wealth. His car alone is worth over 20 million. Until we figure out his background, it's best not to provoke him. What if his family has deep connections? Causing trouble for him might bring disaster to our own families. Right? Let's just enjoy ourselves at school. The last thing we need is to drag our families into trouble. If my dad found out, he'd tear me apart. By the time the classroom had nearly emptied, the theater students were still muttering among themselves. Fine, we'll leave Lin Tian alone for now. But Zhang Yuelan, Professor Zhang has such an alluring charm. I've never met a woman like her. I have to have her. Thinking of keeping her all to yourself. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Songqing was absent from the morning lecture, likely exhausted from yesterday's activities. Han Qingxian was also nowhere to be seen, sparing them any further complications. After leaving the classroom, Lin Tian parted ways with Zhou Mengwen and the others, heading straight to Zhang Jingwo's office. Student Lin, please have a seat. Having not spoken to Zhang Jingwo for days, the latter had nearly forgotten that Lin Tian still held leverage over him. The moment Lin Tian appeared, those unpleasant memories came flooding back. Without wasting words, Lin Tian cut straight to the point. 2 of my friends have returned from military service. Can you arrange for them to enroll here? Preferably in dorms near mine. 2 people? Zhang Jingwo's face twisted with hesitation. It's not the enrollment season right now. This might be difficult. Difficult? Lin Tian's expression darkened. Don't worry, Student Lin. Zhang Jingwo quickly backtracked, breaking into a nervous sweat. Leave it to me. I'll make sure they get in and are placed near your dorm. He had initially planned to play hard to get, hoping Lin Tian would appreciate his efforts once the matter was resolved. But he had forgotten, Lin Tian wasn't like the usual people who came begging for favors. With his secrets in Lin Tian's hands, such tactics were useless. Good. Make it quick. Lin Tian nodded with a faint smile, handing over the Tiger Brothers' identification details before turning to leave. Noticing Zhang Jingwo's bitter expression, he added, relax. As long as you cooperate with my small requests, your secrets stay buried. Once I graduate, everything returns to dust. Yes. I'll follow your lead, Student Lin. Zhang Jingwo nodded eagerly. Satisfied, Lin Tian finally took his leave. What a cursed fate. Zhang Jingwo sighed in resignation as the door closed behind Lin Tian. With someone holding his secret hostage, what else could he do? Is it truly worth risking one's life to perish alongside Lin Tian? Zhang Jingwo lacks such courage. With Zhang Jingwo's assistance, Dehu and Xiao successfully enrolled that very day. Their dormitory was conveniently located just 2 doors down from Lin Tian's. The room originally designated for the dorm supervisor was now occupied by them, while the supervisor was relocated to another room on the same floor, far removed from Lin Tian's quarters. At last, Lin Tian could finally exhale in relief. After all, he was a billionaire, though he wore a cheerful demeanor daily. Beneath the surface, anxiety gnawed at him, fearful that misfortune might strike unexpectedly. Now, with 2 elite bodyguards by his side, that lingering dread dissipated. Ever been to a bar? Lin Tian grinned at Dehu and Xiao over lunch. How about I take you out tonight? You're the boss. Your call, Dehu replied. Xiao, however, nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I hear bars are full of long-legged beauties in short skirts. Maybe I'll find true love there. Lin Tian rubbed his temples. Not without pants, just shorter ones. And looking for love in a bar? That is like searching for chocolate in a pile-up. Though he framed it as an outing for the brothers, truthfully, Lin Tian had been itching to go himself. Yet, given his status as a high-profile billionaire, venturing into such chaotic spaces without protection had been unthinkable. Did you hear? Lin Tian asked Zhang Yuelon out after morning class. Thankfully, she refused. But sister, we need to be on guard. Upon arriving at school, Qiao Xiao and Zhao Songqing were immediately bombarded with gossip about Lin Tian. A shared sense of urgency drove them to meet at the campus cafeteria. Zhao Songqing gritted her teeth. How'd I not foresee this? Professor Zhang is stunning, graceful, elegant, alluring. A wolf like Lin Tian would never pass her up. Gao xiao xia sai. If he does end up with her, do you think he'll still spare a glance for us? Her expression darkened. Without Lin Tian, what other man would lavish us with such wealth? And he is young, handsome. I don't want to let him go before marriage. Then we must stop him from pursuing others, Zhao Songqing hissed. But subtly, push too hard, and we'll only repel him. So what is the plan? Zhao Songqing smirked. Next time we see him, we drain him, leave him trembling at the mere sight of a woman. The day slipped away unnoticed. Unaware of the turmoil his pursuit of Zhang Yuelon had stirred, Lin Tian found himself beneath the neon glow of the capital's nightlife. With Da Hu and Xiao Hu in tow, he stepped into Xiangu, a bar near campus. In Kyoto, there exists a renowned bar, favored for its proximity to several universities. The establishment is frequented by an array of captivating young women, thus attracting numerous individuals eager for romantic encounters. Within the bar, the affluent often reserve private booths to indulge in lavish drinks, while those less fortunate find solace on the dance floor. Naturally, Lin Tian opted for a booth. To his surprise, upon entering, he spotted several familiar figures. What a coincidence! Observing the distant students from the drama department, Lin Tian felt a slight astonishment. Is that Lin Tian? How is he so well informed? It took us several days to discover that teacher Zhang frequently visits this bar. How does Lin Tian? Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, the drama students also turned to look, their faces displaying expressions of surprise upon recognizing him. Clearly, they too perceived Lin Tian as someone who had come for Zhang Yuelon, just like themselves. Chapter 61. The Gathering as Zhang Yuelon arrived. Lin Tian noticed a few students engaged in a brief discussion before they approached him. Lin, I didn't expect to find you here. One of the students, Wang Bo, remarked with a grin. Why don't we enjoy ourselves together? We VE secured a private booth and have several bottles of Ace of Spades champagne. In a typical bar, a bottle of Ace of Spades costs around 2,500, but in Xiangu, it is priced at 3,000. Lin Tian observed that their table was adorned with a dozen bottles, amounting to a staggering 30 to 40,000 yuan. It was no wonder that a hint of arrogance graced their expressions. Amidst the throngs of patrons, few dared to order Ace of Spades, let alone a multitude of bottles. Ah, Ace of Spades, it might suffice to wet the throat. Lin Tian replied with a smile, shrugging casually. Let us indulge, but I have 2 friends with me. Using Ace of Spades to quench one's thirst? Quite the pretense, thought another student named Shui Fei, who stood beside Wang Bo. However, he feigned nonchalance and said, Since they're your friends, let's all have fun together. It's no big deal. Thus, Lin Tian, along with his friends, Da Hu and Xiao Hu, joined Wang Bo, Shui Fei, and Lu Peiqi at their booth. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was a cacophony of vibrant lights and booming DJ beats, with slender young women dancing fervently in the center. Everything felt novel to Lin Tian. As a previously reserved individual, he had never set foot in a bar and had only heard tales from friends. Now that he was here, he understood why this place was a favored haunt for the youth, an absolute paradise for flirtation. Lin Tian observed many men in the dance floor casually placing their hands on nearby women, sometimes even squeezing playfully. Most of these women merely gasped in surprise before darting away like startled fawns. In some booths, heavily made-up women engaged in drinking games or played truth or dare, where losing meant shedding a piece of clothing or kissing the nearest male, leaving a lipstick mark as proof. Such good girls, Lin Tian mused. I wonder who will benefit from their innocence in the future. He clicked his tongue, comprehending the disdain some people harbored online towards women who frequented bars. The distinction between them and those of ill repute seemed to lie solely in the latter's demand for payment, while the former offered their company freely. Of course, the online discourse only represented a fraction of the truth, as not all individuals indulged recklessly. Lin Tian noticed many patrons quietly sipping drinks near the bar. "Is this your first visit, Lin Tian?" Shuefei inquired, noticing Lin Tian's wandering gaze. "It is indeed my first time," Lin Tian nodded, not inclined to conceal the truth. "That explains it," Shuefei replied, then candidly continued, "Let us not beat around the bush regarding Teacher Zhang. We shall compete fairly without resorting to underhanded tactics. We have no intention of provoking you, but do not underestimate us either." "Agreed. Let it be fair competition," Lin Tian nodded, surprised by the straightforwardness of these affluent heirs. Perhaps they conduct themselves in such a manner before others, employing different tactics against the weaker ones. "Ah, my dear classmates, may I inquire if we can occupy this space?" A few individuals were engaged in casual conversation when several charming young ladies, dressed rather lightly, approached with smiles. Judging by their age, they must be students from a nearby institution, though their university remains unknown to Lin Tian, who does not recognize any of them. "Apologies, but a friend will be joining us shortly," Shuefei promptly declined. "Oh, I see," the three lovely ladies remarked, visibly disappointed as they walked away. They were evidently awaiting someone. Who could it be? Surely not Teacher Zhang? It was a pity. This table was filled with promising prospects, yet they remained unresponsive, especially Lin Tian, who had recently emerged as a standout, far more generous than Shuefei and his companions. "Who is that? The handsome guy in the corner?" As the trio departed, Shuefei took a sip of his red wine with a grin, remarking, "These ladies are indeed beautiful. However, they pale in comparison to Teacher Zhang. When she arrives, she is free to join us if she wishes, but we shall not press her." This was directed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, sipping on his ace of spades, mused that it was far less enjoyable than a bottle of cola priced under 3 yuan. "Is Teacher Zhang coming tonight?" "You don't know?" This time, it was Shuefei and his companions who were taken aback. Just then, a minor commotion seemed to stir at the bar's entrance, drawing everyone's attention to a sophisticated woman dressed in casual attire, making her way in. Along the way, several patrons invited her for a drink, all of which she graciously declined. "She has indeed arrived." Shuefei's expression lit up with excitement, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a jubilant shout from beside him. Lin Tian sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Teacher Zhang, over here, look this way." Upon hearing her name, Zhang Yuelan turned her head to see Lin Tian and his companions. "Oh," she expressed her surprise, noting that Lin Tian seemed to have an adversarial relationship with these individuals. Yet here they were, sharing drinks together. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to approach with a smile. "What brings you here? Don't you have classes this evening?" Even when free, one should refrain from such places. "I'm here for the first time." "They come here often," Lin Tian replied cheerfully, shifted to make room in the booth. "Teacher Zhang, please have a seat." Zhang Yuelan settled beside Lin Tian, much to the chagrin of Shuefei and his companions, who felt utterly vexed. If only they had known the three of them would not be seated together, they would have filled the booth entirely. "Teacher Zhang, please don't misunderstand. We don't frequent this place often." Lin Tian was merely jesting. Shuefei interjected hurriedly. As he prepared to pour Zhang Yuelan a drink, he noticed Lin Tian was already a step ahead. He opened a fresh bottle of Ace of Spades and attentively poured it for Zhang Yuelan. "Teacher Zhang, do give this Ace of Spades a try. While it may not be extraordinary, it is at least drinkable." Across from him, Shuefei was seething with frustration. How could Lin Tian be so adept at flattering? Little did he know, Lin Tian had once pursued Han Qingxian with far greater fervor than he exhibited now. At present, he could be considered merely a gentleman. Zhang Yuelan exuded a delightful fragrance that permeated Lin Tian's nostrils, distinctly different from the perfumes of the surrounding girls, instilling in him a sense of tranquility. This was none other than the esteemed Ace of Spades, a bottle worth several thousand. Zhang Yuelan took a sip from her glass of red wine. Seizing the moment, Shui Fei remarked. Indeed, Lin Tian, if you look down upon this ace of spades, why not order a few exquisite bottles for teacher Zhang to savor? The implication of his words was clear. This was their selection, and Lin Tian was merely tagging along. This is what you said, Lin Tian mused, a smile spreading across his face as he prepared to showcase his financial prowess, with Shui Fei unwittingly providing the perfect opportunity. You rascal, when I share a bed with teacher Zhang, I'll have you push my back. Lin Tian thought to himself, then called out, Waiter, I would like 10 bottles of Black Pearl Louis XIII. Each bottle of Black Pearl Louis XIII costs 200,000. Thus, 10 bottles would amount to 2 million. Chapter 62. The Pinnacle of Prestige. Are you really ordering 10 bottles of Louis XIII? What does that even mean? Lin Tian's words directed at the nearby waiter left his companions, including Shui Fei, utterly astonished. 10 bottles of Louis XIII cost over 2 million yuan. Each bottle surpassed the combined worth of the bottles of Ace of Spades on their table. Was this not a slap in their faces? The expressions of the performing arts students, including Shui Fei, turned peculiar. Sir, is it indeed 10 bottles of Louis XIII? The waiter, equally taken aback, echoed Lin Tian's order. Lin Tian noticed that while speaking, the waiter not only looked at him, but also discreetly glanced at Zhang Yuelon beside him. Was there something more to this? Lin Tian pondered, nodding and presenting his black card. Yes, 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Xiao Hu, please handle the transaction. Sure. Xiao Hu, oblivious to the price of Louis XIII, cheerfully stood up. Zhang Yuelon, astonished, stole a glance at Lin Tian. She had heard tales of a wealthy second-generation student at their school who drove a luxury car worth tens of millions. However, owning a luxury car and spending millions on a single night of drinking were worlds apart. Even if Wang Sikong visited a bar, he merely ordered Ace of Spades. There was an instance when he spent millions at a bar, instantly trending on Weibo. Lin Tian, there's no need to order something so extravagant. A few bottles of Ace of Spades will suffice, Zhang Yuelon frowned. There are only a few of us. We can't possibly drink that much. Not to worry. My two brothers may not excel in other areas, but they certainly enjoy their drinks. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Does Lin Tian realize that he holds a stake in this bar and is attempting to curry favor with me? Zhang Yuelon found herself questioning her own thoughts, having concealed her feelings quite well. Yet, the act of spending millions to impress her left her heart stirred with a hint of turbulence. In due course, the waiter and Xiao who returned after processing the payment, not alone, but accompanied by several stunningly beautiful waitresses, each cradling a bottle of Louis XIII. Alongside them, an announcement echoed through the venue. Welcome, young Master Lin, to Xiang'a. We thank you for your order of 10 bottles of Louis XIII. The pulsating music in the dance floor ceased, and the entire bar plunged into darkness. In its place, the colossal spotlight illuminated Lin Tian, casting him as the sole figure in the brilliance. In that moment of obscurity, he stood resplendent under the spotlight, embodying the epitome of grandeur. Wow, is this really happening? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it felt exhilarating. Around him, a multitude of beautiful women gazed at him with astonishment, envy, and a tinge of complexity in their expressions. At this instant, Lin Tian was the king of the bar. One by one, the elegant waitresses approached, gracefully placing the 10 bottles of Louis XIII upon the table, each sweetly wishing Lin Tian, "We hope you enjoy your time, young Master Lin." Their attire was quite revealing, and as they bent over, their décolletage seemed almost devoid of fabric. Shui Fei, Wang Bo, and the others nearby were seething with rage. All the spotlight had been stolen by Lin Tian alone. They had pointlessly squandered tens of thousands just to order the Ace of Spades. To make matters worse, Zhang Yuelon seemed utterly delighted, laughing cheerfully by Lin Tian's side. This only fueled Shui Fei's frustration, making him wish he could slap himself. Why had he been so foolish as to insist Lin Tian splurge on drinks as well? Now, the entire show had been handed to the other side. What was left for him to salvage? After the 10 long-legged hostesses set down the bottles, the bar's lighting gradually brightened once more. The music in the dance hall resumed, and the establishment returned to its usual rhythm. Yet, after this unexpected interlude, The gazes of many beautiful women were now firmly fixed on Lin Tian. Everyone knew this was the extravagant spender who had just dropped over 2 million on 10 bottles of liquor. If one could reel him in. Professor Zhang. Here, allow me to pour you a glass. Lin Tian uncorked a bottle of Louis XIII and graciously filled the glass of the elegant woman beside him. Thank you. Zhang Yuelon took a delicate sip, her crimson lips brushing close to Lin Tian's ear as she whispered softly, along with her intoxicating fragrance. The warmth of her breath sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Tian steadied himself and replied with practiced ease. No need for thanks. It's only what a student ought to do. In fact, this student would love to do far more than just pour you a drink. Zhang Yuelon's intimate gesture not only caught Lin Tian off guard, but also left Xue Fei and Wang both across the table, gaping in disbelief. Since when had Professor Zhang become so materialistic? Had they known earlier, they would gritted their teeth and ordered Louis XIII themselves. For the first time, these wealthy heirs found themselves resenting such mercenary tendencies. Nearby, De Hu and Xiao, who had only just realized the 10 bottles they de-witnessed being served were worth over 2 million. The revelation sent shockwaves through them. Damn it, they wouldn't earn that much in decades. Without hesitation, each grabbed a bottle and began chugging. After all, it was clear Lin Tian had no interest in the drinks. If it didn't indulge, wouldn't those 3 slick-haired pretty boys across the table benefit instead? Once the liquor was served, the group casually engaged in typical bar games, truth or dare and the like. It had been Xue Fei's suggestion. Zhang Yuelon had been reluctant, but Lin Tian, eager to participate, had encouraged her. And so, the game began. Lin Tian had only one objective tonight, to uncover whether Zhang Yuelon was truly single. If she wasn't, he would pursue her, no matter what. That was a man's bottom line. After all, Lin Tian was no Cao Cao, nor did he have a warrior like Dian Wei at his side. He dared not, nor wished to, act recklessly. Chapter 63. The past of Zhang Yuelon. Isn't it true that all unscrupulous men are the same? Engaging in a game of truth or dare, Zhang Yuelon quickly succumbed to defeat, thanks to the collaborative efforts of Lin Tian, Xue Fei, and Wang Bo. Like Lin Tian, Xue Fei and the others were equally eager to uncover the mysteries of Zhang Yuelon. Thus, without prior discussion, they seamlessly coordinated their efforts to ensure her loss. I concede. I choose truth. Please, ask your questions, Zhang Yuelon said, shooting a frustrated glance at Lin Tian. It was Lin Tian who had initiated the first attack in the game, with Xue Fei and the others supporting him, leading to her defeat. Furthermore, in a bar setting, she was reluctant to opt for a dare. What if these exuberant young men dared her to kiss them? Or worse, with a cheerful demeanor, Lin Tian declared, "Then I shall pose the first question. Why do you get to ask first?" Xue Fei instinctively wanted to retort. However, upon glancing at the expensive bottles of liquor worth millions on the table, he refrained from speaking. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, Lin Tian looked at Zhang Yuelon, his smile unwavering, and asked, "Teacher Zhang, are you currently single? How foolish of you, wasting a question." Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, Xue Fei and the others immediately regretted their choice. It was far too trivial. They had long since discovered that Zhang Yuelon was indeed single, as they had never witnessed her in the company of another man. Zhang Yuelon, seemingly anticipating the question, replied, "I suppose I am single." You suppose you're single?" Xue Fei, initially irritated, widened his eyes in surprise at her response. There was more to this story. Lin Tian, dissatisfied, shrugged and remarked, "Single is single. What do you mean by suppose?" Zhang Yuelon, with a sigh, paused for a moment before revealing a startling truth that left everyone astonished. "I was previously married, but now I am separated from that person. In a few days, we will officially divorce, so I say I am single." Married? Lin Tian had not anticipated that such a casual question would unearth such significant revelations. Across the table, Xue Fei and the others were left in shock. This news was explosive and rather exhilarating. No wonder Zhang Yuelon had been solitary. She was in the midst of a separation, on the verge of divorce. "Come on, let's continue playing." Xue Fei, eager to ask more questions, urged them on. "I'm done. I'm feeling a bit dizzy," Zhang Yuelon declared. Sensing the probing curiosity of these young men, she was genuinely worried about what they might inquire next. Teacher Zhang, it's only the first round. Why not play a few more? Wang Bo chimed in cheerfully. Look at Lin Tian. He has spent millions. Wouldn't it be a waste to play just once? Very well. Zhang Yuan thought about Lin Tian's extravagant spending and reluctantly nodded with a light laugh. As expected, Zhang Yuan lost again. I'm really done. You all conspired against me. After her defeat, she pouted defiantly. Ask whatever questions you like. It is my turn now, Xue Fei said impatiently. All right, you may ask, Lin Tian replied, intrigued to see what this audacious individual would inquire. Upon receiving Lin Tian's nod, Xue Fei eagerly asked, Teacher Zhang, how long has it been since you? He chuckled mischievously, and Wang Bo beside him wore a knowing smirk that only men could understand. Disgusting. Lin Tian scoffed at Xue Fei's question. It was indeed rather repulsive. Yet, since the question had been posed, he decided to listen. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted upon hearing the inquiry, but she took a deep breath and responded, 5 years. 5 years? Lin Tian was taken aback. This revelation hinted at Zhang Yuan's previous marriage being far from blissful. All right, the questions are over. I shall not partake further. Enjoy yourselves, Zhang Yuan declared, rising and striding away. Had I inadvertently angered Teacher Zhang? Xue Fei, initially exhilarated by her answer, was struck by a sudden realization. 5 years, that was indeed a time of solitude. However, Zhang Yuan's abrupt departure, clearly marked by her annoyance, jolted him back to reality. He had intended to court her, yet his actions had evidently provoked her ire. This was a disastrous turn of events. Regret flooded Xue Fei's mind. If only he had let Lin Tian pose the question instead. To his annoyance, he noticed Lin Tian across from him, wearing a look of disdain. What was that expression about? Just moments ago, he had seemed genuinely interested. Ultimately, the group parted ways in discontent, each departing in silence. Lin Tian, however, was pleased to know that Zhang Yuan had been single for 5 years. This was precisely the moment when she would be most susceptible to advances. It seemed he must seize this opportunity. He glanced around, noticing that the bottles of Louis XIII he had purchased were now empty, consumed by the brothers De Hu and Xiao Hu, who were also indulging in fruit. No waste, for waste is disgraceful. Lin Tian smiled as he bid farewell to the two. However, as he exited, 7 or 8 attractive young women approached him, seeking his contact information. Perhaps they had taken notice of his extravagant spending earlier. He collected their contact details, but had no intention of adding them. Unless they were exceptional beauties like Zhang Yuan, he had little interest. Even then, he would consider the implications. What if they carried some ailment? As he stepped out of the bar, the clock had already struck 10. Instead of returning to his dormitory, Lin Tian opted for the hotel, where De Hu and Xiao were staying downstairs. This way, should any danger arise, they would be readily available. In truth, the likelihood of encountering peril in Long Country was minimal. He had not heard of a wealthy individual being kidnapped in years, but it was always prudent to be cautious. Upon opening the door, Lin Tian was taken aback to find Zhao Songqing and Xiao awaiting him, seemingly having conspired to appear simultaneously. Were they in need of his assistance? Lin Tian pondered. Something seemed amiss. Unbeknownst to him, they had conspired during the day to exhaust Lin Tian's energy, rendering him unable to pursue Zhang Yuan. In this way, they could relish in Lin Tian's wealth for themselves. After a considerable time, Lin Tian silently lit a cigarette. What madness is this? He inquired earnestly as he turned his head. Chapter 64. I am a first-generation rich, not a second-generation wealthy individual, isn't it true? It seems that my brother has been diligently pursuing Teacher Zhang lately. Shouldn't we comfort him a bit? Zhao Songqing and Xiao chimed in, responding to Lin Tian's inquiry in a playful manner. It all stemmed from Zhang Yuan. Lin Tian chuckled, sensing a hint of urgency. This feeling of urgency is indeed a positive sign. Much like in a romantic relationship, occasionally instilling a slight sense of insecurity can foster a more harmonious and enduring bond. If one were to surrender their heart entirely without the other experiencing even a modicum of anxiety, it would resemble Lin Tian's previous infatuation with Han Qingxian, akin to a lovesick fool. The outcome of such devotion is all too predictable. Boss, Why are your legs trembling? The next day, Xiaohu looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. I'm still feeling the after effects of last night. Lin Tian replied with a smirk. Is it really? You haven't sobered up after an entire night? Xiaohu blinked in disbelief. Enough chatter. Dahu slapped Xiaohu, thinking the young lad was far too naive. In that moment, Dahu felt a twinge of pity for his brother, who had yet to experience the world beyond their sheltered life. As Lin Tian nibbled on a meat sandwich, his mind was preoccupied with the tasks at hand. Recent expenditures had been mere trifles, and he calculated that he was still a staggering 7 to 800 billion away from achieving his goal of 1 trillion in cashback. In other words, he needed to spend another 70 to 80 billion. He realized he had to invest in real estate, especially with the upcoming Poly International auction on the horizon. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledged the necessity of enhancing his physical capabilities beyond their limits. After all, why not invite a few more into the fold if the opportunity arose? Xiaohu, come with me to purchase some properties today, Lin Tian suddenly declared. Huh? Are you buying us houses? Dahu and Xiaohu's eyes widened in surprise and delight. After last night's extravagant spending, they had gained a clearer understanding of Lin Tian's financial prowess. Scout for options back home. Anything within 5 million will be considered a year-end bonus, Lin Tian said with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Although he could afford to purchase them immediately, he feared that excessive generosity might alter their attitudes. Human nature is fragile and cannot withstand too much temptation. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Dahu and Xiaohu erupted in excitement, their faces beaming with joy. 5 million may not seem like much, but in reality, it truly isn't. Lin Tian chuckled and nodded, leading the two of them toward the school. In the afternoon, accompanied by Dahu and Xiaohu, Lin Tian proceeded to acquire 5 properties in Kyoto, expending a total of 12 billion. The system has refunded 12 billion. And now Lin Tian finds himself with 300 billion in cash in his bank account. Presently, he possesses properties scattered throughout Kyoto, all situated in upscale neighborhoods, allowing him the convenience of returning home from any evening escapade. However, it is regrettable that he has yet to find a suitable Sihiyuan. The ones currently on the market are too small to pique his interest, rendering him devoid of any desire to purchase, even if they were to gather dust. After a long afternoon, Lin Tian eventually arrived at the Xiango bar, hoping for a stroke of luck. To his surprise, he encountered Zhang Yuelan once more, sipping wine alone, seemingly lost in thought. He sensed that this woman harbored an intriguing story that beckoned to be uncovered. Professor Zhang, why are you drinking alone? Lin Tian approached quietly and spoke, startling Zhang Yuelan. Oh, it's you, Lin Tian. Here again? Haven't you gone to entertain your girlfriends? She teased, giving him a pointed look, clearly aware of his connections with Zhao Sanqing and Chao Xiao. Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head. I mentioned before I'm single. Just like you, Professor Zhang. Come, let us sit in a booth, she suggested, not declining the invitation. Thank you for yesterday, but there is no need to spend so extravagantly every day. This bar has other investors too, she remarked as they settled down, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her lips parting slightly. She possessed a captivating charm, not with a sharp jawline, but a soothingly pleasant visage. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian realized that this bar likely belonged to her, or at least she held a significant stake in it. No wonder she frequented the place daily. Professor Zhang, there is no need for gratitude. To me, this is merely pocket change, he replied, acknowledging that he had ordered the drinks for her sake, believing that favors should not go unreciprocated. Waiter, bring 20 bottles of Louis XIII, he commanded, summoning the waiter once more. You, Zhang Yuelan exclaimed, a mix of playful ire and astonishment in her tone. I just mentioned not to waste money. And here you are ordering 20 bottles of Louis XIII. That's 4 million. Wealth isn't amassed in such a manner, is it? It's just a trifling sum. But if it brings a smile to Professor Zhang, that would be even better, Lin Tian replied, his eyes fixated on her with a charming grin. Zhang Yuelan, seasoned in various high-profile situations, felt a hint of shyness at that moment. She playfully scolded him with a smile. All right, then, let us not have the drinks brought out. I've told you, this bar has other investors. I only own half. If your parents knew how you're spending, they wouldn't hesitate to reprimand you. Professor, are you perhaps misunderstanding me? Lin Tian said, astonished. The money I possess has all been earned through my own hard work. I am a first-generation, wealthy individual, not a second-generation one. Chapter 65. The mission nears completion. How can this not be considered talent? You, little one, are a self-made millionaire? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Yuelon immediately covered her cherry-red lips with her hand, bursting into laughter. Her glistening eyes, exposed beneath her lashes, clearly conveyed the message. Don't tease me, little brother. Little one? Lin Tian's expression darkened as he leaned closer to Zhang Yuelon, his voice dropping to a low, suggestive murmur. Should I let teacher Zhang see for herself whether I'm really little? The double entendre was unmistakable. Zhang Yuelon, evidently no stranger to such banter, instantly caught the implication. As Lin Tian closed the distance between them, the youthful vigor of a university man enveloped her, flushing her cheeks a deeper shade of crimson. She pressed a hand against his chest, pushing him back to a more respectable distance. Stop joking around with me, she chided, her tone shifting to something more serious. I mean it, don't order that wine. I don't want others taking advantage, especially not people I dislike. Lin Tian's sharp intuition caught the underlying implication. So, this bar is co-owned by Zhang Yuelon and someone, or multiple someones, she despises? His curiosity piqued. Could be her husband? Or ex-husband? The situation was growing more intriguing by the minute. Faced with Zhang Yuelon's sudden solemnity, Lin Tian nodded and pocketed his card, abandoning the idea of ordering the wine. That's more like it, she said, visibly pleased. Even if your family gives you a generous allowance, you shouldn't squander it like this. She lifted her glass of red wine to her lips, taking a delicate sip. The deep scarlet of her lipstick, precisely the shade Lin Tian adored, blurred the line between the wine's hue and the richness of her mouth. Lin Tian averted his gaze, adopting a similarly earnest expression. Teacher Zhang, I'm truly not some rich heir. Everything I have, I've earned through my own hard work. The sheer audacity of his claim, conveniently omitting the role of his system, was almost impressive. Really? Zhang Yuelon studied him, skepticism mingling with surprise. Lin Tian smiled. Of course. My family's circumstances are quite ordinary. You could ask around, or even to Hu and Xiao Hu. They've been to my place. Boss's home really is modest. Xiao Hu chimed in, tearing his gaze away from the long, shapely legs of the dancers in the club. So you did build everything yourself? Zhang Yuelon's astonishment seemed genuine now. That car of yours costs over 20 million. The wine you wanted to order was 2 million, and tonight, if I hadn't stopped you, you'd have spent another 2 million. She exhaled sharply. May I ask, what exactly do you do? Finally, Lin Tian's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Teacher Zhang, have you heard of Aotron AI? That is one of my company's products. Aotron AI is yours? Zhang Yuelon's shock was palpable, her voice rising in disbelief. Her exquisitely beautiful face registered profound astonishment, her lovely rosy lips parting slightly in disbelief. One could hardly blame her for such shock. After prolonged development, the Ultron AI had become as ubiquitous as Douyin among young people's smartphones. Where once they turned to Baidu for answers, now they sought Ultron AI's wisdom. With daily visits exceeding hundreds of millions, even the dullest mind could grasp its immense value. Moreover, these represented merely the most fundamental applications of Ultron AI. As certain bloggers delved deeper, increasingly remarkable functions were gradually being unveiled to the public. Thus, when Zhang Yuelon discovered that Ultron AI belonged to Lin Tian's company, her expression mirrored the astonishment one might feel upon learning a classmate had created a billion-dollar application. Hush, Lin Tian chuckled, pressing a finger lightly against Zhang Yuelon's lips. This stays between us. You're pulling my leg. Zhang Yuelon rolled her eyes, swatting away his hand. The audacity of this rascal, letting his finger brush her lips. Feel free to verify whether Ultron AI's founder is named Lin Tian. He replied with a casual shrug. At this, Zhang Yuelon's skepticism dissolved. There was simply no other explanation for Lin Tian's vast wealth. Beyond Ultron tech, Lin Tian continued casually. I also own an entertainment company. Should you ever wish to venture into the entertainment industry, Professor Zhang, my doors are open. An entertainment company? The idea had never crossed Zhang Yuelan's mind, though Lin Tian's entrepreneurial achievements continued to astound her. By the way, Lin Tian inquired lightly, what did you mean earlier about not wanting others to profit from this? The bar's other partners, they wouldn't happen to include your ex-husband? Or rather, still your current husband? They're his, Zhang Yuelan replied tersely, her expression darkening at the mention. Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, Lin Tian smoothly shifted the conversation. They spent the evening sipping drinks, chatting idly about his ventures or university affairs. Time flowed swiftly. Since meeting Zhang Yuelan, Lin Tian's days were spent house hunting with the Hu and Xiao Hu, while evenings found him at her bar. A tacit understanding developed between them, punctual rendezvous that quickly fostered familiarity. Yet Lin Tian couldn't shake the sense of subtle distance she maintained, that persistent wariness. Soon, he mused one evening en route to Xiang bar. Half a month had seen another 6 billion expended on dozens of properties. Excitement thrummed through him. Only 10 billion remained to complete the system's mission. His bank accounts now held over 80 billion yuan. To Lin Tian, money had truly become mere numerals, an inexhaustible fortune spanning lifetimes. Moreover, as he continued to indulge in consumption, the funds in his card were rapidly increasing. The day after tomorrow marks the occasion of the Poly International auction, and with a wave of expenditure, he should be able to fulfill the system's task. Lin Tian clenched his fist, a staggering rebate of 100 billion, a reward for transcending the limits of human physicality. As he pondered, he had unknowingly arrived at the immortal pavilion with the great tiger and little tiger in tow. The two had grown accustomed to Lin Tian's solitary contemplation and thus refrained from interrupting him. In their eyes, this was a trait befitting a genius. After all, having developed the Aochuang AI and subsequently being promoted to the rank of major by military superiors, how could this not be considered a mark of exceptional talent? Chapter 66. The weeping Zhang Yuelan. Lin Tian, accompanied by Big Tiger and Little Tiger, arrived outside the immortal pavilion. To his surprise, even before entering the bar, he spotted Zhang Yuelan. She stood by the flower bed at the entrance, seemingly attempting to conceal herself behind it. In her hand, she held a mobile phone, her expression fraught with agitation as she spoke to someone on the line. Zhang Yuelan's eyes were reddened, hinting at recent tears, and it appeared she was on the verge of crying again. As Lin Tian approached, he could discern the quiver of her voice, laden with emotion. Get lost. Just leave. As Lin Tian drew near, Zhang Yuelan shouted vehemently, abruptly flinging her phone to the ground. He was taken aback, momentarily believing her outburst was directed at him. Suddenly, he noticed her crouching by the flower bed, sobbing softly. The pitiable expression on her face struck a chord deep within any man's heart. It dawned on Lin Tian that Zhang Yuelan had not noticed his presence, and her words were not aimed at him. Big Tiger and Little Tiger, sensing the gravity of the moment, kept their distance, leaving Lin Tian to approach alone. Yet, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. How could he have stumbled upon this vulnerable side of Zhang Yuelan? Should he step forward to offer comfort? Perhaps take advantage of the moment? Such thoughts felt rather dishonorable, unbecoming of a gentleman. Thank goodness, he mused, that he was not bound by such principles. After a brief hesitation, Lin Tian stepped forward, quietly offering her a tissue. Upon sensing someone nearby, Zhang Yuelan looked up to see the damp tissue he presented. Not a single one of you men is worth a dime. With a fierce tug, Zhang Yuelan snatched the tissue from his hand, hurling an insult at him. Lin Tian was left bewildered, feeling he had been unjustly accused. If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't care less about your tears, he thought to himself, though he maintained a facade of sympathy. Has teacher Zhang had a quarrel with her ex-husband? In this context, Lin Tian could only surmise that it was her soon-to-be ex-husband who had provoked such a reaction. Zhang Yuelan had mentioned her impending divorce some days ago. It had now been half a month. Surely, the divorce must have been finalized by now? You're absolutely right. Is indeed my ex-husband. Zhang Yuelan suddenly sprang to her feet, the abrupt motion causing a ripple across her attire. With a cold smirk, she retorted, I told you. None of you men are good. Don't pretend you don't know why you're approaching me. Spare me the act of being a gentleman. Teacher Zhang, Have you forgotten Lin Tian by Daming Lake? He blinked, pondering how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. Their relationship had progressed rapidly, evolving into a friendship, and he had anticipated that soon he might achieve a more intimate connection. Yet here she was, donning a mask of disdain, completely unrecognizable. Lin Tian understood that her ex-husband must have stirred her emotions anew. Zhang Yuelon, once more, broke into a chilling laugh, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glared at him. I know you just want to toy with me, don't you? Lin Tian was still pondering what to say when Zhang Yuelon suddenly became so direct. This caught Lin Tian off guard, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. His thoughts had been laid bare. He remained silent, but Zhang Yuelon clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening as she continued. Fine, I'll comply. But you can't have me for free. You have to pay me. Lin Tian was utterly stunned. If you had just said money was all it took, why would I have gone through all this trouble? He widened his eyes, wondering if this was Zhang Yuelon's final test before committing to a relationship. Don't women love playing these games? Yet, judging by her expression, this didn't seem like a test. Her demeanor was far too serious. If those crimson eyes were merely an act, Lin Tian would have signed her as an actress for his company on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian finally spoke. Professor Zhang, how much do you want? Oomph. Zhang Yuelon scoffed, though her cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip. I need 30 million. Cash. Wire to my account immediately. Are you lined with gold? Lin Tian nearly blurted out. Even if she were, that amount was excessive. Professor Zhang, are you in some kind of trouble? Lin Tian sighed. I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll give you the 30 million. But I want you to know, I'm not doing this for your body. There are decent men in this world. He spoke with righteous conviction, discreetly observing Zhang Yuelon to see if she was moved. But Lin Tian was disappointed. Zhang Yuelon was no stranger to life-esque storms. His little act couldn't fool her. So, he dropped the pretense. Give me your account number. Zhang Yuelon sent it over. Without hesitation, Lin Tian transferred 30 million yuan. Did you get it? He asked. Zhang Yuelon hadn't expected him to be so decisive. 30 million, and he didn't even blink. Her gaze softened slightly. Perhaps Lin Tian really is different from other men. She nodded gently. Yes, I received it. Thank. Before she could finish, Lin Tian closed the distance between them in a single stride. His arm wrapped around the slender figure he had dreamed of holding, pulling her close. Then, as her face flushed crimson, he leaned in and kissed her. Minutes later, Zhang Yuelon had melted into his embrace like warm spring water, breathless and pliant. Only when Lin Tian himself was gasping for air did he finally pull away. Chapter 67. Capturing Zhang Yuelon after Lin Tian released his hold, Zhang Yuelon felt a tingling numbness on her lips. She had previously mentioned that she had not experienced any intimate relations for 5 years. Consequently, this kiss marked her first encounter with a man in those 5 long years, nearly ensnaring her very soul. Let us go. Lin Tian gasped, lifting Zhang Yuelon effortlessly and carrying her towards his vehicle in the distance. Keep watch for me. And don't let anyone approach, he instructed in a hushed tone as they passed by the duo, Big Tiger and Little Tiger. Rest assured, boss, we've got this. Big Tiger and Little Tiger replied with earnest nods. In Lin Tian's embrace, Zhang Yuelon shyly buried her face in his chest, fully aware of his intentions. However, when Lin Tian transferred 30 million to alleviate her pressing concerns, she had already resolved to entrust herself to this young man. Youth is a treasure. A young person possesses boundless vigor. Although Zhang Yuelon was reluctant to admit it, she felt an inkling of anticipation for what was to come. Lin Tian opened the car door and rather carelessly deposited Zhang Yuelon into the front seat, causing her to bump her back slightly, which elicited a faint expression of discomfort on her face. Her long legs extended into the back seat, revealing her alluring figure in all its glory. With a decisive thud, Lin Tian closed the door, and then, amid Zhang Yuelon's startled gasp, he lunged towards her. Fortunately, on this occasion, Lin Tian was driving a Rolls-Royce, which offered ample space. The tinted windows ensured that the interior remained concealed from the outside world, allowing him to cast aside any worries. Outside, the scene was a vibrant display of nightlife, while inside, an atmosphere of burgeoning spring flourished. After an indeterminate period, Lin Tian recalled having lit 3 or 4 cigarettes. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he lit another, his hand trembling slightly as he held the cigarette. Conversely, Zhang Yuelan appeared radiant, her skin seemingly more delicate, and the furrow of concern between her brows had transformed into an expression of satisfaction, as Lin Tian introduced her to sensations she had never encountered before. It felt as if she were walking on air, with the stars within her reach. After taking a drag from his cigarette, Lin Tian glanced at Zhang Yuelan with a light-hearted smile and playfully inquired, "Though this isn't your first time, why did you react so intensely just now?" "How annoying." Zhang Yuelan blushed, playfully striking his arm. "It's just that you were too impressive," she murmured. This remark filled Lin Tian with a sense of satisfaction. It also deepened his curiosity. It had only been a matter of minutes. Was that truly remarkable? Was your ex-husband not up to par? He probed cautiously. "Not at all." Zhang Yuelan's expression turned somewhat frosty at the mention of her ex. "When we were dating, he was already 40, and now he's over 50. You can imagine. At that time, I thought he was quite exceptional, which made me overlook certain aspects." "Ah, that explains everything." Lin Tian suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Zhang Yuelan. Despite being married for so many years, she had never truly experienced the exhilarating thrill akin to a roller coaster ride. "Why do you need 30 million? Lin Tian inquired, driven by curiosity. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned about the 30 million. After all, investing that amount could yield 300 million in return. His interest was purely inquisitive. Zhang Yuelan, how could she be wed to a man so many years her senior? Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, she bit her lip and pondered for a moment before responding. "I have divorced him, but he holds shares in this bar. I wish to sever all ties completely, and I need 30 million to buy out his shares." "Ah, I see." Lin Tian nodded, pulling Zhang Yuelan into his embrace, his hand resting gently on her chest. "From now on, just stay with me. You can share anything with me, and I will help you resolve it." "You're quite bold for someone so young," Zhang Yuelan remarked playfully, though she was touched. "Young? How can you judge my youth?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Knowing that Zhang Yuelan's husband was a man in his 50s and that she had never slept with another man only heightened Lin Tian's confidence to unprecedented levels. "Rascal." Zhang Yuelan's cheeks flushed deeper upon hearing his words, and then, with her enchanting eyes sparkling, she leaned against Lin Tian's chest. "After 5 years with you, let me go. By then, I shall marry a decent man, and you can continue to seek out the young. 5 years from now, you won't be old either." Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Whether Zhang Yuelan stayed or left depended on how weary he grew of her presence. Chapter 68. Wang Shua's Revenge. After successfully winning over Zhang Yuelan, Lin Tian ceased his frequent visits to the Xiange bar. His initial foray into the bar was merely to broaden his horizons, yet subsequent visits were solely for the sake of Zhang Yuelan. Now that he had captured her heart, returning to the bar seemed rather pointless. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuelan, being somewhat modest, was reluctant to join him with Cao Xiao and Zhao Songqing. While this thwarted Lin Tian's plans, it also brought him a slight sense of relief. He felt he could manage 1 or 2 companions for the time being, but 3 was a different matter. He feared his resolve might falter. "Brother Tian, enough said, you're amazing." Upon returning to campus, Lin Tian noticed the changed glances from Zhou Mingwen and Zhang Jun. Zhang Yuelan was the dream girl of countless students, yet she had been won over by Lin Tian in less than a month, earning him their admiration. Many wealthy individuals roamed the school, but none had succeeded in capturing Zhang Yuelan's attention before Lin Tian. They surmised that perhaps Lin Tian had enchanted her with his charismatic personality, unaware that it was merely his financial prowess that had swiftly dismantled her defenses. As Lin Tian engaged in casual conversation with his 3 roommates, they soon arrived at the classroom. He occasionally attended classes, otherwise, his habit of skipping would reflect poorly on him, making him a target of scrutiny. Some might mistakenly believe that his wealth granted him freedom from consequences. Lin Tian, just as he reached the classroom door, he was met with a familiar, irksome voice. It was Han Qingxian, who still brought breakfast, waiting as she had for the past few days. "Lin Tian, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Here, I just bought some hot buns." Han Qingxian gazed at him, offering the warm buns with pleading eyes, desperately hoping he would accept them. However, Lin Tian merely glanced at her before striding into the classroom, as if she were invisible. His roommates, Zhou Mingwen and the others, seemed to hear the sound of Han Qingxian as heart-shattering. Yet they felt this was a consequence of her own actions and bore no responsibility. Thus, they chose to ignore the situation entirely. Lin Tian entered the classroom, leaving Han Qingxian standing alone, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Qingxian, it's evident he won't give you a chance. Why cling so desperately? At that moment, Wang Shua's voice broke through, as he approached Han Qingxian with intentions to comfort her by wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Get away, Han Qingxian interrupted, resembling a startled rooster at the sight of Wang Shua's advance. If it weren't for you, would I have broken up with Lin Tian? Bah! With that, she forcefully hurled the bun at Wang Shua's face. Let me make this clear, in my eyes. 100 of you are worth less than a single hair of Lin Tian. Back when Lin Tian pursued me, it took 2 whole months. I believed that as long as I was sincere enough, just like how Lin Tian persisted in bringing me breakfast every day when he was chasing me, he would surely be moved. As for you, take a look in the mirror. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Han Qingxian seemed to vent all her pent-up frustration onto Wang Shua. After hurling a torrent of harsh words, she finally strode into the classroom, satisfied. Outside, Wang Shua's face was smeared with meat filling, his expression dark and unreadable. Bitch, 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 he snarled under his breath. Isn't it just because Lin Tian has more money and looks better than me? If he were still as broke as before, would you be throwing yourself at him like this? That bastard Lin Tian ruined everything for me. He deserves to learn how cruel the world can be. His resentment wasn't just directed at Han Qingxian. Lin Tian had also earned his hatred. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and stormed off. Instead of returning to his dorm, Wang Shua left campus immediately. He had connections outside, some middle schoolers he deliberately befriended. Why middle schoolers? Because they were broke. A little money was all it took to make him their leader. And middle schoolers who fought? No one could hold them accountable. They were fearless. Take this money and split it among yourselves. Tonight, wait outside the Welcome Grand Hotel. When you see him, beat him up badly. Whoever lands the hardest hits gets an extra reward. Don't worry, boss. We'll make sure even his own mother recognize him. Ugh, I need to spin faster. My kidneys can't handle these women anymore. Lin Tian walked back to the Welcome Grand Hotel with De Hu and Xiao Hu, still preoccupied with his plans to return home. Fortunately, he only needed to spend a few billion more to complete his 100 billion yuan cashback mission. At least the burden wasn't as heavy now, spending over 10 billion to get over 100 billion in return. Soon, he'd have more than 80 billion in liquid assets. With over 80 billion in cash and another 10 plus billion in real estate, Lin Tian could live lavishly for several lifetimes. That's him, get him. The moment they reached the hotel entrance, a group of teenage boys charged at them, some wielding steel pipes. What the hell? Sensing danger, Lin Tian quickly retreated behind Hu and Xiao Hu. After all this time by his side, the 2 bodyguards finally felt useful. Their eyes gleamed as they lunged into the fray. Within minutes, the boys were sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Comrade, we finished the investigation. They were incited by a man named Wang Shua. But since none of them are over 16, there's not much we can do. Most likely just a verbal warning. At the police station, an officer relayed this to Lin Tian, sounding somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, the boys' parents had rushed over upon hearing the news. Many of the teenagers were terrified now, dreading their parents' scolding. However, amidst the commotion, one individual audaciously proclaimed, "You coward, do you dare to face me in a duel?" The brash youth continued his taunts, while a mature woman, appearing to be in her 30s, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his head. Apologetically, she remarked, "I sincerely apologize. I divorced his father long ago, and this child has been spoiled by me. I assure you, I shall discipline him properly once we return home." The young rascal, undeterred, grew even more insolent, retorting, "Mom, don't be afraid of him. He is nothing but a mere joke. Just wait and see if I don't teach him a lesson." At this, the young woman, clearly incensed, silenced the boy with another firm slap. Yet, as she glanced towards Lin Tian, her eyes still burned with indignation. "A duel with me? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. In this world, does one truly speak of duels? His gaze shifted to the alluring young woman, contemplating her apparent single status. An idea sparked in his mind as he looked back at the impudent boy, now regarding him with the eyes of a disapproving father. Boy, do you truly believe I won't assume the role of your father? Chapter 69. In this lifetime, I shall never have the chance to meet Wang Shuo again. Zhang Yu was initially shouting provocatively at Lin Tian, vowing to seek further trouble once he was outside. However, he suddenly noticed something peculiar in Lin Tian's gaze. It was strange, almost imbued with an unsettling tenderness, reminiscent of a father's affection for his son. This caused a chill to run down Zhang Yu's spine, diminishing his bravado and filling him with unease. He wondered if Lin Tian had lost his sanity. Apologetically, Zhang Yu's mother, a woman in her 30s, hurried to Lin Tian's side to express her regrets. The plight of parents is often heart-wrenching, and one could only imagine the struggles this young mother faced raising a son without a father. Lin Tian felt a pang of sympathy for her. He decided it was necessary to step in and show some compassion towards this young mother. Perhaps a gentle reprimand would suffice. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Tian indicated that he did not intend to pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, the young mother breathed a sigh of relief. Had Lin Tian chosen to escalate the issue, despite Zhang Yu's youth shielding him from legal repercussions, a record would nonetheless exist, potentially leading to significant troubles for the boy in the future. Thus, the young mother hastily apologized. Thank you, young man. Let us exchange WeChat. If this rascal dares to trouble you again, please contact me directly. As she presented her QR code, Lin Tian promptly scanned it, adding her on WeChat. Suya, a name that matched the elegance and grace of her appearance, was indeed a lovely name. Suya, not wishing to complicate matters further, simply aimed to prevent Zhang Yu from causing any major disturbances in the future. With Lin Tian added to his WeChat, Zhang Yu would likely become more restrained. Despite his mischievousness, he held a certain respect for Suya, or so she believed. It was merely a coping mechanism born from growing up without a father, leading him to seek security through bullying others. Young man, I'm truly sorry. We must take our leave now. I will certainly discipline him when we return. A group of parents, leading their dejected children, departed. Suya took Zhang Yu away, but Lin Tian remained, as the repercussions of Wang Shuo's actions were still unresolved. The officer in charge of the situation stated, "Please proceed to write a statement. We have already dispatched personnel to summon Wang Shuo. Upon his arrival, we can discuss how to resolve this matter. This situation can be serious or trivial. If you wish to settle privately, he could compensate you. I do not wish to settle privately, nor do I want to meet him. Let my lawyer handle this." Lin Tian interrupted the officer, his disdain for Wang Shuo palpable. After all, it was Wang Shuo who had initially taken Han Qingxian away from him. Although Lin Tian had long since moved on from his feelings for Han Qingxian, he could not entirely suppress his aversion towards Wang Shuo. He was no saint, and with this young man actively seeking trouble, Lin Tian had no intention of letting him off easily. Young man, one must exercise restraint and mercy. After all, you are unharmed. That police officer seems to be quite the mediator. Observing this, Lin Tian readily handed over his identification. The officer, perplexed by the gesture, curiously opened the document. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in astonishment. A lieutenant colonel? He incredulously looked up at Lin Tian. Good heavens! How could Lin Tian, at such a tender age, already hold the rank of lieutenant colonel? This matter cannot be resolved privately. Do you truly believe that an assault on a serviceman could be overlooked? Absolutely not. The young officer hastily shook his head. Comrade, I sincerely apologize for my ignorance of your identity. Rest assured, we shall handle this matter with utmost seriousness. You need not intervene. I shall engage a lawyer to sue him. Just ensure this scoundrel does not escape. A lawyer? The young officer recalled that Lin Tian had arrived in a Rolls-Royce, which implied that Lin Tian was certainly not lacking in funds. An individual of such standing and wealth would surely hire the finest attorney. The officer had encountered top-tier lawyers capable of spinning the truth to their advantage. Not to mention, the fault lay squarely with Wang Shuo. The young officer silently mourned for Wang Shuo's future. After departing from the police station, who drove Lin Tian and his companion straight to the largest law firm in Kyoto. Lin Tian felt that failing to bring Wang Shuo to justice would be a disservice to the opportunity presented to him, especially considering the over 60 billion in cash resting in his bank account. As Lin Tian sought legal counsel, Wang Shuo anxiously awaited news from Zhang Yu and his associates. To be honest, he felt a twinge of regret. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had allowed Zhang Yu and his thoughtless peers to take action. Their recklessness could have resulted in Lin Tian's death, which would have spelled disaster for him. Lost in thought, Wang Shuo suddenly received a call from Zhang Yu. The tone was hushed, as if he were speaking covertly. "Brother Shuo, we've been arrested. Gotzi has implicated you. You must flee at once. I, Zhang Yu, value loyalty above all else and did not betray you, even chastising that fool." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wang Shuo's mind went blank. He had not anticipated the situation escalating so swiftly. Moreover, weren't those boys known for their resilience? Why had they so readily confessed upon entering the police station? After hanging up, Wang Shuo was in turmoil, contemplating whether to flee when he heard a knock at the door. He resided in an off-campus apartment. Police opened the door. A deep voice echoed from outside, causing Wang Shuo's complexion to pale. "Mr. Lin, there is no need for lengthy discourse. I am indifferent to whether Wang Shuo is guilty or not. My sole concern is how much you are willing to pay me. Once the funds are secured, I possess myriad ways to ensure his incarceration." In the largest law firm in Kyoto, within a completely enclosed office, Lin Tian faced a portly middle-aged man with a thin mustache, who chuckled and interrupted him. "Interesting." Lin Tian nodded. "Based on the crimes I just described, how many years can we ensure he spends behind bars?" The rotund lawyer grinned. "That depends entirely on how much you're willing to invest, Mr. Lin. Spare me the pleasantries. Money is no object. I want him locked away for life. Can you make that happen?" Lin Tian cut him off sharply, eliciting another amused laugh from the lawyer. "Absolutely. Inciting a high school student to assault a military lieutenant colonel. If this were to make headlines, the public outcry alone." The lawyer's smile deepened with implication. "My identity must remain concealed," Lin Tian added. "Well, Mr. Lin, for 1 million, I can guarantee he won't see daylight for 15 years. And if I offer 10 million? Lin Tian exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his gaze steady. The lawyer's breath hitched. 10 million? For a mere student? Cases like this, even for a lawyer of his caliber, were exceedingly rare. After a moment of contemplation, the lawyer's voice hardened with resolve. "Then, Mr. Lin, I doubt you'll ever lay eyes on that boy again." "Good." Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. That was precisely the answer he had sought. Chapter 70. The Loach and the Dragon in the Courtroom. The rotund lawyer with a small mustache spoke fervently, his voice echoing with indignation as he enumerated the charges against his client, rendering the defense attorney speechless. Wang Shuo's complexion paled, devoid of color. He sensed that his fate was sealed. "In conclusion, I represent the prosecution and implore your honor to sentence Wang Shuo to death." The final declaration of the corpulent lawyer, Wang Liang, pierced the air, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Shuo, each word striking like a hammer upon his ears. Death? A death sentence? Wang Shuo's vision darkened, and he collapsed. Wang Shuo was taken away, and as Wang Liang had suggested, it was highly likely that Lin Tian would never have the opportunity to see him again. Of course, that was a matter for another time. At this moment, Lin Tian found himself at the Xiangu bar, enveloped in dim light, embracing Zhang Yuelon. Truly, she was the dream girl of every male student, even while seated motionless. Her exquisite visage and alluring figure captivated all who beheld her. Lin Tian, initially maintaining a respectful distance, found himself irresistibly drawn to her, inching closer as he inhaled her faint, tantalizing fragrance, ultimately cornering her against the wall. The booth they occupied was already tucked away on the second floor, and now, nestled in a corner surrounded by barriers, they were blissfully unaware of prying eyes. Thus, Lin Tian became increasingly audacious, one hand encircling Zhang Yuelon's waist as he engaged her in conversation. Zhang Yuelon felt his bold hand, and her cheeks flushed, her breath quickening. "No, not here." "Why not here?" Lin Tian mused inwardly. though outwardly he shifted the topic. You have completely severed ties with your ex-husband, haven't you? Yes, I settled with him. I now hold full ownership of the shares in this bar. Upon mentioning this, a noticeable excitement radiated from Zhang Yuelan's countenance. Even while Lin Tian tenderly caressed her, she seemed oblivious to her own thrill, exclaiming, "From now on, I am entirely free of him." From a youthful infatuation to a painful betrayal, Zhang Yuelan had finally liberated herself, feeling an immense weight lifted off her shoulders. Yet, despite her tumultuous experiences, she was only 28 years old. However, had she not endured such trials, the mature allure she exuded might not have been so captivating, nor would Lin Tian have lavished such attention upon her. Such is the unpredictability of life. "No, please don't," Zhang Yuelan whispered weakly, attempting to push Lin Tian away, but her feeble strength was no match for him. "Not push me away? Then do you wish for me to kiss you?" Lin Tian grinned mischievously. Just as Zhang Yuelan began to respond, Lin Tian leaned down and kissed her passionately. In the secluded booth on the second floor, echoes of their fervent intimacy soon filled the air. It was not until several minutes later, both breathless and enraptured, that they finally paused. At this moment, the two of them were like dry wood meeting a blazing fire, instantly igniting with an unstoppable passion. With a forceful motion of his arms, Lin Tian lifted Zhang Yuelan as effortlessly as one would a tiny chick. Before long, Lin Tian lit a cigarette and casually remarked, "Come with me to the Poly International auction tomorrow for some fun." "Poly International?" Zhang Yuelan's face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed in awe. "The items there are exorbitantly expensive. Even a most ordinary piece costs hundreds of thousands, and rare collections can easily reach tens of millions. I certainly can't afford anything there, though I've heard limited edition luxury items sometimes make an appearance." Indeed, Zhang Yuelan was familiar with Poly International, having accompanied her ex-husband there before. However, the astronomical prices were beyond the reach of most bidders. "Would I really make you spend money if you came with me?" Lin Tian gazed at her with an enigmatic smile. Blushing slightly, she then broke into a radiant smile. "Then I'll go with you." Lin Tian nodded. "From now on, quit playing mind games. Just be the alluring, mature vase you are. I have others in mind for scheming." "Mind games can be quite amusing at times," he mused. "But when someone like Zhang Yuelan, who's weathered life's storms, tries to scheme, it loses its charm. The real entertainment lies in watching naive yet self-proclaimed clever girls like Cao Xiao and Zhao Songqing attempt their little plots." "Oh." Zhang Yuelan nodded obediently. She knew exactly what was expected of her and what wasn't, and was confident in maintaining Lin Tian's interest long-term. After all, though she claimed she'd only accompany Lin Tian for 5 years, where else could she find a youthful, wealthy university student like him with such stamina? Most importantly, he satisfied her completely, compared to her utterly inadequate ex-husband from years past. Frankly, less impressive than a mere earthworm, Lin Tian was nothing short of a dragon. Chapter 71. Producing an epic Chinese film? In the plush booth of Xiange Bar, Lin Tian fastened his trousers and prepared to leave when Zhang Yuelan pulled him back. Turning his head, Lin Tian asked with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? Not satisfied yet?" "Not that." Zhang Yuelan shot him a glare, hesitating before speaking. "Lately, there's been gossip at school about us. People are saying I'm being kept by you." "Gossip?" Lin Tian frowned. "Ignore it. If it bothers you, just resign. I can arrange it if you don't want to stay." He mused that Zhang Jingguo, that worthless man, should be able to handle such a trivial matter. If not, he'd simply go over his head. In a society ruled by money, what couldn't he be achieved? Resigning isn't something I've considered. I enjoy teaching the students. It's just the rumors. Lin Tian patted her shoulder and grinned. "Relax. No matter what they say, I'll stand behind you. If neither of us cares, let them talk. Now, let me stand behind you again." He moved behind her with a playful smirk. "Get lost." As he stepped out of Xiange Bar, Lin Tian scoffed. "Rumors? If I feared rumors, I wouldn't be entangled with Zhao Songqing, Cao Xiao, and Xia Jihe all at once." Young Master Wang faced nationwide scrutiny without batting an eye. Lin Tian's personal wealth far surpassed his. Money was confidence. Why fear the envious whispers of those who couldn't grasp what they coveted? Ah, he winced, pressing a hand to his sore lower back. The excitement with Zhang Yuelon had been a bit too much. After a moment's thought, he messaged Xiaozhe, summoning her to the hotel for a massage. Lately, absorbed with Zhang Yuelon, he realized he hadn't contacted Xiaozhe in a while. That innocent campus belle held an allure no less potent than Zhang Yuelon's. Xiaozhe hadn't heard from Lin Tian in days, yet whispers about him reached her ears incessantly. Wolf-bred gossip, especially now that rumors swirled about him pursuing and supposedly winning teacher Zhang. Uncertain of the truth, Xiaozhe felt an inexplicable discomfort. Still, when Lin Tian called, she obediently gathered her massage tools and headed to the hotel. After all, she still owed him. Host, a matter requires your decision. Lin Tian had just settled into his hotel suite with Hu and Xiao Hu when the system's voice interrupted. Curious, he asked, "What is it?" The system reported that the energy project at Aochuang Technology has made some progress, with finished products expected to emerge in the second half of the year. The host is requested to confirm the price range for the first product to be sold externally, whether it falls within the high-end, mid-range, or low-end categories. Furthermore, regarding the two films invested in by Shinkong Entertainment, they have passed through the National Radio and Television Administration. The host is asked if they would like to personally select the male and female leads. Lin Tian was taken aback and began to ponder. The efficiency of his system was remarkable. In such a short span, Aochuang Technology's new energy project was advancing, with products ready to be released in less than a year. While Junji's automotive project had taken 3 years, he decided to target the mid to low-end market first, planning to penetrate the high-end market once the former was established. After careful consideration, he conveyed his suggestion. "What do you think, system?" The system responded with an air of confidence, asserting its capability in all market segments, thereby allowing the host to decide. Its somewhat proud tone brought a smile to Lin Tian's face. "That's excellent," he nodded. "As for those two films, what genre are you planning to shoot?" "Fengshen," the system replied, adding, "I am aware that a similar film from your nation is being released this year. However, I implore the host not to compare the film produced by this system with that one. They are worlds apart. Have you seen The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogies? The Fengshen series produced by this system will surpass those films in terms of visual effects, scale, and storyline." Lin Tian gasped upon hearing this. He fully trusted the system's capabilities and believed it could create films of such caliber. If the visual effects and scale of Fengshen matched expectations, it would undoubtedly rival The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. The system had previously mentioned that it was directly responsible for the visual effects of those two films, and the potential was staggering. No wonder the system had claimed those films had the potential to break the billion-dollar box office mark. If the quality was as the system described, the box office potential could exceed mere billions. Lin Tian was exhilarated, not particularly concerned about money, given his substantial cash reserves of 600 to 700 billion. What he truly yearned for was to witness an epic film that belonged to Longhua, with a rich cultural heritage spanning 5,000 years. There was no shortage of material to draw from. Yet, in recent years, the industry had been inundated with films of dismal quality that left audiences disappointed. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and he heard Xiaozhe's voice. "I'm coming in, you can choose the leads yourself. By the way, when is the official start of filming?" Lin Tian quickly inquired in his mind. At that moment, Xiaozhe pushed the door open. The system promptly responded. "There is 1 month remaining before the official start of filming. The lead roles must be confirmed within a week, as both the male and female leads will need to undergo martial arts training." "All right, take your time to decide. I'll assist you as needed," Lin Tian thought to himself. After concluding the conversation with the system, Lin Tian turned to Xiaozhe with a lewd grin. "Come on, give me a back rub." Xiaozhe, aware of Lin Tian's not-so-ill intentions, rolled her eyes at him before removing her shoes and obediently climbing onto the bed, her bare feet resting on his back. "So comfortable." Lin Tian exhaled softly, feeling as though gentle hands were caressing him. "By the way, I heard you were dating teacher Zhang?" Lin Tian, on the verge of drifting into slumber, was suddenly jolted awake by Xiaozhe's unexpected inquiry. He was taken aback. The innocent and shy campus belle rarely initiated conversations. "Who said that?" "Teacher Zhang is not my girlfriend, Don't listen to the rumors, he replied nonchalantly. Our relationship was previously quite innocent and purely platonic. Ugh, disgusting, Xia Jihe retorted, infuriated by Lin Tian's brazen remarks, and she playfully pinched his waist. P.S. I believe I have already toned it down considerably. Yet I still received a recommendation suspension. Time to revise. Chapter 72. The top beauty on campus, Tang Jiai. What as shameless? What as disgusting? How can a scholar's pursuit be called shameless? This is simply following one's heart, and not wanting to deceive you at that. Lin Tian winced as Xia Jia pinched him. Who would have thought such a delicate girl could be so strong? Ugh. With another huff, Xia Jia turned away in a huff, refusing to acknowledge him further. She focused instead on massaging his waist with her tools. Lin Tian mused to himself. Neither Chao Xiao nor Zhao Songqing had shown any jealousy, so why was she so upset? Guarantee they supposed to dislike rich heirs? The workings of a young girl's mind were truly beyond him. The thought made him feel oddly aged, though in truth, he was the same age as Xia Jihe. Ah, wealth ages a man prematurely. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. Casually, he asked, how is your father's condition? Xia Jihe had resolved not to speak to this scoundrel again. But at his question, she relented. I transferred all the money to my brother. We've already scheduled the surgery with a specialist. It should happen within a month. Lin Tian nodded lazily. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to tell me. She couldn't deny the warmth in her chest. Lin Tian had been genuinely kind to her. Yet the thought of him being a scoundrel soured her mood. Finally, in a voice as soft as a whisper, she murmured, thank you. What was that? Couldn't he hear you? Speak up. He turned his head, teasing her. Are you a dog? He yelped as Xia Jihe bit down hard on his shoulder, leaving a clear set of teeth marks. While Lin Tian enjoyed his massage, far away in the luxurious penthouse of a southern metropolis, a stunning young woman sat unceremoniously on a stool, devouring a bowl of fruit salad. Tang Jiai, a shriek from the doorway, startled the celebrity, nearly causing her to drop her snack. Tang Jiai looked up to see her manager, Sister Li, storming toward her in fury. Xiao Dang, you're a public figure. Can't you at least pretend to care about your image? This beautiful woman was none other than Tang Jiai, the reigning queen of Qingbei University's campus beauty rankings. To surpass even Xia Jihe was no small feat. Tang Jiai had the assets to back it up. Her oval face seemed sculpted by the gods themselves, her flawless skin and endless legs the envy of countless girls. Not that she was necessarily more beautiful than Xia Jihe. Their looks were simply different styles, equally striking. But with the added glamour of her celebrity status, Tang Jiai had effortlessly maintained her position at the top of the rankings, leaving even Chu Liani and Xia Jihe in her wake. Tang Jiai waved a dismissive hand. Relax, sisterly. There's no one else here. I play the goddess in public, but keeping up appearances is exhausting. Please, just let me take a break. Tang Jiai retorted as she settled down, unceremoniously crossing her legs. Her manager, Sister Li, felt a palpable throb at her temples. Tang Jiai, having debuted in a girl group, was branded as the aloof goddess. If outsiders were to witness her in such a manner, her fans would surely be driven to madness overnight. All right, Sister Li, you've come so late. Is there something urgent? Tang Jiai swiftly diverted the conversation upon noticing Sister Li's intent to speak. Upon hearing this, Sister Li adopted a serious tone. You've been in the industry for over a year now. Although you have a certain fan base in this day and age, relying solely on fans is insufficient to thrive in the entertainment realm. You must possess high-quality works to serve as stepping stones toward becoming a top-tier star. Tang Jiai nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Sister Li, does this mean you have a good script for me? Who would seek you out for a good script? You're merely a traffic star who debuted from a girl group, Sister Li retorted with an eye roll. Tang Jiai's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Li, you shouldn't be so discouraging. Stop jesting. There is a promising project, but we need to fight for it, Sister Li said, handing Tang Jiai a stack of documents. Have you heard of Starry Sky Entertainment? Starry Sky Entertainment? Tang Jiai took the documents and nodded. Isn't that the newly established entertainment company? I've heard of them. Although they haven't released any works yet, I hear they're quite ambitious. Exactly. Sisterly replied eagerly. This Starry Sky Entertainment boasts a registered capital of several billion. They have recently initiated several projects, and one of them is the one in your hands. Take a look. As Tang Jiai flipped through the materials, her finely shaped brows furrowed. The Fengshan series of films? With an anticipated investment exceeding 1 billion? Tang Jiai gasped. Sisterly, the investment for this film is substantial. But you're aware of the current reputation of the Fengshan series. Doesn't team matter? Sisterly asserted decisively. Even negative publicity is still publicity. Their willingness to invest such a sum in a film will certainly create quite a stir. The company has decided that you must strive to secure the lead role. Strive for it? Tang Jiai's expression darkened. She initially feared Sisterly was suggesting she engage in underhanded tactics. Tang Jiai despised such practices. Sisterly, noticing her reaction, clarified. You've misunderstood. Just look at who the CEO of Starry Sky Entertainment is. The CEO? Tang Jiai, perplexed, flipped through the documents, muttering, what does that have to do with me? Lin Tian, a sophomore from Qingbei University? Wow, when did I have such an impressive classmate? Upon seeing the introduction of the CEO, Tang Jiai's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you understand now? Sisterly said with a smile, this is your classmate. With this connection, you certainly have an advantage over others. Perhaps he is indeed your admirer. Upon seeing Sister Li's beaming smile, Tang Jiai couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Sisterly, do you truly believe that a young master capable of effortlessly establishing an entertainment company worth billions would be my fan? Just because of our alumni connection, he could easily cast me as the leading lady? That may not be entirely unfounded, considering your beauty, Sisterly responded cheerfully, uttering words that sent a shiver down Tang Jiai's spine, words of lament. Regardless, the company has insisted that you must secure the lead role in this film. If you fail to do so, you'll be consuming diet meals every day for the next 6 months. Please, Sisterly, I only weigh 100 pounds. Tang Jiai protested, rolling on the sofa. Look at the flesh around your waist. A little belly is forming. I've never seen a goddess who loves to eat as much as you do. Sisterly retorted harshly, her disappointment palpable, before turning and departing. Ah, the entertainment industry, a realm where one is often at the mercy of others. After Sister Li's exit, Tang Jiai sighed. To outsiders, she appeared to bask in the glory of stardom. Yet internally, she was plagued with anxiety. With a new generation of talents emerging, the competition was fierce. There was no telling when she might be forgotten. Thus, she genuinely needed a few high-quality or high-investment films to reaffirm her status as a favored asset in the industry. Lin Tian, allow me to confront you. On the sofa, Tang Jiai gritted her teeth and began searching for information about Lin Tian on the campus forum. Chapter 73. Ex-husband, you're so incompetent. The next day, Lin Tian woke up naturally, only to feel his arm slightly constricted. A delicate fragrance wafted into his senses. As he opened his eyes, he saw Xia Jiha, her hair disheveled, sleeping soundly facing him, strands of hair clinging to her face while she tightly hugged his arm against her chest. Seemingly roused as well. Xia Jia's eyelids fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. Pervert. The moment she saw Lin Tian gazing at her with mischief, she let out a startled cry. Pervert? Are you referring to yourself? Lin Tian smirked coldly, flexing his arm slightly. You are the one clinging to my arm. And no, I'm sorry I must have fallen asleep while massaging you last night. I was too tired. Only then did Xia Jia realize she had been holding onto his arm, and worse, there seemed to be traces of her drool on it. Blushing furiously, she hastily released him. Consider yourself lucky. You've been wanting to take advantage of me for a while now. Haven to you? Lin Tian's cold laughter deepened as he stared unblinkingly at her, making the girl flush with indignation. Who wants to take advantage of you? Xia Jiha scrambled off the bed, checking her clothes. Thankfully, they were still intact. She seethed inwardly. How could she have been so weak, collapsing from exhaustion like that? But then again, it was all Lin Tian's fault. That scoundrel had joked about making her massage him all night. Who knew she'd actually do it until she passed out from fatigue? Where are you going? Seeing Xia Jiha hastily making for the door, Lin Tian called after her. Back to school, she snapped, her voice tinged with embarrassment and anger. Fine. Take your spoils and run. Go on then. I'll let you have this one. Lin Tian clicked his tongue dismissively, waving a hand. Xiajiha. Her chest heaved with fury. She had never met such a shameless rich kid. No, rich self-made man. After teasing Xiajiha to his heart's content, Lin Tian rose cheerfully, freshened up, and enjoyed the breakfast prepared by the hotel. Just as he finished, Zhang Yuelon arrived as promised. Dressed in an exquisite violet haute couture gown, her delicate feet peeking out from strappy high heels. Today marked the opening of the spring auction at Poly International. With nearly $1 billion yuan left to spend and a desire to acquire some collectibles, Lin Tian was more than ready. After all, what else was there to do when money burned a hole in his pocket? As he admired Zhang Yuelon's alluring figure, a restless energy stirred within him. After today, he would complete the system's billion yuan cashback mission and obtain a physique surpassing human limits. By then, at least within the borders of the Dragon Nation, safety would no longer be a concern. And as for his kidneys, what are you spacing out for? Zhang Yuelon approached, naturally looping her arm through his as she smiled sweetly. You're too beautiful. I was mesmerized. Lin Tian brushed off the question casually before instructing Hu and Xiao who to bring the car around. Zhang Yuelon smirked. Oomph. However, unexpectedly, a casual remark from him caused an uncontainable smile to bloom on Zhang Yuelon's face. She had risen early that morning, deliberately selecting an outfit she deemed the most exquisite, and had even sought the expertise of a makeup artist to achieve a flawlessly natural look. She had been awaiting Lin Tian's praise. At the Poly International Auction House, being one of the most significant auctions of the year, the parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, with countless million-dollar cars gracing the premises. Wealthy individuals had traveled from all corners of the country and even the globe to attend. Lin Tian had chosen a casual, yet impressive Rolls-Royce, valued at over $8 million, as his mode of transport for the day. However, in such an environment, it was hardly a cause for embarrassment. As he stepped out of the car, Lin Tian extended his arm, anticipating that Zhang Yuelon would come to link hers with his. Yet, to his surprise, her initial exuberance faded as she alighted from the vehicle, leaving her momentarily stunned, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Lin Tian, with a calm demeanor, followed her gaze and noticed a Rolls-Royce nearby, where a few individuals were gathered, one of whom was a middle-aged man who appeared equally surprised to see them. Your ex-husband? Lin Tian inquired, understanding dawning upon him as he wrapped her in an embrace. Yes, his name is Sun Dingsheng, the head of the Sun Group, Zhang Yuelon replied, her initial tension dissipating in the warmth of his hold. The Sun Group, under Sun Dingsheng's leadership, was a globally recognized enterprise in the new energy sector, specializing in new energy batteries and partnering with major electric vehicle manufacturers. Yet Lin Tian was no less impressive. With newfound pride, Zhang Yuelon lifted her chin, shedding any feelings of inferiority as she locked eyes with Sun Dingsheng. Sun Dingsheng, upon seeing Zhang Yuelon, was taken aback. However, witnessing Lin Tian's somewhat provocative embrace of her stirred feelings of discomfort within him. After all, she had once been his partner. Yuelon, I didn't expect to see you here, Sun Dingsheng remarked, maintaining the elegant composure she remembered from their past. He approached with a smile to greet her. Yet Zhang Yuelon understood that beneath his amiable facade lay a different reality. You must be her ex-husband, Lin Tian interjected, seemingly oblivious to Sun Dingsheng's disregard for him. Greeting him cheerfully, Yuelon has spoken of you. Meeting you confirms her praises. Oh, Yuelon has mentioned me? Sun Dingsheng finally acknowledged Lin Tian, his tone indifferent. What did she say? Lin Tian responded with a grin. Oh, just the usual matters concerning men. But no blame can be placed on you. After all, you are over 50, and it is quite normal. It's a pity for Yuelon, but fortunately, she now has me by her side. Sun Dingsheng had anticipated a compliment from Lin Tian, as the young man seemed quite courteous. However, he was taken aback by Lin Tian's audacity to publicly assert that he was inadequate. The truth was, he had been incapable for several years now. Zhang Yuelon's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment, as she pinched Lin Tian's waist. However, from Sun Dingsheng's perspective, This was merely a display of flirtation between a young couple. The thought of Lin Tian gratifying Zhang Yuelon rendered Sun Dingxing's expression completely somber. Chapter 74. The auction begins, lad. There are times when one must pay the price for their words. Sun Dingxing's face darkened with rage under Lin Tian's provocation. Yet, as a seasoned tycoon who helmed a multi-billion-dollar new energy empire, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke to Lin Tian with thinly veiled menace. Price? What price do you expect me to pay? Lin Tian burst into laughter. How about I put in some extra effort when I'm in bed with Yuelon? I no longer have any feelings for her. There's no need to provoke me with Zhang Yuelon. Sun Dingxing, who had just steadied himself, found his fury reignited by Lin Tian's taunt. After all, Zhang Yuelon was his ex-wife. How could his heart remain entirely unmoved? Spare me the act. I already knew you lost interest. After all, you've been impotent for 5 years. Ha ha! Lin Tian laughed exaggeratedly, his demeanor that of a shameless rogue. Sun Dingxing, however, was seething, barely restraining himself from throwing a punch. The wealthy fear neither the rich nor the unruly, but they do fear the rich who are also rogues. And Lin Tian seemed precisely that, a wealthy rogue. Without fully understanding Lin Tian's background, Sun Dingxing dared not act recklessly, despite having 4 bodyguards at his back while Lin Tian only had to Hu and Xiao Hu. Pathetic. I almost hoped you'd throw a punch. At least then I'd respect you a little. Shrugging, Lin Tian wrapped an arm around Zhang Yuelon and strode away. Good dogs don't block the path. As he passed Sun Dingxing, he deliberately bumped into him like a street thug. You. The 4 bodyguards tensed, itching to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Boys, I de-advise against it. Unless you want me to beat you to death. Slowly. The Hu stepped forward, grinning. Stand down. Sun Dingxing turned his head and spoke coldly. At his command, the 2 burly bodyguards blocking Lin Tian's path reluctantly stepped aside. TCH, with Zhang Yuelon in tow, Lin Tian sauntered off, followed by the Hu and Xiao Hu, who spat disdainfully before trailing behind. That brat. Behind them, Sun Dingxing's face had turned ashen, his eyes shadowed with unreadable thoughts. The Hu, Xiao Hu, well done. An extra 100,000 this month. Once the 4 of them had left the underground garage, Lin Tian patted the brothers' shoulders approvingly. Now he understood why Colonel Zhou had praised them for their sharp instincts. Too sharp, indeed. Thanks, boss. Knowing Lin Tian's generosity, the brothers accepted the bonus cheerfully without protest. Lin Tian, Sun Dingxing controls a new energy company worth billions. If you keep provoking him, I'm afraid he'll retaliate. Zhang Yuelon voiced her concern, her face etched with worry. No worries. His new energy company is bound to fail soon. Lin Tian casually shrugged. By the way, I provoked Sun Dingxing just now. You're not upset, are you? Not all. Zhang Yuelon replied, wrapping her arm around Lin Tian and resting her head on his shoulder. I know you did it for my sake. Seeing Sun Dingxing so furious makes me quite happy. Lin Tian nodded. Speaking of which, how did you 2 end up in this situation? His curiosity piqued. He found it hard to believe that Zhang Yuelon would divorce simply due to Sun Dingxing's inadequacies. He asked me to accompany his clients. Zhang Yuelon took a deep breath before calmly revealing the reason for her divorce. Wow, that's quite scandalous, Lin Tian exclaimed, genuinely surprised that their separation stemmed from such a cause. Honestly, infidelity doesn't bother me. After all, which wealthy man doesn't stray? Zhang Yuelon pursed her lips. At that time, he wanted me to serve as partners, but I just couldn't do it. Good riddance. After a moment's silence, Lin Tian raised his thumb in approval. As they chatted, the 4 soon arrived at the Poly International Auction Hall in Kyoto. The layout resembled that of a large classroom, but the decor was decidedly different, with a carpeted floor and opulent decorations surrounding them. By now, several attendees were present, all dressed in suits. However, it was evident that some were not the owners, but representatives bidding on their behalf, clutching their phones tightly to maintain contact with their clients. Lin Tian had already verified his assets and made a reservation, entering the hall with his designated seat number. The Hu and Xiao, who remained outside temporarily. Before the auction began, the items were displayed in a gallery for attendees to admire. However, Lin Tian was entirely uninterested. He only cared about how much he could spend. Together with Zhang Yuelan, he surveyed the hall, hoping to spot any familiar faces, those CEOs of large companies often seen online. Unfortunately, individuals of that caliber, like the likes of Ma, were not likely to grace such an event. Even someone of Sun Dingxing's status was considered among the elite present. Most others had sent representatives to bid on their behalf. Bored, Lin Tian instructed Zhang Yuelan, "Call me when the auction starts." Leaning against her, he decided to rest his eyes for a moment. After all, he had been chatting with Xia Zhihe until midnight, and he was just as tired as she was. Xia Zhihe had even fallen asleep on his bed. "I'm curious to see what kind of assets you possess." Unbeknownst to him, not far to his left, Sun Dingxing and his entourage were watching intently. Sun Dingxing could not help but acknowledge that dealing with someone as shameless as Lin Tian left him at a loss for how to respond. Surely, he couldn't resort to physical confrontation, could he? "Did you manage to gather any information on him?" Sun Dingxing turned his head, frowning at an assistant who had followed him. "Mr. Sun, we are still investigating," one of his female aides promptly replied. Please expedite," Sun Dingxing said before closing his eyes to rest. During this visit, he had not encountered any familiar faces. Lin Tian, it's time to wake up. The auction is about to commence." Lin Tian had barely closed his eyes when Zhang Yuelan nudged his arm, softly urging him. I heard," Lin Tian replied, opening his eyes to the cheerful greeting of the auctioneer on stage. The first item was already presented, ready for bidding. The first item, a Qing dynasty Qianlong blue-glazed figure of a maid, a square vase. Starting bid, 400,000. After a brief explanation, the female auctioneer brought her gavel down, signaling the official commencement of the auction. However, with the starting price set at 400,000, Lin Tian wondered if that was not rather inexpensive. Frowning, he questioned whether he could still manage to spend $1 billion today. He certainly could not afford to be a fool, carelessly placing bids without thought. He was not naive enough to engage in such foolishness. Chapter 75, Auction. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. As the auctioneer's voice resonated, numerous bidders began to raise their paddles. It was evident that everyone present was acutely aware of the approximate market value of this exquisite item. Consequently, during the initial bidding phase, there was no hesitation, and the price swiftly ascended to a staggering 1 million. Beside Lin Tian, Zhang Yuelan was equally exhilarated, her eyes sparkling as she observed the competitive bidding around her. However, she found it peculiar that Lin Tian remained remarkably composed, seemingly unperturbed by the auction and not participating in the bidding. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Tian was engaged in a mental dialogue with the system. "System, please utilize the Ultron AI to estimate the approximate final price of this item," he instructed diligently. Through his recent studies, Lin Tian had discerned that he could not rely on the system for personal tasks. Nonetheless, certain resources he possessed, such as Ultron AI, could be leveraged to achieve specific objectives. "Hello, host. According to Ultron AI's calculations, the market price of this item ranges between 2 million and 2,500,000. The system promptly responded. Of course, if someone has a particular affinity for this collectible, the final price may significantly exceed the normal market value. Excellent. With the system's reply, Lin Tian felt reassured. 2 million. He raised his paddle, stating a baseline market price. This bid surged above the previous one by 1 million. Yet failed to deter some participants. 2,100,000, 2,200,000, 2,300,000. The price of the collectible continued to ascend, albeit gradually, with increments of 100,000. 3 million. Lin Tian raised his paddle once more, quoting an amount that surpassed the usual market price for this artifact. 3 million is excessively high. It hardly seems worth it. It appeared that this young man had a strong desire for the collectible, seemingly determined to acquire it. "Let him have it," someone mused. "Regrettably, I find it quite appealing as well, yet 3 million feels like a loss." The auctioneer, having witnessed Lin Tian bid 3 million for the antique blue and white porcelain vase, valued between 2 million and 2,500,000, observed several attendees shaking their heads in disbelief. 3 million once. Is there any higher bid? The quality of this collectible was rare on the market, and it was in impeccable condition. After Lin Tian's bid reached 3 million, The auctioneer felt satisfied, but resorted to his habitual phrases to probe for any higher offers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuelon clutched Lin Tian's arm tightly, her expression tense. 3 million, second call. 3 million, third call. Bang! Congratulations, sir, on acquiring this rare Qianlong Celadon square vase. The auctioneer nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin Tian after striking the gavel. Zhang Yuelon sighed in relief, genuinely concerned that someone might outbid them. Thus, Lin Tian had secured the win. Do not be anxious. This is merely the beginning. Lin Tian chuckled lightly as he gently squeezed Zhang Yuelon's delicate hand. I fear you may suffer a loss. Zhang Yuelon, visibly tense, bore little resemblance to the once mature woman she had been. Now, she appeared more like a youthful maiden, exuding a unique charm that blended innocence with allure. Little wretch. Not far off, Sun Dingxing observed the intimate exchange between Lin Tian and Zhang Yuelon, feeling an overwhelming sense of jealousy wash over him, despite having divorced her. His heart remained unsettled. Next up for auction, oh, how swiftly we have arrived at a heavyweight item, the auctioneer exclaimed, before declaring with a clear voice, this piece is the renowned oil painting spring colors by the master Wu Guanzhong. The starting bid is 50 million. The revelation of Wu Guanzhong's masterpiece instigated a noticeable stir among the audience. Many hastily communicated with their backers via mobile devices, clearly captivated by the piece, while its price left several in shock. 50 million? Zhang Yuelon gasped softly, incredulous. Though she lacked expertise in collectibles, she understood that such a sum could purchase a home in Kyoto. Now, it served as the opening bid for this modest oil painting. Not exorbitant, Lin Tian remarked, having gleaned the approximate market value of the painting from the system, as well as auction prices for other works by Wu Guanzhong. In 2016, his Lotus Pond fetched over 100 million Hong Kong dollars in Xinjiang. This spring color should be valued similarly, around 100 million. 100 million. Zhang Yuelon's finely sculpted nose crinkled in disbelief. Such a sum, even for Sun Dingxing, would be a considerable challenge. Do you truly appreciate oil paintings? Perhaps we should refrain from bidding. I do not wish to be compared to that trash. Lin Tian tightened his grip on Zhang Yuelon's hand slightly. Just you wait. During this auction, he shall not acquire a single item, not even a hair. Huh? Zhang Yuelon appeared anxious. There is no need to squander so much money on my behalf. You need not concern yourself. Lin Tian offered no further explanation. He merely sought to instill a sense of indebtedness in Zhang Yuelon. Unbeknownst to her, his true motives were to reap the rewards from the system while simultaneously vexing Sun Dingxing. As their conversation unfolded, the price for Wu Guanzhong's masterpiece climbed to 70 million. Coincidentally, Sun Dingxing was among the few bidders. Catching a glimpse of Lin Tian, he scoffed, this lad can only bid on items worth hundreds of thousands or millions. Now that the auction has reached tens of millions, he has fallen silent. Indeed, that young man is likely just here to broaden his horizons. One of Sun Dingxing's two secretaries chimed in, demeaning Lin Tian further, which alleviated Sun Dingxing's earlier humiliation. 75 million. Sun Dingxing cast a disdainful glance at Lin Tian before announcing a new bid. 75 million. 75 million. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer continued to call out loudly from the stage. 80 million. At that moment, a voice that made Sun Dingxing feel nauseated suddenly rang out from nearby. That brat. Sun Dingxing stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Does he dare to bid on something worth 70 to 80 million? Is he merely wishing to participate? Or does he truly intend to win? His secretary whispered a reminder beside him. Others should refrain from bidding. Let that brat fall flat on his face. Sun Dingxing sneered. Yet, he was well aware that the value of this oil painting far exceeded 80 million. Without a doubt, someone would counter his offer. Indeed, mere seconds after Lin Tian placed his bid, several individuals raised the price to 90 million. 90 million, which was nearly the market value ceiling for this oil painting. 95 million. Sun Dingxing had come here specifically for this artwork, so he naturally would not back down. Furthermore, he believed that a high bid of 95 million should suffice to secure it. After all, the painting's renown was somewhat inferior compared to the previous Lotus Pond piece. In fact, after Sun Dingxing made his bid, Others were indeed hesitating. Several individuals were nervously making phone calls to consult those on the other end. However, it was evident that this price was already quite steep and not worth further competition. 100 million. As Sun Dingsheng waited with slight anxiety, another voice echoed from a distance. Sun Dingsheng recognized that it was Lin Tian's voice and inwardly cursed, gritting his teeth. That brat. Does he intend to oppose me deliberately? Can he even afford 100 million? What infuriated Sun Dingsheng further was that the young man seemed to glance at him inadvertently, as if challenging him. How could he endure this? 110 million. Sun Dingsheng forcibly calmed himself and quoted an even higher price. 120 million. Sun Dingsheng trembled with anger. Before the auctioneer could respond, Lin Tian, not far away, immediately bid a price precisely 10 million higher than his. At this point, Sun Dingsheng was certain that Lin Tian was intentionally opposing him. How infuriating! This artwork was originally within Sun Dingsheng's grasp because he knew a certain big shot had a fondness for Wu Guanzhong's paintings. If he were to gift it, it would undoubtedly elevate his business to new heights. Yet now, an unexpected Lin Tian had emerged. 120 million. Is there no higher bid? Does Mr. Sun wish to continue? At this moment, the auctioneer reiterated, specifically mentioning Sun Dingsheng. 130 million. Sun Dingsheng's anger boiled within him, but he maintained a calm expression and smiled as he made a bid that pushed his limits. However, he had an ominous feeling that the young man would continue bidding. 140 million. As anticipated, immediately after Sun Dingsheng announced the price, Lin Tian raised his bid once more. Beside him, Zhang Yuelan was visibly anxious, her palms slick with perspiration. It's nothing, just a minor situation, Lin Tian reassured her, gently squeezing her hand and encouraging her to relax. At that moment, Lin Tian's heart was brimming with joy. Initially, he feared that his expenditure might not exceed 1 billion, but now, with Sun Dingsheng participating in the bidding, he had inadvertently splurged an additional several million. How delightful! If only every occasion could feature such benefactors, Lin Tian would be even more elated. 140 million. Going once. 140 million. Going twice. Mr. Sun, will you bid again? The auctioneer on stage was thrilled to see 2 consecutive items surpass their estimated values. However, having witnessed grand events before, he maintained a composed smile as he glanced at Sun Dingsheng. Well, if this young man desires it, let him have it, he thought. Sun Dingsheng, though seething with anger internally, merely shook his head with a faint smile. As the head of a major corporation, he could not afford to display overt hostility towards Lin Tian in public. 140 million. Going 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the esteemed work of Master Wu Guanzhong. The auctioneer, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and brought down the gavel. Phew! Zhang Yuelan, who had been tense throughout, was now gripping Lin Tian's hand so tightly it was painful. As the gavel fell, she finally relaxed, gently patting her chest. It's not your money being spent. Why are you so nervous? Lin Tian chuckled. You're acting as if I'm in dire need of this over 100 million. Zhang Yuelan shot Lin Tian a disapproving glance. Having money doesn't mean it should be squandered. She lamented the unnecessary loss of several million. At this moment, she was entirely aligned with Lin Tian, identifying herself with him. Unlike Zhao Songqing and Qiao Xiaoxiao, who also wished for Lin Tian to save money but hoped he would spend the savings on them, Zhang Yuelan believed she had already received 60 million from him. Such an astronomical sum was more than sufficient. She felt it was inappropriate to ask for more. Don't worry, brother has plenty of money. Lin Tian replied with a grin, playfully caressing her silky black stockings. There's so many people around, Zhang Yuelan whispered. Her cheeks flushed as she swatted away Lin Tian's rough hand. In the distance, Sun Dingsheng, frustrated at missing out on this item, was already in a foul mood. To make matters worse, he was particularly focused on Lin Tian and witnessed this scene that raised his blood pressure. Little brat, let us see if you can truly produce such a sum later. Sun Dingsheng exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his rising blood pressure. The auction continued. True to its reputation, the Poly International Spring Auction featured starting prices exceeding 1 million for all items except the first. The third item reached a staggering 3 million. After a fierce bidding war, Lin Tian acquired the third item, a rare blue and white porcelain, for 7 million. This little fellow certainly shows a keen enthusiasm, not only for porcelain, but also for oil paintings. Very well, since he has such a fondness, let us yield to him. After all, I am many years his senior. Numerous participants in the auction witnessed Lin Tian's bids surpassing the limits of the market, and thus sought to console themselves in silence. Little did they realize that Lin Tian was becoming their waking nightmare. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Tian for acquiring the first 3 lots. Now, let us welcome the 4th lot. The 4th item is quite prestigious, a piece from the jade and jewelry category, aptly named Supreme Sovereignty, the Emperor's Grand Green Plaque. Its dimensions are astonishing, a true masterpiece among jade. The starting bid is set at 70 million. As the auctioneer's voice resonated, all eyes turned towards him. Fixated on the verdant jade plaque resting upon the silk of the wooden box, roughly the size of 2 fingers held together. Yet, the auctioneer proclaimed it to be of remarkable size. A jade of such diminutive proportions, starting at 70 million, the one I purchased previously was of similar size. Costing merely a few $100,000, Zhang Yuelan's breath quickened. She was quite fond of it, but felt it lacked value for money. Lin Tian listened well. We shall not bid. She clutched Lin Tian's hand tightly, as if fearing he might impulsively raise the bid. 100 million. To her astonishment, Lin Tian broke free and directly escalated the price to 100 million. Under Zhang Yuelan's bewildered gaze, Lin Tian whispered, with an air of secrecy, I have a great fondness for this item, thus I must secure it, regardless of the cost. Zhang Yuelan blinked her large, doe-like eyes, contemplating, since the auction commenced, which item have you not desired? You have bid on them all, indeed. Chapter 76. Mission accomplished. Transformation of the body. Observing Zhang Yuelan's excitement, which seemed to surpass his own, Lin Tian noted her efforts to prevent him from squandering his money. He leaned in to offer her a teasing kiss. Although they were in a public space surrounded by many onlookers, few paid them any mind. Yet, Zhang Yuelan remained bashful, which allowed Lin Tian to feel at ease. Her shyness alleviated her anxiety, and she refrained from intervening in his bidding activities, fearful of provoking him further. The auction continued, but many began to sense an anomaly. Lin Tian had successfully bid on nearly all the items, except for one that fetched under 1 million, which he had no interest in acquiring. To avoid drawing undue attention, he relinquished that piece. Despite this, numerous prominent figures were mentally cataloging this wealthy novice. Was he truly interested in every valuable item? Many suspected that Lin Tian did not have a particular fondness for these possessions. Rather, he seemed intent on spending money. This notion prompted comparisons to tactics employed by certain criminal organizations. However, upon further reflection, they dismissed the idea. What kind of criminal would so brazenly attempt to acquire an entire auction's worth of items? That would surely invite capture. Thus, they resolved to let him have his way. After all, could he genuinely afford to buy everything? Many in attendance were reluctant to compete with Lin Tian, as it was evident that doing so would merely inflate the costs. They opted instead to tentatively raise their bids, waiting for an opportune moment to strike when Lin Tian appeared disengaged. Yet, as time passed, one item after another was claimed by Lin Tian, leaving the surrounding elite and their associates in a state of shock. They realized that this audacious young man was indeed intent on monopolizing the auction. In the distance, Sun Dingsheng transitioned from silent cursing to a state of grave seriousness. As the auction neared its conclusion, Lin Tian had already expended over 1 billion yuan. Spending such a sum at a single auction was daunting, even for him. Even if he were bold enough, his fellow shareholders would never consent. After all, a large corporation is not governed by a single individual. Lin Tian's formidable financial prowess posed a significant challenge for Sun Dingsheng, as those who dare to play such high-stakes games often possess formidable backing, far beyond what the head of a company valued in the tens of billions could contend with. While a valuation in the tens of billions sounds impressive, it pales in comparison to the value of an average esports team, which can easily be worth several billion. In this light, his company's valuation did not seem particularly outstanding. There is a vast difference between possessing a company worth tens of billions and having the liquidity to casually spend tens of billions. As time slipped away, the auction, a highly anticipated event for many, approached its climax. Zhang Yuelon transitioned from initial nervousness to growing unease, eventually reaching a state of complete numbness. After a quick calculation, Lin Tian had already spent over 1.5 billion yuan in this auction. 1.5 billion. Just thinking about it is mind-boggling and exhilarating. He secured nearly 80% of the auction items before deliberately holding back in the latter half. Otherwise, he would have swept them all. Ding. Host has spent 153.48 million yuan. The tenfold cashback is triggered. 1.5348 billion has been deposited into the host account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 billion cashback mission. The host may now proceed with physical enhancement at their discretion. As the auction concluded, the system's delayed notification sent a surge of excitement through Lin Tian's heart. Finally, he unconsciously tightened his grip on Zhang Yuelon's hand. Currently, Lin Tian's bank account held over 95 billion yuan in liquid assets. Of course, money was no longer his primary concern. He had grown indifferent to wealth. What truly mattered was the long-awaited opportunity to transcend human limitations through physical enhancement. Lin Tian, Zhang Yuelon gasped, wincing from the sudden pressure on her hand. "Oh, my apologies," Lin Tian murmured, coming back to his senses. He gently squeezed her hand in reassurance before continuing over the next few days. "I'll need your assistance in organizing these acquisitions. I own several properties in the capital. Distribute a few pieces to each residence." "How many properties do you have?" Zhang Yuelon blinked, already numb to the staggering extent of his fortune. This time, Lin Tian had acquired over 40 auction items. Allocating 4 pieces per property would require at least a dozen residences, given Beijing's real estate prices that alone amounted to billions. "I haven't counted, but likely fewer than 100, Lin Tian replied casually. Meanwhile, son Dingsheng, witnessing Lin Tian's effortless payments, had long since slunk away with his tail between his legs. Other influential figures, sensing an opportunity, approached to exchange pleasantries and added him on WeChat. The director of Poly International's Beijing branch, a poised and radiant woman of Chinese descent, approached with an irrepressible smile, lavishing praise on Lin Tian for his remarkable achievements at such a young age. Naturally, they too exchanged contacts. These connections might prove useful in the future, and Lin Tian saw no harm in obliging. After all, unwanted contacts could always be deleted with a simple swipe. Leaving Da Gao, Xiao, Agao, and Zhang Yuelon to oversee the distribution of the acquired artifacts, Lin Tian returned alone to the welcome Grand Hotel. He instructed his personal concierge, Xiao Yu, to ensure absolute privacy, no disturbances under any circumstances. Once inside, he locked the door securely. "System, I'm ready for physical enhancement now." "Confirmed. Shall we proceed?" "Host?" "Yes." As the exchange concluded, Lin Tian suddenly felt a sharp sting on his wrist. His eyes snapped open to find an inexplicably materialized syringe filled with emerald green liquid piercing his vein, its contents steadily flowing into his bloodstream. "What the?" Lin Tian's eyes widened. "System, what kind of method is this? What is this substance?" He also mentioned that the system possesses unparalleled power to directly transform its own physique. To his surprise, it was remarkably simple, utilizing some unknown serum. "Are you familiar with Captain America?" The system's proud voice resonated in Lin Tian's ear. "This serum is an enhanced version of the super soldier serum, and its efficacy surpasses that used by Captain America. Just revel in your delight." After hearing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed. "You rascal. Wait, I recall that the injection process was quite painful for Captain America." Lin Tian suddenly realized. "A little pain. What does a man have to fear?" The system's voice became notably softer, seemingly a bit guilty. "A little pain. Just as Lin Tian intended to continue his conversation with the system, he suddenly felt as though his entire body had been plunged into boiling oil. An intense, burning sensation radiating from every part of him, causing him to instinctively scream in agony. Outside the door, the vigilant Xiao Yu was taken aback. "Oh, no wonder they don't allow anyone in. It appears these wealthy individuals indulge in extravagant pursuits. Xiao Yu's mind was suddenly illuminated, clearly misinterpreting the situation. Chapter 77. How to Surpass Captain America's Physical Qualities. Within the confines of the room, Lin Tian lay beneath the covers, his head shrouded, unleashing a series of frantic, desperate screams. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the room was commendable. Aside from the first instinctive wail that escaped his lips, the muffled cries remained unheard by the outside world, including the innocent Xiao Yu. At this moment, Lin Tian resembled a cooked lobster, his skin flushed red as if he had been boiled, steam billowing from the crown of his head. His flesh, fascia, and bones underwent an intense transformation, akin to the finest craftsman hammering away millions of times in a brief span, reshaping his once flabby mass into solid muscle. The chiseled muscles of his chest, abdomen, and arms emerged at an astonishing pace, flawless and pristine, reminiscent of Captain America in his prime. Lin Tian was acutely aware that death would not claim him, yet the excruciating pain that penetrated to his very core compelled him to scream. Ultimately, he succumbed to the agony, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Even as he lay unconscious, the modified super soldier serum continued its work, delving deep into his genetic structure, meticulously refining Lin Tian's DNA sequence. It eradicated inferior genes, preserving the robust ones and mending any missing genetic strands. This profound alteration could be regarded as evolution, a progression toward an ideal human form. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Lin Tian, who had already succumbed to the depths of unconsciousness. Time elapsed. How long? He could not say, before Lin Tian awoke from his stupor, only to find his bed drenched. The bedding was soaked with perspiration. What the? Lin Tian instinctively bolted upright, glancing down to behold a shocking transformation. His once smooth abdomen had vanished, replaced by a near-identical replica of Captain America's flawless six-pack and pectorals, a sight that made Lin Tian's mouth water. Furthermore, he appeared to have gained several centimeters in height, explosive strength coursing through his frame. With a swift motion, Lin Tian executed a 360-degree spin in midair, landing with poise. His formidable physique allowed him to effortlessly perform maneuvers once deemed impossible. A brief experiment in the living room revealed a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength, with his dynamic vision and neural reflexes far surpassing his previous capabilities. After his simple trials, Lin Tian clenched his fist, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Incredible. No wonder Captain America can easily take on 5 foes, even 10, with such monstrous power, achieving that seems inevitable. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Gao xiao xiao, cao song king, zhang yuelan, come fort. I shall engage you in a battle of 300 rounds. Lin Tian struck the air with a powerful punch, fervently releasing the immense power that surged within him. After indulging in this exuberant display, he finally regained his composure, settling onto the sofa in contemplation. First and foremost, for at least the next month, he must refrain from any physical contact with familiar women. Otherwise, the changes in his physique would undoubtedly capture their attention. Moreover, in public spaces, especially places like school where I have many acquaintances, I shall endeavor to wear loose-fitting garments that conceal my physique. Commencing today, I must dedicate myself to rigorous daily workouts at the gymnasium, preparing to cultivate a muscular frame that appears earned through disciplined training. Having charted my course of action, Lin Tian unhesitatingly retrieved his phone and dispatched messages to the 3 women with whom he had shared intimate relations. I shall abstain for the next month. We shall reconnect thereafter. To placate them, Lin Tian magnanimously decided to bestow upon Xiao Xiao and Zhao Songqing a sum of 500,000 yuan each as compensation. As for Zhang Yuelan, he permitted her to select any antique acquired at that day's auction. Unsurprisingly, his missives were met with a flurry of bewildered question marks. The insatiable Lin Tian taking a hiatus? And for an entire month? Anticipating their skepticism, Lin Tian promptly transferred the promised sums to Xiao Xiao and Zhao Songqing. Rest well, Brother Tian. We await your return the instant the funds cleared, Their protest dissolved into dulcet voice messages, sweetly urging him to focus on his fitness regimen. How mercenary, Lin Tian muttered wryly. With slightly more patience, he explained to Zhang Yuelon that recent excesses necessitated a month of physical transformation. Ever the devoted partner, Zhang Yuelon, now the picture of domestic virtue, wholeheartedly endorsed his plan. Satisfied, Lin Tian set aside his phone, only to find himself agitated. Abstaining for a full month seemed not only arduous but potentially detrimental to his health, and certainly unfair to his second brother. Thus, his thoughts drifted to the massage parlor where he had first encountered Xia Jiha. If such a beauty had graced its premises once, might lightning strike twice? As this pleasant fantasy unfolded, a soft rap sounded at his door. Minutes earlier, Lin Tian's attendant, Xiao Yu, had been dutifully standing guard when another staff member hurried over, whispering urgently in her ear. Xiao Yu promptly followed the messenger downstairs. There stood a figure swathed in head-to-toe concealment, mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, with nary an inch of skin exposed. The long ponytail trailing down her back was the sole indicator of femininity. You seek Mr. Lin Tian, correct? Though the visitor's face remained hidden, Xiao Yu discerned an elegant stature and aura that betrayed extraordinary beauty. Given the parade of stunning women who had recently visited that very room, she was hardly surprised. Indeed, please escort me to him. A melodious voice emanated from beneath the mask of the stranger, leaving Xiao Yu in a state of perplexity as she found the voice oddly familiar. I apologize, miss, but earlier, Mr. Lin Tian instructed that no one is permitted to enter his room today. Perhaps I can inform him once he emerges? Due to Lin Tian's stipulation, Xiao Yu respectfully declined the masked woman's request. Please don't. Dang Ziye, having finally discovered that Lin Tian was residing at the Yingbin Grand Hotel and was currently within its confines, was unwilling to relinquish her pursuit so easily. With determination, she seized Xiao Yu's arm and led her to a secluded corner of the lobby, lowering her mask. Do you recognize me? I genuinely have matters to discuss with Lin Tian. I am his good friend. Could you kindly relay a message to him? Upon seeing Tang Jiai's visage, Xiao Yu instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. This was none other than one of her beloved idol group members, her absolute favorite. Tang Jiai. Xiao Yu felt as though her world was on the verge of collapse. How could it be that Tang Jiai seemed to have a connection with Lin Tian? Chapter 78. The Visit of Tang Jiai. Indeed, I am Tang Jiai. Upon recognizing her, the server's acknowledgement brought a sense of relief to Tang Jiai. However, she soon perceived an unsettling gaze from the young woman, as if she had been sullied in the server's eyes. What could this mean? A wave of confusion washed over Tang Jiai, but she quickly deduced that the server must have mistaken her for Lin Tian's clandestine partner, or perhaps a woman entangled in unspoken agreements. It seemed likely that other women frequented this establishment, leading to such an assumption. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart grew. For the information she had gathered in Xiao Yu's demeanor suggested that the enigmatic proprietor of Shinkong Entertainment, her former classmate, was far from a decent individual. He bore a striking resemblance to those producers and investors in the entertainment industry who were well-versed in the intricacies of implicit rules. Though her thoughts were in disarray, Tang Jiai was resolute. She declared, I'm a friend of Lin Tian, here to discuss a matter with him. Please inform him of my presence. Do not let him know, please. Xiao Yu, recovering from her earlier sorrow, murmured under her breath, taken aback by Tang Jiai's request. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was a more rational fan. Had it been another fervent admirer, the news would have already been leaked on social media. Nevertheless, it was certain that even if Xiao Yu refrained from disclosing it, she would inevitably mention it in casual conversations with friends, thereby posing a risk of exposure. Yet, Tang Jiai remained unfazed, fully equipped for any eventuality. If she were to be recognized, she would simply accept her fate. What are you thinking? We are merely genuine friends, she sighed, shaking her head with a wry smile. Thus, Xiao Yu proceeded to knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Tian called out, noticing that his voice had taken on a more magnetic quality. Mr. Lin Tian, your good friend Tang Jiai wishes to visit. Should I let her come up? Xiao Yu inquired promptly. Please no, please no. As a devoted fan of Tang Jiai, Xiao Yu silently prayed. She desperately wished for Tang Jiai to avoid the fate of being ensnared by Lin Tian like several other girls had been. After all, she had witnessed the rise of her idol. Dang Jie. Lin Tian opened the door, and Xiaoye glanced up, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Good heavens! It seemed Mr. Lin Tian had grown even more handsome. This visage was certainly to her liking. Xiaoye observed Lin Tian and noted his physique had become more robust, and his facial features more pronounced, exuding an entirely transformed aura. The potent scent of masculinity almost rendered her unsteady. Since it was Tang Jie, he decided to let her in. Scanning the corridor, he noticed that she was likely waiting downstairs. Regarding Tang Jie, Lin Tian was certainly aware that she was the most beautiful girl in school, ranking first. In the entertainment industry, she was a third or fourth-tier star, the kind known to many yet still unknown to a vast number, and recently experiencing a surge in popularity. However, what could Tang Jie possibly want with me? All right, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing Lin Tian agree to let Tang Jie come up, Xiaoyu felt surprisingly devoid of sorrow. She suddenly realized that rather than allowing Tang Jie to be tainted by the entertainment industry's murky waters, it might be preferable for Lin Tian to have some influence over her. At least he was robust and handsome. As Xiaoyu contemplated this, she had already descended the stairs and was leading Tang Jie upward. Could it be related to the affairs of Shinkong Entertainment? Was Tang Jie vying for a leading role? While Xiaoyu and Tang Jie ascended the stairs, Lin Tian's mind raced with thoughts. He found that after receiving the improved version of the Super Soldier Serum, his thinking had become notably sharper, allowing him to swiftly grasp the critical points amidst a multitude of information. At that moment, a striking figure, guided by Xiaoyu, appeared at the door. Mr. Lin, I shall not disturb you any further. After escorting Tang Jie to the room, Xiaoyu tactfully withdrew and closed the door behind her. Between the idol and her job, Xiaoyu firmly believed that preserving her employment was of utmost importance. As she often said, she was a rational fan. She merely hoped that Mr. Lin would be gentle and not allow Tang Jie to suffer too much harm. It must be said that Xiaoyu was quite imaginative, having already conjured up many inappropriate scenarios. Hello, Lin Tian. I am Tang Jie. We are indeed alumni. Once Xiaoyu left and closed the door, Tang Jie greeted Lin Tian while secretly observing him. Perhaps it was her own illusion, but Tang Jie felt that the Lin Tian in reality was infinitely more handsome than the one she had seen in videos on the school forum. His features, physique, and demeanor were far superior to those in the clips. Perhaps Lin Tian simply did not photograph well. She mused, unaware that he had undergone a complete transformation that day, evolving from a charming campus boy into a charismatic figure capable of rivaling the biggest stars of the entertainment industry. Tang Jie, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Tian said with a warm smile, inviting her to take a seat. I trust you do not intend to merely engage in idle chatter with me? Rest assured, there are no cameras here. With that, Lin Tian gestured towards the mask, sunglasses, and cap that obscured Tang Jie's face. She paused, realizing she still wore numerous items that concealed her features. Consequently, she removed the black mask, sunglasses, and cap, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman of Eastern descent. Her hair slightly tousled and clinging to her face. Tang Jie truly deserved her title as the top beauty at Qingbei University. Her looks and aura were undeniably remarkable. Unlike Xia Jihe, who often appeared timid and somewhat insecure, Tang Jie exuded confidence, her personality radiating a bold and carefree charm. To be candid, a melancholic disposition does not bode well for success in the entertainment industry. Lin Tian found himself somewhat taken aback. Tang Jie appeared even more captivating in person than on television. Coincidentally, he had resolved not to communicate with Zhang Yuelan and her companions for a month. At this opportune moment, Tang Jie made her entrance. Tang Jie harbored intentions toward Lin Tian, and he, too, found himself intrigued by her. Consequently, their conversation flowed effortlessly, akin to that of longtime friends. Lin Tian, I hear you are the head of Shinkong Entertainment. Through their engaging dialogue, Tang Jie began to address him by his first name. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, if any promising opportunities arise, please do not forget your unfortunate classmate struggling alone in the entertainment world. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian felt a stirring within. Here it comes. Chapter 79. I would rather leap from the heights than. Is this a worthwhile project? Lin Tian displayed a troubled expression. It is indeed a promising project. I happen to have several on hand. It pertains to a series of films about the investiture of the gods, although the lead roles have already been tentatively chosen. In truth, the male and female leads have yet to be definitively determined, as the system is currently sifting through a vast pool of actors and non-professionals. The criteria for selection do not exclusively favor seasoned actors. If a non-professional is deemed suitable, they may also be considered. Nevertheless, in pursuit of excellence, the system continues its meticulous selection process. Have a male and female leads already been determined? Upon hearing Lin Tian mention the investiture of the gods film, Tang Jiai felt a surge of joy, yet her spirits waned upon learning that the primary roles had been tentatively assigned. At that moment, Lin Tian spoke again, chuckling. However, it cannot be said that they are definitively chosen. We have merely identified candidates who appear fitting, yet no contract have been signed. Then there is still hope? Tang Jiai's bright eyes sparkled new. Lin Tian, as fellow alumni, you must not forget me when good fortune comes your way. She gazed at Lin Tian with an air of feigned innocence. Lin Tian chuckled internally, amused by the notion that Tang Jiai might believe that a mere alumni connection would entitle her to the lead role in a film with a budget exceeding 1 billion. As she pouted and acted pitifully, Lin Tian regarded her with an ambiguous smile, feeling a tad uncomfortable under Lin Tian's gaze. Tang Jiai sensed a shift in their relationship from fellow alumni to that of employer and subordinate, causing the warmth of their earlier conversation to dissipate. Lin Tian, is there truly no way? I genuinely wish to audition for your company's film. Tang Jiai asserted, I want to prove myself. Inwardly, Lin Tian queried the system. Is Tang Jiai suitable for the leading female role? Simultaneously, he responded with a light-hearted grin. This film has an investment exceeding 1 billion. You wish to partake in such a costly venture merely to prove your worth? What if the endeavor fails? Wouldn't my investment go to waste? The system indicates she is not suitable for the lead, but rather for the second female lead. The role of Su Daji requires striking beauty, and Tang Jiai fits that description perfectly. The system promptly replied. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the system's recognition of Tang Jiai's beauty. Initially brimming with confidence, Tang Jiai now felt the sting of Lin Tian's candid remarks. Indeed, would anyone be so foolish as to allow a novice to practice their craft on a project of such monumental investment? The entertainment industry had seen its share of calamities caused by a single actor's missteps. Is there truly no glimmer of hope left? Tang Jiai gazed imploringly at Lin Tian, unwilling to concede defeat. If she returned empty-handed, she would undoubtedly face a strict diet of reduced-calorie meals, which was no laughing matter. For a food enthusiast like Tang Jiai, subsisting on mere leaves of lettuce felt akin to a death sentence. Moreover, securing a role in this film would undeniably bolster her prospects in the entertainment industry moving forward. It's not entirely without options. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. The female lead has been chosen, but the supporting actress role is still undecided. If you show sufficient sincerity, perhaps we could offer you that part. Really? Tang Jiai instantly lit up with excitement. I have sincerity, of course I do. What kind of character is the supporting role? Could you give me the script? I'll study it thoroughly and let the team down. She's a seductress. Lin Tian replied with a smile. I heard that in your girl group Shining Girls, aside from being the visual center, you're also known as the leg goddess? This role involves quite a bit of leg exposure. Let me see if you're suitable. Shining Girls was the name of Tang Jiai's debut girl group, consisting of 7 members. As the youngest, she was both the magne and the visual center. Tang Jiai, initially thrilled, stiffened the moment she heard Lin Tian's words. After all this talk, you just want to exploit me? Her eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected someone as handsome as Lin Tian to harbor such vulgar thoughts. Otherwise, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. A supporting role in a billion-dollar film, handed to you for free? Now, it was his turn to stare at her, his gaze practically spelling out, how naive can you be? Tang Jiai shot up like a spring, her hand flying toward his face, only for Lin Tian to catch her wrist effortlessly. What are you doing? He frowned. If you don't want to roll, there's no need for violence. You disgusting creep. Let go of me. Tang Jiai struggled, panic flashing across her face as she realized she couldn't break free. Go ahead, scream, Lin Tian said coolly, unfazed. Let everyone know Tang Jiai was propositioned by me. She immediately fell silent. Satisfied, Lin Tian released her. Leave. Come back when you've made up your mind. I don't believe in forcing things. As if. Tang Jiai sit in wali. I'd rather die. Throw myself off a building, then let a disgusting man like you lay a finger on me. With a furious flick of her ponytail, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Lin Tian merely chuckled. The world was full of people. One less Tang Jiai made no difference. Jiai, what happened? Did Mr. Lin do anything to you? Xiao Yu, unable to suppress her curiosity despite knowing it was inappropriate, hurried over as Tang Jiai marched away. That Lin Tian is a vile, repulsive scoundrel. Tang Jiai spat before striding off without another word. Oh no. Xiao Yu's heart sank. She has been tainted. My idol is ruined. Fuming, Tang Jiai returned to her residence. Well, how'd it go? Her manager, Sister Li, appeared almost instantly, eager for details. Do not mention it. That Lin Tian is nothing but a lecher. I foolishly thought he was a decent person at first. Tang Jiai rolled on the sofa, venting her frustrations on a SpongeBob toy in her hands. What have you been wronged? Sister Li exclaimed in surprise, hastily inquiring, her concern for Tang Jiai evident. It was precisely because of Sister Li's presence that Tang Jiai had been somewhat shielded from the sordid realities of the entertainment industry, leading her to be so averse to Lin Tian's behavior. No, I was about to give him a taste of his own medicine, almost slapped him across the face. However, I was taken aback by his swift reflexes. When I suddenly attempted to strike him, he instantly seized my wrist, rendering me unable to withdraw it. Reflecting on that moment, Tang Jiai felt a mix of confusion and frustration. Oh well, as long as I wasn't the one being bullied. Sister Li, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. I have matters to attend to. You show Chapter 80, a good best friend, among the Shining Girls team. If Tang Jiai is regarded as the face of the group and the embodiment of elegance, then Sure Ro is the one who captivates those around her. At merely 20 years of age, she has indeed matured splendidly, particularly with her voluptuous figure that not only draws numerous female admirers, but also captures the attention of many male fans who typically show little interest in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Sure Ro finds herself in her bathroom, indulging in a soothing bath, with her ample bosom gracefully floating atop the water surface. As soon as she answers the phone, Tang Jiai eagerly recounts the day's events. In Tang Jiai's narrative, Lin Tian emerges as a young, handsome, wealthy, yet exceedingly lascivious entertainment company owner, who today has dared to harbor nefarious intentions toward her. While Sure Ro listens attentively, comforting her dear friend, she cannot help but feel a growing excitement within her. Unlike Tang Jiai, Sure Ro harbors grand ambitions and is acutely aware of the harsh reality that, without a powerful backing in the entertainment realm, one is unlikely to succeed. In fact, at her tender age of 20, Sure Ro aspires to align herself with a renowned director, aiming to ascend rapidly in the fiercely competitive industry. However, in her earlier days, Sure Ro believed she could resort to any means necessary to gain prominence, enduring the advances of unattractive and corpulent figures in high positions. Yet upon meeting them in person, she found herself unable to overcome her own reservations. The reality was too unpalatable. Even for the sake of ambition, she could not bring herself to engage, preferring instead to navigate the industry at a leisurely pace. But now, as she listens to her best friend Tang Jiai's tale, her eyes glimmer with clarity. This classmate of Tang Jiai, Lin Tian, could very well be the young, handsome, and affluent boss she has been seeking. Most importantly, he is undeniably appealing. With a fervent spirit, Sure Ro quickly emerges from her bath, dresses promptly, and hastens to Tang Jiai's residence, eager to inquire about the situation in person. Ro, you are truly wonderful, coming to comfort me at such a late hour, Tang Jiai exclaims, overwhelmed with emotion as she embraces her friend, burying her head in Sure Ro's bosom and shaking it fervently. Have you grown again? Tang Jiai looks up, grinning mischievously. I don't have his photo in my phone anyway. Tang Jiai shook her head. That pervert seems to have changed quite a lot. The videos on the school forum and how he looked today seem very different. As Tang Jiai recalled, she unconsciously began describing Lin Tian's physique, which made Shiro beside her eyes light up even more. My poor dear, you were almost bullied by him. Shiro comforted Tang Jiai, then casually asked, He doesn't seem to stay at school often, does he? Instead, he lives at the Welcome Grand Hotel nearby? Exactly. Tang Jiai gritted her teeth. That pervert seems filthy rich. No, he can invest $1 billion in a movie, so he is definitely loaded. Damn rich second-generation brat. Rich second generation is good. And a handsome one is even better. Shiro thought to herself while hugging Tang Jiai with a smile. Don't worry, as your bestie, I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you. After staying with Tang Jiai for an hour, Shiro made an excuse and left. Welcome Grand Hotel. Lin Tian remained in his room, idly scrolling through Douyin and occasionally sending a few virtual gifts to female streamers who caught his eye. After some thought, he realized his current transformation was too drastic. Even loose clothing wouldn't help him blend in at school. So he directly informed Tang Jiangwo that he wouldn't be returning to campus for the next month. Anywhere with familiar faces was off limits for Lin Tian now, especially avoiding encounters with Chao Xiao and Zhao Songqing. But having enhanced physical abilities, yet being unable to touch his women, left Lin Tian feeling unbearably frustrated. Scrolling through Douyin was just another way to search for potential targets. Downstairs in the lobby, Xiaoyu, Lin Tian's dedicated service staff, had an easy job. If Lin Tian had no requests, she could freely browse her phone, a privilege that made other hotel staff green with envy. After all, booking a presidential suite for an entire month in one go was incredibly rare. And judging by Lin Tian's attitude, he might even extend his stay, prompting the hotel management to instruct Xiaoyu to fulfill all his needs without question. Hello, may I ask where Mr. Lin Tian is staying? I'm a friend of his. Like Tang Jiai earlier, Shiro arrived at the Welcome Grand Hotel in full disguise and coincidentally approached Xiaoyu for directions. Xiaoyu looked up, taking in Shiro's familiar outfit, and blinked in surprise. You're Shiro? She suddenly whispered excitedly. Am I that famous now? Even with a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, people can recognize me? Covering Xiaoyu's mouth hastily, Shiro couldn't help feeling a little thrilled. How did you know it was me? Because of this. Xiaoyu pointed excitedly at Shiro's chest. Tang Jiai had just visited earlier, and now another woman with the same disguise and a similarly slender figure showed up. Most importantly, such ample assets weren't something just anyone possessed. As a devoted fan of the Flash Girls group, Xiaoyu naturally recognized each member's distinctive traits, instantly identifying Shiro. Oh, is that so? Shiro felt a touch of embarrassment as she nodded, then recalled the matter at hand. Could you guide me to Mr. Lin Tian's room? She inquired. Are you not seeking to avenge Tang Jiai, are you? Xiaoyu suddenly perked up with excitement. It is said that you and Tang Jiai share a deep friendship. It seems the rumors hold truth. Truly, you are my devoted fan. Indeed, I have come to seek vengeance for Tang Jiai. Shiro seized the opportunity to affirm, thinking to herself that if Lin Tian turned out to be remarkable and willing to offer her a role in his film, she would work him to exhaustion this evening. In this way, it would be a form of revenge for her dear friend Tang Jiai. Chapter 81. Is this how you seek revenge? Upon hearing that Shiro was seeking vengeance for Tang Jiai, Xiaoyu's heart surged with excitement. She thought to herself that her chosen group was indeed a wise choice, as they were as united as discussed in their chats. However, Xiaoyu cautioned, Mr. Lin Tian is quite affluent. If you proceed with this, he might wield his financial influence to blacklist you within the entertainment industry. Despite her words, Xiaoyu accompanied Shiro to Lin Tian's room. It's all right. For the sake of my dear sister, I can make sacrifices, Shiro casually reassured her fans, though her heart raced anxiously. This was her first time engaging in such an endeavor. How could she not feel nervous? Please, Shirjia, I feel for you. Mr. Lin Tian is quite amiable. Just don't overstep, Xiaoyu pleaded. All right, you can rest easy, Shiro replied, her mind preoccupied with the impending meeting. She couldn't possibly reveal that her purpose for visiting Lin Tian was to demand the role of the enchanting character in Fengshan. For that, she was willing to do anything, but what if Lin Tian, being a younger man, found such a bold woman distasteful? Mr. Lin Tian, your friend, Miss Shiro, has come to see you. Xiaoyu knocked softly on the door, her voice barely above a whisper. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, engrossed in Douyin, was managing several live streams featuring beautiful women when he heard the knock. Shiro, the one from Shining Girls, the rather ample lady? Since Tang Jiai was a member of Shining Girls, many students from Qingbei University were somewhat familiar with her fellow group members. Lin Tian had also occasionally stumbled upon news about Shiro. What did she want? Surely, she wasn't here to request a role like Tang Jiai? He pondered as he donned a pair of loose shorts, emerging from his bedroom to the living room. All right, let her in. Go for it, Shiro. Although Xiaoyu was a few years older than Shiro, she affectionately addressed her as Shijia. Okay, you can go back to your tasks now. Shiro smiled sweetly, watching Xiaoyu descend the stairs before entering Lin Tian's room and locking the door behind her. Ah, a professional, I see. Lin Tian observed her actions with a subtle intensity, his gaze lingering on her figure. Indeed, as rumored, she possessed an impressive physique, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Among all the women he had encountered, only his neighbor Meng Meng could rival Shiro. Lin Tian. Shiro had removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing her exquisite features. One could not deny that the members of Shining Girls were strikingly beautiful. Although Shiro was not the visual center of the group, she surpassed girls like Chao Xiao and Zhao Songqing in attractiveness, and could easily hold her own against the likes of Tang Jiai and Xia Jiha. Upon reflection, it made sense. Shining Girls was one of the most popular girl groups in recent years, with members selected through nationwide auditions. Without a touch of allure, they would hardly have made the cut. Upon their first encounter in the real world, Shiro found herself profoundly impacted by Lin Tian. His sharply defined features could easily contend for the title of campus heartthrob, exuding an aura of youthful elegance. More importantly, his well-toned physique was something Shiro had never encountered even among seasoned athletes, suggesting a remarkable genetic endowment. It was undeniable that the super soldier serum had not only bestowed Lin Tian with extraordinary physical attributes, but had also sculpted his appearance, transforming a clean-cut young man into a charismatic figure capable of inciting admiration from women of all ages, now adorned with a muscular and balanced form. At first glance, Shiro was utterly captivated by Lin Tian's visage. Ah, I recognize you. Please, take a seat. Lin Tian gestured toward her. Take a seat? Shiro blinked, her cheeks flushing slightly, taken aback by Lin Tian's directness. Lin Tian, momentarily surprised, quickly recovered, his expression shifting to one of playful confidence. I meant for us to sit and chat. Oh, Shiro felt her face heat up, hastily taking a seat across from Lin Tian. He noted that despite Shiro and Tang Jiai being members of the same group, their personalities seemed entirely opposite. Shiro was an open-hearted girl, unreserved and genuine. As Shiro sat nervously, seemingly at a loss for words, Lin Tian broke the silence with a smile. You're playing a role in Fengshan, just like Tang Jiai, aren't you? Yes, Lin Tian, Shiro responded quickly. I understand I have never participated in such films, but I will strive to meet the director's expectations and not hinder the crew. Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Meeting the director's expectations is one thing, but what about fulfilling my requirements? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Shiro, causing her to blush deeply. To be candid, Lin Tian, with his rather unrefined perspective, believed that Shiro might be more suited for a role akin to a seductress, given her alluring presence. What? What do you require? Shiro stammered, genuinely flustered. The anticipation she had envisioned and the reality of the moment were starkly different, especially for someone as inexperienced as she. Lin Tian understood her unspoken thoughts. Her demeanor suggested a willingness to be pursued. With his body recently enhanced by the serum, he was eager to explore its newfound capabilities. As he contemplated this, he moved closer. As he positioned himself closely beside Shiro, his arm gently draping over her shoulder. The latter trembled slightly, clearly anxious. Could it be that you have not? Lin Tian sensed that Shiro's reaction was somewhat excessive. No, As Lin Tian appeared to harbor doubts, Shiro instantly felt a pang of grievance. For the sake of her future, she was prepared to take risks. Yet Lin Tian questioned her. How troublesome. Lin Tian considered himself a benevolent individual. If Shiro were indeed an innocent maiden, he would undoubtedly show her some extra care, which contradicted his original intentions. However, the situation had escalated to a point of no return, and he feared that further restraint might lead to complications. Thus, Lin Tian softened considerably, gently grasping Shiro's delicate chin, urging her to meet his gaze. She closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering, her face still bearing a hint of youthful roundness. In the next moment, Shiro felt her lips sealed, warmth enveloping her. Subsequently, Lin Tian embraced her, and they both tumbled onto the sofa. Amidst the disarray of clothing, Shiro let out a soft gasp, while Lin Tian released a gentle sigh. The room was filled with the essence of spring. Outside, Xiaoyu clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, stifling any sound. Confusion filled her eyes. Is this truly how you avenge your friend? Chapter 82. The desire for progress upon hearing the melodious sounds emanating from within the room. The eavesdropping Xiaoyu instinctively pressed her legs together, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. The act of eavesdropping is peculiar. Perhaps it stems from a penchant for gossip or some other driving force. Regardless, many individuals often find themselves drawn to the whispers behind closed doors. Thus, Xiaoyu stood quietly at the threshold, her ear pressed firmly against the wall, absorbing the intermittent yet enchanting voice of Shiro from inside. After all, there were only 2 presidential suites on the top floor, one reserved by Lin Tian and the other vacant, leaving Xiaoyu unconcerned about the possibility of anyone else intruding. Time flowed slowly. Within the room, Shiro's captivating voice continued to drift intermittently into the air. Xiaoyu found herself increasingly astonished. Didn't boys often claim that any performance exceeding 5 minutes was remarkable? Yet, it had been over 30 minutes, and the sounds persisted. Xiaoyu, an unremarkable college graduate, possessed a visage and figure so ordinary that she would be overlooked in a crowd. Her personality leaned towards introversion and avoidance. Consequently, several years post-graduation, she remained single, akin to an aging minor. Her understanding of intimate encounters was gleaned solely from online discussions and certain films from a distant island. As she listened, a growing heat enveloped her, her body leaning against the wall, and her right hand instinctively drifting downward. Just then, a low growl akin to a beast erupted from the room. My goodness! The seasoned miner, Xiaoyu, recognized that this indicated the conclusion of events inside, prompting her to hastily retreat. With a flurry of complex emotions, she tiptoed away from the top floor. You truly are impressive. Shiro lay languidly beneath the covers, her complexion flushed like a ripe apple, still ensnared in a euphoric haze. She murmured softly, genuinely feeling a sense of fulfillment, even yearning for more. However, continuation was not feasible. It was not that Lin Tian lacked prowess. Rather, Shiro, experiencing such sensations for the first time, found herself overwhelmed. Lin Tian was cautious, for otherwise, Shiro would undoubtedly be unable to partake in tomorrow's activities, perhaps even limping due to the aftermath. Gazing at the radiant Shiro, Lin Tian sighed inwardly, recognizing yet another innocent flower. Despite not being devoid of emotion, he felt an unspoken sense of responsibility emerge within him. System. Is it acceptable to assign the role of the seductress to Shiro? Lin Tian inquired. Absolutely. Tang Jiai, Shiro, and other captivating actresses in the entertainment industry are well suited for this role. The system will design an ensemble specify, no matter how revealing can something be when it graces the silver screen, and they can only gaze longingly without indulging. It must be quite enviable for them. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. As for the system's sycophantic demeanor, Lin Tian had long since understood it was indeed a remarkable system. By the way, I did not inquire in detail earlier. You mentioned that this film is under your direction, but how can you take the lead? Surely, you cannot simply emerge from my body, can you? Lin Tian suddenly pondered within his heart. Host, you underestimate this system, it replied, seemingly proud. This system possesses technology that is 10,000 years ahead of your Earth. From the very onset of my arrival, I began constructing bioengineered beings. And I already have a completed prototype. Bioengineered beings. Lin Tian was taken aback, surprised that the system had managed to create such a thing. Indeed, the system continued. As long as I attach a fragment of consciousness to the bioengineered being, I can seamlessly integrate into human society, ensuring the smooth progression of filming. Of course, that is merely one of my protocols, which encompasses the filming techniques, creative insights, and countless years of experience from the most esteemed directors. With the amalgamation of memories from the finest directors throughout history, it became evident why the system held such confidence in producing this film. It turned out that, like Lin Tian, the system was also utilizing extraordinary means. Extraordinary means are splendid indeed, Lin Tian mused, noticing that Shiro seemed to have returned to her senses. She then shyly pulled the blanket over herself and nestled into the covers. What are you shy about? I saw nothing, Lin Tian chuckled. You are bullying me. Shiro pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Tian. I have already discussed it with the director. The role of the vixen in the function film is yours. Lin Tian stated nonchalantly. Really? Shiro exclaimed in delight, then leaped onto Lin Tian's chest. Why don't you bully me one more time? I want to try for the lead role. She was eager to advance. The lead role requires a valiant demeanor. Do you truly believe your delicate appearance is suitable? Lin Tian teased, pinching her cheek. Even if I were to grant you the lead, would you not fear being subjected to online bullying once the film is released? After all, you're not cut out for such a role. Moreover, while the vixen is labeled as the second female lead, her screen time rivals that of the first lead, and in the sequel, she will undoubtedly ascend to the true lead. Then, that is fine, Shiro quickly nodded. The vixen sounds wonderful. I enjoy portraying the vixen, she said, lowering her head and pressing her face against Lin Tian's. I am now your woman, and you must never forget that, otherwise I will surely bite you. As her words fell, Shiro playfully bit Lin Tian's shoulder. However, much to her astonishment, despite exerting some force, she left no mark. Lin Tian chuckled. His body had undergone modifications, and unless she bit down with great intensity, it was impossible for any imprint to remain. Tang Jiayi felt a growing unease in her rented apartment. Her dearest friend Shiro had not responded to any WeChat messages since leaving. Could Shiro have truly gone to seek revenge on that lecherous man and ended up being harmed? The thought sent Tang Jiayi springing up from the sofa in alarm. Ding dong. Just as Tang Jiayi was about to take action, a message from Shiro finally arrived. 1 or 2 hours late. The brief words on the screen froze Tang Jiayi in place. I secured the role of Daji and managed to get a part for you as well.